Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity app will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Choose NordVPN and get the exclusive Echo deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Everything's going, all is flying, thinking about how and why. And now it's time, I hear the chime, and all I wanna do is see your face. And whoa, it's going so smooth, making all the right moves, saving that time, and looking so fine while I do it. And looking so fine while I do it. So smooth.
Look, new metal posters from Displate are at your fingertips. Now you can catch new art with textured finish that looks and feels sensational, or simply Textra. But look, it's all about how you feel and how quickly you get bored. Mix your metal posters, get in touch with what you love, and make it Textra. Make your whole space Textra with no tools at all. Easy. See it, feel it, Textra.
Hello everyone, and welcome. Good morning. We are back. It is day 2 of the Race to World First here in Futures Rewritten Ultimate. We are at the Cologne Magenta facility of SK Gaming here with the entire team of Echo, who are getting ready to continue progress after an absolute banger of an ending last night that Mirrors was here for.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was absolutely fantastic. We had continuous progress from every team, and then right at the end when we called the last pull energy, what thankfully worked yesterday. We basically got through Relativity. Obviously not fully solved that not everyone was alive, but I mean, we got through it. We saw the end of the fight and also the end rage, which was quite amazing. We saw amazing mechanics that were also already previously featured with Spell and Waiting, with Dark Water, a few more Dark Waters, let's say, than we had in the other version. And of course also a Apocalypse, but this time with 6 of them. So it looked a little bit more interesting, you could say.
Indeed. Something that we've seen as a theme of this Ultimate is is mechanics that we're used to and call back to the nostalgia we have from the old Eden Savage mechanics, but amped up to 11. So we're going from a couple of apocalypses to 6, so definitely a visual spectacle, but as always, there will be a solution. And I've heard rumors, in fact, that the apocalypse got fully solved, a full scribe cook overnight. So we may be coming back to see some excellent progress this morning. I'm Jesse. I'm joined by the inestimable Mirrors here this morning, and we're going to be your host for the first 3 or so hours. We could not do this show. None of you would be able to watch if it were not for our amazing sponsors. So thank you so much to Corsair, Secret Lab, Displate, Starforge, Elgato, and NordVPN for making this possible. Not only are they making this broadcast possible, they're also providing some phenomenal prizes to whichever of the streaming team wins this Race to World First. It's not all about Echo here. We're covering all of these other teams as well. Yeah,
I mean, it's amazing. We have, like you said, for the winning team, we have a bundle and a special made display as well with a champion title in gold, bronze, and silver for the representative places, of course. And then we also have Corsair providing us with a basically new drop on every phase that we will have whenever we will reach
the winners bundle.
There's the winners bundle, exactly.
Look at that amazing Final Fantasy XIV Edition Secret Lab chair. That's going out to the winners, as well as Corsair peripherals, Elgato products, the custom hoodies, and champion displays. These displays are going to be really special, and we actually have a kind of a demonstration of it, because we have the Race World First display available for anyone to buy that they want, with the Echo team printed on it right here.
Here we have it.
This is going to be printed special. Only 8 copies for the gold, silver, and bronze teams. Whichever team wins the first, second, and third prize, that 8-person team will get 8 copies of that display with their team on it, with champions, second place, third place. No other will be available. Very limited edition, very, very special. So that'll be really cool. Make sure that if you want to support the sponsors who make this race possible, you check out their products, XClam Displayed or XClam Elgato, whatever product you are interested in. Some of them have some amazing sales going on right now. Displayed with a Black Friday sale of 44% off, including for the first time a discount on their textured displays.
I mean, also I have heard that this is the highest discount on the website currently. So if you want to buy some displays, now is the perfect time to use the code ECHO. And like Chief mentioned, we have the textured displays, which has a beautiful touch to it. And it's also the first time where you get some discount for it. I can vouch for this. I have a few of them on my home, on the wall. Of course, also, you swap them every now and then when you feel like you want you want some new design. No, but these are really amazing because they have like a little bit of a shine to it, have a nice touch, and they just give a little bit of an extra feel to what your art on the wall can do.
They have a three-dimensionality to them because of that textureness. So a lot of them are very pretty. They look like stained glass windows almost on your wall. So thank you again to all of the sponsors for providing some amazing prizes for the teams. As we said, we are here, as many of you know, 24/7 show. We're going to be doing the Echo show here from the Magenta facility in Cologne with a rotating cast of casters throughout the day until around midnight, 1 or 2 in the morning. And then you are joined with some remote casters continuing the coverage all around the clock, all day long, so that you don't ever miss anything. Now, we may have missed some things while we were sleeping.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, as we can see on the leaderboard. Some
developments.
We have big developments. We saw Kindred was playing yesterday when we left off. We saw them still playing because I think they had a decent amount of break at one point. So I guess they have gone a little bit longer. I'm not exactly sure when they went to bed. And then Ether Group 3, one of the teams that is currently not streaming, has provided us with a power move, let's say. They just said, look, guys, we're very far ahead, but we're not going to show you more.
Yeah.
So, we know that they have probably already solved the ultimate relativity because of the percentage, right? And they have most likely been working on the last mechanics of the fight, and maybe even...
They may have progressed through
They might have progressed further, yeah. Maybe they're in phase 4 already, we don't know, but like I said, they just said, guys, we're ahead, and that's it. So...
A lot of teams opting to stream, for which we're very grateful. We have POVs not only of Echo, but Team Lucrecia, Team Kindred, Team Kryl, Team Trash, Team Unwind, Awkward Raid Time, Ottermania, Last Pull, Mulligan, so many POVs available. Some groups still opting not to. This is a fairly new space, the Race to World First in Ultimate and Final Fantasy XIV, and there is a large perception among many teams and the audience that perhaps this is the kind of game where puzzle solving is so crucial that giving away how to solve them through streaming can be a huge detriment. So some teams opting not to. EtherSense, obviously a very famous team, very, very lauded in Final Fantasy XIV rating history, has chosen not to stream. But apparently they flashed a little bit of a Giga Chad move of let's turn on competitive mode for just long enough to say, let's go on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And then show you nothing else. Kind of Giga Chad.
I mean, I must say that is... I would love to do that as well with the Devour race. Yeah, just when you're ahead, you just pop it and be like, guys, I mean, we're winning basically, and then you're like, but
nothing else.
That's it. Yeah, you're not gonna say more.
Yeah. Well, we will be keeping you up to date, and we've got a screen over here that shows us all of the POVs we have available from Echo, as well as a variety of 8 other POVs from the other teams that are streaming, giving us their POVs very generously in exchange for being eligible for those prizes provided by our sponsors. And anytime anyone's doing something interesting, Mirrors and I will pull it up on the screen for you through the help of our magical production, and let you take a look at that. And we have some exciting progression ahead. Yesterday, we went through kind of an introduction to what the themes of this Ultimate are, I suppose, with Fatebreaker, Thancred being introduced, and then Reen, Shiva being introduced, and then toward the end of the night, we saw Gaia being introduced. The big question is, which team will be the first ones to get through Gaia and show us what's next?
Man, we will see, right? I mean, like you mentioned earlier, we have heard that the cooks were at work while we were sleeping. So technically, Echo has the best preparation possible to go into today, solve everything, and then we hopefully get to see Phase 4 fairly soon, right? They also have the sleep buff, which is always helps a lot. Just having a nice rest, sleeping on the tactic, and then just being a little bit, maybe currently there's some warm-up pulls, a little bit cold on the fingers, but overall I would say that they're probably going to perform really well in the first 3 hours here.
Yep.
And we hopefully get to see Phase 4.
I hope so. This is really, really interesting. I've opened a lot of Echo shows, right? We come in at 8 or 9, get told that the players are going to pull at 8 or 9, and then Roger puts on school with whatever was cooked, prepping, talking about the things you guys slept on, the strats, and I'm used to being able to yap for a good 30, 40 minutes before you actually pull. The Echo team, it's 11-13, they're pulling the boss, they're just going.
Yeah, they have no chill. I mean, I must say, like you said, we always have a little bit of a school in the morning where we're being told this happened, and whatnot, but I think the school happened maybe earlier, or there was like a little bit of a briefing during breakfast, and I mean they just know what's up and they're gonna send it, right? Or they feel confident enough that they can be taught while playing the other phases, right? Because it is after all a long boss fight and a big race where we're like 7-8 minutes in or whatever into the fight, and
we're 10 minutes in.
Oh, is it 10 minutes already?
It's wild. It's actually, the players are flabbergasted by this. The pace of these phases is so fast. Right, the tempo is so accelerated that you feel like you're flying through it, but it's actually pretty long into the fight. Like we see Living Dead popped at the very beginning of the Shiva phase when Deathly takes the quadruple slap. He has Living Dead back by the end of Shiva phase.
Oh,
it's longer than you think. We're about 10 minutes into the fight already.
That is crazy.
Even though it's blasting, so it's kind of interesting. We're coming up now on the last mechanic of the Thancred portion of the fight. They've had their first pull going swimmingly thus far. They need to get knocked into these towers and soak them. Don't worry, everyone. If you are new or you need to catch up on what's going on, Mirrors will do a play-by-play of one of these pulls and explain everything going on in these mechanics. But if this were an Echo pull, I would expect this to be a warm-up pull and a wipe somewhat soon.
Yeah, I would have said wiping in Phase 1 would have been kind of one of the classics, especially from my case. Yeah, you pull the boss, someone is like, I don't have this, I don't have that.
My weak aura didn't work.
Yeah, this doesn't work. I jump off. Like, I'm not even awake, not even at the PC or whatever, and then we just go wipe, right? But here, I mean, everyone is here. We have been blasting so far. We have gone through first phase smoothly, like you said, and now we have in the Shiva phase, where we're hopefully going to go through as well. Yeah. Without any issues, and then we get to see what they have cooked up on the Ultimate Relativity.
Indeed, I'm very excited. This was a phase that they had practiced a lot last night and got fairly good, although it must be said, Light Rampant is very difficult, and I anticipate it being a source of inconsistency in wipes well into progress on this Ultimate, because it is difficult. It has very tetchy, finicky positioning, movement, and timing necessary in order to succeed with it. So don't be surprised if those wipes occur occasionally, but we would love to see what's going on in Phase 3. We're heading now into the ice skating phase. They need to skate behind the boss when she cleaves in front, and then make sure that they don't get hit by any of these cleaves, and inching closer and closer to Light Rampant, which will come after the upcoming Mirror phase.
Yeah, I mean, here's a little bit more relaxed because we're soaking a little bit, doing some damage to the boss.
Cooldowns coming out.
It is what it is. The healers also want something to do.
No, they don't.
You don't?
They just push glare.
I guess that works. Right.
They're popping damage cooldowns. I don't want to do anything other than blast the boss. There's divination.
Actually, you see, the HP bars are basically not moving up because every healer is like, guys, I also want to be part of the team. So, but yeah, now we have the mirror phase. In this phase, it's quite straightforward. You split up into 2 teams. You will need to do what we have done previously already, that you see the 4 cones need to be baited by the individual parties and not snipe the other team, of course. while also obviously DPSing the boss, because we need to meet the damage check of 70.5% at the end of the fight. I think so far the damage checks have been really straightforward, and as long as no one is like completely dying every now and then or collecting the damage downs, we have basically always met it.
Yeah, so far the DPS checks have been relatively easy. It looked like Shiva's was going to be difficult if we had to do 20% more, but then she phases at 20%, although she flies away and we don't know if she's going to be coming back. So here's our first light rampant of the day. We are heading off into our star formation. Then we need to merge on top of these great golden globes, which will be doing a light party soak. Everyone's stacking up for those, 4 people per, and then slowly moving into the safe spots in such a way that you don't break the chains. That's done successfully. Now, 4 people with only a couple stacks need to soak this last thing in the middle, and then we have a full spread coming out, followed by the resolution, which is everyone getting hit by a light cone, applying 1 final stack to ensure no one had the wrong number. Here it comes right now, and if they did that correctly, we will be through light rampant on the first pull.
First pull of the day looking extremely solid. They're going to go into the intermission here. After we bring down the boss, of course. I mean, we have a little bit of a enrage cast here, but looking quite solid, right? They didn't do 4% more. That should be doable. Then we go into the mission. And the intermission, we have seen 2 different tactics yesterday from the teams. One time, as you will see soon, there will be 4 darkness crystals respawning and 4 lightning crystals. We have seen that the Echo team has been using the cast LB3 in the middle and just deleting basically everything that is currently on the platform, where other teams have been opting out to not attack the darkness crystals at all, only kill the lightning crystals and then break the shield of the boss.
The boss is currently encased in ice, and you cannot do damage to that encasement of ice until the light crystals are dead. But there are also darkness crystals that are kind of pumping into this as well. But teams discovered yesterday you can leave the darkness crystals alive and only kill the light crystals. So there's an assumption among the community that that's what you're supposed to do. Since you have the option of leaving the dark crystals alive, perhaps you're supposed to leave the dark crystals alive. And there is some kind of a lore implication that will be reflected later in the fight. If you kill the darkness crystals, perhaps that means that darkness is overwhelming or failing to correctly have the right ether balance. We don't know for sure yet. But they are, in fact, leaving the dark crystals, blasting Shiva's crystal right now. You can see the health bar on the right-hand side here that they need to beat before this cast finishes, or it's an enrage and it'll be destroyed by a wave of light. But they managed to get it done. Shiva's going to fly away with her health remaining and be replaced by Gaia.
Yeah, and I mean, as we just saw, right, Echo also changing up the strat that we just spoke about. Very interesting, because they probably also have seen that it could be an implication, like you mentioned. It's very interesting. That means also now they have the LB3 for this phase.
Yes.
Which could mean they either use it for, I mean, probably for damage, right, in the end, but maybe they will also keep it just to get some progress done, or generally see more throughout the fight. We will see what they opt out to do, because, of course, the longer you hold the LB3 here, especially because everyone's dropping to 1 HP here, we're losing gathering LB points. Basically.
Indeed. Yeah. Much LB being farmed and all wasted if you have LB3 already. But in Ultimate, you usually want to use LB for specific reasons of DPS necessary, or potentially for lore things, for example, saving Harshafant or at the end of TOP. But we're going now into Ultimate Relativity, which Echo successfully got through last night at the very end of their raid night. And let's see how the cook is going. About what you'd expect. They have to bait these traffic cone lights in such a way that they will fire away from the group, alternating as people go out with their AoEs and in with their soaks. This is going well so far. They're also placing down teleports where they'll be teleported back to at their end of their debuffs, their rewind debuffs, and end up in the right spot to look away from the Shadow Eye and make sure all of the explosions occur outside the raid. But thus far going okay. Coming near the end of the mechanic with the last set of lights being baited right now. Will it resolve? We do lose Alice and then almost everyone else. Only Misty and Zep remaining. And Misty as our last standing, trying to get a res out.
I mean, if you can get a res out, we can LB cast a res.
There's Aura. And he cast the LB3 and everyone's back up. That's how we like to see it. We did get the res from Misty onto Aura. Aura LB3'd, and we're going to see some progress here, unfortunately, because he's stuck in that LB animation, does go down. But that was not clean through Relativity, but we're through it, and now we can take a look and see if they are going to show us what they're doing with the upcoming Apocalypse mechanic. That was,
I mean, here we can see that
demolishing them.
The boss is putting Dark Water spell in waiting. We have previously seen already. Just we have a few more this time around, right? And then we have, of course, the bombs when it's supposed to go off. As we see, Echo has already done a great job at doing a nice formation here to soak everything. Looking at it, and now they have the Apocalypse going out. We see the different orientations.
We have kind of 2 light parties, one on each side, basically.
Yes. where they will explode.
Okay, only lost one. Now a second person so far from the apocalypse. They've got
Maybe they
something cooked.
Yeah, they can live the soaks, supposedly.
Yeah.
They did lose both tanks. Now we'll lose more people because of the... I forgot the name of this mechanic.
There,
that's a tank buster on the furthest target, plus a knockback afterwards. And then I also have 2 soaks after, as we just saw.
Yeah, but they've got our tanks back up. Only a red mage down. Raid wide coming out as we head closer to the enrage cast.
Yeah, this should be the enrage cast, I'm pretty sure.
It is indeed.
Okay.
Okay, so first pull of the day, an enrage pull.
Yeah,
that's
and the best pull of the day. I mean, that is phenomenal, I must say. That is the very opposite of what I have been experiencing the last few times, I must say. The first pull of the day has always been the warm-up pull. Everyone is like, man, my fingers are cold and the keyboard doesn't feel so right.
I didn't get breakfast.
Yeah, something is not right.
My macro is not working.
Yeah, exactly. But here, I mean, it's the exact opposite.
Wow, they're on fire. They came in, they blasted through everything that they had seen thus far in the fight, all the way through to the enrage of the fight. A couple of things need cleaning up, but it looks like they have workable strats, right? Relativity went wrong on the very last resolution. I think some people had placed their rewinds in the wrong spot,
It looked like it, yeah.
because that's the last thing. The very last thing that happens in relativity that occurs is a rewind that snapshots you to where you had placed it. You get a debuff that says, at the end of this debuff, it's going to snapshot where you are. So you go where you want to end up. And then you get a debuff that says, okay, in 10 seconds, you're going to be teleported to that spot. You need to position it such that the people who are going to explode are around the edges of the room. The eyes that are going to emit something you can't look at are in the center so that everyone can look away, and that everyone's positioned correctly so that they don't get snapshotted, killed.
Yeah,
that went wrong there at the end.
As we can see here, it's looking quite good. We have Nalox POV who just dropped his rewind in the middle, like Jeev mentioned. He also has the eye debuff that will be later looked away from, otherwise you will not have a great time. And now we will see who placed what wrong. So maybe we need to go frame by frame here very soon on the resolution. We need to see here, resolution will happen, and let's see what happened in the middle, because technically they should be safe and soaking a water debuff. There is a big other debuff as well in the middle that was one of the rewinds that was probably placed.
That was a misplaced rewind that exploded in the middle on top of their soak, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, but apart from that, it looked really good what they were doing.
It did.
They baited all the towers correctly. Yesterday we have been watching for multiple hours that the tower baits were the main issue for most of the teams, that where one of the team members has to be like kind of the filler in for whatever mechanic the other people will get. That has been very difficult to identify, and I mean, here they did it perfectly. They just had one rewind wrongly placed. I mean, I think that is a easier thing to solve than someone not baiting the tower.
This is such a despair moment. Every healer in chat has been in this moment before. You're the last man standing. You pop the LB3. Everyone reses. Boss puts a tank buster on you. There's no recovery. And what's more, after you LB3, you're stun locked. You're in this animation lock for like about 3 or 4 seconds. So you have an LB3 on you and you're just hands off keyboard. My death is inevitable. There's nothing I can do. It's completely unavoidable. I saved the team and I'm being punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, it is I have seen you in this situation multiple times when we played. It's always great. Everyone's screaming, yeah, LB3, and we're like, yeah, okay.
We did it. And then I died.
And then Jeev was like on the ground. I was like, okay. I mean, it's fine. Right?
It's like a little bitter undertone of having succeeded. So, okay, now I get to die. But that was really, really well done. If we can maybe rewind back to earlier in the Relativity, I want to talk a little bit with everyone about what's going on here. So that's perfect. That's perfect. This looks really, really complicated, and it is, but it can be broken down into some core things, right? The first thing going on is you have traffic lights going off that are going to be tagged either yellow, and we can pause right here. Yeah. Yellow, blue, or no tag at all. The yellow traffic lights are sped up and will go off first. The blue traffic lights are slowed down and will go off last. And the unmarked traffic lights are unaffected and will go off in the middle. So you need to know which ones are which, because when they go off, they're going to be firing this beam around that Mears was talking about. And if that beam isn't baited correctly, it will fire through the middle, killing everyone.
Not the most ideal. And as we can see here, the main project of the thing is that everyone has a completely different debuff. If you look at the debuff list, it might be a lot of things, right? There's three debuffs or 4 debuffs on everyone, and every debuff combination that you have decides on a different thing that you have to do. For example, Nalox POV right now, he has more the mod AFK job, let's say. He has to do like baiting a tower basically, then running out with his debuff at one point. Before that, he needs to place the rewind in the middle, and then he has the eye that will resolve in the end. Right? He has like the thing that is more passive, but there's also another combination where you will need to drop your rewind not in the middle, but further out on one of the hourglasses basically, which was failed this time, and that's where we exploded in the middle, sadly. But yeah, I mean, the difficult part about this whole mechanic is just in general, getting to know what you have to do individually, because the debuffs are random and you need to see what do I need to do, and then you obviously also need to see what your teammates have and who goes to which hourglass, right?
Correct.
Because go ahead.
It looks like a lot, but it can be broken down, right? When we used to do this in Savage Rating, I'd have a second monitor with a notepad saying these debuffs mean do this thing, and you can look at this, for example. To understand what's going on, you see a 24-second debuff. That is go away from the group, it's going to explode. And you have 3 different durations: 24 seconds, 14 seconds, 4 seconds. So you have a group of people exploding very, very soon. You have a group of people exploding in the middle, and you have a group of people exploding at the end. Then you have either 9 or 19-second rewind. That's going to indicate when it's going to snapshot where you'll get teleported later. And then you have people who have a long debuff, which is the little purple circle that's going to explode later, or you have a little eyeball that's going to be a look away later. The eyeballs go in the middle, the explodes go on the outside. And then a couple more debuffs. You have the yellows, either 24 or 4, that's a soak in the middle. You have the Ice Nova. I forgot the name of it.
Ice Donut, yeah.
The Ice Donut.
I mean,
that needs to go in the middle. So a lot of this boils down to you're either going to be in the middle, soaking your friends, or in the middle of the donut, or placing the donut in the middle, or on the outside, baiting a light or dropping off your dark fires.
Yeah.
So the sequence is, which order do I go in? I'm going to go bait this one, drop my dark fire, go middle to soak, go back out to place my rewind so that my ending explosion is on the outside. And the combination of debuffs you get tells you exactly which sequence of dance moves you're going to do. Now, on any particular pull, it's completely random and you could be doing anything. But over the course of 100 pulls, you're going to run into the 4 or 5 combinations you might possibly have, and it will become more second nature.
Exactly. That's why it's also one of the things that has taken yesterday multiple hours for every team just to get used to it, right? Sometimes you go into a situation where you play 5 times the same debuff, and then you get 3 new pulls where you end up with a new combination and like, oh, I need to double check my second monitor, right?
Yep.
So, but I think Echo has this kind of down. We have been here a lot of times already yesterday as well. So hopefully we get to see through this kind of with everyone alive, right? I mean, they're currently saving LB3, but it's probably quite smart to learn the rest of the fight, and then they can optimize damage, because the boss was quite healthy, right? Like, we don't know when she will be phasing, but I mean, surely she's not going to go to 0.
Well, that's almost certainly true, right? So we've had 2 enrages we've seen thus far. Thancred, you have to kill before the end of his enrage cast, but the DPS check was sufficiently easy. The teams are doing that before the cast even starts.
Yeah.
Shiva, we thought you had to kill as well when her enrage cast started, and we said, oh my goodness, this is actually a hard DPS check because she has 20% health left. But then we learned that she pushes into her next phase merely by getting her sub 20%. So that's not nearly as hard, and teams are doing that fairly trivially. Presumably, since Shiva doesn't get killed, Gaia won't either. She's at something like 40% when we hit the enrage, so there's a lot of damage still to be done, but we don't know what the threshold is and how far you need to get, but it doesn't look like it's probably going to be 0. And that's going to trigger something, maybe another, intermission style phase like we had at the end of Shiva with crystals, something with Gaia transitioning us into the next stage in this storytelling. I do see that we are back in on a Shiva pull on our live Echo POV. If we can go to maybe Narlock's live POV instead of this replay. Hopefully that serves as a little bit of an introduction to what you're going to be seeing with this ultimate relativity, and hopefully we see a solution coming out very soon. For
sure. I think they're confident as well. I mean, it is a really good feeling to start of the day and get a best pull. And wait, I think we also had a best pull on the leaderboard. I just saw Otta Mania got ahead of Ether Group, and we also have them on broadcast. So if they have a good pull later,
we'll keep an eye on that.
We will keep an eye on that. I mean, that sounds amazing.
It does. It does. We have several teams available that we can pull to if any of them have good pulls. So we will start keeping an eye on that. Right now, Ottermania is working on Light Rampant. If they get past this, we'll swap to their POV to follow them into the Gaia phase, and then come back to Echo, who is not yet quite as far. But I cursed a lot of pulls yesterday by saying, oh, they're on Light Rampant. And by the time we swapped POVs, it was over and they were dead.
Oh, don't worry.
We don't want to do that.
Yesterday I said a lot, what can go wrong here, right? And then we had endless wipes, right? So we...
Well, I mean, it's okay. We just have two down
damage.
It's a full.
Okay, I think we can go to...
Okay, Ottermania POV, yes. Let's go. Because they have successfully gotten through the Light Rampant. So we're going to be going now into the kind of 2.5 phase, the end of Shiva, where you push her below 20% during her enrage cast, and then kill what all the teams have kind of settled on. We're going to kill the light crystals to make her ice breakable. Yeah. We're going to leave the dark crystals, assuming that that's important. That's similar to what happened in, for example, DSR, where Thordan kind of surrenders and says, please show me mercy at the end before he finishes enrage cast. You can kill him, but if you don't have to, it's assumed, well, you probably shouldn't. And it turns out that if you do kill him, bad things happen later in the fight. Teams are making the similar assumption here. If we have the option of not killing these dark crystals in the middle, perhaps we shouldn't. But we don't know yet exactly what is the consequence of doing it one way or the other.
Yeah, maybe it's bad or good, right? That's the main issue. But I mean, it's also a thing that I'm pretty sure you are unable to kill all of the crystals without using LB3.
Correct.
Right, that's currently, I mean, it's looking like it. I don't think any team has tried, of course, but if you actually have to kill the crystals and then you have to reprogress, for example, the Gaia phase without the LB3, it might run into later issues. Or teams have been speculating correctly and it's all going to be kind of ending up well, I guess.
We don't know. We don't know because LB3 in Ultimates is a weird beast where typically there's going to be some kind of a use that's mandatory. Right, popping the LB3 to save harsh font, popping the, kind of cinematic LB3s at the end of TOP, but you also have some LB3s or LBs that are, optional to give you extra DPS. And it could be the case that you're supposed to use one here to wipe out the inner crystals. That happened, for example, in DSR, using a caster LB3 to wipe out meteors, or even a ranged DPS LB3 to wipe out some meteors. So it's possible. But we're going now into a Gaia phase here for Ottermania. They've had one really good pull just a moment ago, and we can see how they are handling Ultimate Relativity as Gaia's Asian mask comes out. She is unsheathed. Lucrecia, servant of Zodiark, her actual persona, unconstrained by the memories she has as Gaia and Reen's friend in this alternate history being woven right now.
Yeah, and I mean, here we basically get to see the POV now. We need to take a look at the beautiful debuffs that will be popping up very soon to see what this particular player has to do in the fight. We have a really long Darkfire debuff, which means he will need to bait one of the first yellow hourglasses, but he will already pre-position himself to, but looks quite well.
Yep. He has kind of the AFK situation where he's going to have a long Darkfire and a long rewind and then eyes. So he's going to spend a lot of time in the middle.
Yeah, as you can or on the graveyard. But yeah.
And this is something, even once you've solved Ultimate Relativity, that doesn't mean you're going to get through it consistently because of what we talked about, where you can end up with any combination of 3 different debuffs with different timings and have multiple different scenarios where you have to do one pull where you do one thing and then another pull where you do another thing. And then you get to a pull where you have to do something you've never done before. And you're like, wait, what does this one do? When do I soak the tower? I've always had the other debuffs. Right, which happens in WoW as well sometimes when someone says, I've never done this job before. Don't get mad at me.
I've never seen this debuff, guys. It's crazy. I mean, this reminds me of the when we were watching Awkward Raid Time yesterday, and Mr. Happy was IRL zooming into his second monitor, like really deep. This is what you need to do when you don't. We've never seen this debuff coordination. We are like, wait a second, let me double check what's going on here, right? And that's one of the things that is really just, I mean, one of the main issues, let's say, I think in Final Fantasy, that there's so many different combinations right now in this boss fight. I think also in the other phases, right?
Yes.
There's so many different situations you can get into, and it just takes a lot of time, like a lot of pulls. Because of course the players are all exceptional that are playing in all of these teams competing in the Ultimate currently. But that doesn't mean that you are automatically know every combination what to play if you've never played it before. We've seen it on the ice here. It's just practice, right? The teams have been getting clipped here every hour. We saw people die all the time, and now I think no team has been dying here anymore at all.
Oh, that was a scary thing to say right as they were doing it, because if someone had died, it would have been your fault.
That would have been a little bit awkward, yeah.
But you're absolutely right. When it's done well, it looks so natural, intuitive, and choreographed. Everyone's going out and then back in and then out and back in, and the beams are firing away and everything's great, and you're like, oh, this is naturally how it goes. But to get that requires every person to process, what are my 3 debuffs? What order of operations am I going to have because of them? I'm going to go out and explode, then I'm going to come into the middle and bait, and then I'm going to go back outside and bait, and I'm going to come back into the middle and soak, and I'm going to place my rewind. And it changes based on which sequence of debuffs you have. Similarly in Phase 1, right, which at this point has been practiced hundreds of times and is easy for them, you have similar decisions, for example, with the tethers that we can look at on a later poll, where you have to say, okay, I didn't get a tether, so I'm going to be going to this group, and now I'm going to be soaking because it's a lightning tether, so I'm going to soak the bait to the side, and now it's a fire tether, so I'm going to get exploded on. This sequence of decision-making looks effortless from the outside, but is in fact a complex sequence of decisions being made on the inside. As we go into a light rampant here for Echo on their second pull of the day.
Yeah. I mean, here we can see they've been taking their time in the middle, and they missed their soak. There was someone decided
a little bit slow getting to the soak.
A little bit slow, but they have been taking a great time on Light's Rampant, right? Just take their time, look at the situation, look where the triple Gs are, and then make the nice star formation that they have been going on, and then solve it. I mean, most of the time it happens.
Yeah.
In this case, obviously didn't, but yeah, I mean, they're going straight back into it. I mean, they've seen what is going on, that they have a good pull, they know what's up. I don't think they have any tactic to talk about right now. It all looked great, and they just need to get back there, get the practice, especially in the after Ultimate Relativity when they solve it.
Yes.
It looked really solid, but they had like a few people die here and there, and then obviously the tank died. The tank the boss jumped somewhere random, knocked everyone back, and it was all a little bit disaster.
Absolutely. We can talk a little bit here about the Fatebreaker pull, because many people may have missed the progress on this fight. It's very interesting. Thancred does a series of underlying guaranteed things without RNG, followed by an overlay of RNG that's signaled by either a lightning glow or a fire glow on Thancred. So here, just like in the Savage race, he vanishes and you have to find where won't get charged, but then he glows fire to indicate you need to do a light party spread, or lightning to indicate you need to do a spread. Then he goes and does guaranteed a protean attacks with these lightning attacks, and then again glows. Red means stack with partner, and blue means full spread. Now we're going to see that we're going to be going to get knocked back into 2 different light parties with these 2 different tethers. And again, they have support north, DPS south. If 2 DPS get marked with tethers, you have to do a quick adjust and have them swap with one of their supports. So constant variation and randomness that can cause you to have different jobs to do depending on the pull, but it all comes down to practice and priority systems and kind of internalizing a set of rules to follow to make it easy to achieve that mechanic.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think in most of the cases there have always been 1 or 2 situations throughout most of the fights actually that the boss has one of the 2 patterns that he will choose. Also in the Shiva phase, yeah, there's the group stack or the 2-man stack, and then the spread out, right? The same goes for this phase, like you explained. And they just need to be confident in doing all these things without paying too much attention probably to the boss fight at that point, because they're trying to think about the future
fight.
Because they don't want to like spend all their brain power on all of these fights and then just end up on Ultimate Relativity and you're like, what was I doing again when I got the XYZ debuff? And you're like, oh man.
Yeah, but then you can lose consistency in earlier pulls if you do that too much. So Thancred glowed orange coming to this phase, which means that when they get to the safe spots here at C and A, they're going to be doing a light party soak. And then they're going to watch Thancred come back out and see how he glows. He's glowing lightning. So when they do these proteans, it's a full spread. Everyone rotate clockwise. If he had glowed orange, then it would have been partner stacks, and the supports would rotate counterclockwise to meet with their DPS friends. Now he's glowing purple. That means that or blue, I suppose. That means that the blue circles are the ones that are going to be empowered and blow up, so you're going to want to get knocked back to the safer red ones. We're going to have everyone split up into their light parties, get knocked back here, and then soak these. And this is where we saw a wipe a little while ago, right after this. But here it is fine.
Yeah, it's looking quite solid. We have the AoE coming out, and then we have the more or less more RNG phase coming up.
This is the hardest part of the fight.
This is the hardest part of the first phase, where we'll basically be seeing our tethers going out in an interval of like 2 seconds, 1 tether. And these tethers have also a random color. As we can see here, the first tether was lightning, the second tether is fire, third tether is also fire, and the fourth tether is lightning. This all determines what you have to do in the different light party currently going on here. You can see here the first one was fire in this group here, which means 3 people need to stack behind, bait the cone and soak it. And the second one was lightning, meaning you have to make a 3-man spread to aim the cone away perfectly here. And of course, while all of that is going on, you're not able to hit the other team, because obviously they will probably go next pull if you do that.
Yep, absolutely. And we're going to take a look here at the final mechanic of this phase, and then we're going to swap over maybe to another POV that might be heading toward Gaia very soon. But first we can talk about the final mechanic, which is the 2 tanks go back with a giant explodey debuff, and then the rest of the parties get knocked back into these 3 towers. 6 tower soaks in 3 towers. It can be any configuration: 2-2-2, 1-2-3, 1-1-4. They get those soaked with the knockback, and they are going to be heading into Shiva. But Ottermania currently working on heading back toward Gaia. Since they currently have the top pull on Gaia, we want to see what they're going to teach us about Ultimate Relativity and Apocalypse. So they are currently just waiting and destroying this ice veil on Shiva before the end of her Enrage cast coming out right there as the cast bar says age, but they get that no problem. And we can see, what have they cooked up for Relativity?
Yeah, it's also interesting to see that they opted out to use the limit break on the intermission to push it, and Echo has been successfully doing the push without using the limit break. So probably they can also just skip it, right? It's not I assume
maybe something went wrong and you used it to preserve the pull.
True, could be. We can look in the future pulls if they keep on using the limit break or not, but let's see what they've cooked up here. Of course, a little bit of RP, you can relax, your Pictomancer can paint some nice pictures. And now you can farm some limit break again here. Like we said earlier, they will probably have almost like full bar compared to Echo in this case, because you're holding it. looking good. And then we see what they have going on here. I mean, they've been really consistent now. I mean, it takes a long time to get here, right? You said if it's almost a 10-minute fight already, you have some pulls that take a long time. So in this POV here, we have again basically the same POV we watched earlier, where he has to find the first yellow hourglass, bait the thing outside, then drop his rewind in the middle because he has the eye debuff that you need to phase away later, and then run out right after to drop his fire explosion outside to not cleave anyone, basically.
Yep, so he's going in the middle of soak here and drop off his rewind. He's in the middle of the ice donut. Now his rewind's going to drop in 2 seconds. Now he needs to sprint out of the group because he's exploding in 3 seconds with the dark fire. Positioned well here. Very good. Now he's going to go back into the middle to continue soaking with the group, all of their soaks and things. And now he has a new debuff saying that in a couple seconds he'll get teleported to that rewind position. But he has the eye that everyone needs to look away from. Everyone cleanly through the ultimate relativity with no deaths at all. Now this is a huge raid wide, this pulsar they need to heal through, and we're going to be able to take a look at the upcoming set of debuffs and soaks and apocalypse all at once after this tank buster.
Yeah, this looks amazing. First they have the tank buster, like you mentioned, then she will cast spell and waiting, and we will get all the beautiful soaks on everyone that we will need to solve throughout the next 3 mechanics basically. We're going to have the Spell Awaiting being cast into Dark Waters. Everyone will be able to see which Spell Awaiting or when his will explode, basically.
Look at this good positioning they have to spread to see exactly who's getting what, so they can figure out what their light parties are, where they're going to be going to soak, and getting these split up onto each side of the room. We'll see if they're going to do a similar approach to having a light party on each side, orienting now to the apocalypses and heading out. What do we see here? A little bit of potential uncertainty. Okay, this looks good. Yeah, this looks good.
Yeah, now the apocalypse will explode or one... Okay, you got hit by damage down. That's fine. Now they need to soak, and then they get the tank buster, will leap out, knock back everyone, and then you have to soak the last one here.
Yeah.
So this looks quite good so far.
One dead person with a debuff exploding in a couple seconds. Hopefully they're able to avoid.
Soak it. Oh, that was good, I guess.
That was really good.
Very nice.
That was very good. Okay, so they have now successfully gotten past the apocalypse as well, which means that we're going to be seeing another Enrage cast. Here's it is. Memories End with the boss currently hovering around 30+% is my guess. I don't see the thing. Not enough damage to push her past the threshold that would see us advance through the fight. We did have 2 deaths there.
Yeah,
otherwise
and
relatively
the damage down,
clean,
I think, as well.
And the damage down. So this is looking like potentially a little bit of a harder DPS check that we may want to see some single target LB3s committed to.
Probably, yeah. I mean, this looks really interesting, especially they have solved Ultimate Relativity so nicely. It looked really clean.
It looked beautiful.
It was amazing. And then afterwards as well, the mechanics, they look quite intimidating, I would say, but they were really straightforward. As you saw, there was not too much stuff happening. You just need to identify where the apocalypse goes, and then you just relax a little bit, of course. But I mean, like you said, if the damage check is a little bit more difficult, you obviously want to try and do a little bit of damage as well.
Yeah, on early pulls, it's definitely a stop pushing buttons. My GCD doesn't need to rotate. Where am I standing? How am I solving this ultimate relativity? Where is this spell in waiting? Where am I supposed to stand? Don't wipe the group. But if you have to reach a certain health threshold, you'll have internalized the mechanics to such an extent you can start doing damage and do a good job. We saw that, for example, with MT yesterday, not DPSing for entire phases for the first 10 pulls, because it's more important to make mechanical progression until you start doing enrage progression. Now, Automania doing a great job on the leaderboard in top place, doing that progression through the enrage. We're going to see more damage coming out. And I would expect that, as always, you're going to start moving LB3 to where you get progression from it, and they need single target damage.
They need to stop. I mean, they can already see, right? They probably have someone see that the Echo team or also other teams have been pushing the intermission without using LB3, and then they just send the LB3 here in the beginning just for some single target damage. Because they are quite confident on the other mechanics, as we saw. I mean, of course, some damage downs, maybe 1 or 2 deaths, but that's easier to solve than the really difficult Ultimate Relativity. And as we can see here on the POV, we have a fast-paced POV from Zuki. He needs to run out first, drop his fire outside, run into one of the hourglasses to drop his rewind, then go back into the middle, soak the ice donut. Then after that, he will need to basically realize which of the hourglasses he has to soak as well. So he will be going here, looking very solid. Just to bait it away, go back into the middle, keep on soaking, and now he just relaxes and hopes everyone else does their job. And then the rewind happens. We will also see from a good POV now that he will get basically teleported out onto his rewind position that is kind of to his right on the hourglass if you're looking currently. Never mind, it was top. But he got cleaved.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Never
it was
mind.
pixel perfect.
Okay.
But yeah, there you see the rewind in action. Earlier, you saw someone get rewinded back into the middle. We do have 2 deaths, but that's the rewind mechanic. You place it, and then it snaps you back to that spot. And if you place it in the middle and you're in the middle, it doesn't look like you moved, but you saw him go out. Zep and Misty, I believe, getting
They did die, yes.
there.
But they used LB3 to circumvent the debuffs. Exactly.
Yes, I was like, where are the debuffs? They LB3 to get them back up immediately. No debuffs as we head into that apocalypse and see how far toward the enrage they can get. The boss currently at 57% as these come out. The spell in waiting going to require us to configure in such a way that we have 4 on each side. Now we need to orient to the apocalypses and find the safe spot. Like Mira said, visually overwhelming, huge explosions happening all over the place. But in once you've solved it, once you've cooked it, you find the safe spots and you can make this work.
Yeah, I mean, here we can see that they are in their light party. They have 2 soaks on each side waiting. They need to...
they have
wait,
one extra here.
One extra is a
We
little
have
bit
imposter
suspicious.
a little bit.
Yeah.
That's going to kill 3 people. And that's going to make it more difficult to resolve these soaks as well.
Yeah,
There
I think
goes
they're just
one.
going to jump out with the soaks. I mean, that is quite sad.
That is tragic, but it does happen, right? You have to have a system whereby you are assigning flexibly who's going to go to which side depending on who's getting the soaks, and so that you have the correct number on each side. And something went wrong there. They're going to have priority systems, much like, for example, what happens in the Fatebreaker phase during the tethers. In order to assign 4 random people get tethered, and they're assigned. 1 and 3 go north, 2 and 4 go south because there's a vulnerability that prevents you from soaking multiple in a row. That means 4 other people have to decide whether they're going north or south.
Yeah.
How do you do that on the fly quickly? They use a conga line, and after the 4 people tethers immediately run, 4 people are left. If you're the 2 northmost, you go north. If you're the 2 southmost, you go south. You have systems like that in place to make it so that depending on who gets which debuff, you know which side to go to. But it can be complex. And you see pre-spreads, you see conga lines, you see priority systems, maybe MT always switches, maybe Suki never switches. There's various ways to do this and try to solve it. We have to see how they're going to make that work because that was a good poll, ended by a mistake on who's going to which side during the apocalypse.
Yeah, but I mean, they have been getting confident here with the ultimate relativity, and now they have, of course, like you said, they need to have this priority system going, but they have been there for like 3-4 pulls now or whatever. So, of course, this might take a little bit of time now to figure out, double confirm everything, because I mean clearly something went wrong. So either like someone just made an easy mistake, or they maybe have also a mistake in their priority system, what they want to change. Maybe they have assumed a different way of how the debuffs get applied. That always happens as well a little bit when you have the really huge sample size of like 2 to 3 pulls and you're like, oh yeah, let's just decide on this.
Let's just assume that means we can always use this configuration, and then suddenly something else happens. Someone gets the debuff you didn't expect. There's also things like you have secondary considerations. Obviously, the primary purpose is to ensure that the mechanic is executed correctly and resolved. But you like to have things like 1 healer on each side, if you can, and or try to build a priority system that allows that to happen, so that you have shielding, mitigation, and healing in between hits. But we did see, again, we're seeing very good consistency, consistently getting to Gaia, getting to see the relativity. We saw a pretty good relativity resolution there with just a couple of deaths at the end, which means that those are probably individual errors. You can have individual errors that kill you. You can also have individual errors that kill everyone. Yes, right? Yes. If you place your spell in waiting such that you end up in the middle with one of your explosions and fires, then you just killed everyone that was in the middle trying to soak. But that went relatively well. Only a couple of people getting clipped, it looked like, by placing their spell and waiting for that final explosion too close together.
Yeah, there was some really... I mean, somehow I think Suki didn't get hit, but some other people got hit. Yeah. I mean, they've maybe been cutting it a little bit too close. Maybe they also want to... I think as from my perspective is also... When it's a little bit of a DPS trick, right? You also try to obviously try and optimize already a tiny bit. If you know the mechanic is working, everything is good, you just need to optimize good. You want to try to, obviously maybe not read all the mechanics, but you want to try and do some damage and try learning how to do the damage efficiently, especially if the damage check is not super free. We're currently looking at it, maybe it is super free if everyone stays alive, but from the current mindset of the players, it might be that they are like, okay, maybe we try to incorporate a little bit more of the min-max damage department currently.
Another thing going on there is that it sounds really easy when we say it here on the couch in the comfort of not having to actually play the game. But for example, when you're placing your spell in waiting for one of the bombs that needs to be outside, at the same time some of the traffic lights are exploding, being baited, you need to be not in the path of those baits or not baiting accidentally. So you need to be placing them in a place that isn't getting hit by those. So it isn't just run out and spread, it's run out and spread, but without being closer to the traffic lights than the guy that's supposed to bait it and not getting hit by the beams of light coming out from it. So there's a lot going on. Very easy to end up too close together and clipping each other. by design, right? The Ultimate is designed to test your precision, how well you play, like how well you can actually ensure that your movement is pristine and your DPS is pristine while you're doing all of these movements. So it is by design very, very tight, much like you see, for example, in the Shiva phase with the beams, the rays coming out from the mirrors. It looks easy to spread 4 people around, and it is. But then if you do a perfect spread around the mirror, then you're cleaving your friends, and then you have a little PvP, the enemy team kills you. So you have to be much closer together, very, very tight positioning, making it likely you'll clip each other if you're not perfectly precise in your positioning.
Yes, it is. It is really interesting that most of the fights currently, there's some min-max, like you say, to the positioning, but also it needs to be really, really precise. It's just like sometimes you have a little bit of a leeway here in some of the phases, but most of the time it just needs to be really on point. And I mean, that's one of the things that of course takes time and practice. But also a lot of times the teams use like the ground markers in the room or whatever, right, to orient it. I think in the Shiva phase they're using the crystals on the outside to orient themselves, how exactly it goes. And I mean, all of these things are helping people to become more consistent, right?
There's another example of that, right? In this phase, in the Thancred Fatebreaker phase, if you when he vanishes and he's going to charge across the arena in all but 2 areas, there's 1 pie slice that's going to be safe on each side. And he can either do a fire, light party, or a lightning full spread. Fire, light party is easy, stack on each other, no big deal. But if it's a spread, you have to spread 4 people into a very small pie slice in such a way that even, a small imperfection in your position cleaves 2 people and you die. And again, there are helpful hints in the form of the room, right? You're going to be seeing the teams orient to one of these, tri-pointed little things on the edge. And then you have 1 exactly in there in the middle. That's the easy job. That's the one I always wanted. I want to be in the middle. And then you have 1 person going right 4 notches, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1 person going left 4 notches, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1 person standing far enough forward on the inner ring to not cleave that. Yeah. And so you can use the room to give you that precision a lot of the time, if there are those clues available, but they aren't always, particularly when you're doing that ultimate relativity, and all you have are these 6 traffic lights and everyone blowing up and people running all over, and the room is covered in shadow and glowing and rotating. Yeah,
I mean, most of the times the boss, it's also that the boss room is changing, right? So you always get either a lot of help from the boss room or very little, right? Yep. I would say, I mean, one of the things in the Shiva room, what I was suspecting yesterday was when she was doing the reap, right, where there is the small donut under the boss. I was expecting that at least the room will give a hint to how big the circle is or whatever, but I mean, that was truly not the case. The circle was really small, and I mean, I would have gotten at least that a few times before. I was like, man, something is suspicious here. Oftentimes you also get a little bit deceived, but so far I think teams have been utilizing everything quite well, getting to those points and just seeing what they can do. And now we have Awkward Raid Time. Echo is currently cooking, probably after seeing what went wrong in their formula. Like we said, maybe it was not just a simple mistake of someone being, I went wrong, but something in their line of thought, how they want to solve the mechanic just went wrong. So they're currently back to doing some strat talks. And in the meantime. Yeah, in the meantime, we have lots of other POVs to watch. We have the Haps, Mr. Happy here, with Awkward Raid Time, going into phase 1. They've also been having a very successful couple of days. We were watching them several times yesterday as they worked on Light's Rampant. I'm not sure how far they've gotten, so let's see if they can do a Light Rampant here. Also, in the meantime, if you have theories about who is next, we've seen Thancred, we've seen Reen, we've seen Gaia, what is next in this epic retelling of what happened in the Eden story, in this envisioning of a history where Reen was unsuccessful in her attempts to anchor Gaia into our world. Reen is being corrupted by the Ascians. Gaia is becoming empowered as Lagrif. What comes next? What happens next? If you have a cook, if you have a theory, send in a donation to Games for Love, $5, $10, all of that money going to a wonderful, wonderful cause, and then we can see your theory and cook with you as well. Games for Love is a charity we're raising money for that provides distraction therapy and video games to kids in hospitals who are struggling with some of the most terrible diseases an individual can struggle with at a time in their life when all they should be experiencing is joy. And no one knows better than us and you guys how valuable games are for enriching your life and providing joy and distracting you from, the real life and stress and problems of having, for example, a terrible disease. So it's such a wonderful cause for this community to participate in, raising $7,000 thus far. Send in your donations. Every dollar affects a kid's life positively, and then we can read them, go through them with you, and see your cooks. So this is your way to communicate with you because we're not able to look at chat. I do see that we have a lot of donations, and I'm going to try to catch up. Yeah. And of course. Yeah. Like you get on the donations. Basically, we can see here awkward wait time is going to the Shiva phase on the mirrors, like we spoke about earlier. This is more of a check that everyone is alive and you're not PvPing the other team with your light cones that will be baited here, but they're doing a great job here. This is the ranged team POV. Basically, they have a little bit of a harder job, not trying to aim at the boss, basically, because obviously you don't want to have your team going out. But generally here they did a great job aiming everything. Now they need to look above the head of the boss what they have to do, either party like small 2-man stacks or a spread out. They got the 2-man stack and now they will go into Light's Rampant. And as Jeev said earlier, we're not exactly sure on which proc point they are currently. But let's see if they can solve the Light's Rampant here. They have that they're gonna take their time here. They're gonna place the
taking a little bit too much time. Run!
Okay.
He's got to get all the way north.
Is he?
He made it.
He made it. Oh, he died.
Something happened at the end.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think he went through one of the puddles too late and picked up
This was a little bit.
It takes a lot of practice to get through that, and much like the other mechanics, right? When it's done well, when we see Ottermania or Echo execute Light Rampant, it looks natural and intuitive, and they're just flowing to the right spot. But there's some complicated decisions of, in the original Light Rampant, where you only had 4 towers, it was pretty simple. You're going to be in one of these 2, and you might swap.
Yeah.
Now there's 6. You could be in any of them, and it depends on where the great golden globes are going that are the light party soaks later. They need to be opposite each other, and then based on them, you're going to draw this star, and you could have to go across the room this way or that way. So there's time, and once it's practiced, they take their time, and it's pretty smooth. But if you aren't as practiced, you can run out of time very, very quickly if you went the wrong way. We do have some donations from overnight while we were sleeping, I want to thank people for those. We got a $5 donation from Karai to Games for Love saying, really enjoying the stream, mechanic explanations, and drink interludes. I believe they were doing some
cooking
at night.
I heard about the different Mogtalk segments.
Indeed. I think that was fun to watch. I might have to go back and watch it. Ripley Powder sent in $25. Thank you very, very much. An anonymous $100 donation. Does not elaborate, does not provide a name.
It just drops it and
leaves.
Exactly. Thank you.
Delret sending in $10. Ionia sending in $1 without a message. Again, listen, every dollar donated on average positively affects a child's life. You can use this as a way to communicate to us. Tell us our cooks are deranged. Tell us we need a tinfoil hat. Give us your cook, but you can also just drop it and walk away. GigaChad, it's completely fine. We appreciate the donation. $200 from Anonymous, saying, got to increase our DPS, donations per second.
Oh, that's very true.
Phenomenal.
Thank you very much.
Always got to pump that DPS up. Scarlet sending in $25. Got to keep up the DPS. Anonymous sending in $23. Anonymous with a $1.69 donation, to which all I can say is nice. Ethmund sending in $29 and another $10 donation from Anonymous. Together, chat, you have raised $7,051.69 for Games for Love, a phenomenal contribution to an amazing charity. We raised money for them at the last Race World First in World of Warcraft as well. We got the chance to talk to the founder, Nathan, whose own child, he was inspired to start this charity because his own child went through a disease in his childhood, and he went to these hospitals and started saying, okay, what do you guys need in order to give these kids some joy and happiness when they're spending too much time in hospitals? And then their program kept growing and growing, right? One of their big programs now that I find so inspiring, not only are they providing these games and distraction therapy for kids, but many of these kids maybe spent several years of their life missing school, missing out on educational and career opportunities because of it. And they have follow-up programs as their kids go through the hospitals and play video games, and then they are cured and they're coming out of the hospital. They have follow-up programs to provide scholarships in science, technology, mathematics, to provide internships and career opportunities to help them reintegrate after perhaps missing, 3rd through 10th grade of school due to whatever it may have been. So amazing programs, amazing cause, and you guys are the ones doing such a phenomenal job of raising money for this great cause. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. Okay, and now we can go back into action after hearing
video
all the
games.
Now we go back into the video game that is provided to anyone in need, thanks to our amazing charity. And we can see back Automania, they're going back into Shiva. They have been having good progress, but they have not been getting back to the ultimate relativity, sadly. But like I mentioned earlier, it is a really long boss fight. There's a lot of things going on. And it is also, I'm not exactly sure when they slept, when they woke up, right? Maybe they have been pushing a little bit longer, or have been just sleeping not so much, so maybe they need to wake up a little bit, or also go to bed soon, who knows. But generally we will see here that they are gonna handled the ice skating quite well on the thin ice. Now we have the mirror phase again, which obviously most of the teams at this point have on lockdown that are currently already working on phase 3. So there should not be too much that they have to do here. They're just baiting these light cones away from the other team, looking good, looking also very spectacular, to be honest. It is a very cool mechanic. Then they meet up in the middle for some heals, you know, because the healers also want to do something. Maybe also press some DRs. And then there was someone maybe a little bit late or greeting on the DPS, and yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit of a problem because you pop raid-wide DPS cooldowns right before the mirrors, and you want to min-max your DPS output, particularly as a caster, perhaps doing some slide casting, without messing up any of the mechanics. And you have, you know, Yoshi P taxing you. Okay, yeah, I know you want to do a target dummy, but it's not a target dummy. You need to do these mechanics at the same time. So occasionally, you're 1 centimeter off. You cleave your friends. A little bit of PvP from the other team. The enemy team fires lasers at you. But a really good point there, because the way you handle that mechanic with the mirrors requires you to have 4 people under the boss in the boss's personal donut sending out 4 lasers, and then 4 people at the mirror doing the same thing, because the mirror is replicating the boss. Boss is sending out 4 lasers to whoever's closest. The mirror is doing the same thing to whoever's closest, so you have to have people in that mirror. Obviously, you don't want your melee DPS over there, which means that both healers are over there. So like Mira so astutely pointed out, you have to have a moment where you have some AoE healing that can hit everyone on the other side of the room in the melee group. Might require you to merge in the middle, or perhaps use some Earthly Star, which can heal the entire arena even if you're not over there, or maybe a horoscope placed on the raid before they split up so that you can top everyone. There's various mechanics you can use to not lose damage while still healing in a group-wide manner, and it's good to see those tools being used so well. It does look like, by the way, one of the teams we were watching very closely last night that spent most of the day in the lead, Team Lucrecia, appears to be back in the saddle. So we will be keeping an eye on Ottermania, which has been showing really good enrage progress. We're very curious to see what Team Lucrecia is doing. And of course, we're also watching Team Awkward Raid Time, which is making progress. And finally, Echo appears to be done with school and is back pulling once again. So everyone currently in phase 1, except we have a Chinese team, I believe.
Yeah, I think we're still not 100% sure about the name.
I don't know what the name is.
They are currently... Maybe they're watching a VOD?
This is a VOD review.
This is a great VOD review, but we can look at it.
I want to look at the VOD review and see what happens here.
Oh, they're pausing. Okay.
This is the moment something's about to go wrong.
Someone did mess up the plan, I feel like, yeah.
Yep. This happens constantly. If you have analysts or your own team and you're trying to figure out exactly how a mechanic resolved, you don't know who messed it up, where someone was supposed to go, you see VOD review occurring in order to find out, okay, who had which debuffs, where were they supposed to go? Is it positioning a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left? There's individual details. For example, when you have the shadow eye that everyone needs to look away from, they need to be in the center in such a position that it's easy for the people in the center to look away from them.
Yes.
They can't just be somewhere random that you're like, I've always looked north and now you're to the north and I got frozen and killed, right? So little tiny details like that can be really important. Maybe we can swap over to Team Lucrecia, which is heading into the Shiva phase. And I'm eager to see what they've been cooking up as they've been sleeping.
I mean, they have been in the lead in terms of the tactical department for sure. Not anymore now, but yesterday were definitely, I think in terms of the innovative tactic department and just executing the tactics really well. They have had a phenomenal progress. I mean, now they have been sleeping maybe for a little bit longer. I'm not too sure. They're back at it now. This might be a first pull magic just like Echo we had earlier. So we will see how they get through the Shiva phase here. I mean, we have fingers crossed. I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, we're not going to cast our curse because we want them to succeed. I'm going to take this opportunity until we get to a little bit closer to Light Rampant to catch up on some of the amazing donations coming in, because I see that meter going up, the LB meter climbing. You guys have kept them coming. We had $60 from Anonymous. We had $100 from SFC Pudding saying, I had to. I don't know what that means, but $100 for kids is very compelling. $30.31 from Koro Score saying sweet round. I think that's about the we're still on the overnights. Maybe they were doing a little bit of
they have a little bit of
drinkings, a little bit of cookings. Marilis sending in $10. Kriza sending in $10 with a comment. How familiar are you with the Reen and Gaia lore from chat?
From chat, not so much. I've heard a lot from Rook.
Okay, well, Rook might have had a similar POV.
Yeah.
Kriza sending in $10 in order to provide us with her perspective of the power of baby lesbians shines rampant within you.
Oh.
Listen, they're just friends.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Like, I'm not super into the story, right? But I came in here, I got briefed on all the story, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, they're just friends, right? They're just like living together and a little bit of a situation going on here, but they're just friends.
Situationship is a great way to describe it.
Exactly. I'm like, okay, interesting.
I think much of the community is shipping them. Listen, I don't know. We might be seeing a different perspective here because, as many of you guys know, there's this little bit of a romance where Reen kind of persuades Gaia to set aside her Asian personality and hang out in the present instead of the past or the future. But Gaia is also Logreef, who is madly in love and essentially soul bonded to another Asian. And maybe we're going to see a story here that has Reen with a broken heart or losing her friend. So I do want to set the donations aside right now because Lucrecia is having a little bit of a good pull.
Yeah, we're getting. We just solved Light's Rampant. We had someone die earlier. We are fighting with a debuff on one of the DPSs the whole time. But I mean, as we saw earlier, the DPS check is technically quite easy, but they are a little bit behind, I would say.
They're a little behind. 24% as the boss is going into her Enrage cast. We need to get a few more percent. I think they're going to be completely fine here. They do have LB3, but likely are trying to hold that for Gaia because they can see as clearly as everyone else. Everyone is banging their head against the Gaia Enrage right now, and that's going to be a single target DPS check that people are going to be interested in using their LB3 for. Now we're going into the ice phase, kind of RPing as Reen loses control of Shiva and becomes encased in ice. Gaia comes down and shatters the top of the ice, leaving her encased only in this bottom veil, which is going to be channeled into by the light and darkness crystals. The darkness crystals, we're going to let them channel in there. Yeah, we don't know why, but we're doing that.
We'll see.
We're going to see. But the light crystals have to die before they can free Shiva from the ice. So they're DPSing the outer light crystals. It's funny that it turned out that way because yesterday when people thought they had to kill all the crystals, it's really, really easy to kill the dark crystals with a caster LB3 dropped on top of them. It's really hard to kill the 4 super spread out light crystals that are always on the outer ring.
Yeah, here you can see, I mean, Team Lucrecia has been doing it, I think, all day yesterday. That they have been skipping the crystal and have been sending the monk or like the melee LB3 here.
Yep,
on the crystal. Sadly, we don't get to appreciate the visual of the LB3 because there's a little bit too much action going on, let's say, around the boss. But, I mean, it is what it is.
They did commit the LB3, as Mira said, which means we're not going to see it pushed on Gaia. It makes sense. Early pulls, if you haven't reached the Enrage yet or haven't seen it yet today, let's make sure we preserve these pulls and get progress and practice our ultimate relativity, practice our apocalypse strats. And I'm interested to see how those goes. We're going to see what debuffs we get. First, we're going to have Gaia come in and realize she is Logreef, an Asian, an ancient, and she's going to set everyone's health to 1. It looks really, really scary, and it is, but it's just LB farming. Look at how much LB. They just spent it on the ice. They've already almost got 1 more bar back.
It is quite crazy.
That's not enough to have an LB3 by the end of this phase to make the DPS check, though, which is going to be the interesting question. Now we have a big raid wide because Ultimate Relativity not only applies to Divas, it does a lot of damage. And now, how are they resolving?
It's at the top middle here. We have the water wave, basically, going on, which means you will have to run out in the middle, then soak one of the things at the very end, but also drop your rewind at the beginning. As you can see here, we drop the rewind.
This is a fast-paced set of debuffs.
Yes, this is the fast-paced. Now we leg it out, and then we go back in. We find an hourglass at the very end in the wave. Basically, this is one of the unmarked hourglasses, what you have to do, and we get a beam throughout the middle.
Oh, yeah. Someone either didn't realize they needed to bait that hourglass, which is what I think happened, or they baited it in the wrong direction, but I believe they didn't know they needed to. And that's something that's hard to figure out on the fly. It's very fast-paced, but which hourglass you're going to soak depends on which debuffs you have, because the debuffs place constraints on your ability. Some debuffs say you must be in the middle at this point. Some debuffs say you must be outside at this point, and there's only little interstitial spaces that give you the room to soak those hourglasses, and you have to figure out, okay, based on these debuffs, which hourglass am I soaking? Round 1, round 2, or round 3? And then within that, if you're one of the 3 soaking this second round, then which one do I go get? Did we both go for the same one? We need priority systems within priority systems of which of these hourglasses am I going to soak? Which one are you going to soak? And we can't leave any of them unsoaked, because if you do, beams right through the middle. We can read some more donations while we look at Team Awkward Raid Time, I think, is the furthest.
Yeah, they all look
right
kind
now.
of the same currently, so we can see what they have been cooking up. There will be... Oh, they just pushed the boss with 15.6%, so they are really chilling on the DPS check, basically.
Oh, yeah.
And now they will be going into the intermission here. We have seen already. I mean, hopefully they have adapted to the more or less probably best strat of
the
not
main
playing
question
the
here,
crystals.
no one does the crystals. The main question is, do they commit the limit break to make the DPS check here?
Yeah.
Which you'll always do if you need to. If you're not going to kill the Ice Veil and get the Gaia phase, of course you LB to get to the Gaia phase and practice it. But if you have the damage, you're going to want to hold that for Gaia. While we watch them kill the Crystals of Darkness, I can say thank you to Lemon for $25. A Whirloo. I've got a cook. Oh, with $5. When do we see Jeef in an Oracle of Darkness costume?
Oh, that sounds interesting.
I will only do it if it comes with the high heels.
I can organize the high heels.
Because I think Gaia's got some stylish shoes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Anonymous sending in $20. Keep up the DPS. Anonymous with $10. Anonymous with $10 saying, good luck to all raiders tackling through. Eat and rest well. Shout out to crafters and helpers. A very good point.
Oh,
Lots of external people on these teams providing analysis, external raid leading, cooking, and of course food and potions.
Yeah, I mean, I was also on the receiving end of being able to receive all the crafting, cooking, and potions from the outside team, and I must say the amount of work that the crafters and everyone, or just in general the outside team, puts in on these events is really amazing. Also, the amount of people working behind the scenes. It might look like it's only 8 people playing, but it's truly a really huge team on all of these. On all of these people. On some streams you can see the Discord overlay. There's more than 8 icons that you can see of people participating in the calls. So there's definitely a lot of stuff going on.
You got world first? No. We get world first. All right, here we have awkward raid time heading into ultimate relativity. They're sorting through their debuffs now. Our POV here has a 5-second rewind dropping in the middle here, and then blitzing out to drop his dark fire. He's edging. Might have been a little bit
I think
off
he's a bit confused.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, that was.
This is very early ultimate relativity progression, and they don't know how to resolve all the debuffs yet, which is natural. And it's, as we've seen all the other teams spending hours progressing and practicing that. Ottermania, if we can flash over to them. Production way ahead of me. Thank you so much. Heading into Shiva again. Here's the quadruple slap, which most teams have been handling the same way. Yesterday we saw a lot of dead tanks to quadruple slap because it does a whap whap, and in theory you taunt and get the whap whap on the other tank, but it hits so hard, that double slap on each tank hits so hard that they were just dying through stacked cooldowns. So now most teams are opting to have the living dead popped by their Dark Knight and just soak all 4.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the tank player here, let's save my tank PV, and I would definitely pop the immune here. Yeah. Because I'm like, man, taunting here, like living, popping all these different buttons. You can just press one button, right? Yeah. And it would feel so much better. So, I mean, it's definitely the best way. And as we saw already as well in terms of combat time, living that is back when we probably potentially need it, because all the other mechanics that are there, you would wipe either way if one of the people is missing. True. So, I mean, what is the tank immunity going to do here? True.
A lot of times on progression, particularly in Ultimate, you see the tanks like to holding onto their immunity so that when everyone dies, they can potentially immune a catastrophic mechanic failure and see further. But like you so clearly pointed out, that's hard to do in the Shiva phase. It happened a couple of times where you'd say, oh, now we see light rampant. Well, can't resolve that by myself. Yeah. Didn't do me a lot of good. And since we saw so many tank deaths to the quadruple slap, it just makes sense. Just commit one single immunity, and then you have all of your other DR buttons available for everything else that happens. Yeah, I mean, it's always nice as well as a tank if as a tank, you're also a little bit more chunky in terms of all the mechanics. So you can also just press some buttons when maybe there's overall less raid healing going on to just mitigate a little bit more to make it a little bit easier for everyone, right? And also not be too scared when maybe the boss walks up to you and gives you a small hit. Especially with this tank combination, every single group we've seen thus far is using the Paladin Dark Knight, which is a very good combination of tanking when you don't worry too much about your tanks dying, and you want to provide a lot of external utility because you've got Oblation and TBN and all kinds of buttons to place on other people and help basically be kind of a tertiary healer in a lot of ways. The tanks can save lives as effectively or more effectively than even the healers can in this situation. And if you're not burning all of your TBNs and Oblations and everything on that tank buster, you have them available to keep people alive. Here, where people are getting chunked real hard, and one person dies to that light party soak, everybody dies. Yeah. So it's very, very valuable to have those externals. Oh no, they got clipped by the spread there. Yeah. May have been a mistaken call as to whether it was a spread or stack.
Probably. It looked like they were about to go spread, and then someone said, like, hold up.
Hold up, it's a stack!
It's not what we just called, and it's over. But we have also Team Echo back on the Shiva phase.
Yes.
And seeing how it's going to go here. I think they just solved Light's Rampant, actually.
Yep. Team Echo now through Light Rampant, so if we can flash over to them production, perhaps Narlock POV would be my favorite.
Yeah.
We're being left on red. Could we go to Narlock POV, please? Team Echo. Thank you very much. Okay, perfect. Now, again, the question remaining. I don't think that anyone's going to get through the Gaia phase without using LB3 on Gaia. So can we get through this kind of intermission without using it on the Ice Veil is the main question I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, actually, I mean, one thing that I don't know of is how big the damage difference between LB2 and LB3 is.
Huge.
Is it huge?
It's pretty huge.
Oh, okay, because I think you are getting, like what we saw earlier from Automania, they almost had LB2 ready.
Almost had the LB2.
So maybe it's worth it to get farm LB2 back up. But
it is a big difference, but that still could be enough. The question is obviously, like, how low does Gaia need to get? If she needs to get to 20%, and currently with Automania having a damage down in 2 deaths, they got to 30%, maybe an LB2 is enough with perfect play to get you the rest of the way there. But maybe it's not, and you'd rather have the whole LB3. But you're absolutely right. If you hold the LB3 for Gaia, you are wasting some LB gen. Although, what you could do, as far as we know, the damage is equally valuable whether it's at the start or the end. So you could walk in and insta LB3 Gaia right at the beginning of the phase. Yeah. And then you would still get the LB gen from the health being set to 0 and the...
True, you could just not heal in the beginning, right?
Exactly.
And then just wait, send the LB, and then heal up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a little bit of a min-max, but I guess it's possible, yeah.
Yeah. That's what they've opted to do. They have held the LB3. Now, the question is, are they going to use it for DPS on Gaia? I expect not.
No,
I think they're going to hold it in case you can get another LB3 from a healer to recover from a mistake where everyone dies to Ultimate Relativity.
I mean, it's also the case, right? They probably know Automania wipe to Enrage, but they also don't know if, like you said, if you only need to bring the boss to 25%, let's say, you just need to stay alive.
Yeah.
So we don't know yet, and you wouldn't want to waste a good 10-minute progress pull on a potential theory that we don't even know about right now.
Correct. You don't commit resources until you know they need committing. But we are now going into Ultimate Relativity. That LB3 is available so long as at least one healer is remaining alive. Narlock here is going to be placing his rewind and then running out to drop his Dark Fire. Okay, and then you got to go out. You got to go out.
Oh, you're min-maxing DPS a little bit.
Min-maxing DPS a little bit, and then he's going to be going back in the middle to do this soak. And then the rewind will yoink him out because he has the purple that's going to explode later with a circle around him and several other people.
Yeah, he has
now
to
he's
bait
going to bait.
Yeah. Oh, very nice.
Very good. That's going to go rotating around in the direction it indicated. Very nice. All right, it's about to resolve. Misty's dead with the water debuff. Let's see if everyone else can make it through.
Seems okay. Okay.
Okay.
Very nice. They have also not been using the LB, so that is technically quite good. I guess they're going to pick up...
yeah, we do need a res on Misty. I'm sorry, it's not Misty. It's MT,
though. It's MT, yeah.
It's MT, yeah. Which means Misty should be resing him. Red Mage.
Oh, I see the res cast. Full channel, yeah.
That's full despair.
That's despair.
I don't want to blame anyone, but I've been the healer. You've used your Swift cast to main max your DPS because you're playing with a red mage, and then you start committing the 8-second long cast bar, and you're like, I'm playing with a red mage. Why am I doing this? But they do get MT up, everyone alive, 1 weakness on the raid, as we need now to sort out the apocalypse. We need 4 people on each side with the correct number. This looks good. There's a soak. Now we need to spread out the circles. 4 people, I see. Good. Okay. Dodging the apocalypse and getting spread out. Good. 1 death so far. 2 deaths so far. Suki and Raimi going down. There goes Misty as well. So we're down to 1 healer. So that's going to be the LB3. Oh no, that was tragic. LB3 right before Raimi gets hit again. There's a damage down. This is falling apart quickly. That soak goes off.
Wait, did they use it? Oh no!
Yeah.
Did they die mid LB3? What happened?
He got the LB3, but then instantly died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
Because it was mid-resolution mechanics, so as it's going off, things are going off and exploding. In fact, Raimi got picked up by LB3 and was dead before his loading screen was done. Like
nice.
it was instant.
The double death.
Can we maybe see a replay of that last 20 seconds so we can pause and take a look at exactly what went wrong with their apocalypse?
I mean, potentially. I think. Okay.
Yep. Okay. They're going to work on it. They're going to work on a replay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
No rush.
Yeah.
Listen, we appreciate the replay's availability. We are not demanding it right now. Production chastising us a little bit because they are hard at work behind the scenes, giving you guys this amazing show.
Yeah, we can swap to Team Lucrecia at this currently because they are through Ultimate Relativity. That's probably a best for them already because looking at the leaderboard, they have been split up into the two light parties here. Now they need to soak once, and then now they need to identify where they need to go. We have some catch up on the stream. Maybe there's some confusion. Something looks a little bit suspicious.
No. Is this on? No, this is not on purpose.
This cannot be on purpose.
But that's because, listen, and this is something to keep in mind. Different teams are waking up at different points and starting again at different points. Lucrecia was one of the best teams yesterday in the lead all day long. Then they went to bed. They're starting their day now. This is their first look at post-relativity. So they're sorting out their strategy, figuring out their cook. But you get 10 minutes later, you get to this point, you look at your monitor. Which side am I going to? How do I decide? You don't want 6 of those dark circles all on the same side, but that's going to happen. And it's something to keep in mind as we're flipping from a team like Automania that's practiced this 10 times this morning to a team like Lucrecia that's seeing it for the first time. It's important to keep in mind that you can't hold every team to every other team's standard. It's about how you progress over the course of the entire week of this Ultimate, not on any one point in a particular day. Here's our replay.
Yeah. So here we can see if you go a little bit back.
Yeah, let's go back a little bit.
Yeah, the setup was quite well of what Echo's been doing here. They have been doing a quick swap here with Alice going over. And I think Zuki was joining them because they obviously had the two spell and waiting that were going off first.
You don't mind. Let's pause right here. Perfect. So you just saw the timer expire on Suki and Zep. Those are the two going off first. You have 6 total of these soaks, and I forgot the spell name. I think you remember it.
Dark Water.
Dark Water. Yeah. We have 6 total of these Dark Water with 3 different durations, right? Suki and Zeps are going off first, so you need 1 soak on each side, and that's what they soaked literally at this exact moment. Then you're going to have Raimi and MT with 19 seconds left needing their soaks, and then Alice and Ara at 28 with the final round. And what happened here is that they soaked the first round correctly, but then something went wrong with the Raimi and MT soaks, which is when we saw them die. So now we can send it forward a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I think here we had the dark, like the apocalypse. I think they have identified it wrong because you can see Suki going to the right side here, dodging the tank slam on Nalok, what is correct, but then he's like, okay, where do I need to go now? Because he's probably like there was some confusion going on, and now he's going to dodge to the right side here into the first soak that was triggered here, right? And you can see that he's going to take the damage down, and then it's going to be a little bit trend downwards. And he will walk in the middle, everyone will explode, and you're like, not ideal. And then they would be soaking the spell in waiting, where one of them like died in the back.
Raimi's already dead.
Yeah, Raimi already
in the back, and that one explodes. And this is where we see the LB3. There's the cast, Astral Stasis, the beautiful Astrologian cast. Watch Raimi's health bar. Pop, and instantly doesn't even get to register on the screen, dead as he stands up, right? So they had no chance to fully recover because this is a little bit of a body check, and they had someone dead even with the LB3.
Yeah, I mean, for sure here, though, you can see that it is quite difficult to get everyone into the proper positions, play everything, soak the things, and also not receive any damage downs, because, I mean, the people have been living the Apocalypse Circle, as you can see here on Zuki. I mean, he's obviously a little bit low, right? But if you would have been ready for it, you can live it. But also, you will not make this damage check with people having damage down at 50% boss HP, right?
Yeah.
So here, I mean, it all comes down to them getting more comfortable on this. I mean, they have been theoretically solving it on paper, but they have not been playing this too much. They've been here like 2-3 times now today.
So yeah, Suki did live through the Apocalypse Explosion. Raimi died to it. And you saw Suki live with just that tiny sliver of health. So 1 extra shield, 1 extra mitigation, 1 thing missing can make the difference there. They do have the basic skeleton and structure of a strategy clearly, but it's about the exact positioning, which person going to which side, and exactly where do we stand in those safe spots. But it's good to see they continue working on this. It's also great to have that replay because it helps us to break down exactly what went wrong. Thank you very much, production. That was beautifully done.
Much appreciated. And we can go to Automania again.
They read our mind.
It's perfect. So
production is better at this than we are.
Well, he just potted. He just potted a good potion. I think they're about to send the boss home. They got through the Ultimate Relativity without anyone dying. I don't see any debuff.
Well, they do have some debuffs. Those red debuff, the 1 stack. That's an impending, like a twice or thrice by Ruin Doom, and I believe that that's accompanied with a damage down.
Oh, really?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe, and maybe someone in chat can send in $1 to Games for Love to tell me if I'm right or wrong. But I believe,
no, Rex died, but I mean he's a tank.
I believe that's the damage down with the Doom stack. So
I see. Okay.
Yeah, we have 46 seconds of weakness on our Dark Knight, but the question is not really damage here. The question is, can we successfully resolve the Apocalypse?
Yeah, here we can see they are in a 4-man stack, that is correct, but they need to identify correctly where the first Apocalypse drops off. Okay, they have been healing through it, they received the damage down, but that's okay. They lost Ming here, which is one of the last soaks.
Yep, in 7 seconds, Ming's Dark Water is going to go off along with Lin's.
This is where you run away from the corpse and be like, yo, you solve it yourself.
Yep. We only need to soak the one, and that one will explode all by itself. Very nice. We have impending reses on everyone except for Blink, our Paladin tank, but we're going to be heading now into the Enrage cast. Memory's End going off with the boss at around 58%. So this will not be a push, but they're not really trying to yet. Obviously, they want to get through the Enrage, but it's more important to correctly practice those two very difficult mechanics of Ultimate Relativity and Apocalypse. Once you get through that with no damage downs and no deaths, then you can start min-maxing your damage.
Here we see it. You already pulled up the replay. He's like, guys, we need to fix this.
Yeah, let's fix this.
Yeah. So that is amazing.
I mean, let's watch their fix.
Yeah, let's see what happened. Like, did anything go wrong? Let's see if they, like the stack that you were talking about, maybe you receive it here.
Okay. Next set of Dark Fires going off in 4 seconds. Rex gets killed by a beam, I believe.
Yeah, he might have. Oh, yeah, that's what he's checking as well right now. He's like,
what killed our Dark Knight friend?
What happened?
Because, now I think
he's also not sure. This is a replay. Oh, yeah, I think you're clipped by the beam.
Clipped by the beam. Yeah, that's a beam clip taking our Dark Knight friend out. At a really kind of unfortunate time with the rewinds ending as well.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he's like, don't go there. I saw the mouse movement.
Yeah. This is a teaching moment.
This is a very typical thing. Yeah, when someone is moving the mouse like this, like very hysterically on one spot, you know that this is, you need to pay attention.
I've seen mirrors doing this, right? This is where you're sharing your screen on Discord, everyone's watching, you're teaching them, and you say, don't do this. This is what you're paying attention to.
Yeah, very important.
And that's crucial for progress in Ultimates like this, because there are so many combinations that you can end up with. You don't want to waste 8 minutes getting to this point in the poll and someone say, I didn't know what to do here. I didn't know I needed to stand in such a way. Your ideal goal for the fastest possible progress is for everyone to learn from one person's mistake, so that you only have to make that mistake once, instead of everyone needing to learn from making that mistake themselves, and then you have 8 wasted pulls to the same thing. So very interesting to see a classic approach to trying to min-max progression there, and it's good to see as we can head back into, it looks like all our teams currently on Phase 1.
Yeah. This is Phase 1, currently after the first trio where we play the soaks and whatnot, and now we have the more difficult ones coming up, where we have the different tethers that will be getting applied to us, and we will need to split up into light parties and find out if we played good or if we get unlucky RNG. And I mean, I guess at this point RNG is not really a big factor anymore for most teams, because they have been practicing all the different variations at this point.
It's interesting because this is one of the relics of streamed progression, is that once one team finds the easiest way to resolve a mechanic, every team can say, yoink, right? And do the same thing. So you don't end up with the interesting, very different strategies that you sometimes see before things are streamed. Every team I've seen is now doing the conga line, right?
Yeah.
Before, yesterday, when they were progressing Fatebreaker, teams were handling that differently. Echo, for the first couple of pulls, just having rap god of, you're going north, okay, you're going south, this is now exploding lightning, this is now exploding fire, you're going to go. It's much easier once you say, okay, we can do a conga line and a priority system. Conga line was also used in TOP, a very good strategy to help you sort out priorities, because it lets you see very visually, without looking at your raid frames, okay, you two are going to be going north because you're the 2 northmost left that don't have tethers. So that's an excellent strategy. We do have a couple more donations. Chat sending in their messages. Keep them coming in. We're up to $7,186 for Games for Love as we wait for someone to get back to a progress point. Henry Potter sending in $10, saying, hope everyone stays healthy and has a great day. Important to keep track of course. And then for the children, $50 from Rating Way. Oh, thank you, Rating Way, even if you are a Loperette.
I see.
Yeah. It's a weird little bunny people that are named way. So you have cooking way, eating way, sleeping way, napping way, carrot way, raiding way. It means it's a little bunny person.
I mean, I appreciate it.
We, in fact, right now are casting way.
That is very true.
Or potentially...
sliding way. No.
No!
We should not be...
You should not be saying sliding way in the...
Nalok decided to take a quick dip into the wall, but...
I mean, the thing is that we talk about this. We had tons of deaths to that exact mechanic yesterday because of the extremely precise positioning and timing necessary. You're kiting around the Ockmorn Void Zone drops and trying to end up right behind or in front of the boss so you can slide through the boss for those cleaves. But you have very limited time, right? You need to get far enough and then stop before the ice comes. If you're still moving to get in position when the ice comes, you're a dead person.
Yeah, I mean, it is just like when you go ice skating IRL, right? If you don't know what you're doing, you're sliding somewhere really random.
Well, the difference is that when you skate IRL, the floor doesn't turn slippery at a relatively undetermined moment that's hard to pinpoint.
I mean, okay.
In this one, it's like, when is it turning
yeah.
slippery? Right now. Okay, well, I was moving 1 extra millisecond longer than I should have. But with 1 death on a tank, I would not expect that this would prevent them from seeing the next phase as long as they can correctly handle light rampant, which let's see how that goes. We have our 2 void zone droppers going on the outside middle, and then they're going to rotate around. Everyone else is making the star formation, then collapsing here to do their light party soaks, and then everyone running together to keep those chains the same length and then dipping back into the safe spot. Light party soaks handled correctly. We need to top everyone. 4 people with 2 stacks will now soak that tower, going to 3 stacks. Now everyone at 3 as we head back in for the final application of a stack from these beam cleaves as we go into our protean clock positions. That will put everyone at 4. That's perfectly done. That last mechanic kind of serves as a, okay, great, you got through the tower, but you could have done that with the wrong person soaking.
Yeah.
Did you do it perfectly such that everyone right now has 3, so you end up at 4? If one person goes to 5, everyone dies.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a nice resolution as well, and it also serves as a way, let's say, to obviously make the boss be nicely in the middle. You can damage, you can push the rest of the phase without anything. We made it through without any issues with the tank dev. Yeah. We have everything, like the debuff have faded as well. We're all good, we're set. We're not going to use the limit break here. We're going to ignore the dark crystals, send it home. And I'm still interested in what the exact threshold is that the crystal in the middle needs to go, because yesterday we've seen a lot of
20%.
No, and we saw yesterday 40%. We saw yesterday also 45, I think, or so.
Oh, the crystal in the middle itself,
the crystal
not
in
the
the
boss
middle.
itself.
Yeah, not the boss. But I was like, man, something is very suspicious, because I feel like maybe you can also legit just AFK. I feel like, but
maybe it has influences later on.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I just feel like that I've seen different things, and it was not. Something was suspicious.
Something is suspicious there. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Because now they're hitting the ice whale, and I mean, to be honest, I don't even know if they need to do any damage to this, because it will just be automatically being broken at the end of the cast. Let's see. I mean, they're using the LB3
Oh, they use the LB.
Here.
Yeah. To get. Oh no! Oh my gosh.
Oh wait. I think I saw something.
What did you see?
That when the RP ends, basically, the crystal got a 50% hit and dropped to 0.1%. So I guess you need to bring it to 50%.
You need to bring it to 50%.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah.
And maybe it's the dark crystals that are taking it to that last, like that each one taking it. That last 50% is from the dark crystals getting into it.
That could be true.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, now we saw it. I don't even know. That was like kind of like a.
So now it answered your question.
A magic thing that just happened. Yeah. Okay.
Mirrors poses a question, and then they show it to us live on stream. And they did have to commit the LB3 there. Going into that with a weakness means that they committed the LB3 in order to get the crystal below 50% and then take it out. But that's worth doing so that you preserve the pull as we head into another Gaia phase and we start practicing ultimate relativity once again. We're with Raimi, our scholar POV. He has a rewind in 8 seconds, followed by a get into the middle of the room.
He's actually, I mean, he needs to go out and drop his rewind. Yes,
and then back in.
And then go back in. And now he's going to AFK.
He's chilling for a while, because first he has the donut here, which needs to be in the middle. And then he has the yellow, everyone needs to soak it. Again, he's chilling in the middle. And he already dropped the rewind that will pull him out for, in 10 seconds, his final explosion. But unfortunately, everyone else is already... have
left the boss fight.
He did things right, but other things went wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I must say, so far, I think it is a little bit of a caster curse that most of the POVs that we're watching are getting the full AFK POVs.
Okay, yeah. So production making a replay for us of the intermission.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
The wave of light prevention with green and the ice, so we can see exactly how that happens.
Yeah. Maybe you have a beautiful donation while we get there.
Yeah. If you guys know exactly how that works, by the way, don't be shy. Send in $5 donation and let us know. Dumb casters. The correct way this works is each crystal left alive subtracts 12.5% from the ice veil's health if done correctly.
I mean, we're stupid. I mean, it's fine. We already know Chad has basically designed this boss, defeated this boss already on multiple occasions.
Well, the thing is that, I mean, we make fun, but it is thousands of, brains being applied to the problem.
Yes.
The wisdom of the crowd is a very real thing, right? No single group of 8 people is ever going to come up with the single best strategy, which is what we see all the time in, Party Finder, where someone comes up with a simpler strategy than was used on day 1 progress, and it's just much better. That's chat, right? That's the thousands of brains being applied to the problem and solving it. So let's see if anyone can confirm or deny exactly what's going on there. We do have $10 from Anonymous, 25 from Dameron, and 10 from Just Dragon Frezer saying, I don't know. What I do know is that $10 will make a big difference in the lives of 10 children who will be provided with entertainment and distraction therapy because of your generosity. So thank you very, very much for that.
Okay, and here we can see Echo's going back into it. They have been having a decent time, let's say, getting back into the phase, but it has been getting longer. 10-minute fights do take some time, so maybe we can swap over to Ottermania. They're currently getting their ultimate relativity.
Relativity coming out.
And we have the POV of the long Darkfire, which means he will need to locate the first yellow hourglass to bait the beam away from the team. What he already has in position here, he's going to bait this away perfectly. And then he needs to drop his rewind. And after that, he needs to be a little bit on the run.
Oops.
Okay, almost. Yeah. But he would have had to be on the run. He already pressed his Shadow Play as well. I saw already. He's probably going to pull up the...
We're going to see what happened here.
He's going to be like, guys, this is not okay. Okay, here he is, yeah. So let's see what happened. Thankfully, he's going to break it down for us. And let's see. So he's going to bait. That's all okay. But something went suspicious.
I suspect a dark... No?
Wait.
That was before the dark fires went off. We were 4 seconds away still.
Yeah, what exploded here? Okay, they placed the... You can see they're placing the rewinds, and then there was a dark fire that was not running out. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, that's a...
It is. It's the first run of dark fire on Aurelia.
Yeah, and they just stand
No, I'm sorry. It's on... well...
Yeah, I mean, maybe... What happened? No, it's on Plink.
There it is. It's on Blink
boom.
Nub.
Wait, no, it's not. I'm completely confused.
I'm confused, and he's replaying it so many times. I wonder if he's confused too.
Yeah,
what exactly blew up?
Yeah, I think he might be confused with us, because they have the Darkfire. It runs out. You can see the 2 explosions left and right currently. It's looking good, and then they stand there, and the beam is going.
I think somebody got hit by a beam and died, and
then they exploded. That could be true, but he's also very confused. I can say that much.
Confused.
Okay, but we can go to Team Lucrecia. We just push the intermission phase, and we can find out if they have used the LB as well to push it. Yep. While we do a quick swap, we can see and admire the beautiful beach.
True.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite nice to see.
What's funny here, by the way, I wonder if it's a coincidence that our player here, Illumi, is standing right next to where he picked up and unlocked the ultimate yesterday.
No, surely not.
You came in, you unlocked the ultimate, and you haven't moved since then. You're standing right next to Yoshi P, the Wandering Minstrel.
I mean, surely not, right?
Surely not.
Yeah, surely not.
Production, could we send over to Team Lucrecia, please, which is currently perfect, about to do Relativity.
So here we see again a POV where we have the water in the middle, means we have a job that we need to do. It's pretty AFK, I would say. We need to drop our rewind in the middle, then we need to sprint out. After the sprint out, we need to wait, and we need to cover the last hour. Wait, he needs to probably in the middle. Yeah.
Oh, that was close.
Perfect. All good. Now you need to run out, though.
exploding in 2, 1 now.
All good.
Okay, back into the middle. And then he's going to bait the next round, I believe.
Yeah, after, like, he does the unmarked hourglasses, basically, like the normal ones. And then he gets put back into the middle, but the whole team is currently getting rotated through with a beam from downtown.
The second round of beams
yeah.
got either misbaited or more likely someone didn't realize that it was their set. I think that's the hardest part. You get a round of 3 debuffs, and you can look at those debuffs and say, okay, this one I need to be out when this explodes, this one I need to be in when this is setting my rewind. That's easy enough. But that determines which round of hourglasses you are baiting, and that's not given to you on a list with the debuffs. You have to infer that from the debuffs you have. Yeah. It's much more difficult. And then, of course, we talked about before, not only are you picking, am I doing the first, second, or third round of hourglasses, within that round, am I doing this hourglass or that hourglass? If 2 people go for the same one, the other one just beams straight through downtown. Because the way the hourglasses work is when it's their turn to go off, they fixate on the closest person and fire at them and then rotate in the direction that's indicated by their arrows. And if no one's near, then the people in the middle, which is where everyone's anchored for all of the soaks that are going off in the middle, will bait it. And it'll go right through them.
And the last time I checked, I think if you take a beam plus any other mechanic, it's not so healthy.
It is death and demise, unfortunately. But it's interesting because for the most part, most players are spending most of the time in the middle because you go in the middle, that someone's going to have a donut you need to be in the middle for, or very far out. You have soaks going on in the middle. You just go out for hourglass baits, or you go out to drop your dark fire, or some people go out to put their rewind so they get teleported out for the final set of explosions. Other than that, home base is the middle. So you'll see a lot of people kind of have semi-AFK where they're spending a lot of time in the middle, particularly since not only are you spending time in the middle kind of as a default, some people then get debuffs that require them to be in the middle.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, there's a lot of debuffs actually. I think there's 4 out of 8 debuffs that require you to be in the middle at most times. So, like you said, you're just chilling there a little bit. Here we can again see the HP bar of the crystal. Like we learned, we only need to do 50% damage. As we can see here, we were pushing without using the LB3. And then we have the beautiful RP where we get the crystal smashing, and now we go into the next phase.
This is so good. So this Astrologian bubble is one that provides about 5 seconds. You flash it on an off GCD in between Malefics, and it gives 5 seconds of DR to everyone in the room, and a little bit of a hot to everyone who's standing under the bubble at the time that you flash it. But you almost never hold it. You just flash it and then continue pushing Malefic. But if there's downtime, if there's nothing to push Malefic on, you can just sit there and channel it and have this beautiful bubble to stand in.
I mean, it does look visually very pleasing, I must say.
It does.
It's a very nice mechanic. So here we get to see, does Echo opt out to use the limit break? I'm not sure, probably not. Currently on this POV, by the way, in case you're wondering, it's top left. Yeah, a little small sliver of a bar.
He's playing with an ultra-wide monitor, and we can't see his entire screen, but you can see that little sliver in the top left. That's how Mirror is like telepathically knowing.
Yes, I'm like, I see.
LB3 is available.
Okay, so here MT has a little bit of more of a jogging job. Wait, no, he needs to... Oh, this will haunt us later, I'm pretty sure, yeah?
Yep.
Wait, I think he has realized...
It's full rip.
Okay, but I mean, even if they wiped here, at least later, they would have all exploded as well. So
this is where you're, if you're MT, you're like, oh good, someone else killed us before my mistake killed us.
This is a typical thing as well. I must say, in any raiding game or any game I've played so far, if you make a mistake, but it's not like the most detrimental mistake, you just sit there and you're like, maybe it could be pretty bad later, but let's not talk about it right now. And then you might be like, I mean, I never made any... nothing ever happened. Okay, like, I'm just chilling.
Yeah. It's possible that this is going to kill everyone in 10 seconds, but you killed us in 2 seconds, so I did fine.
Yeah, exactly. or you try to play it, I was like, guys, I don't think that would have killed us.
Yeah.
But I mean, here was a little bit...
Or, I mean, the most ethical thing is, okay, I know I messed up. I'll fix it next time. We don't need to talk about it.
We don't talk about it. Yeah. No, that's always good. Yeah. Or we can also see on our end basically that Automania did go to bed most likely. They have on the screen back at 4 a.m. Very difficult to tell what time zone that is for us, I guess.
I don't know.
But they're back at 4 a.m. their time zone. So basically they were pushing really hard. We're trying to get into phase 4, right? They were probably really, really close.
Yeah.
But they are going at least to bed on a really high, being the best team currently that we know is streaming or has provided us with any data basically.
Delicately put.
Yeah. Provided us with any data, yeah.
That was some excellent passive voice preventing us from saying Monka TOS things.
Yes.
no teams would be violating any rules in the provision of their data, of course.
Yes.
But yeah, Ottermania going to bed. They had a phenomenal raid day, doing some very, very good progress, showing a very clean. I'm so sorry. Phase 3, a very clean entirety of Phase 3 with both the Relativity and the Apocalypse is being handled very well. A couple of deaths. They had one pull where they just had two deaths and one damage down and reached that 30%. 4 a.m. may also not be bedtime. It may just be like an hour break. We don't know what their time zone is.
Yeah, we don't know too much.
I don't know. When they come back, we'll be keeping an eye on them. Right now, we do have POVs raiding from Team Lucrecia and Team Echo, and our Chinese team is also currently raiding. In fact, our Chinese team, maybe they're
they are on Ultimate Relativity. Yeah, they are currently there. So maybe we could.
Are they? Because it's
they are
overlaid on a. Look in the background.
Oh no! Wait, they're watching a VOD.
I think they're VOD watching.
Okay, never mind.
Or they've got some weird monitor setup where they're playing over another POV.
They have 2 accounts open and they play on one, and then they all tap craft to the other.
Yeah, that solves the crafting problem. You play, you start a malefic cast, you tab out, you start a craft, you come back in, you start another malefic cast, you tab out, you start another craft.
I mean, it is possible.
It is possible.
Or you go a little bit of mining, do some...
Indeed. Maybe do some hardcore classic leveling in between your globals.
I have heard that hardcore classic is really difficult. Yeah. But also slow paced. So
I think you probably could tab out, start auto attack, tab back in and play Final Fantasy for a while, come back in and your auto attack either succeeded or failed with
you're either
not.
Dead or alive.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is very true.
And then you had as much influence as if you were actually there.
I mean, this is a subtle hint of toxicity, but I think you're very correct. Yeah, I think you're very correct. Yeah, the right click meta has been quite strong, at least in the early levels. Yeah. So
currently, Team Echo is the only team we have actively pulling, and we're here in Phase 1 doing the tethers. You see them line up in the conga line. If they get a tether, they run immediately. That leaves 4 people to say, okay, we're going to split north and south. So you have 4 people on each side. One has a tether exploding. The other 3 are soaking that tether. If it's fire, they stand behind together, and it baits a cone away from everyone else. If it's lightning, they spread around, and it baits cones away from everyone else. It is the hardest part of Phase 1, and it took a little while to get through yesterday, but all of the teams doing a very good job with that conga tech. Followed by a tank buster going up here. That's going to take the 2 tanks up to the north, because the way the tank buster works is one tank gets a bomb on them, the other tank has to taunt, because if the bomb tank gets meleeed, it explodes instantly. That explodes on the 2 closest targets, so the 2 tanks go up to be the 2 closest targets, and everyone else gets into these towers to soak, which can be, by the way, there's some RNG there as well. The boss can either do lightning, in which case you just get out of the lightning streak and you can soak immediately, or fire, which is a knockback, and you have to get knocked into the correct tower, and that one's obviously much more difficult because you don't have time to adjust, but they are handling that beautifully as they head into Shiva.
Yeah, now they're going into Shiva. Here on Shiva we can see the quadruple tank slap that we saw already, where Alice will just pop the Living Dead here and just, have a good time, I guess. Yeah, taking some damage, but I mean, that's a tank POV here going on that we use an immunity, outplay the mechanic, and then everyone else needs to get ready to see what the boss will do. Either she will say reap or cleave, depending on...
we need to Asuna him, right? Are we not bothering to Asuna Alice anymore? I guess not.
No, I guess...
I guess, Living Dead, right? He's immune. Who cares?
He's immune, yeah. That's always good. But yeah, I mean, if you don't even dispel the tank, everyone is a little bit AFK.
Yep.
But here we can see we have reap or cleave coming from the boss. In this case, it will be cleave, right? Where we need to go far, meaning the boss will do a big kick in the middle, and we need to go away. We're baiting the light cones outside, plus dropping the stars. Now we're going into light parties, dropping everything off. Now we're finding out where Shiva is and running there. You can see they're sprinting it up because Shiva's really far away from them. Yeah. So they want to make it to a position where they can adjust later on. But the ice skating here, they're going to meet the team. Very nicely done here.
Nicely done. And they get back behind.
Oh,
was that a little late?
And
nope,
there.
Perfect.
This was actually probably the most difficult sequence.
That is the most difficult sequence you can have.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you RNG into it and you're on the right side, you can have to move once. Right?
Yeah.
Instead of having to move this second time, and this time you had to move 3 times if you were the far team to meet up. So that was as hard as it gets, but they executed it perfectly, which is good because now we're heading into the mirror phase, including popping all of our big raid dam, divination going out, everyone sending as much damage as they can. The melee group will be going with the boss to bait the 4 cones next to the boss, while the ranged group go to the blue mirror, which does the same thing at the same time. 4 more cones coming this way. You can see them standing to the side, so that none of the cones go toward your melee friends.
Yeah, now they're meeting up again here. Like we said, the healers had a little bit of an issue earlier. I think someone died as well. So you want to meet up, get heals, get some DRs going, and then play the same mechanic again on the other 2 mirrors that are stationary on the outside, right? Now we had the boss indicate either with the 2 balls or 1 ball above her head, 4 balls above her head, if you need to do a 2-man stack or a spread. Here we had a 2-man stack. And now we go to a light rampant.
Yep.
Very important here that they analyze how to make the beautiful star formation and also split up the team. They have
Wonderful.
analyzed it quite well, looking really good. Now they need to meet up in their light party stacks to soak the golden globe, of course, here.
Yep.
And dodging the exploding orbs here. They just need to check a little bit here. They're using the, of course, the enemy list to see the cast pass, to do some nice movement whenever the cast ended. Getting on the clock positions here to finish
pairs.
the... Oh, that was the pair, sorry.
Yep. Now we do the clock positions.
Yeah, and now we do clock positions and pushing the boss to the next phase. That was very nicely done.
That was so smoothly and beautifully done, error-free, no hesitations, no monk steer. Everyone went to the right spot, and they've got this down, well practiced. There's a lot of failures that have caused this to be so smooth, right? The movement, when you're in your 2 light parties soaking the Great Golden Globe and rotating around to get out of each of the void zones, we had tons of wipes to that if one group moves too soon or one person runs ahead, a chain breaks. But now they know. We move on this point of the cast bar, and then we watch the cast bar, we move again, and it's all very choreographed, identical movement from both parties. The chains never get too long, never get too short. Everything is hunky-dory, and that looked very beautiful. As we head into our intermission with the LB3 available, no damage downs and no death debuffs while we kill these crystals of light, leaving the crystals of darkness alive to channel into the boss.
Yeah, I think we have also never spoken about the mechanics of this phase, to be honest. I mean, it's not too complicated, but the Crystal of Darkness, as you can see, does a slight or very thin cone at the like the closest player, and it just wants to be baited away from the people obviously hitting the Crystal of the Light. And the Crystal of Light is targeting the closest player as well and aiming like a big puddle circle that you need to bait around it, so you can obviously have melee uptime, and you just run around it and dodge it and attack the crystal. Nothing too crazy, but I mean, it is an intermission phase where you just supposed to do some damage and not horribly fail the mechanics, right?
There it is.
There it is.
They took it to 50%. The crystals took it the rest of the way, and they are in phase 3 with LB3 available.
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been quite impressive, though. I think most teams have been using the LB3 just to make it safe, and they've been, I mean, you see that the cast bar and the HP of the crystal is quite tight, but I mean, this also probably indicates that it should be done without LB, because if you can, then you probably don't have to use it.
Now, it is important to note, I think they are using their 2-minute cooldowns at the beginning of that phase to kill the crystals, meaning that they don't have it at the beginning here. A potential min-max, if they find the damage, would be making it so they get their 2-minute cooldowns at the start of this phase, potentially getting 2 sets on Gaia if necessary to push her to her threshold, but that would mean that they need to find more damage in the crystal phase. So a balancing act, not very important right now. As Mira's correctly pointed out earlier, you don't worry about jiggering things around to find damage until you know you need it, you know how you need it. Right now it's more important to get through ultimate relativity, so the debuffs are going out and being handled right now. We are following our Astrologian Aura as he baits this light and then goes back into the middle to soak. He's going to need to place the rewind in the middle because he has the eye that everyone wants to be looking away from. Right after the rewind, he needs to get out with his dark fire exploding in 3 seconds.
Yeah, very nice. And now we will see he goes back into the middle for soaking the last few things. He has already done his job baiting the hourglass, so only the last 2 hourglasses will need to get baited.
But did not.
Oh, they did not get baited. But yeah, I mean, here basically it was almost over. Everyone did correctly what they wanted to do. We just had to bait the last 2 hourglasses, and then it would have resolved, and hopefully we would have seen a resolution without anyone bombing the group. Right, it's always difficult to say right now. Earlier, for example, if MT would have gone off, he would probably would bomb the group, and yeah, it's always I think that everything goes correctly, and you see it at the end, right?
Yep, absolutely. But already back in another poll, something that the Echo team is doing very, very well. If you don't need to cook, which you don't in that case, it's just a matter of practice. It's a matter of getting the reps in and learning this to be muscle memory. So just pull again. You got Roger and Scripe cooking on the outside, so just get that muscle memory in. We have a couple more donations, including some messages from the chat to us.
Oh.
We have Anonymous with $10. Thank you very, very much. But Medic, our good friend Medic, has sent in $10 to say, dumb casters. It is simple. For each portion of beans on toast eaten, you can leave 1 extra crystal alive because the crystals affect the player's heart. And we know beans are good for your heart. Beans, they make you go farther. Thank you, Medic.
Thank you, Medic.
That was profoundly disappointing. We also have $5 from Xenagos for the Doom debuff that we've been noticing.
Yes.
He's explaining that to us. The debuff in question is called Mark of Mortality, and the text says, branded with a Mark of Mortality, damage dealt is reduced. Too many stacks results in KO.
So it is a damage
It is
down.
both a damage down and a Doom. Kind of a thrice come Doom, where if you get too many stacks, you're killed. You get a stack if a mechanic is resolved incorrectly, but it's also a damage down. And in Ultimates, we've seen before that, Yoshi P and the design team use damage downs as a way of saying, thou shalt correctly execute this mechanic, right? If you don't have a damage down, for example, in the most recent Extreme 3, some of you guys have done, there's the second portion of the fight where you go down onto a little hourglass platform, and then the boss beams the left and then beams the right, and then you need to be on either the left or right to get knocked back. So you might, be on the left and be on the right and then have to run all the way back to the left. But none of the beams do a damage down. They just do damage.
They just do damage.
So instead of going left, right, left, I just stand on the left, eat the beam, and then get knocked, and cast Glare instead.
Yeah.
You can do that in the trivial content of the game. In Ultimate, they don't want you doing that. They want you actually engaging with the mechanics. So what they do is they give a damage down debuff. The damage down debuff says typically that you're going to do 50% less damage, right?
Yeah.
In this Ultimate, it says you're doing 90% less damage. You might as well not be there. Your buttons are meaningless. It's such a punishing debuff, in fact, that it is a DPS gain to die.
And get rest up.
If you die, you get rezzed up. You come back with a 25% reduction in stats, which is still a lot better than doing 90% less damage. So if you have time, now if there's a body check mechanic coming up you have to be alive for, obviously can't do that.
Yeah.
But if you have time, you can walk into a wall, die, get rezzed, come back doing more damage than you would have done by sitting there with that long damage down debuff, which one person having a 90% damage down debuff can prevent you from being able to reach the DPS timer.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think yesterday we've seen people push Fatebreaker right at the end where everyone got a damage down and they probably really squeezed, like it was really tight. But then Shiva did not lose HP afterwards, right?
Yeah,
so
just did not move.
That's always the thing, yeah. No, but I mean, the damage down in general, I mean, there have been way too many mechanics on this fight that require a body check, that even if you get a damage down, you probably need to live with it and be like, it is what it is. We're suffering through it. Yeah, but
you hate your life though, right? Because a lot of these players, I play with numbers turned off. So if I had a damage down, I could just pretend I was still doing full damage, right? You're not mad about not critting with your misery cast if you can't see whether you crit or not. You just assume you crit. But if you're playing with numbers on and you have a 90% damage down and you're hitting for 420 instead of 42,000, it's sad times, And 2-minute window comes up and everyone pops divination.
Like, big damn.
Big damn. Big damn, all right. And you're not even allowed to go die because there's body checks every 10 seconds requiring everyone to execute the mechanic regularly, so you're just... I'm pushing my biggest buttons in the game and they're hitting for dozens of damage.
I mean, I've been to receive a lot of damage downs in the normal Savage tiers because as a tank, it's quite easy to receive damage down and not go on the ground, right? That's always the best part. You're like, it's fine, you stay alive, and then you check your debuff and you're like, maybe it's not so fine, right? But
we also made you take damage downs because when we were just learning how to play Final Fantasy XIV, we still had WoW brain, and we're just like, how do we deal with these 8 beams with 8 players? Mirror soak all of them.
Yeah, I think like if people don't know, but in Eden's Gate, the first one ES, there's like the mechanic where we have the 8 orbs that every player has to take 1 orb to the outside, right? When we started playing, we're like, we're World of Warcraft players, what are we gonna do? Maris, you're gonna stand in the middle and take all 8 beams. I'm like, okay, that's a great idea, let's do that.
We killed the boss that way.
We killed the boss. I stood in the middle. I'm like, guys, please.
Listen, counting is hard, and for some reason it did not occur to us that for 8 beams we could have 8 players each soak 1.
Yeah.
Instead, we just stood on the outside, DPS the boss, and Mirrors took off.
Like it was an amazing experience. I think on Leviathan we had another thing where I was also like, just take the damage down. I'm like, why not, right? Like, it's fine.
Yep.
I've been taking a lot of damage downs, but
that's tank life because you can just live through it. Tank privilege.
Yeah. But then you check the damage you're doing, and you're even as a tank, I have become quite sad. If you do 50% less damage, you're like, okay, it is what it is, right?
Yep.
But I think our times going in with a WoW brain into Final Fantasy was quite unique, let's say, because I have also taken a break after that tier that we played together, right? And then you guys have evolved more and more into the Final Fantasy terminology, and then I had clock sports and all the other things, and I came back and chat. Trust me, okay? I came back and they were talking cardinals, intercardinals, clock spots, and I was like, guys,
proteins.
What are we talking about here? Because
exaflares.
Yes, and I'm like, guys, there's an exaflare mechanic, and I'm like,
what's that?
what are we doing here? And they're like, everyone find your clock spot, and I stand at the entrance. There's all the markers, and I was like, let's assume a clock spot. And I'm like, okay, what am I going to do there, guys? And it's like, oh, if we just go to your clock spot. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, just clock spot it. It's easy.
So yeah.
It is interesting because Final Fantasy XIV players have, this nomenclature system that kind of grows historically.
Yeah.
The first time you see a mechanic, whatever name that mechanic has, either from the cast bar or that the community assigns it, it will always be known by that forever.
Yeah.
Even if it has a different name. All right, so exaflares, limit cuts, and then you have, completely made up names like Mario Kart and things like that for strategies. And it just becomes part of the nomenclature that every raider knows, but creates kind of a weird, like almost semi-barrier to entry for someone who doesn't know, didn't play those tiers. They come in and they're like, okay, this is a Ram's voice. And then we're going to Mario Kart it. And everyone else, if you played those tiers, you know exactly what you're doing. And if not, you're just like, huh?
Yeah.
What am I limit cutting? With which exaflare where? Ram's voice?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Nah, but I think it has been quite amazing, right? Like, it is really nice. Also, I remember the markers. We were placing the markers exact opposite.
Mm-hmm.
We were using the different colors at different sides.
Yeah.
And then we have at one point adapted to placing how everyone does it, right? That you put the same colors next to each other, because it makes sense with teaming and pairing up, and there's so many good things about it, but that we never thought about it. We're just like, we need a good visual representation of the room, and we want to have some distinction on different corners.
And sometimes it is helpful, right? For example, in the Thancred fight, when he vanishes and is charging across the room, and if he raises his sword, it means he's going to charge. If he doesn't raise his sword, it means he won't. And two of them aren't raising the sword. You have to signal which ones to go to. If you have opposite, you have the same color opposite each other, then you can just say purple is safe, right? Instead of A, N, C or whatever they're using right now.
Yeah.
So there are pros and minuses, but if you're playing around clock spots, it is nice to say, okay, I'm always purple, either D or 4, right? Or I'm always yellow, and having them adjacent does make a lot of sense. So then there's always the huge argument you'll have among Final Fantasy XIV raiders: what's north, A or 1? That's controversial.
You sure you want to start this debate?
We should have a poll. Production, can we put up a poll for chat? Is North A or 1? I would love to see a poll for that if we can put that up. I'm curious. I personally am a big fan of A is always 1.
I mean, A would make... Yeah, I think A... I might be leading to A as well. It makes the most sense, because then you have the letters on the different directions and the numbers in between, right?
I mean, but you could say that you could reverse it and it would make just as much sense. You have the numbers on the cardinals and the letters on the intercardinals.
Oh, no, letters are cooler than numbers.
That's true.
Yeah. So...
and cardinals are more important than intercardinals.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, we are going into a Gaia phase. We're going to be getting a poll set up for you guys, and you can let us know if we're cooked or cooking with A on North. Let's see how Ultimate Relativity goes here. We're watching MTPOV, our ninja enjoyer, as we head into the cast, does a reasonably large amount of damage, and then everyone gets their debuffs and needs to resolve them.
And we're getting, bottom right, we can see we have the wave debuff, which means we need to place our rebound in the middle, and we will be responsible for the last set of baits that we need to do for the beams. First, we need to place our rebound in the middle, leg it out to drop the Dark Flame. We don't want to explode anywhere in the team here.
Good.
I think he got cleaved by something. He got a fire down on the way out. Could be potentially that he got cleaved by an hourglass that was rotating.
I think so.
Yeah, that was not ideal. But
that illustrates some of the difficulty, right? Not only are you trying to resolve your mechanics correctly, you also have to do that within the space left to you by other people resolving their mechanics correctly. Not only do you need to get out with the Dark Fire, you need to take that Dark Fire far enough out that you're not getting hit by the donut in a direction that's not getting sent beams from an hourglass. Not only do you need to place your rewind, you need to place your rewind in a place that won't bait an hourglass or get by an hourglass. So you have to fit these within the spaces left to you by the other people also resolving their mechanics.
Definitely. I mean, I really hope that we get an even more complicated mechanic at 18 minutes into the fight, just so we can...
despair of the heavens, anyone?
Yeah, I mean, it is quite interesting, though, that we're 10 minutes into the fight. I think it is I actually didn't expect those 10 minutes. I was more suspecting 7, 8 or something along those lines.
It's deceptively far because I feel like the tempo of the phases is so fast-paced. Something's always happening. You're never just sitting around waiting for Looper to resolve again. That it doesn't feel like you're as far as you are, but time is flying by. Yeah. So we are pretty far into a fight. Ultimates typically lasting somewhere in the realm of 14 to maybe 17 minutes means that we are significantly over halfway.
Yeah.
Having seen the Enrage cast of Phase 3, which I see to be kind of like, if you think about the Ultimate in a storytelling manner like DSR, this feels like the introductory act, right? We are introducing our characters. We haven't really shown what they're doing, how they're interacting with each other, what is the consequence of Reen's, corruption and, Gaia's expression of, okay, I'm going to be Logreef and maybe we're going to fall in love and be Asian soulmates forever. Like, we don't know. This is the stage setting. I'm very curious what's going to happen because in DSR it got super epic with a double Dragons phase of Nidhogg and Hraesvelgar out at the same time. And then, Thordan with the control of all of these dragons. That was wild, right? And cinematic and cool. That's still waiting for us. Whatever that version is, it's still waiting for us, having set the stage with the characters. And we're 10 minutes in. We've got maybe 5 to 10 minutes left to express all of that.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like from, I guess if you look at previous fights or whatever, that this might be a really long fight, right? Just because of, like you mentioned, we have already 10 minutes in. We have the pre-act of the characters. And it is quite difficult to see. Wait, we have the votes. Wait, we have a poll up right now.
Yes.
That you guys can vote on what is North, A or 1. Yeah, we have currently a quite difficult situation, I would call it, for number 1, with only 5 voters participating here. I mean, you are hurt, but
your voice matters. Your
yes.
opinion is valid, even though it's not, and everyone else thinks you're dumb and wrong. It's interesting because there are some regional variations in Final Fantasy XIV, where one strategy will be preferred in Japan, another strategy will be preferred in North America, another strategy will be preferred in the EU. You have the classic, trash talk between EU and NA of EU having macros explaining where everyone's going to stand based on whether you're ranged 1 or melee 1, whereas NA is more likely to put down markers on the corner of a fight and role play it and say, okay, I'm going to have this one and you're going to have that one. So you have these kind of splits where sometimes things are different in different regions. I wonder if A is winning because it's very, very early in an A right now.
You would say it's more of a EU.
Is this an EU-centric poll? I'm calling for a recount here. This is unfair to my people. Right?
Okay.
Or maybe this is a global phenomenon. Maybe everyone agrees A is North.
I mean, we just check. I think we just check again tonight or in the evening and do like a poll where everyone is here. Yeah. And then we get to see. But I think currently the situation is a little bit higher, I must say. I mean, number 1 voters, 25 of you. Thank you very much for your vote. It's much appreciated. But
it also doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, it does not matter at all. But it is great that
it's great that you're here.
It's also great that A is just. Like, look at the number of votes is going up like crazy, and the number 1 is just 498 it's a little bit stuck,
to 25.
Yeah, yep. It's fine.
All right, I mean that's okay. We said A should be North. Yeah. So chat for once is backing us up.
I'm very happy.
Casters and chat united on the same team.
No, it's really nice.
This happens. I love this POV. This happens constantly in WoW during Race World First, right? You guys are pulling. Mirrors is coaching the team. Okay, guys, now we're going to be going over here. Meanwhile, Scripe staring at heaven.
Yeah, I don't know. we had always a great meme going on. I think it was during Amidros Hill, right? Because the boss was so long and there was so much stuff going on that I was raid leading most of the first, or like the most portion of the fight, basically. Oh no, sorry, it was during the Jailer tier doing Sepultura. Yes, during
raid leading phase 1
I was raid leading a lot of the fight, and then we always had the meme of Scribe, he's watching TV series on the side, and whenever we're done, like he was looking up, he was watching his TV series, and then whenever we reached a certain phase where he was supposed to raid lead again, we're like, oh Scribe, hello, and then he's like, I'm here, guys. Yeah. And he was raid leading, and at one point he said, guys, I'm out of TV series. I don't have anything to watch anymore.
So it's great because later when he gets tired, toward the end of a week or the second week of splits in WoW, he'll lean the Secret Lab chair back and he'll have his eyes half closed and he'll be staring up in the sky, and you can't tell if he's watching his third monitor or just, praying or something. Oh, what are these guys doing? As he just stares upward. Because he's got, so many monitors spread out around his workstation so he can look at logs up here and replays over here, constantly trying to cook, and that's his role right now. In this Ultimate, Roger and Scripe's role is to try to support as best they can. The team is going to pull, try to bang their head against the mechanic, get through it, and then Roger and Scribe can come up behind and say, okay, we've got a way to make this more consistent. We figured out what's going on here. We've got to cook. I heard that, in fact, their Apocalypse strategy, when they had that wonder pull at the end of their raid night last night that you were casting, where they got through Ultimate Relativity for the first time, Scribe saw the Apocalypse, charted it, broke it down, and said, hey guys, I've got a full cook. We got this solved.
This is it, basically. Yeah. And now he doesn't to get
this
there
is
again,
what I was talking about. He leans back and it just looks like he's disparaging. I'm sorry.
Wait.
Okay, chat. Yes, when I said, I'm being told by production the chat's upset about logs. When I said that Scribe's looking up at logs, we're talking about in World of Warcraft, where Warcraft logs is a valid and acceptable part of progression and an allowed tool to use. I was not talking about Warcraft logs in Final Fantasy.
Yes, I can confirm. I am the World of Warcraft guy here. Like, I was also talking about the logs, of course, and they have also been, used by Blizzard and whatnot, so they're commonly accepted by everyone.
Cool down.
We apologize for confusion.
We're not going live on Twitch in front of 10,000, 20,000 people and breaking TOS in front of everyone, I promise you.
But Scribe is watching TV series on
that is true. He is still watching anime.
He is still wait. Anime?
Anime. Did you not remember? You remember way back when Echo did the anime tier list and was like ranking everyone by their weebness, and you were S+ tier along with like Naruto, for example. I remember Scribe wasn't there for that, and later we were talking about the Echo anime tier list, and Scribe was a little bit offended.
Yeah, that he was so low.
Yeah, he's like, I like anime.
Like maybe chat doesn't know, but Scribe is indeed he is a hidden weeb. Yeah,
he's not even that hidden.
Like, I mean, I guess he's a little bit hidden in plain sight because no one knows exactly what he's doing. But Scribe just rips a take. He's like, I read these 500 chapters of the webtoon. I'm like, okay, that's a lot of hours invested. Yeah, I'm like, I was like, I'm watching that series. I'm like, I didn't know. I never knew. Yeah, it's always great.
It's always weird to me to talk to the dedicated weebs in Echo like you and Roger, who are like, okay, I'm on a schedule. I have 4 episodes I have to watch
tonight. Yeah.
It's like, no, you don't. You could sleep if you wanted.
No, you have to watch.
I've literally heard Mirad say, I mean, I've only slept 3 hours and I'm only going to get 3 tonight because I have to watch 4 episodes.
I have to watch. Yeah, there were progresses in the past, by the way. We can also go to Automania. They are in the last phase currently.
If we can pull Automania, please, production.
Yeah. I guess they did not go to bed. They just had a break.
That was a break. And I think we kind of knew it was a break because they said back at 4 a.m., but they didn't log out. Right. Normally you would like log out,
I guess
maybe turn off the stream if you were going to bed. But 4 a.m., I don't even know what part of the world that is right now.
I mean, they're on a demon schedule for sure if they're playing right now at 4 a.m. But
it's 1 here, so they're, I guess, Asia?
I mean, could be. But we can see here they are playing Ultimate Relativity. We have a POV of a more AFK person. We have the bait here of the hourglass, and then we need to drop our rewind in the middle with the eye. So we need to soak first the donut.
No, I'm so sorry. They're not Asia. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Yeah, no problem.
They're in the United States.
Oh.
This is an American team.
Okay.
Has to be.
I mean,
because they're 8 hours before this right now.
True. So they're not East Coast.
They're in the middle.
They're in the middle. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we have here, this looks really solid. So far, no beam has gone through the middle. The last bits are through. The resolution's happening. Let's see if there's no...
There's the rewind.
Oh, very nice.
Everyone lives. We do, however, get 4 stacks of the Doom, which is also a damage reduction.
Oh, so someone said, guys, I don't want the Doom. He's taking the rest,
That's unfortunate because we are heading into a body check very, very soon. I think they are going to get him rezzed as we head into the Apocalypse.
Yes.
All of the soaks of the Dark Waters coming out here. We do see the immune go out on Rex for this tank buster, which makes sense. We have our living dead back.
And now we will see. We get spell and waiting. Now the most important part here is about finding out who's in your team, right?
Yep.
We need to check the debuff duration. We need to see who's in your team. They have obviously, hopefully, a priority set up already to see who is where. But the most important thing is that we see 3 debuffs and 4 people on each side. They're not even moving right now, so I guess they were already got lucky. It's all good. And now we need to see where the Apocalypse is starting. So they're moving out. You need to move away from the tank here because you get a tank slam. And now they're standing, going into a formation for these 4. On the right side, the Apocalypse will explode. Good. Beautiful.
Very nice. Now in 5 seconds, they have another soak
now
to
they
do.
Need to go into the middle, soak.
There it goes. We have 1 death so far, which means that soaks are going to be more dangerous. Another 2 as a result, another 4 as a result. There goes the tank buster as well.
And the knock into soaks, but they're all on the ground, so you can leave them be. And
just ignore the soaks.
Yeah.
Now, they don't have LB. They did, in fact, send that during the intermission, as they have been doing fairly consistently. So
yes,
they're going to be heading into the Enrage cast here with several dead, so they won't be making much progress. 56% on the boss going into the Enrage cast. Memories end, and the end of this pull. They are still the team in the lead, having reached 31% on an earlier pull, but still trying to clean up that Apocalypse, which they have a solve for. It just has very precise positioning and not a lot of room clues to help you. They had kind of this like staggered catty corner quadrant set up with the 4 explosions going off. But you have to, it's like Mirrors was so clearly outlining, right? You have a soak into Apocalypse dodging, into the tank buster that you need to be away from because it does a huge AoE, into your 4, into another soak, and then you get knocked back from the other tank buster. It's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on for sure. I mean, here they're going to have a beautiful replay for us. It is really nice that Automania is just giving us instant replay.
Yeah,
I'm also quite interested where these dooms are coming from, because if they are truly a damage down, somehow we need to avoid them, I guess. Otherwise the damage check will not be happening, right?
Yep.
And it looks like that they did get them applied before anything even happened, like before the ultimate...
He apparently isn't even interested in those. Those happened a while ago. There's.
Oh, here.
Here they are.
Huh? I'm not exactly...
Something went wrong right there.
Here they don't have them yet, and then... And then we have it going
This
up
is where they're
here.
applied, right?
Now they're getting them soon. They have an explosion.
From the dark fire explosion, I believe.
Oh, did someone explode with dark fire in the middle?
I think that.
That's how it
they
looked.
They were applied at the same moment a dark fire expired.
Yes,
so I
yes.
think that's what happened.
Okay, that would make sense, right? I mean, we don't know how big the damage reduction is, right? But it's probably quite high.
It actually does make a lot of sense, right? Because we know that it has to be livable.
Yes.
So it makes sense that, okay, so how are we going to punish that? By making you get a damage down from it. And a doom stack if you get hit by too many things you're not supposed to be hit by. So thank you very much to Automania for that excellent, quick little shadow play replay.
Very, very nice. And then we can go to Team Lucrecia, who are currently working on the intermission coming up very soon.
Yes.
They've also been back at it after obviously sleeping and now being back here. They are not the highest on the percentage, but they have been already progging through all the ultimate relativity and the phase afterwards. Just need to get some more practice, most likely.
Yes.
So we get to see more.
Team Lucrecia spent the majority of yesterday on top of the leaderboard. They were one of the first ones to get through each of the sticking points of phase 1 and phase 2 and to get to phase 3. One of the first teams to get to phase 3. In fact, I think they were the first team that we know of that got phase 3. Obviously, Ether Group wasn't providing any data and aren't streaming. So they spent all of yesterday on top of the leaderboard, then they slept, got a very nice rest. They're coming back in and playing a little bit of catch-up, but that's the nature of the streaming game, right? You're going to play catch-up sometimes after you rest, and then you're going to be in the lead after you have slept. So let's see if they can clean up. Let's see if they end up using the LB3 on the Ice Veil. That's always going to be interesting to watch, to see if they need that for the damage check, and then see if they have solved Relativity. Although Relativity with the debuffs going out feels like it doesn't really have much strategic variance. You could handle the tethers in the Thancred phase in a lot of different ways, as long as you ended up with 2 being soaked by one group and 2 being soaked by another. But Relativity kind of has a set resolution, kind of has to go one way.
That is very correct.
There isn't really any leeway to do things differently very much.
Yeah, I think the biggest RNG factor is, of course, the people figuring out what to do, and that everyone is aware of the situation. And the more we go throughout the whole day, today as well, we will see more and more consistent situations, and maybe people going into less of these, I've got this for the first time situations. They will be more and more going to the situation, I got this maybe a few times, I got this quite often, and then we end up going into these pulls that become more and more consistent, because I think everyone has been very much aware of what they need to do during this fight or during the mechanic in general, and it just comes down to a proper understanding of everyone in the group what they need to do.
It's absolutely a strategic check in the sense of figuring out how you resolve all of them, but once that's cooked, it's a very difficult and more meaningful execution check. Because like you said, there's so many combinations of debuffs you can get that you need to resolve correctly, and then the off debuff mechanics you have to perform of soaking your correct stoplight or hourglass or whatever we want to call it, in order to ensure that nobody gets beamed. But we're heading into Ultimate Relativity right now, following along here.
Yeah, we have the debuff getting dropped out. The rewind needs to be dropped in between the hourglasses. He does not want to bait the hourglass. Very nicely done here.
Very good.
And now you will wait, basically, soak in the middle the ice donut, and now you need to get ready to soak this beam or aim it correctly. Looking very nice as well.
Done.
Now they go back into the middle. Now he's basically AFK until the end of the phase. He will be pulled to the side where he dropped his rewind in the upcoming times. And apart from that, it does look quite solid. They just need to bait the last two. Looking good.
Now come the rewinds. Everyone's going to get yoinked to where they place the rewind and hopefully positioned it well.
Oh.
Very, very nice. We did get one doom on our paladin tank. He goes down because I think he got cleaved by a couple of those. He picked up the multi-stacks and instantly got doom applied. So that's a guaranteed death. One death going into Apocalypse. Everyone alive now as we go into the tank buster. And then we're going to get 3 waves of dark water that need to be resolved in between Tank Buster and Apocalypse rotatings and all of the other things.
Yes, so here we see most important thing is to get into your light groups again, like we said earlier. Find your team, have 3 different duration debuffs in each group because you need to soak them at different times. So they're adjusting here, looking very good. And now they need to also identify, they will soak the first one here, that's kind of relaxing. And now they will need to see out where the Apocalypse goes out. They have already identified it, where it will start exploding, and they will want to make like this shifted position based off where the thing first explodes to not get hit by the damage down here. Sadly, we did get a damage down here on our, or another damage down here, and he goes down, and we dodge.
Deaths on both of them as well. Oh, and it's going down.
Okay, but
it's such tight positioning, right? You have to, like you said, you orient to the Apocalypse, find this first safe spots, get on each side, make this slanted parallelogram to try to fit into the safe spot without anyone getting clipped. But it's in order to not cleave each other with the circles and not get hit by the Apocalypse requires very precise positioning.
Yeah, and it does look like the room is not helping too much.
No,
because of the shifted positioning is a little bit weird.
Yeah, there's not really any room clue that you can say, okay, I'll go to the 4th notch or anything like that. Well, while we wait for some other team to get closer and closer to a relativity solution and an apocalypse solution and perhaps venture past that Gaia phase by reaching whatever health threshold we need to see further in this fight, which we are waiting for just as impatiently as you, let's take a short couple minutes of a break, listen in with some music or some comms, and then come back in just a couple of minutes.
And hello and welcome back. Here we are with Echo in a beautiful pull going to phase 3, and I mean, we have collected all the energy around the room while we had a quick break, and now we will go into a pull. We have sent all the chat's energy while you're vibing to the music as well to the players, and we're gonna get a best pull here, 100%.
For sure, you can't not have a good pull when we're listening to the amazing Nier music. Some of the best alliance raid encounters that we've ever seen in Final Fantasy 14.
100%.
Although the story was inscrutable, but the raid encounters were really good. Did you do the one with the jump scare? The girl's face just pops.
Yes.
Well, the music is vibing as hell, so everyone's vibing. Let's have a good pull here as we head into an ultimate relativity, resolving these debuffs. We're following MT, who's dropping his rewind in the middle, and then heading out to drop his dark fire very far away. Very good.
Then he will have a soak coming into the middle where the team needs to help him, and then he needs to identify the last hourglass where no one is at basically, and aim it outwards, and then he's gonna get TP'd back into the middle. We did lose Raimi, but it might be okay if he has already done most of his jobs, and MT got a little bit beamed here. He will probably maybe die, maybe it's okay.
I think he's in trouble. We also have a huge number of doom stacks out.
Okay, we have a Dark Flame that hit the team, I guess, but we do have the LB3 available that we popped here.
Yeah, so we have everyone alive. We can practice the Apocalypse, which is good. That's worth practicing. This is not going to be a new best because half of the team has damage downs right now. That relativity was handled relatively poorly. We had a death, someone getting clipped. They had dropped a Dark Fire in the group. We had everyone get damage downs, but we can get a good practice of the upcoming Apocalypse. So now the debuffs are going out. These are the spell and waitings for all of the Dark Waters, which we have 3 rounds of. In 8 seconds, Gnar and Zep are going to explode, so you need to make sure that you have 1 of each duration on each side, which they've done well.
And now we can see here the Apocalypse is going out. We need to dodge a tank that was on the opposite side, and now we need to get into our shifted formation a little bit, seeing where to the right side of us where the Apocalypse will start. That is looking good, and now you need to go fast into the middle, make sure to soak the water, not overlap with the other team, of course, because otherwise you die. And now the tank would want to go to the one position, run out, and then get knocked back. But here we had a little bit of a situation happening.
Little snafu occurring there. We had a couple of deaths as we headed in for that second set of soaks. And then everyone got hit by a double soak because it was in the wrong position due to having died on the way there.
Yes.
So very unfortunate end to that pull, but the progress being made is what's important. You're not going to get a clean pull for a while, and then once you do, it's going to take practice to get it done consistently. Still seeing progress, still seeing their strategy get sorted out. They did get the correct 4 people on each side, which is probably the first really, really hard part. You have 3 rounds of Dark Waters, and you need 1 of each of those debuffs on each side, a short, medium, and long on each side. So that's your first system of trying to get those swaps out. And then you have to correctly identify which Apocalypse is going to blow up, where the safe space is, and have 4 people spread out in the small safe space left by the Apocalypse. They did that correctly as well, with 1 damage down on the other side. Yeah. And that's when things started falling apart. So making progress through the mechanic.
I think it's great. I think it's also a super good idea for them to hold the LB3 just for the progress sake, to get going, to play these phases, because I mean we saw that damage check is quite quite tight, so they do need to play it quite perfectly to even get the damage or to get the damage done to push the boss. So it is good to get progress done, and if you then go confident, and if they make the phase and they have no damage down, and then they can start optimizing the damage, and that should be quite easy moving forward.
I think that's a really good point. I think that likely you will be seeing an LB3 on Gaia in order to meet the DPS check eventually, but we've seen 2 different pulls get extended to progress through use of the healer LB3 by the Echo group. So they're getting good progress by virtue of holding the LB3 in the intermission, not using it on the crystal, which some teams are still doing. They have the damage to do it without that, which is very, very positive. And then instead of committing it to Gaia for the greed of let's get the lowest percentage ever, they're holding it for the healer LB3, which is giving them extra progress on 2 different pulls, which is very, very good to see and a little bit rare sometimes. Yeah. In the meantime, don't worry anyone, we are keeping an eye on our other screen, which has all of our POVs available. No one is currently working on Gaia. We want to bring you an important message from NordVPN, one of the sponsors who makes this race possible. So stay tuned for this and we'll be right back.
It's hard to imagine the world without the internet anymore. Ah, that's better. But not perfect. Just like real life, digital life comes with its own risks. So why not make our digital world a safer place? We started dreaming. And that's when it hit us. A secure and open internet for everyone, free from surveillance, censorship, and restrictions. How is that possible? Meet NordVPN. It's an all-inclusive cybersecurity and privacy kit for every day and everyone. It increases your privacy, security, and freedom with just a few clicks. And it does so while keeping your internet connection smooth. It guards your digital freedom by letting you change your virtual location with a click. It protects you from online threats by blocking dangerous websites, trackers, and ads, as well as malware-infected files during download. It scans the web for your leaked credentials, so you can avoid digital emergencies before they do any real damage. With NordVPN's latest MeshNet feature, you can access remote files and work on shared projects wherever you are. NordVPN is more than just a VPN. It's a cybersecurity pack that gives millions of internet users daily confidence on every device for a safer digital life today. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
All right, thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, NordVPN, for giving us a quick rundown of what amazing features NordVPN has to offer and what things you can also obtain by basically getting in on our amazing deal that we have to offer you guys. Currently, we have a deal going on with NordVPN where you get up to 4 months free with a 30-day money-back guarantee when you use our link, NordVPN/Echo. And get in on the deal. There's also other cool features that have not been mentioned that I personally really prefer using, and one of them is NordPass, where you just have your password stored, you go on a website, and together with all the other features, you just click and it selects your passwords and everything is safe and secure.
Yep, a very good password manager. I'm a big fan of the NordVPN security features. Anytime you're traveling a lot, it's a scary world out there, right? You're connecting to airport Wi-Fi, hotel Wi-Fi, coffee shop Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi everywhere you're going, and you don't know who else is on the network, what kinds of things they can do, what kind of wizardry they can do if they're pulling. And if you're working particularly with secure files, passwords, things like that, it's good to have that security. So make sure you check it out with our link, nordvpn.com/echo. Get up to 4 months free to try this out. With a 30-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. You don't like the services? Cancel them, get your money back. Check it out and see if it's something that can help you out and keep you more secure, providing you those VPN services. And don't worry, while it is important that we say thank you to the sponsors, you are not missing anything. We're keeping an eye on the other screen, and we can get right back into the action as Ottermania right now is working on a relativity progression pull.
Exactly. Here you can see, they have already solved it. They did live it. They don't have any doom on the group.
No damage downs whatsoever.
No damage. This is basically the perfect outcome right now for to see future progress. And
I think we should note, so we're at 60%. That's kind of a health threshold I want to keep in my head.
Yeah.
60% coming out of ultimate relativity with no deaths is a marker of, is that sufficient to reach a kill potential?
True. Let's see. Hopefully they don't have any issues here, and then we can get more into it. We can see they also have potted already here on their 2-minute window, which makes sense, right? If they want to push the damage. Now they have the Dark Water coming out. We need to identify who in the group has a fast or slow one. We do a nice swap here. Perfect. And now the difficult part happens, right? You soak the water here, the first one. Quite easy. And now you need to see, it's traveling into this direction. So the team needs to now adjust and find where the thing exploded the first time. The tank here might be a little bit in a...
Oh, he's sprinting.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is okay.
We're fine. We're looking good. No, only
one death.
We
on the
lost
other
one
side.
death, but that's okay. If everyone else is okay right now, we can soak it up. There's a lot of damage downs going out, but because people don't exactly know what's going on. But we only have one person
Knock
down.
back. Okay, and then we have one more soak. We can ignore Blink Soak if we want to, because he died. Unfortunately, we have lost a total of 4 people. Lots of damage down. So, okay. The boss is at 35% now, 60% with no errors coming out of Relativity, 35% with a lot of dead people going into the Enrage cast. Those are our current thresholds. We're looking for something that's under 30%. We don't know what it is. If it's like Reen, then it's probably a 20% threshold, which is still pretty far off. But obviously, they have lots of damage they can gain when you're coming out of that phase with 4 dead. You have lots of potential.
That all damage down, so you're like,
we can do a little more.
Yeah. But then I can probably also slam. Currently, they're using the LB in intermission, right? But we can use an LB2 at least at the end of the phase.
That's true.
So
they have that to slam.
Depends how much damage that will do, I guess. I'm not sure how to find out, I guess. I don't know.
It just depends on...
I guess the boss was at different HP, right?
Exactly. So we don't know. We don't know. There is no way for us to know exactly how much it would do or what percentage of the boss's health it is, except by eyeballing it when they actually push the button. So we'll wait and see when that happens. No team is going to be using LB on Gaia until they have successfully figured out how to resolve all the mechanics and get to that Enrage cast with everyone alive and no damage downs. Then you're saying, okay, now we're doing Enrage progression. Where can we find damage? Until then, it's much more important to get consistency and tweak the strategy and make sure everyone knows, okay, this is where we go, this is where we stand, this is where you get knocked back to. This is our priority for where we stand with these soaks. Here's how you decide who's standing in the front, who's standing in the back when we do the spread. So there's lots of these little details to work out. And then once you've got them worked out, to incorporate into your muscle memory so they're smooth and easy to execute without any of that monka steering you see when you get to the first time. Okay, we're 8 minutes in the fight and I need to do something. Well, I don't remember what it is. Oh, I go over here. That's now thrown someone else off because you were a little bit late. But this is going very smoothly thus far for Lucrecia as they solve their ultimate relativity.
Yeah, they have been placing their rewinds right now. They're resolving everything basically. That the last soak in the middle now. Now the last hourglasses are being aimed. You can see left and right.
Very good.
On the screen. Now we have the resolution. Let's hope no one placed a bad one in the middle.
We did have one of our fires get clipped by a beam and go down, and I think that took out a couple more people.
Oh,
and there's a Doom on our tank, so he's going to die as well.
And everyone dies to the big tanks. It is quite an unforgiving mechanic, I must say, because also right at the end of Ultimate Relativity, you get a big tank slam in the middle that needs to be split with everyone in terms of the HP. So if we have 2 people down, we just saw the other 5 also follow quite after.
This is a theme, I think, that we've seen multiple times. In fact, each phase that we've seen thus far has a complicated, difficult mechanic followed by a did you do it correctly check, which is both a body check. So, for example, in the Thancred phase, right after you do all of the tethers, you have a tower mechanic that requires every single person to be alive. And it's not a super hard mechanic to solve, but it serves to say, sure, you limped through that, but did you do it right? If yes, pass. If no, go back to start. Same thing with Shiva with Light Rampant. You do Light Rampant, and at the end of Light Rampant, everyone gets a beam. If one person is dead, you will all die. If one person messed up and got an extra stack, you will all die. Sure, you limped through, but did you do it correctly? And there, again, you have the same thing. You come out of Relativity, and everyone needs to be alive to soak that final resolution with that tank buster, that tank slam. And if not, then you're probably going to have deaths again. So it's this ultimate check in ultimate progression of saying you're doing the hardest difficulty we have available, which means we require perfection, not just good enough.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I can say I've been the professional at limping through the mechanics on the Normie Savage tiers. We have been doing a lot of, it's fine, guys, just res up. We go again, res again. You have 3 stacks of the res sickness, and you're like, it's still okay.
It's okay.
But, I mean, yeah, like Jeff just explained in the Ultimates right now, or in basically all the phases, we have so many checks that it's just not going to happen, right?
Yep.
I mean, sometimes we can heal through it, I think, a little bit. It has been seen, but not the best, of course.
Yeah, and it is important to take note, by the way, of the incredible healing requirements of this ultimate thus far. All of those debuffs exploding periodically throughout the course of that relativity requiring topping, right? You go out and you get hit by an explosion, you need to get topped before you're now going in and getting hit by one of the soaks. So a lot of healing output needing to be planned. And obviously the healers do a significant amount of damage in this game. It's a very meaningful contribution. If the healers are trolling by overhealing too much and not doing enough damage, you're not going to make the DPS check either. So you have to do a really good job. Not enough can be said about healers coordinating all of their free healing. Okay, I've got a Earthly Star that's going to pop and top this set. Okay, I've got a Horoscope that's going to pop and top this set. We've got a Macrocosmos that's going to top this set. So we can save those globals for more broils, more malefics, while still coordinating all the healing necessary. Mr. Happy's group now here, Team Awkward Raid Time, continuing to work on Relativity. This has been their prog point, but that's seeming more smooth. The first time we swapped over to them about an hour ago, there was kind of a freeze and then running in circles when they had the debuffs.
Confusion.
Now some people are saying, okay, this debuff means we go out. We saw one round kind of get resolved there, and we're falling apart on the second round. It's an iterative process to figure out, okay, each round of debuffs comes with this choreographed phase through the fight, like Mirrors has been breaking down so well, where first you go out, and then you bait, and then you go in, or maybe first you go in, and then you bait, and then you go out.
All the beautiful variations.
All those variations that you need to internalize.
They have also been trying something else just now. I mean, we will see the next time when they get there, but they were all standing in a line outside when Ultimate Relativity happened, and then they were trying to move to positions that I think their job was kind of like assigned to, what they have spoken about before, that they're like, okay, I have the job of soaking the far hourglass, and I can do it, and then the guy just started jogging. And then the line kind of split up a little bit. It looked very interesting. I mean, it did kind of fail on the later parts, of course, but it looked kind of interesting in terms of what they have their own solution to the problem and how to identify who has to do what, right?
Well, and it is an important one. We've seen that conga line strategy work before, but as we've said, it can be a struggle. And one of the things that we've seen cause the most wipes of figuring out, okay, sure, you two are going to be soaking this round of hourglasses, but one other person is, and which one are they going to go to? That's a prio system that's hard to internalize until you've either wiped to it 50 times and everyone's like, okay, now I know that if I'm with this guy, then I go over here, and if I'm with that guy, I'm going to go over here. Or can we set up a conga line to do it, or have priority systems with swapping? The priority systems are so important in Ultimates so many times because there's so much randomness. Even here, right, you have towers that can be 2-2-2. Who soaks the left 2, who soaks the right 2, or it can be 1-1-4, who soaks the 4, who soaks the 1s.
Yeah.
And once you've practiced it 50 times, it's internalized, but until then you're coming up with a system to try to figure out the most intuitive way to glide through those mechanics.
Yeah, I think in general it's more, maybe if you come from other games, in my particular case, right, WoW, it's a very different thing that you just have not really a priority system, but just a different solutions to the problem. So you have like X, Y, Z, you get the debuff, and then you either have situation A or B. Right, but if you would start making situation A or B here, especially with the towers, as you mentioned as an example, you have one tower, and then it could be 3, 4. You have like endless, like situations that can happen. So you need to have a priority system that is very different, where people need to swap and adjust according to the situation. Where it's different if you paint 20 towers that can spawn.
Yeah,
and they're like, okay, when it's number 18. Okay, I'm gonna go here, right? So it is very different, I think, in a lot of cases when there is so much RNG in these factors.
Absolutely true, and we've seen them sorting through that. It's a kind of a theme of Ultimates that the same mechanic will happen, but which role you're playing in that mechanic will vary dramatically, pull to pull, with a lot of different variables. Here we have Team Lucrecia, our front runners yesterday, playing a little bit of catch-up. Oh, yep, had to slide through a puddle there. Very unfortunate. We did lose our Paladin tank, getting a res out on him. 1 damage down on a tank is not the worst thing. However, it is right before they're popping damage cooldowns here in a moment before the mirror phase. So he's going to lose some DPS from that.
Yeah, but I mean...
There they all get popped. Brotherhood, Divination, big damn everyone, and the Paladin's a little bit sad.
He's like...
It shouldn't prevent them from progressing, though.
No,
right?
For sure not. I think they've been pushing. They also just had, in phase 1, they were doing a damage stop. The most... known thing that everyone loves. Yeah, guys, please stop damage.
But it's important though, right? Like we saw yesterday that the teams are capable of pushing out of phase 1 before Thancred even starts his Enrage cast. But if you stop damage, then you can potentially pool charges of abilities or pool cooldowns of abilities, get more damage in the next phase by just holding and taking advantage of the time you're spending there, or just letting cooldown timers run down. So it can be very, very advantageous. Top was very famous, for example, the most recent Ultimate. Very famous for having, that was a
Yeah, they lost some. I think there was an enemy team kind
There
of
was an enemy
situation.
team situation, and the body check killed everyone.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so Top was very famous for having very tight enrage checks, but tight enough that you had to commit damage, but also loose enough that you could save damage for the next tight enrage check. So you'd have some people commit globals and other people hold globals for the next phase over and over again. We're going to pool some damage phase 1 to put in phase 2. Now we're going to pool some damage phase 2 to pull in phase 1 or phase 3, which meant that you were milking until the very end of every enrage cast, right? And then one person would send that last global to send them over the edge in order to maximize that. So damage stop's something that happened very consistently in order to get more damage. Same thing happened in DSR because holding for that, taking advantage of the entire enrage cast can give you a lot more damage in the next phase.
Yeah.
Which thus far hadn't looked that important. Phase 1 DPS check was relatively easy. The Shiva DPS check is relatively easy, but it's becoming more important. The DPS check on the ice in prison for Shiva isn't that trivial because some teams are committing an LB3 to get through it. And the damage check on Gaia is the current progress point. So any damage that you can kind of muster and hold through in order to apply it to Gaia instead is going to be very valuable.
Oh, for sure. I mean, in general, it's also the case that if you do feel confident in pulling some damage and bringing it to the next phase, it is also just really nice for, in case something happens, you have a damage down, I mean, maybe damage or not, but you have someone die and you lose a little bit of damage, you can maybe potentially still do it by optimizing every small bit that is going into the push.
Yep.
And I mean, that's what the teams have been doing, especially if you try to hold the LB here, you probably want to extend as much as possible. So you go into this phase here with the most amount of, or everything being ready, so you can either instantly press it or hold it. I think nowadays everyone is using all 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think all the teams
way.
have been using 2 minutes here,
So
not with potions.
Yeah, I think potion, we saw, Automania was potting earlier in the second, or in the follow-up 2 minutes in the phase 3.
Big damage popped as they split up and kill all of the crystals of light. This is every damage cooldown coordinated. So for a big burst of DPS, we'll see if that enables them to kill these small crystals fast enough that they don't have to commit the LB on the boss's Ice Veil. This is something that thus far Automania has always been using the LB. They're using it again here. Viper sending the LB onto the Ice Crystal. Which is fine, right? It consistently gets them past this phase every single time, and they can go into Gaia and practice. They are the team that is closest to seeing the next stage of this fight because they have now gotten to the Gaia enrage several times, 30%, 40%, repeatedly banging their head against that, and they're the ones that are most in a position to potentially show us what comes next.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And then, but we saw as well that they were pushing like 13-14% more already past the shield, so I'm sure that if they take a break,
they have enough.
Look at it a little bit, they can probably fix all the things and just easily push without any issues. But I mean, right now they don't really have any reason to. They will be potting in this phase when they have the next 2 minutes after the Relativity, and we'll just send the boss home and see what we get here. But I have high hopes that they will get through this without any damage down.
Yep. First, we have 2 big mechanical rounds. First, we have Ultimate Relativity, then we have Apocalypse, both of which need to be completed with no damage downs in order to have a hope of defeating this boss. Here come the debuffs. You can see them in the top left above the boss's health bar. He's got kind of an AFK set, right? He's going to be doing a late big Dark Fire and ending up in the middle with his Rewind in order to put the Shadow Eye in the middle that everyone can look away from. So first he goes and baits his Traffic Cone, then he goes in the middle to soak. Now he's going to chill in the middle for another 4 seconds to drop his Rewind for the Shadow Eye. Then he has 5 seconds to get out away from the Traffic Cones to drop his Dark Fire. 1 second left. Oh, it's going through the middle. That wasn't his. Some other person messed up their bait.
Yeah, there was definitely some bait going haywire. But one thing that we have seen teams do more and more now is that they have been squeezing the beam bait more and more.
They are squeezing it.
To make it so there's really no way that even the people that go outside with Darkfire, they have a lot more time and also just more space to drop it off. Because I think there have been a lot of situations where they have just been losing people to going out with the Darkfire and getting beamed down because they have been a little bit loose on the beam bait. But nowadays they have been a little bit more, no.
Yeah, we had one person dead coming out of Light Rampant, and that means everyone's going to die. We've been talking about this so many times. That's the final, did you resolve this correctly? Punishment, where if you have messed up one time, everyone gets executed. With Misty dead, the beam is going to go target someone else and just kill everybody, giving them an extra stack that explodes. That classic Light Rampant sound we all remember. And we all dread the tinkling crash of failure and despair.
And then we can, if we could swap to Team Lucrecia, they are currently working on on Shiva phase would be ideal. I mean, Echo's back at pulling.
Team Lucrecia,
Team
please.
Lucrecia, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically Echo is, or all the other teams are currently working on phase 1 again. I mean, they have been having some issues getting back into the phase 3, but yeah, I mean, it is quite a long time of the into the fight already, and there's so many different things. Yeah, one person dead, but like Jeeves just mentioned, it's just over, and it's what it is. So now we're having Lights Rampant here for Team Lucrecia. They're going into their nice position, forming a...
They've practiced this so much. No hesitation, no monka steering. Everyone just instantly knew where to go, and it looks so beautiful when it's no hesitation like that. It looks natural, but a lot of decisions underlining that. Now everyone is grouping up for the 4-person stacks. They have soaked the light party stacks from this orb. We're heading in the middle. The people with 2 stacks soak the 4-person tower in the middle, going to 3 stacks. Everyone now has 3 stacks of the debuff. Now the boss gives you a spread, followed by her final did you do it right mechanic, and they did. As long as they spread and everyone takes 1 cone here, we go to 4 stacks, staying 1 short of the 5, at which point they would all explode. And now we have a little bit of a burn phase where they have plenty of damage, by the way. Yeah. They only have to get sub 20%. We don't know yet if damage here still matters in some way. Shiva goes away with whatever health threshold you left her at. Is that the end of it? Is it done and resolved? Does she come back with that health later? Maybe Shiva has to be sub 20% and Gaia have to be sub 20%, and then they merge and they have whatever health threshold they have combined, and that means that your damage here does matter because now they have this, combined total of 40% or whatever. And I don't know. We're cooking here. Some tin foil.
We're cooking.
We're cooking. It might matter. I would be surprised if you had this opportunity to do damage to her sub 20% and it ended up not mattering, right?
It is also very suspicious.
Like
it is the same amount of suspicious I would give that you can skip the crystals.
Exactly.
Something
very
is
sus.
up. Yeah, something is definitely sus.
Yeah. I mean, that's my current cook. I think the damage on her does continue to matter, and it's going to matter on Gaia as well. And then they're going to have some kind of merged health pool situation or dual boss situation where you're going to try to get that last threshold burned, maybe with some crystals involvement of some kind. I wouldn't be surprised to see the crystals come back, as they are our channeling of light and dark ether, which is so thematic and important to the story of Eden. So it'll be interesting to see. Here we are heading into another Gaia phase. Team Lucrecia being very consistent today.
Oh yeah, very good. And they also, I mean, maybe they don't know yet, but they have been using limit break here, but they just pushed the crystal to 20%, meaning they did 30% for free.
Yeah, they didn't need to do that much.
They didn't need to do the limit break. I'm pretty sure they can do it without. So
yeah, they very clearly can, but maybe they either don't know yet or they don't care yet about the fact that as long as you do 50%, the crystals do the last 50%, and you can save your limit break. But it is better to get through that. Although Echo's ability to save that limit break, or that heads up gameplay of knowing they can save the limit break, has saved a couple of pulls through the healer LB3, so it would be valuable for them to get that as well. They clearly have the damage to do the crystal without the limit break. But here we are going into Ultimate Relativity.
Yeah, and we're getting a more active job at the beginning. We're going to be running out immediately to drop our Dark Flame off into placing a rewind right after on an hourglass that is not active. And then we need to run into the middle afterwards. You can see here we're dropping the rewind, and then we need to run into the middle, get soaked, and after this we need to locate the hourglass. We have to bait outwards. So we're checking here, we are assigned to this one. We're taking it quite close, but it's very nice. And now we need to wait in the middle and soak again.
Now we chill in the middle, and at the end of it, so the rewinds will resolve. Oh no, we did lose someone there. I believe to a beam.
An eye, yeah.
The eye is going to be hard to look away from. The rewinds are about to get executed and pulled out. And hopefully they're looking away. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we have 3 dooms. I mean,
3 dooms means we have 4 total damage downs, counting the death damage down. Popping every cooldown with potions right after the application of 4 damage downs. Not ideal, but
it's okay.
It means we're going to get to practice Apocalypse. We had 1 small error there, but we did get to see this POV have a really active job inside the Ultimate Relativity, where you saw them have to do a lot more tasks, and they did a very, very good job of it, showing the complexity. But now we're heading into Apocalypse. We have to do a little bit of a juggle here to make sure a short, medium, and long debuff are present on both sides. We're soaking the first dark water right away before we head into our Apocalypse safe zone to spread out.
Yeah, now you can see the Apocalypse going out, starting right behind the camp currently, then you move away from it. And need to locate basically in this a little bit shifted square. Looking good. He's squeezing himself in there. That looks...
We can't see the back row,
the back row is
okay.
Works out okay.
It's okay.
Looking good. They're soaking in the middle now. Very nice. Now the tank needs to walk out into the one safe
Already
zone
over there.
perfectly.
Now comes a knockback. Get in
we
position for the knock.
Nice. Now we're soaking. Oh, we lost two.
We lost
oh, we
two
lost
people.
both
These
healers.
soaks are.
No.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but
That was really clean for a long time, and we saw kind of a new configuration. Most groups have been going into that apocalypse safe zone with kind of a offset quadrangle situation.
like a square.
Yeah.
A little bit of a tilted
But they
square.
did instead more like the triangle that
Yeah.
you do in phase 1, and it looked like it fit quite nicely.
It did work. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's endless space to the left. It's just that the person that is far left will have to jog more to
Yeah.
get into the middle, right?
Yeah,
But
because the apocalypse are these circles, you have dramatically more room to the back edges either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think this looked really interesting.
It looked good, I think.
I think I
It
like
looked
that.
safer. With the square people have been using it. It's very tight. We've seen people get clipped, but that looked much safer. But it does mean, like you said, you have a lot further to run. The closer to the edge you are, the more room you have. But then you have further to run to get to that tank slam that does a knockback later.
I mean, it could also be that it's easier for the players because they can orient on the outer ring.
Yeah.
Where the person on the front left, basically, like the middle, we saw the middle POV, he was already like a little bit struggling and how exactly are you safe. So the person to his left has even a worse drop. So maybe if you're on the outside, you have a easy way to look at the crystals on the outside of the ring and be like, okay, we need to stand 4 each apart.
I think that's really true. Here we are finishing the Endless Ice Age from Echo, consistently keeping the LB3, which they are holding as a potential healer LB3 to see more progress, because we have had pretty consistently 1 or 2 deaths coming out of Ultimate Relativity. Let's see if they have cleaned that up and if everyone is continuing to get those reps. Everyone needs to get reps, 10, 20, 30 times in order to see all of the variations and know, okay, so in this situation, I'm soaking the 2nd round of stoplights. In this variation, I'm soaking the 3rd round. I need to go out this far. We can bait this way to keep everyone safe in the dark waters. There's so many variations, and it just takes reps.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Now we get in here. They have been here quite some time today already, and they're ready to get the best, to be honest. Yeah. So we get to see here, we have the configuration of a completely AFK for a long time. So basically, he will need to bait one of the first hourglasses, a yellow one coming up very soon. He will have to soak in the middle. Now he baits an hourglass. He's also squeezing it very tightly, so I think that's a common theme. Now he needs to go into the middle, AFK for a long time, drop his rewind for a nice eye later on.
One doom.
And then we need to run out. We all took a doom and 2 damage downs already, and we lost
And
2
2
people.
deaths. Yep.
Okay.
I think another dark fire exploded in the wrong spot, but Ara doing a good job here. The rewind is going to go off in a couple of seconds, pulling everyone to where they snapshotted, and you ideally are put in the right spot. But with dead people, obviously those are going to explode right on the people in the middle because they're not available to get to the right spot.
But we have the healer LB. We're losing 2 people to the healer LB.
This healer LB3 is so touchy, right? Because it's at the exact same time everything's resolving, and you can die instantly thereafter. But with some quick reses from our red mage, we have everyone alive to try to practice Apocalypse. Unfortunately, we're going into that Apocalypse behind, right? Not everyone is topped. We're missing mitigation. We haven't been able to pop the damage cooldowns that we wanted to in the way we wanted to. So hopefully they have time to get settled into the mechanics here. Now they need to sort out who's going to which side.
Yeah, I mean, now we can see here we have 4 on one side already. That is not ideal. We need to do a quick swap here. Looking good though. We're getting
another swap to make sure we have the correct numbers. Oh, there we go.
Okay, all good. So now we're soaking. Now we need to look where it's starting. Okay, it's starting to our right. So we need to move away from it though. Oh, they're a little bit confusion where they want to go.
Some Monka steer. We're missing one. Okay.
Okay, it's okay though. They have
no, it's not.
I mean, it was already. If you're already steering in the beginning, it is probably a mistake.
That's the problem, is that there's so much momentum, right? Like, if you go in with everyone alive and you're not spending time rezzing and looking at the health bars, then you have so much more time to think, this is where I go, this is what I do. But starting off on the back foot, losing that momentum means you're playing catch-up the whole time, and Monka steering around makes it even worse.
I mean, that was, you could clearly see, you were like, oh, I go to right, never mind, I go to left, right,
I think I need to
okay, we go all the way to the left. And I was all over,
It's too late. It's too late. You need to be in advance of the mechanics. You can't be playing catch-up like that. But speaking of being in advance of the mechanics, you're going to be seeing a new caster come in who's been spending some time reviewing VODs and catching up on everything going on. So I'm going to be saying goodbye. You'll be with Miraz and my replacement here in a little bit. So we'll take a quick break, go to comms or music, and come back with a new all-star couch for you. Oh.
Night, embrace her worldly delights tonight. In time you shall follow. In time you shall follow. Behold, as our burdens come set with the sun tonight. Step from the dark to the light. Rise high, high above our rivals. Spread our wings, spread them wide, let them guide. Hereby, free to ever slumber. Open the door, close our eyes. We are the dreamers.
Hello, everyone, and welcome, Alex.
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm doing really well, man. I'm so excited. This has been incredible to see the teams do so well in Phase 3.
Yeah, man, it has been a blast. Jeev and me have been breaking down most of the situations, what teams have been a little bit doing different from yesterday, and also what they have been improving, what Automania has been doing. I mean, they had amazing push, and I think they've been smelling blood on the new phase at least. Yeah?
Oh yeah, like getting through to the end of Phase 3, I can totally see this phase going down within the next couple hours.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Or at least getting to the point where we're like, okay, we're at a hard wall and we need to figure out how to do like 40% of the boss's health. So I'm really, really excited to see that. Because generally speaking in Ultimates, you know, we've got this whole thing where we've just kind of seeing some crazy versions of fights we've already seen before.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen a bit of Thancred, we've seen a little bit of Reen as Shiva, we're now seeing the Oracle of Darkness. What's next? And normally that is like, lol, here's the retelling, here's where the ultimate really kicks off. This is the nuts part. So we have that to look forward to. Oh, Oh, that is cute. Did you see what this Happy Team's doing? They're making actually a physical line for it.
That's what they started doing earlier, and we have never seen them before, so I'm really happy that we see their POV again. They have been doing this line, and then they have been assigning the people to jog somewhere from that line based on their position.
Yeah.
What is quite nice, because then you get a understanding of who has what job and what you need to do, right?
For sure.
So this is a very interesting way to solve it. This is the first time we've been seeing it working out as well. So they've been dropping out their things. It looks quite solid currently, and now we will see if the resolution will happen. The last two beams are getting baited right now, and now we need to hope and pray that there will be no random explosion in the middle of the room.
One person going down though might cause untold, just a little bit unfortunate.
Okay.
That was perfect, apart from unfortunately someone dying to their beam. There was literally only one death.
Yes,
and of course, because of that, they weren't teleported. Their body exploded, right?
Yeah.
Wow, that was fantastic.
No, this was great. And we're going into Lucrecia, who did their ultimate relativity, are blasting the DPS. They have no doom, no damage done. Wait a second. Yeah?
Whoa, that boss is already at 44% health at the beginning of what are we calling this? This apocalypse apocalypse cast? Is it like hexpocalypse? Because there's 6 of the things rotating around the room. Do you want to walk us through what's going on here?
The hectic phase. Yeah, currently they got the dark water applied to them. They split up into 2 light parties with 3 soaks each at a different duration, and now they need to now they need to technically go to where it's exploding first, stand next to it, what they're doing here already. They're squeezing in here. There will be one person in front of them as well. Now they need to link up in the middle again, soak the second dark water. Then the tank needs to bait the boss outside on the last explosion. You will get knocked back from the boss. You get into your 2 light parties again, and you soak the last thing, and you are happy.
It's really interesting because this is just super reminiscent of course, how the fight works on the Savage version of it. Of course, once again, just dialed up. I like that they've just taken these base, very familiar positions and just dialed them up. But unfortunately, the boss looking at 36% health. That caster LB coming in because of the melee being down. They'll be able to get her a little bit lower, but I think we're going to be missing out on that 30% mark. So, still an incredible pull. A new best from Lucrecia there, putting themselves into 2nd position on the Mogtalk leaderboard there. Incredible stuff.
They've been doing really amazing. I mean, this was very well executed. We haven't sadly not seen it how they've done the Relativity.
Yeah.
But they were blasting until then. And I think most teams right now just need to figure out how to do the positioning. And I think Lucrecia has the best idea, putting the 3 debuffs at the bottom and just having a more consistent way, in my opinion, to not get hit by the damage down. I guess that's the main issue right now.
Yeah, like it's quite funny because on the Savage difficulty as well, there was a very similar sort of problem that you would run into where the tanks needed to go out whilst the things were rotating around, and one of the strats was, unfortunate, you're a tank. Eat the damage down. If you can't work it out, then unfortunate. But I think that's something that is obviously much more punishing in Ultimate, where we have the 90% damage down. You basically become...
You go AFK.
You are basically AFK, just there as a body at that point. So, but yeah, once you can figure that out, because it is the overwhelming amount of mechanics kind of forces you into a solution. Yeah. Like, the puzzle piece, it's quite a specific shape. It can only fit in one direction.
There's only 2 spaces where we can stand.
Exactly.
And obviously, both teams have a kind of a situation where they need to get to.
For sure. Yeah, so I think that it's not going to take the teams too long in order to get through this. And once they can, obviously, the boss's health is just going to absolutely melt. And I don't know if we're going to be able to get her down to dead, but of course we've gone through previous phases where we got to around 20%.
Yeah,
and
I think below 20% is quite doable. And we cooked a little bit earlier, and Jeef mentioned that there's a high probability that probably both bosses you bring to below 20%, maybe they merge later on, or they have something to do, right? Just getting into the situation that both bosses are below 20% could be an indicator of what is for the future to come, right?
Yeah, for sure. So. We've also been doing a little bit of trying to understand the idea. This is something we've been going over in the caster room, as to exactly how these chains work. And it is entirely based off of these golden orbs, right? You kind of make the pattern, you see where the golden orbs are, and then from there, because fortunately the chains... There's like 2 rules about it. The golden orb's always going to be next to each other. Yeah. And the chains are never going to be crisscrossed. They're always going to be... So you can make this nice little sort of hexagon shape.
Hexagon, yeah.
And once you get that hexagon shape, you can then say, okay, relative to the golden orbs, I'm in this position. And because of that, I always go to this position, you know? Nice. So I think that's what you're largely seeing. As to the exact rules, I think everyone's got slightly different ones. There's lots of ways of actually solving that. Yeah. But it's... beforehand, I was like, how the hell 6 people... with no indication coming up and going into the right towers. And you can see them taking a moment after the chains come out to kind of have a look, probably quickly check the screen on the other, like, right, okay, I go to there, and move to the right position. But it's nice to see that Shiva generally is becoming much more reliable, because when we first saw it, it was like, well, yeah,
a little bit of a disaster.
Yeah. We're kind of screwed now.
Yeah, I think here we're also a little bit on the Echo PV again, and we're a little bit screwed. We have I guess we have a rest sickness on Narlock and on Ara currently, but healer rest sickness running out in 10 seconds.
Not the end of the world.
That's not whatever. And Narlock will probably make maybe not the biggest difference, but let's hope that they have used the LB. Okay, they have no way out. They need to do good damage. So there is no way out, of course. Beforehand, we were using the caster LB before, weren't we? Yes.
Which, of course, would destroy all of the shadow crystals in the middle of the room. It would also highly damage the light crystals on the edge, making the DPS check on the middle a little bit easier. But it was discovered, not by Echo. I think saw Lucrecia do it first, but I could be incorrect
I'm not sure where it came from, but I think we saw it first on broadcast on Lucrecia.
Yeah. So, of course, these shadow crystals actually allow Gaia, who is trying to, temper the the magic from Reen in the middle there to actually do a big chunk of damage. But unfortunately, although that 50% hit is very useful, you do need to get it as close as possible. Like after she hit, she got like a GCD's worth of time to maybe finish off a little bit of time, but it wasn't enough there.
And I think Echo has been squeezing it recently, that they don't use any LB, they only use the necessary cooldowns, nothing else, and they get it to like 49, 50.8, and then Gaia jumps, you get the 50% hit, and then they barely break it, right? Yep. And obviously here they had empty, I think, die late, they had the damage down, and then, I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, it can be a little bit rough, but when you're that far into a pool, if you're able to scuff your way through it, then it's worth doing, because even if we are going to need Limit Break 3 for the Gaia phase, which is looking to be the case if we want to probably,
Probably progress.
Yeah, progress in some meaningful fashion, even if it isn't going to be used there long term. Right now, of course, the ultimate relativity is still crazy inconsistent, where there's a lot of practice still needs to be done, and the hex apocalypse going on the hexpocalypse that's going around is still, I think, fully mapped out. I think the analysts are probably just going, come on now, guys, sort it out.
I think if we go to Roger or Scripe, we will see what they will do. They will just be sitting there and be like, it is what it is, guys. Yeah, like there's not too much. Oh, Roger's zooming. He's like,
It's quite funny because I was speaking to, because after I did my, after I did my cook, after we did our cook, you and Rook did our cook together, trying to work out how the ultimate relativity worked. I did send him a link. He didn't respond, and I was like, should I just go poke him? And I looked over his screen, and he was looking at all the debuffs, and he's like, I'll go tell him. So I went over, I explained it to him, and I think he said this yesterday as well, that he was just like, yeah, you got a couple things wrong, but it is actually what we're doing. I'm like, well, never mind then.
I mean,
big unfortunate.
Like I said, I think I mentioned yesterday when you were off camera or whatever, I said it was at least a good cook and the food was good, right?
Yeah, just a bit late.
And a little bit late
and
today.
Your order was a little wrong.
Yeah, it was tiny bit wrong. There was maybe, instead you get the fries, you can maybe get sweet potato fries, and you're like, it's not the worst, but it's also not what I ordered. It's,
you can make do, for sure.
Yes, it's okay. So, yeah, that's always interesting.
Yeah, so it was, because they had already got it solved, but they were still doing a lot on the outside, not to try and work out how to deal with the mechanic, but maybe trying to find patterns in the chaos. Because sometimes, trying to work out, can we make it so that is there a pattern on who the blizzard goes on each time? Is it always on a tank? Is it always on a healer or something along those sorts of lines? And working out the patterns within it to make it more simple so that you can immediately see what you've got. Ideally, look at as few other people as possible and be able to get on with your job.
Yeah.
Because the longer you spend gawping at the raid frames, trying to work out who else is the same as me, what am I doing, and then once you work out who your friends are, you got to work out what traffic light in the clock spots you're going to be going to, because pretty much the entire mechanic, you're going to resolve all of your things along that sort of line, in line with your traffic light, right? So the quicker you can come to that conclusion, the easier it's going to be, because then you can say, okay, I'm going to be going north with my thing, so therefore then I can look at my debuffs and I don't actually care what everyone else is doing. I just know, okay, I need to go and bait first. Now I need to go put my return down. Now I need to go out my dark fire, because you can just look at the debuffs that are on your character sheet, right? So not too bad in terms of like trying to speed that up. They were coming up with some things, and it's seeming cleaner now. It seems like mistakes, it's not a lack of understanding that's causing us to wipe anymore, right?
No,
it's just
I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure of all the teams that we have seen so far, they have not gone there. Like, they have been already there to progress the fight, right? Mm-hmm. All of them are basically the same status, like you say. They just need to get the reps in. They need to get maybe also memorize what they need to do and just get a good feeling of the situation, what is going to happen, and just practice it a few more times. I think especially the relativity has been really well on a lot of teams. Yeah. Just maybe a misstep or random bait that went wrong. Maybe a person has never done the iteration that they've been given in that in that pull. But I think currently the biggest issue is really just figuring out. Oh. Okay.
Just a little bit too late.
It's fine. That was a fast res accept. Yeah, he was ready. So I think the biggest issue right now is just in the end the apocalypse. Just finding the safe spots and being confident in trying to make it work without people dying or getting hit, right? And I think all of that is quite hectic, because the room also is not helping you too much, we said earlier. And it's just really crazy because there's so much stuff going on and you need to position yourself well with 4 other people. For sure. And you're just in a tight corner and you're like, oh.
Yeah, it's a
little bit dangerous, a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, because it feels like there's like almost... let alone the side of the room that you're going to be going on, but there's almost like 4 different variations. There's lots of varying factors. The Explosions can be rotating either clockwise or counterclockwise,
Yeah.
so that's something to contend with. And the initial safe spot is also not always like north, as an example.
Yeah,
it could be
yeah.
on one of the. I'm not sure if it's just only cardinals or intercardinals,
Ooh,
but
I'm not sure.
For now, we'll say it could be anywhere until proven otherwise.
That is always the best, yeah.
So, you got those two things to contend with. So not only do you need to find the initial safe spot, but then you need to know, of course, when we're doing this particular version, unfortunately, this is going to be a wipe because Narlock did get clipped by the...
He will get force.
yeah, he's gonna get too many stacks.
No, he won't.
He's supposed to be one of the people right now soaking underneath the boss. Maybe?
No, it's fine.
I thought he got clipped by one of the
I
puddles
thought,
in the
I
middle.
thought so as well, but I guess you did
Maybe
not.
that doesn't give us... Oh, of course it wouldn't give a stack, because otherwise the person
But
who's
now
running
it's
around with...
over.
Oh, yeah, with a person dead, it's over.
Oh, no.
I was just looking into the future, guys.
Yeah, it was just...
I thought the puddles during the lights rampant gave stacks, but they didn't.
I guess they
Yeah,
don't
no, that
know,
was
yeah.
my mistake.
Okay.
But yeah, I think once you find the safe spot, the initial, like where you want to orient yourself, once you've found that and you know the rule for clockwise and the rule for counterclockwise, then you're going to see that mechanic become really quite chill.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a hard understanding check. It's more of an execution check. You've got to be quite quick. You
Yeah,
know,
you
you've got
need to
to
be
quickly dip in the middle. You've got to have the tank go out and take the AoE. You've got to make sure you spread quickly after your hits because like your first soak, because someone's going to get randomly jumped on and knock people back. So there's a lot of small little things to do, and right now it's a bit Monkasteer.
It's definitely more... we have been seeing... Oh, no, there's a... Yeah, we have been seeing a lot of Monka steering going on earlier as well, just before we had the shift swap where Jeef was doing the last pull, and we saw the teams go together and they were both merging in the middle, and it was like, oh, that doesn't really work out. We need to be on the opposite side, and then the one team was steering back and kind of got clipped on the way, and yeah, I mean, at that point it's kind of over so far. So,
Yeah, no, for sure. It's slowly taking shape, though. I was actually surprised waking up that there wasn't anyone that had like shot forward into P4.
Yeah, I mean, potentially Ether Group, right? But we don't know. They've
yes.
Yeah, Ether Group just went like in the morning. They just slapped on the table, guys.
This is where we are.
We are ahead. They were ahead until like recently, and then they said, guys, we're going offline again. So yeah, we need to see what happens.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's nice that we are tracking not only the teams that are online, but also those that we can verify that are kind of offline on stream. So of course, Mogtalk doing the Lord's work on that one, making sure that we've got as much information for everyone at home as possible, as well as for us.
Yeah, I mean, manually updating the leaderboard, what Mogtalk is doing in the background, is a lot of work. Like
it is.
It is what it is. Like, they're doing an insane job and just keeping up to date with all the different streams, all the different teams playing, and just there might also be maybe someone missed that is not streaming, not showing anything about it, and they just randomly pop up. I mean, we will see, right? That can happen, but so far we have the status what we know.
Exactly, and we're very much hoping for the World First to be streamed.
Yes.
Regardless of who gets it, it'll be great to be there for that World First. But regardless, we're going to be sticking around until it does happen anyway.
I mean, we need to kill the boss.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to be here until we see a World First stream kill. So you don't worry, we're going to see it together. At this rate now that we kind of slow down towards the end of this phase, I don't know what you think about this. Like, now that phase 3 is kind of causing a little bit of grief, what is your kind of vibe as to how much further we're going to be? Like, how much longer we're going to be doing the being in this raid? How long until it all is over?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can say from the previous ultimates that I've been researching a little bit, there's normally a lot of phases, right, in the ultimates, and they take like 15 to 18 minutes or whatever. I think the latest one was 18 minutes, right?
Yeah, something along those lines, yeah.
So it's a long fight, right? But I was really surprised that we're basically 3 phases in and we're 10 minutes into the fight already. So, I mean, from my viewer experience, I would love a 20-minute fight and we just get another 3-4 phases, right? But maybe not for the players or for anyone who wants to progress the boss in the future. But I mean, I think realistically, probably another 2-3 phases, like 6 to 8 minutes probably. So we get into the 16 to 18-minute mark most likely, right?
I think that's fair.
But I'm also not sure exactly how it is counted if there's like some crazy cutscene coming up that will take like 20-30 seconds. That does also count towards combat time, but also is not really the combat time.
It's like a nice little break,
it's like relax,
isn't it?
yeah. So
it's quite funny because we've already got what was once quite a stressful phase that I think is now becoming, it's more of like you've gone in without the resources and there's no way you're going to win. But the crystal phase at the end of phase 2, that sort of intermission, it does seem to be pretty vibey now. Everyone seems to be doing it in quite a relaxed fashion. The check is kind of tight, but like in terms of having a small lull in the action, you're kind of just dodging swirlies and placing down like cones away from people. It's nothing as mental as all of these like crazy elaborate
It is
mechanics,
a little bit.
right?
Maybe they were like, okay, guys, we're not going to make too much AFK phasing, right? We're just going to do this intermission where a little bit of RP is going on, and then like a mechanic where you can like play with one hand and just a little bit relax. You dodge left, right, attack the things, right? In general, I mean, could be right, but I think the fight will definitely last a few more phases, right? Because we have not really seen anything crazy new that will like build up right now. We're building up all these bosses and all the situations that are happening, and hopefully we get to see like a really crazy like not solution, like a resolution in the end of all the different fights that we have going on here. So hopefully we get to see something cool, and maybe Titan randomly comes in with a car.
Well, I saw this. I can't take credit for this as much as I'd like to, but on E12, there's this whole junctioning mechanic with all the Titans, right?
Yeah.
And of course, junctioning is a huge thing in Final Fantasy VIII as well, which is of course what the Raid series has got like essences of, and it's all like to do with memories and things like that as well. But instead of junctioning these primals, you know, instead of like junctioning Titan and Ifrit and Garuda and Shiva, what if you junction previous ultimates? So
okay. Yeah, we let him cook. let it
so
cook.
Just randomly, it's just like, yeah, junction top, and just Omega pops out. You got to do like an Omega ultimate part of the phase. You have to do a little bit of T at one point, a little bit of DSR. That's what we need to see. And by we, I also want to go home before Christmas, so maybe next Ultimate.
Wait, didn't you want to progress this boss as well?
I really want to progress this boss.
Yeah.
It's one of the nice things. Like I've at the World of Warcraft races, of course, I'm really excited to see it. As well as there's like an inkling that gets you wanting to play as well. But I very actively play Final Fantasy, and I've never been more jealous of the players as to what they're doing. I'm really yearning to get my teeth into this fight for sure.
I mean, it does seem really nice. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm down to play it as well. Yeah, I'm not blind rating though. I think I've maybe seen some things of the fight.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I could be blind, will be a little bit of an issue. Yeah, but no, I mean, I'm down as well. I think it is really cool.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic. So I'm hoping that we can, probably start in January though. We've got Christmas coming up. It's gonna be a bit busy. But these ultimates, of course, are just not only for the top end teams that just spend a hell of a lot of time. They just wake up, play, they go to bed. You know, that's all they do. But for those who are doing it a bit more of a, you know, maybe a few nights a week or whatever it happens to be, the amount of dedication that it requires out of you, it can take so much, like emotionally. You just are so cooked by the end of it. It can test friendships. It can do so much because it's just so difficult. So it's something that you really need to make sure that you're prepared for. As someone who took like 9 months to do DSR 2 nights a week, that was pretty rough. I tricked Nups into it. Some people might know Nups from Mike's community, and I was just like, yeah, no, dude, it'll probably take about three months most. And he's just like, I can do that. And it's like 9 months later, it's still going. It's
I mean,
like,
I remember when I got asked, do you not want to do top? And I was like, I mean, how long will it take? Like 1 to 2 months or something. And then I was like, I swear, a year later or something, you guys were still playing. I was like, that was a good dodge, let's put it like that. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, is that it's one of the problems that we had was just scheduling, man. It's so hard to get a schedule to play both World of Warcraft at a high level. Because I think it was also, this is a little bit of a spoiler, but we was also planning on doing something else. And just before we was like, okay, let's announce it, let's go for it. About 3 hours before that post went out, it was like, PTR testing's coming up, by the way.
Yeah.
And then there was a post in the chat where like one of the non-WoW members was just like, we're not doing this, are we? And Scrap was like, let me see. And I was like, no, then we're not doing this.
Let me see.
that I don't know if that was just Scrap trying to like ease the pain they were about to go through, but that was full cancelled.
It's like he knew already this is over, but let me try to make it seem like I tried to fix the scheduling. So it's like, at least it looks like I was trying. Yeah, but in reality, it has been long over,
There
right?
was no way to fix it. But we are going into Ultimate Relativity now. One of the more complicated mechanics, as they are now going to be working out exactly where they're going. Unfortunately, 2 people going to the same location. A little bit of confusion, but hopefully they can talk it out, as they weren't placing anything important just yet. Hopefully they now know where they're going. It looks like Narlock has also... This looks a little bit cooked. I don't know if
This
Narlock's going to be
looks-
trouble later, but maybe some
I think
fixes later.
Yeah, this looks quite cooked. I think he will kill someone later on, but for now that's not the issue. Let's hope they wipe before, so he can say
It wasn't me.
I wasn't me, guys. Yeah.
But the rest of this is going well. I honestly,
Yeah.
what we've been saying is it looks super complicated in terms of what you're doing, but generally speaking, it's... Oh. Okay. 6 people alive. They've got to make sure they're under the boss in order to share this group damage, what they're able to
and
do,
now they got the
unfortunately.
LB3 here.
MT going down, but yeah, LB3 coming out to make sure that everyone is safe. We're going to be having the AoE, good use of cover coming in from Narlock there to make sure we're safe. A tank immunity going out onto Alice, deathly there, making sure that we're going to be staying alive so we can practice this Hex Apocalypse, where we're going to have 6 of these little lights going around, noting out where we're going to be exploding. But first and foremost, we also have 6 dark waters in which to deal with. You can see them in light parties across, and you'll see a little bit of an adjustment because you want to have different times on each side. So you see a little swap coming in there to make sure that we've got a long, a medium, and a short debuff. And now you can see
They're going to
where they need to go. A little bit of a spread out to make sure that no one's knocked
Oh
up.
no, there's a steering going on here because they weren't exactly sure which team goes to what side, and they're still trying to squeeze the 2 people at the top, meaning the 2 people at the bottom have an easy time, but the people at the top are a little
This
bit
is-
tight. But this is looking very
Fortunately,
good.
we did lose Zepp, who was unable to get under the boss in time, but we should still be okay. You can
Now
see...
he will bring out the boss.
Perfect. Didn't even get a damage down for doing that. They're going to get knocked back into their 2 light parties. They're going to be trying to soak this. There's only 3 people on this side, unfortunately, making it so that 2 of our members do go down. A Shockwave Pulsar coming in, doing a hell of a lot of raid damage, but this is a new best for Echo. As that pull there, going through that Hex Apocalypse, was the cleanest that we've seen from Echo thus far. One of the cleanest pulls that we've seen generally on the stream.
Yes.
Wasn't perfect, but pretty good. Boss still has far too much health. Consider how cooked that ultimate Relativity was. I think it was a miracle that we even got that
Yes, yes. Oh, we also can see here that Automania did get a new best with 27.3%, so we know it's not sub 30.
far. That's good to know.
I mean, that is good to know, but Automania has really been chugging it off here and having really consistent pulls. I assume it was just now because we're watching Echo the whole pull.
Yep, I didn't actually check. We'll make sure that we're keeping a closer eye on the multi-view there. You can actually see Automania if we go to their POV right quick, if we don't mind production. They're doing a little bit of a review of that pull. So you can see maybe what caused them grief. As you can see the tank going out there for that slam. This is very clear. Unfortunately, 2 damage downs on their team with Ming and Blink unfortunately going down. But that
looks...
that was like as good as it's going to get.
Yeah.
Well, of course, with a couple of damage downs because of some grief, but they managed to get through it.
Yeah, I think so far also Automania did have the issue that the tank oftentimes got the damage down, bringing the boss out for the knockback, like you mentioned. Yeah, it has been quite difficult for them. I think every time we watched it, if they managed that, the tank was just legging it out somewhere.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, because he obviously doesn't want to wipe the raid, but it is quite difficult. So Narlock finding the safe spot there, either RNG or he knew where it was. We don't know, but it is really good, right? And probably in the end, every team needs to be on the path here. And as we can see, all teams are working, chugging slowly on the percentages. We have Lucrecia double on the leaderboard currently.
So if we have a look at that Automania pool, we had obviously we didn't get to see the entire thing, but we did see that there was 2 deaths. Because we had 2 weaknesses, res sicknesses. We also had 2 damage downs. So obviously something went a bit scuffed. So let's give them even more damage than those things would give. I think without using LB, sub 20% seems possible.
That seems probably possible, yeah. I think they've not stopped using LB in the mission, so like on the crystal.
Unless they use LB at the very beginning, but I don't think they did. But I didn't also, I can't say for sure. But let's see how Lucrecia does.
I mean, Lucrecia is also in the 35% range here, so, and they have been doing amazing. I think they have a nicer and easier strat in the 6 Apocalypse phase, where you have the 3 people at the back line
and 1 person at the front.
And 1 person at the front, just making it a little bit more stable, I think, in terms of the situation. But first they need to get to the ultimate Relativity. We have a more active job actually here. He needs to leg it out fast. He's trying to optimize the bears a little bit. Very nice. He's going out here, and then he needs to place his rewind in a position, then put the group soak in the middle. After he placed the group soak in the middle, he will need to go to a tower that we will need to aim as well, and then he can AFK in the middle. So he had all the crazy jobs in the beginning, and now he can finally start hitting the boss without any interruption, basically.
It seems to be going very well as well. We just got 2 more towers to soak on the left-hand, right-hand side. You can see the players already in position, seemingly facing them in the right directions. Make sure you only take 1 tick. Going around in a very specific pattern there. It looks like that player hopefully will be safe enough, and it looks like they were, making sure they group up under the boss now. No damage downs onto the team, and easily surviving that giant hit on the group, followed up by a large shockwave pulsar. The healers very much on top of that, making light work of it. Hopefully they can slam out some damage as they have a tiny bit of downtime. It looks like the tanks are taking this together. Are they using immunities? Nah, dude, they're just playing the game.
They're actually playing the game. That's
My
really
word.
But yeah, here they just pop potion, 2 minutes, the boss is losing all the HP bar basically. They still have LB3 ready as well, for in case anything goes wrong. Now we go into the dark water position here, what will be very interesting to see if they have a good system set up.
Can you see that the players aren't worried about getting really, really clean visuals? Instead, they're still focusing on their damage, and they know that they can read the combat, party list in order to get to where they need to go. You can see everyone spreading out nice and quickly so that the jump comes in, knocking nobody off, and they manage to successfully do that. Let's see if they're able to get this spread out properly. 3 at the back, 1 at the front. Not the best for uptime. The boss is attackable during this phase, even though she is jumping around a lot, unfortunately losing the Picto as well as our Scholar, and a little bit too much damage coming out on the group here. Unfortunately, going to lead to a little bit of an issue. We have no reses available, so we can't get our healers up. That knockback coming in, spelling the end of that pool, which was looking so good up to that point.
Look at the boss HP. They have LB3 ready. If they would have had everyone alive, even with the downtime a little bit on the POV here of our Monk, I think it would have been easy sub 20 probably.
This is a new best pool, and they had like no uptime during Hex Apocalypse at all.
Like
so
they will get it soon.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure.
To the point of like what did I think that LB drifted about 4% of the boss's health? I didn't look exactly. So I think a reasonable thing to be looking for. Obviously, I think with enough time, a lot of time, mind you, you could be looking at maybe a 10%er.
That is probably a lot
of
everything.
Yes, you know, and that'll take like a good couple hours to get anywhere near there. But I think something a bit more achievable is the sub 20%, looking towards the 15%, similar to how we left phase 2, which would kind of make sense, like as a little bit of a checkpoint. Yeah,
I mean, I think in general, maybe I take back what I said with the 3 debuffs in the back. After seeing my poor melee friend all the way in the back, he probably wants to be front right hitting the boss. Yeah,
I think only because the bosses are active during it. I think it might be a little bit trollings to have. It's safer, I think.
It is safer. Yeah.
It's you're relegating always at least 2 melee players away from the boss, because even if the 2 melee DPS are attacking, that means the 2 tanks are at the back. I suppose you have a paladin, but I'm not even sure if he's in his ranged phase.
I don't know.
So it's going to be a little sad for someone. So I wonder if they're just going to stick with that for now, and then if they need the damage, they can do a slight modification. I think right now, even if you're using, if the strat is easier and it allows you to explore more of it and get more comfortable, then doing a small modification later that won't affect the other aspects of it, I don't think it's the end of the world. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
You can just tweak it later and you'll be all right.
I mean, this should be an easy change. If they're comfortable reading the mechanic, doing all the things, adjusting one debuff to another position is probably quite easy.
No, for sure. So yeah, I think at the moment, Lucrecia are having a little bit of a look at what went wrong there. We have got a couple of people working their way through the phases right now. Maybe we can have a little look at Ottomania, perhaps, as they are working through the early stages of the Usurper of Frost. But as we are doing that, of course, we are raising money, and you guys have been donating a crazy amount. We've raised a total of $7,221.69. I'm sure that was by accident. Thank you, chat.
We had the 69 earlier.
No, of course, all going for Games for Love, an absolutely fantastic charity that we've worked with for the last World of Warcraft race as well. They provide help for children in hospitals. Children, obviously, being in hospitals, a nasty old time if you're there for any long period of time, if you've had a family member in there as well. I'm sure you can attest to how much they light up when you go and visit, because it is quite a miserable time. Imagine being there as a kid. So they are helping hospitals provide distraction therapy through the use of things like video games, something that, of course, we all very much enjoy, but I'm sure you watching the stream very much enjoy video games and can understand the wonderful impact that they can have to your life, even if it is just saying that you're having a bit of a shitty day and just being able to just kind of take you away from that and having a bit of escapism. Having those sorts of resources available to the kids in the hospitals is honestly life-changing for them. And it also goes further than that to kind of keep... I know I'm kind of gushing about them, but they're worthy of being gushed over, right? They provide... for kids that are in there for a huge swaths of time, so they miss a ton of school and things like that. When they get out and maybe they're more towards adulthood, they've missed out on so much school that, sometimes you're just kind of spat out by the system and you're just like, well, go fend for yourself.
Yeah, that's the worst part.
So they provide things like apprenticeships as well as university places.
Scholarships.
Yes, scholarships and things like that as well. So they do amazing work, and you guys have been so generous. So do keep your donations coming in. We'll try and get to them as much as possible.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of a scheme maybe coming up later. I'm going to talk to I'm on with Rook later. We've got a scheme for you guys that I think we would like. So we'll see what's going on with that.
There will be some cookery.
Oh, yes. And it's nothing to do with the game. And it's awful. So, yeah.
I think it was a little bit teased earlier from a previous donation, I think.
Yeah.
It will be interesting.
Yeah,
I think
we'll
Chad will have an interesting look at the situation. Yeah.
Oh, no.
But we have a new donation coming in here as well from Anonymous, where we were talking about NA versus EU, and we have a comment here. NA can't use macros because NA can't read. That is a little bit...
Wow, that's a bit toxic.
That is a little bit toxic. Yeah.
In all fairness, when anyone posts a macro in chat, it breaks my mind in this game. I have to make the chat giant so I can look at the picture and then go, what again? Just link me a raid plan. That's far easier in a party fighter. Just a quick raid plan, easy peasy.
And then we also had a generous donation from Ryla for $5, where we were talking about... Oh, that's an interesting question for you as well. We had the question if A or 1 is in north position. Yeah, and we had a chat poll as well.
Okay.
And we have here a beautiful comment from her. The question is not whether A or 1 is north. The question is if A is clockwise or counterclockwise from A. So basically, A is always north, but is A on northwest or northeast?
So I'm one of those people that always forget this. And if I'm responsible for the markers, it might change on a boss-by-boss basis.
Yeah, I see.
Just forget.
It's like a feeling.
Yeah, I'm just like, I think this is how it is. No, so yeah, I now do it in my head. I have it to the 1 to the left, so counterclockwise. So if you look at it as a square, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the way that I have it in my head when I place out the markers now.
Most teams have the opposite.
So I have A in the north, though. But
A in the north. Yeah, I think we
but
had
it goes A, then 1, then B, then 2. Is that what you're saying? Like, as in if you're going around?
No.
Okay, good. No. I was going to say I don't do that. Yeah, that'd be crazy.
No.
Yeah, no, that sounds awful.
No, but it is A and then 1 and then B, like to the right, like clockwise. Yeah.
No, that's No. A. Oh God, that's what these guys are doing.
Oh God. Okay,
we can all be wrong. It's
yeah,
fine.
I mean it's fine. But basically, we had a beautiful poll in the chat where we had A or 1 in north, and there were like 525 people that participated.
Yeah.
And we had a staggering amount of 25 votes for 1 and 500 for A. So and we kind of figured out that maybe it's an EU to NA difference. So we will need to do the poll later today and see, because obviously the most NA viewers are probably sleeping right now.
Yeah.
And we need to see how that is going. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it is. As much as I'm maybe like, we could all be wrong. It doesn't matter as long as it's consistent. That's the main thing. But A being in the north does seem to be the way to go. Ottomania here, though, working their way through the ultimate relativity. They are currently our leaders in terms of boss percentage. They've been doing incredibly well today. So let's see how they manage to handle it. Once again, you can see that the point of view that we're watching here, entirely dealing with the mechanic along their line. To the point where it can look so crazy, but if you just completely ignore everyone else, because you don't care. Like, once you know where you're going in terms of your line, everyone else is completely irrelevant. Like, you don't need them in any way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, you do need them to perform the mechanic correctly, because otherwise that happens, unfortunately, leading to a wipe from Ottomania. Obviously showing that it's still a very, very difficult mechanic and that we're slowly getting our way through it. We'll find our feet. It will become normal to get through it normally. It'll be like a surprise when we muck it up.
I mean, hopefully.
Yeah.
I also have another donation coming in that is directed at you.
Oh.
Yeah? And hi Alex, is Patricia on set for this race with us? Working on the background perhaps? I don't know. If you know, you know. I don't know anything. I can say that much.
As far as I'm aware, there's no Patricia. I ain't got no Patricia, so I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Azeroth, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
For the $1.
Oh dear.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's That's a little bit of an inside meme. I'm just going to leave that where it is. But as far as I'm aware, I ain't got access to nothing. And no one tells me nothing. Working out how ultimate relativity worked based on a freeze-framed point of view from a YouTube stream where like half of the debuff durations were pixelated as hell because of the way I paused it was one of the hardest things I've done recently. I was like, what the hell is going on?
But it was a good cook.
It was a fun... I really enjoyed it. Can you see, actually, that they got a macro in their chat? Long fire, so 30 seconds. Oh, it was gone now. But you could say it tells you what you're doing, just as a reminder.
Oh.
So long towers, you're doing yellows. Long fires, sorry, doing
I mean, you
yellows.
probably watched your segment.
That's it.
I mean, I would have watched it.
Yeah. Well, it turned out that several parts of it were slightly inaccurate.
I mean, the small details are not relevant.
It's fine. The basic idea behind it was there.
Exactly. We can also swap over to Team Lucrecia. I think they're going...
Oh, actually, Orc Raid time is actually on the Ultimate Relativity now. Maybe if we can have a quick look over at Orc Raid time. Production will be with us shortly. Obviously, dealing with something else right this second. There we go.
Yeah,
They were just making sure that we didn't see it
Alex,
too early. That's all. It wasn't a curse. I didn't say that they were doing well. I said that they were doing the mechanic.
were there.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, surely nothing can go wrong when someone dies on this mechanic, right?
There are ways of saving a death, especially if it's once you've done all your jobs. If you die, then you can just kind of go out to the edge because your return won't work and things like that, and you can get away with it. But yeah, it's a very small situation. Really glad to see Awkward Raid Time doing so well as well. They were like in the top 5 quite consistently yesterday, really pushing through. Of course, Mr. Happy absolutely slamming it, which is awesome to see. Playing that Bard there. It's always been a ranged Fizz guy in quite a lot of the difficult content. But we're heading back over towards the Echo point of view right now, as they are in the early stages of the Usurper of Frost phase. I'm surprised that we're still running with a Red Mage. It seems that Red Mage generally, historically, have been having their damage in such a position that you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit by bringing them if you need the output. Yeah. They're incredibly good for Prog in terms of constant reses, as well as their Magic Barrier, providing that 10% damage, magic damage reduction that you take. So they're a nice pick in that sort of sense. But it seems that the potency buffs that they've been getting recently has put them in a position where, you know, sure, they might not be doing as much damage as a Picto or something, but they're still good enough, like in terms of their output, in order to make it so that the teams aren't struggling for any of the checks just yet. Yeah. Although saying that, we still got a lot of health to do. Maybe we might see some switches off a little bit later when those reses become less important. Yeah,
I mean, currently reses are... I don't even know how important the reses are, right? Because most of the time when someone dies, it's probably over because of all the body checks we have been going on.
For sure.
Other mechanics, but I mean, potentially, I mean, it's still saving people every now and then, right? And maybe the damage reduction is just really good right now for all the things that are doing. I mean, in general, it is not that bad, especially if he's not doing too much less damage.
For sure.
But yeah, I think Misty has already been playing the melee positional on all the fights. So he will have an easy time swapping to melee if needed.
Yeah, of course. Red Mage does have like a melee combo that isn't needed to be used all the time, just when they're doing their bursts, and you can see him in the midst of that combo now. So having a Red Mage have access to a melee position, and also having a player that can also swap off of the Red Mage and go to a melee spot is also really useful. Yeah. But if that is going to be the case, or we jump to a double melee comp instead, dropping the Red Mage, we will have no resurrections apart from the healers. And there's several mechanics that, if you're all spread out and you didn't realize it was a hit on the healers, like a group soak as an example, and the healers just die, and then that's it. That's the end of the pool. Whereas if you have a Red Mage, you can quickly get them up. The healers can have a bit of healing res immunity while they're up, and they quickly pop LB3, and you can kind of scam your way through a mechanic and learn so much more. So the longer you can drag a Red Mage through Prog, the happier you're going to be. But it doesn't feel like they're that heavy to drag at the moment.
They're not being dragged right now. They're carrying their own weight.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, they're not too heavy in this case because the Lala fell, but...
Oh, God.
Okay. we can swap to Team Lucrecia here. I think they're getting into the last phase. If production could do a quick swap.
Yeah, it looks like they are working on, what's it called, Gaia right now, to the Oracle of Darkness. So we'll be jumping over to Lucrecia when we can. There we are. Yeah. As they're going into Ultimate Relativity. Having a little bit of a breakdown of our guy. He is going to be a long fire, responsible for soaking one of these yellow towers. So you can see already he's looking towards one of them, and he's going to go and bait one of these yellow towers out now. I believe he's probably going to be doing the one up here. There we go. So he's going to be placing this and immediately returning to the middle as he has got a group stack. Unfortunately, our ninja going down here might spell disaster, but we can continue to try out. Here, he's going to go and place his return. Being one of the eye people, he's going to be placing it towards the middle of the room. And then, unfortunately, due to the body check, as you rightfully put, there's too many jobs here that as soon as you lose anyone, unless they're job-free and they're full AFK in the middle, you're going to be in trouble.
It needs to be quite late.
Yes.
For someone to die, sadly.
Unfortunate, but it's very, very easy to die. And as the groups are getting used to their particular strategies and just getting used to the way the mechanic flows and feels, it's going to take a little bit of time. We're going to expect these sort of deaths. It's not just because it's solved and they're trolling. No, it's solved and it's difficult. Everyone's getting there.
And the trolling.
And the tiny bit of trolling.
Sometimes.
Little trollings.
So now we can see Echo again working on the intermission, not using RB3. The damage, as we see here, it may be a little bit hard to read, but you only need to do 50% of this Icy Whale damage here, because Gaia will be smacking the other 50% away very soon.
For sure.
So here they're safe, all good. They saved everything. We are good.
Quick jump off here from
Narlock.
Yeah. Because of the damage down. Makes a lot of sense. Shouldn't be needed for any of the MIT at the moment. I believe that they're using their passage of arms at a later point. So now that they are back up, ready and raring to go, getting Gaia down. We've seen Echo get through the ultimate relativity just fine. We've seen them also get through the hextuple apocalypse.
The name is changing
all the time. Just going to constantly change it, but that apocalypse phase with a little bit of scuff, but it was certainly taking shape.
Yes,
so
for sure.
We will see how well they go. Fortunately, a small res sickness on the tank isn't the end of the world, right?
It's fine, it's fine.
Here we go.
So here we have the more, this is a medium drop, I would say. You have some soaks to do in the middle. You need to drop your stuff off, then you need to run out. And here the important thing, people always forget that you need to put the rewind on an hourglass. Okay, he's doing it quite well. Then he needs to run out after.
Got to be careful of those.
Not get beamed. You need to run out. Yeah. Okay.
Then going in for one more GCD.
Yeah, very nice. And now he has to basically wait for his turn on the last hourglasses, where he has already put his rewind just there. He will go and bait the beam very soon, whenever they become active here.
The damage on the group during this, I didn't really pay attention to it, is pretty substantial. You can see the raid cooldowns going out in order to try and keep everyone alive and well. Hopefully facing in the right direction here so that we do not have any issues in terms... Unfortunately, a tiny bit too close there. Don't want to blame anybody, but he looks like he was quite good on his marker, but the other person may be a tiny bit too close. But I think that everyone could maybe just be a little bit kinder to each other and have that not be too much of an issue. But fortunately able to get everyone up here through this Shockwave Pulsar. Echo opting to use their immunity still on these tank buses until later on when it feels mandatory. They can start using their normal cooldowns on it. And for now, we're going to be jumping into the last mechanic here. What is it even called? Spelling Waiting?
No, it's Spelling Waiting in Dark Water.
Yeah, does she not cast anything to get the... So yeah, Spelling Waiting and Dark Water, but in terms of the Apocalypse, does she call it anything specific out of interest? I haven't seen. Just Apocalypse?
Just Apocalypse.
Okay. Fair enough. Just
maybe she comes back and she says Ultimate Apocalypse, and then we get like 16.
It's Apocalypse with Relativity and Lights Rampant. And everyone had a nice spread there for the initial boss jump.
Some steering going on with
someone is going to just have to leg it,
I mean...
Yeah,
that is a bad spear. That is some...
Yeah, something went very, very wrong there in terms of the understanding of where to go. That's unfortunate.
I mean, but they're getting there. Especially if you get there consistently, you can make it happen, right? I mean, they've been also getting their way through a little bit, like all the mechanics, and everyone getting multiple different iterations of the situation here. They just get more confident, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little rough around the edges. They're opting to just wall it, which is fair enough. It's pretty nasty, that particular mechanic. As soon as it goes wrong, so many people die if you just make a small misjudgment. And having a look at it, Automania was working on ultimate relativity, but unfortunately have perished to its multiple debuffs, which is understandable. As most of the teams right now are either on an early phase or doing a little bit of VOD review.
Yeah, I think Automania, like we have been keeping track of them on the second screen here, more or less. They have been doing a lot of VOD review. Like after every single wipe, they're always talking about what happened, what is wrong, and what not. I mean, Azumako's doing the same, but we obviously don't see it currently. But yeah, they've been really pushing on the finding out who exactly made like a small misstep. And earlier we saw that someone was like maybe a tiny bit more to the left or the right, and then the whole team got blasted. So yeah, it is very precise movement, especially on these hourglass baits, because they've been cutting it closer more and more. every time they went there. I think Echo has also been adapting, or basically everyone is adapting it, that you don't want to, you want to place your spell in waiting kind of on the hourglass, a little bit shifted to the one side, and then you bait really tightly to the other side, so you can basically have the situation that just happened to Echo, where 2 people died to the resolution, not happen, right?
Well, considering we're heading into a fresh pool, maybe we can have a little bit of a recap of what's going on here. Working on Fate Breaker to begin with, him doing his Cyclonic Break, which is just a series of cones baited on your position, can be imbued with either Lightning, which is a full spread, or Fire, which is pairs, so they make short work of that, dodging these sort of Hades-style cones, which is one of the first times we kind of saw the cones keep marking where you just were, so you have to dodge them out the way. Next up, we're going into the Utopian Sky, which is a first trio where we're going to have this mist everywhere. If you've done this on the other difficulty, you will know where if you've got to find out where they are raising their swords so you can find the safe spot. This was imbued with fire, so they're going to be stacking up in light parties. If it was lightning, they'll be spreading. Here, they're going to get into clock spots because they have the same Cyclonic Break coming on here, where once again imbued with fire, go into your pairs and just keep dodging around. So kind of similar mechanics that we've seen so far. The mob in the middle is denoting, saying lightning circles are going to get big and make sure you go to the fire side. They're going to be dodging some of the giant cuts across the room. This one going to knock them back into light parties with these fire tethers, where they're going to be spreading these damages out. So quite a lot going on, but very, very similar to the mechanics that you see in E11. But from here you get a raid wide into another spicy mechanic with this upcoming tether set, right?
Yeah, with this upcoming tether set, we have a tank mechanic where the 2 tanks get marked, or basically will explode on the opposite side, and then we have 3 towers spawning that have a random number of towers in them, and we need to have a priority system to assign. Oh wait, I'm completely lost at this.
Yeah, it's fine. We got these tethers.
It's fine. We
First
have the
and
tethers
foremost.
coming up. Yeah, quick rundown. You get 4 tethers. They spawn in 2 seconds intervals. There can be either lightning or fire, and you need to solve them in your light parties. And here in this case, we had a fire which needs to be stacked behind the team, and they got it twice, so they need to stack twice behind the team. If you will get a lightning, you will need to spread into 3 different cones around the afflicted player.
Yeah, for sure. And you're entirely right. The boss is going to be going into a powder mark here. This one's slightly different than it was on the Savage Mode difficulty, where it does put a bomb on one tank, but when it expires, it also hits the closest target. So both tanks need to be relatively close to each other. Burnt Strike coming here, going to be knocking back the players into these towers. You can see 3 sets of 2 needed in each of these towers. So you can see the DPS and healers dealing that while the tanks explode on the other side of the room. And the boss's health, this, you might be thinking, wow, they're getting through this really quick. You can see they've entirely stopped damage. This boss was dying so fast on the first day that I was actually a little worried that the damage checks were going to be a little bit too easy. But it seems to have certainly ramped up on Shiva here with the Usurper of Frost.
Yeah, here in this phase, it's really easy. In the beginning, we start off with the tank mechanic again. We're still opting out to use Living Dead on it because it will come back later in the fight when we use it again. So there's technically no reason to try and play it good, I guess, currently. And I mean, the tanks, with all the body checks, the immunity is not too important. After this, we will need to pay attention to her image that will be saying either Reap or Cleave. And depending on what we get with Cleave, we need to run out and do a formation. And with Reap, we need to a tight stack under her with a formation as well, where the 4 marked players will need to go into the 4 corners, and 4 other players that are unmarked will need to do a bait of a light cone. As you can see here, we got the Cleave. We're going out. The 4 players without their mark, as you can see, and Sugi's PvP baited the light cone. The other people dropped the puddles outside. Now you need to spread into your light parties, get knocked back into your light parties. Now you need to run towards Shiva or away from her, depending on her position. And while this is going on, you need to soak and basically go into a nice line towards her to be ready for Thin Ice to slide here while looking away from the light
2
image.
different Shivas, you're entirely right. You've done incredibly well to actually condense what was all going on there, because there is a lot of moving parts here. But once again, nothing brand new, all just kind of variations on things that we've seen before. So really good to see. This Hallowed Ray, actually not a, I've been told it's not a wild charge mechanic. You don't need the tanks at the front, apparently. Okay. So I've been told, don't know whether or not that's true. But we are now going to be heading in towards the set of mirrors. So the boss is going to be doing a Reap, which is going to be a donut, and that's going to be sending out 4 cones from her. But at the exact same time, this blue mirror at the edge here that doesn't have the red slowdown next to it is also going to be doing that. So you can see they're facing it, aiming those cones away from the other team. Now the red cones are going to, red mirrors, excuse me, are going to resolve. So they're going to once again place those cones. They're not going to be hitting one another. Banish coming in, forcing the group to split apart. There is a version of that that also makes you stack up based on how many orbs around her head. Once again, another throwback to E8, but nothing throws back to E8 more than Light's Rampant here. 6 people all chained together. They are going to have to form a formation to allow them to go into each of these individual towers, whilst make it so they're going to be able to squidge together. Unfortunately, a little bit late on that. But you can see that Light's Rampant is just as fragile as it once was, and anyone who's used to the sound effect and the screen effects of dying to Light's Rampant, I'm sure, is looking at their screen in a cold sweat. Because it's pretty big. But you can see that they obviously just made a whoopsie. There's nothing really to go over there. They're just going to get straight back into it. But let's head over towards Team Lucrecia now to see how well they are doing with their ultimate relativity. Looks like they are on the first set of baits here, as the first set of people are placing out their returns. Second set of fires and explosions going out in the middle. Unfortunately, that fire a little bit too close to the group, getting clipped by the blizzard, might lead to a quick demise for this team. Let's see how well they are able to recover. Unfortunately, starting to bleed out. Just that little bit of greed on that second group soak in the middle always has that blizzard go off at the exact same time, so you've got to give that extra bit of space. But they might be able to squeeze through. Healer is here.
Maybe they can
Healer LB3 going out to at least make it so that we can get some practice. Tank going down to that shared buster, completely understandable. As long as our Paladin does get threat, he will be able to take the tank buster himself. Hopefully he will have an immunity available to allow the team to explore a little bit further into the fight. This, of course, being a little bit of a cleave. You can see his hallowed ground going down. So yeah, he's going to be safe and sound as we're going to be going into Apocalypse.
Yeah, now we have Apocalypse coming up. Again, the team needs to spread into 2 different light parties, but before that, it's the most important thing, Big Dam. Yeah,
oh, yes.
For 2 minutes, potions, as we can see here. We want to get the boss down. Of course, they had a little bit of struggle, but yeah, now they're going to go and be confident here to get into 2 light parties with the 3 unique number of debuffs, basically. In terms of the duration, we're having the first one here that will just resolve, will be easy. And now we need to see where the Apocalypse is starting. So here you can see it will be starting. They need to go to the left of it, both teams, and then they need to do a nice spread. Here they have 3 people in the back to make it a little bit easier to understand where it is. 1 guy in melee. And now we need to sprint to the middle before the last part of the Apocalypse will explode. While the tank will need to, after the soak, walk out, bait the tank mechanic. It will knock us back, and then we need to go into light parties after. Soak that, but sadly we lost half the team on the way there.
Yeah.
But that's the idea, I guess.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it was a little bit late. The movement was a little indirect getting in with a lack of sprint. Maybe would have been able to make it with a sprint, but the explosion doing a bit too much damn. So a little unfortunate there for Lucrecia that have been making some excellent progress. Still a little bit of work to be done on that particular Apocalypse mechanic that seems to be causing grief. But you did just see the Enrage there. That's the end of the Gaia phase, right? So basically it is Relativity into Apocalypse into bye. That's pretty much the end.
It's technically not too much. I mean, there's a lot going on, but technically also not too much.
Yeah, it's like 2 big mechanics.
Yeah.
Obviously, within there's a lot going on.
And you need to do damage.
Yeah, and quite
and
a lot
you can't
of
take
it.
a damage down.
Yeah.
You can't die.
It's easy, man.
I mean,
chat's already done it.
I mean, technically, I think it should be quite easy. But I mean, I think the teams in general, they need to get 1 good pull, right? Like, I think Lucrecia, Echo, or Ottomania currently playing. They need to get 1 good pull. And then we will hopefully see in phase 4.
What do you? I don't know if you have much of like a cook in terms of what we could be expecting to see as a phase 4. I don't know if that's necessarily like your focus in terms of what we might be seeing, because obviously there's a lot to see. But if you had a bit of a vibe, is there anything that kind of stands out, or are you?
I have, to be honest, I have very little idea.
That's fair.
Do you have an idea?
Only based on previous ultimates. Generally speaking, I would now expect it. Like, we've got our main characters now. We've got Fatebreaker. We've got Gaia as the Oracle of Darkness. We've got Reen as our Shiva. I like the picture denoting, as well as the weapons that you get from here, are a mix of that light and darkness, where it's like a combined. Yeah. But I think there's very much going to be a last phase, like mega boss.
Like a combination of both.
Yeah, where you're going to be dealing with both Gaia and Shiva, Gaia and Reen at the same time, as like an oracle of both. So that's probably going to be like the very, very last phase. In terms of next, it's so hard to say, man. It's really, really difficult. But it's where I think they're going to deviate a little bit more from the story. Right now, although it's not exactly what's going on in the Eden Raid series, with Reen not necessarily being the nicest person because she's been possessed by Metron. You know, it's still kind of reasonable. They haven't gone like off the wall just yet and like started making some sort of crazy conjuration and time magic and all that kind of stuff. So there's lots to be seen. I'm kind of hoping for some random Ultimecia things, which is a character from Final Fantasy VIII, quite an important character that the music was based off of for the Oracle of Darkness phase. That was also an Ultimecia thing from Final Fantasy VIII. So there could be some fun things like that. The possibilities are endless. They really, really are. Might also just have... We have got this crystal phase, which is the only reason that I'm kind of thinking that we won't see it, but I could imagine us going into another short phase where we're going to be dealing with the memories. Those memory platforms from E12 Part 1
I know those,
on normal mode. I can imagine us maybe seeing that next, because obviously we go in there, the memories go wrong, and then it makes something crazy, and that's what we fight. I imagine that's probably the next path, but who knows at this point, right? It could be absolutely anything.
I think it is an interesting cook, though, I must say, because you base it on the weapons that you receive from this raid, right? And they have when you unsheath them, you get the dark wing from basically the Oracle of Darkness and the white wing from Shiva.
Yeah.
So I mean, there must be. I mean, in general as well, both bosses go away on a percentage.
Yeah.
They're not that. With Fabrica,
well, we assume at least for Gaia.
I mean, okay. I mean, unless we need to cook 30%, yeah. But let's assume they will both go away. We have the cook that the boss probably combines in some way, or maybe possesses the other one. I mean,
who knows, man?
It would make sense, right? I'm still waiting for the wing mechanic. I think wing mechanics on bosses like that cover the majority of the platform where you need to either they rotate or they have some cool stuff going on. I think are really cool, but we have not seen any yet.
Yeah, like, well, having like a Ascian Prime style thing, which, because of course, like, Metron's an Ascian, as well as Logrith here, now that the Oracle of Darkness guy has been kind of awoken to her true nature. Having those two merge actually happened in the Eden story briefly. So having like an Ascian Prime is like the two merging is very much on par for Final Fantasy storytelling anyway, and I think the weapons are certainly alluding to it as well. So it's something to look forward to. Whether or not we'll be jumping straight into that early, who knows? Because generally, I'll just kind of be surprised if they introduce something completely brand new. I'm expecting more of remixes from here on out, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, also maybe they have a really long next phase where they combine, they heal up, then maybe something happens as well. I don't know. So far, I'm very surprised that we're only 3 phases into such a long fight, right? That's more of the indication that they maybe.
Do you have a combat timer for this? You know?
No, Jeev said it's around 10 minutes.
Damn.
So I believe him,
at the end of phase 3, I assume. Right. Okay. That's quite long. Like, I think I'm trying to remember phase 5 of Top, which is where it really kicked off. Like, here's like 3 very complicated trios. Yeah. And you got to like come out of it, not just succeeding, but also going further.
Phase 5 was one of the blockers on the race, right, for many days.
It really, really was. Yeah. Very, very complicated and fragile. Also with a little bug here and there, which wasn't the nicest. Or at least unintended design. I wouldn't say bug. I think that's probably a bit wrong. But that's where it really kicked off, and I think that was around the 11-minute mark. So I can see us maybe going towards the, oh dear lord.
So you're saying all of this is easy?
Currently, yes. I think we're in the easy phases still. I think we haven't had that disgusting, like, double dragon phase, or that phase 5 where you're fighting all the different Dynamis-infused stuff from Top. You know, we haven't had that gross... like, are you serious that you're doing this so late into the fight phase? So I imagine that's what we're going to be exploring next, maybe after a small intermission with the crystals mucking around, and then we'll go into the phase 5 where it's really, really nuts. That's my trajectory, but I'm so excited to see what's going to happen, because I don't mind. I'm down for anything. I
mean, that's what I said earlier as well to Jiva. I said, I don't mind if the fight lasts another 10 minutes, right? I'm playing it. I'm not playing it currently. I'm just watching it. So if it's a 20-minute fight with 2 more phases, 3 more phases that are very difficult, I mean...
Well, Top was DSR was also quite a long encounter, and I'm not entirely sure if they spoke necessarily to the length. Apologies if they have, but at least I can't remember if they spoke to the length. They spoke to the difficulty being closer to DSR than Top, because Top was more difficult than DSR. But as I say, I'm not entirely too sure as to how long this is expected to be.
I can't remember anything hearing about the expected comment time.
All I know is that apparently no lions. I can see why there's probably not going to be any lines from here on out, but it would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really fit right now.
It doesn't. It doesn't really fit with the vibe. We'll see.
I mean, they could throw anything, right? Technically, they have a lot of stuff. They could cook anything in the future.
Yes.
That's the thing.
I think it's safe to say that we won't be fighting any other random bosses as an example. I'll be very surprised as an example if we fight E7, where we're fighting the birds. Like, that'll be a bit weird. Or if like Leviathan turns up, like E3, or the Ifrit and Garuda fight, or the Titan fight. I'd be surprised if those things they might flavor a mechanic coming up, but they themselves being an enemy in which you're directly contending against, I think it's safe to say. That it's unlikely, at least.
You will see phase 4 and you're going to be...
It's just all the primals at once.
You're like, oh.
They're all just holding up a sign saying, screw you, Alex.
Like we were listening.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
They're designing the encounter as we speak. It's getting hot fixed in. Oh.
I mean, that would be interesting.
That would be pretty nuts.
Okay, I mean, currently we have all the teams kind of being in the early phases of Shiva. We're watching Ottomania also getting in the beginning of Shiva, so we have a lot of blue going on our second screen.
And we've got the return of Kindred as well now. Maybe because we haven't
Kindred
seen them
back
for a little while.
Oh, yeah.
Good to have Kindred up for a bit, as they were doing exceptionally well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they've just started their raid day.
Yeah, they just started their raid day. They ended up yesterday as the basically best stream team as far as I know, and the second the best team in terms of percentage. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so if this is the start of their raid day, then I'm incredibly excited. I'm sure, well, you'll probably be able to speak to this better than I can, but even personally, getting my head around Ultimate Relativity, when I woke up today, I was just like, I think I understand it nicer now.
Yeah.
Sleep buff is so real,
Sleep buff is really real. I mean, Echo had their best pull after on the first pull, I think.
Yeah. And
then they had some improvements here and there along the lines, but they had their first really big improvements, seeing all the things, playing most of the things, losing some people on the way, but they did have it at the first pull of the day. So, I mean, we have high hopes for Kindred. I'm not exactly sure. I can't see the combat time or the dungeon time or whatever, how you want to call it.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if this is like the very first pull or if they have...
That's a very good point.
Yeah,
you can't hide it.
I think they just have disabled it. I mean, it's a little bit
in all fairness, it's like you need one person in your raid ideally to have it, so they can say, "Oh, by the way, guys, there's like 2 minutes left."
2 minute timing out.
It's a bit of a strange
feature.
Yeah. I think it might be a remnant of design. I think in certain situations, like certain party fighter situations, like if you sign up to a random raid or something,
you don't want to be shackled forever.
Yeah, exactly. Where you're too kind to leave, you're too good-hearted to actually just bail on an awful group. Eventually the game will say you've done your best.
Yeah, it's okay. You can rest now.
But I think, like in terms of actual, pre-made group content, I feel that the timer doesn't really serve too much of a purpose. It might just be to like prevent people from like holding instances hostage, just entering an instance and going AFK or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it might also be just that the game is... I mean, I'm not sure how much server load an instance is or whatever.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it could also be that I think for an ultimate, for example, right, you're not going to randomly pack an ultimate when it comes out, so technically the dungeon timer is probably irrelevant.
There's definitely party finder groups right now for Ultimate.
Really?
Oh yeah, they'll be working. They'll be progging. They'll be, here's the raid plan. Let's get through it together. And that's it. Then you just go for it. I know people that have died the entirety of recent up-to-date Ultimates in Party Finder.
I'm surprised. I apologize for anyone who's currently in Party Finder.
Yeah, it's
progging the Ultimate.
To me that sounds dreadful, but
I mean, that is a lot of dedication, I must say. I'm very surprised. That's why I said it. I would be quite surprised if. But I mean, I guess if you have the Party Finder, if you know what's up, I mean,
for sure. Yeah, like reclays and stuff happen in Party Finder all the time. And
for reclays, I understand.
And people swear by it. If it's the way you're used to playing, as someone who's like very used to having communications and like in comms and things like that, I find it to be like a key part of raiding. Like not having that just sounds scary to me, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I fear it.
I think I'm also a little bit, how's it called, spoiled from the situation that I'm always in a call with people and always waiting with a certain amount of people and group and whatnot, and then it's unfortunately with the death there, seems that Kindred's first pull of this is going to be a bit rough. It looks like we also have Cryo with us as well, also popping up on our multi-POV. We did have them a little bit later. They might have just gone for a break and mayhaps come back. No, I think they did also wake up. I think they're ready to go again.
Because it's local time up in the top right there, 11 at night. But if you think about it, what time is it right now?
Like 3-4 p.m. I think, our time.
For us, our time, yeah. So It's 3:15. There we go. So they've been. In theory, it came out like 3 hours ago for them. Also, like 24 hours ago. So I guess
actually, I think it would make sense if they don't care about the time.
Yeah, and
they don't care. Yeah, then it's fine.
Very true.
Yeah, we could also swap over to the Echo again. We broke the shield. We are ready. We have the limit break. Yeah, we do have it. A little bit hidden, top left. You can see.
Oh, you can see one little tick of the MT. MT is going to be playing on an ultra wide in order to make sure that the different points of view have like a parity between them. Sometimes we do our best to make sure you can see as much as possible, but some things squeeze off the edge of the room. But of course, MT doing exceptionally well here on the Ninja. Ninja being a very, very popular pick so far for quite a lot of the racing teams. Seeing a lot of Ninja, seeing a lot of Picto.
Yeah, I think both of them are like the top classes.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
Job, sorry.
Don't worry, I say it all the time. Yeah, don't worry, chat is fuming right now, but we're not seeing chat, so
I apologize.
Unluck, chat.
Okay, so we can see here MT is having the fast-paced thing where he needs to run out, put his rewind on the clock, like on the... No, MT. Okay.
I think, without being mean to MT, I think he's made a mistake.
I think he has made a mistake.
Do you know it's solvable if he soaks this, and then just before the rewind comes in,
he dies.
That is the best course of action.
Yeah,
he should. And I'm not being mean right now. No, and he's going to do it. He should jump off.
Very nice.
Very
okay.
A mistake was made. A mistake was recognized. Importantly. And it was rectified. Unfortunately, Suki going down, but that should still be all right. We'll be able to do the group soak together. Oh, and unfortunately, that immunity either just timing out or that particular mechanic piercing through the res immunity. We'll still be able to res him up in time. Oh, unfortunately, our mitt is also a little bit all over the place. But we do have a little bit of wiggle room as we pop the LB3. Just why not? Make it safe than sound. A good grip from a good rescue there from Remy onto Ara. As being stuck in that animation right there for the LB, making sure not getting hit by that big swipe on the tank here. Let's see how well they can deal with Apocalypse, as we're going to be getting 3 Dark Water debuffs out. These are stored with 3 different durations. One is going to be short, going off in a moment. Then you've got a medium length one and a long one. You just got to make sure that you are soaking this initially, and then after this, getting a nice spread out for the Spirit Taker hit. Now finding the place that you want to be spreading out for this AoE. It looks like the groups have generally found a nice enough spot. Alice and MT fighting for survival there. It seems like Alice deathly deciding against it. Unfortunately losing a few too many people on the other side of the room. But they might still be able to squeeze through. Alice, deathly going out. Unfortunately not having the mitigation available, as I think it is Narlock's job. But Narlock was unfortunately floor bound there. It's taking shape. You can see that there's the remnants of a good strat in there. It's just a little bit far off right now.
Also good to see that MT recognized that he was doing a mistake and he fixed it before just waiting for the doom to happen in the middle of the team.
100%.
So
I think we have Automania working on Gaia right now. So
it's Enrich cast on 31%. Okay,
not bad. I didn't actually recognize that they were that far in. I thought they was working on the Apocalypse. So it looked like both Echo and Automania. Dude, having all these different points of view, talking from a caster perspective, man, this is so good. Shout outs to everyone that has provided their points of view for Echo and Mogtalk to be using. It's absolutely fantastic. We've got some awesome prizes for them as well.
Oh, yeah. I
mean, going out with some secret lab tech. Here we go. You can see some wonderful Titan Evo Final Fantasy Edition chairs. We've got some custom hoodies, custom displays that are going to be one-offs. You can get gold, silver, or bronze with your name on them. I think there's a certain level of customization just going out to the players, as well as the Corsair peripherals of their choice and some Elgato Neo products as well, all going towards those winning teams.
We should have played,
Dude, we would have. Well,
we should have won. And
I'm just saying, it would be dead by now, and that would be kind of bad for the show. We won the show. I was approached by Roger yesterday when I came over for the cook, and he's like, "If you come here with any more good ideas, we're going to be done too quick. So it's best that you go."
We're stalling a little bit.
I'm too good, apparently.
That's
totally what
exactly
happened.
what I can vouch for the situation. I was standing next to them, and it's totally true.
Yep, 100%.
No, but it's really amazing to have all the different POVs. Just seeing everyone progress, and you get permanent action. Like currently, everyone is in the Shiva phase. Everything is blue on the left screen almost. So we will probably, hopefully, see phase 3 and some ultimate relativity very soon. It is very
Hopefully
nice.
not all at the same time. That'll be really funny, actually.
You just swap through all of them one by one. How they're gonna wipe?
Just like on a rotation, like between like 5 teams working on ultimate relativity in sequence. Actually, quite a lot of teams are basically at the exact same point. Funnily enough, going into Lights Rampant. Right now, we've got Unwind going into Lights Rampant. Kindred basically a few seconds behind. Followed up by Lucrecia. I think they're going to be going into Lights Rampant relatively soon. Team Trash, I think that is. I hope that's what that team name is. Okay, good. It's small on that screen. I think they're going to be going into Lights Rampant soon as well. So hopefully, as long as most of these teams get through it, we're going to have a lot of Gaia to show you all at once. Oh yeah, okay. Production has given me permission to get them to do some dancing on the stream decks that they've got in there, powering up the production. We would be nowhere without them.
Yeah, I mean, in case you want to ask for action, it will soon be incoming. We're gonna get 5 POVs, 5
POVs.
Yeah. Almost the same thing, but a different game. But it happens.
That's coming soon as well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, true.
Yeah.
So here we get the so who's coming first?
I think Unwind.
Is it? Unwind is current. Oh, both Kindred and Unwind are kind of the same, but we go Unwind.
Yeah, we'll go Unwind.
Oh, wait, they're basically in the same position currently. Okay.
Unwind is like a few seconds ahead. So yeah, I think they're like Unwind currently about 5 seconds ahead of Kindred. Oh man, imagine, dude, when they're all going for the kills, and like you see several people get into the last phase at the same time. Oh my god, you're gonna have to pull me off of this couch, man.
And then people are gonna be
kicking and screaming.
Then people are gonna be slowly wiping on the damage check, or it will be enrage cast, and you swap between the POVs, and you're like, oh shit.
It's gonna be awesome. So you can see that Unwind here, with their currently leading the race in terms of best chat cover by far.
Yes.
And also doing incredibly well. Maybe not in terms of raw boss percentage, but yesterday especially consistently in that top 5. And I think everyone's kind of vying for position. Not entirely too sure how well they've managed to deal with the ultimate relativity just yet. But I imagine that the shape is there. Maybe just the execution just needs a little bit of work. But both Unwind and Kindred making it their way through that particular frost phase. Lucrecia also doing the same thing right now. But we're going to stick with Unwind. As we're going to see how well they can get on with Logreth in the form of the Oracle of Darkness.
Yeah, I mean, here we're going to see. I think, they did use the LB, so they're not going to have a healer LB in most cases. That we have been seeing from Echo to recover the situation, to shamble a little bit less. I mean, to unshamble, let's put it like that.
The unshambling.
Yeah, we do the unshambling. But here we can see that with Ultimate Relativity coming out, they already have some nice pre-positions here that they have probably cooked up. And our POV will have to do a little bit of a fast-paced situation where they need to soak once in the middle, then they need to run out, drop their fire, drop their fire, looking good, drop their fire, then drop their position here next to an hourglass. Okay, that might be a little bit tight.
Confusion, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, unfortunately, it all goes a little bit wrong, but for Kindred, on the other hand, all going a little bit right for now, dealing with that second particular group stack there with the ice at the same time can be very, very difficult. Those last returns placed in the middle of the room being the shadow eyes, so done correctly. Unfortunately, Nanari going down, but I think all of his jobs have been completed, so hopefully not too bad. A res going out onto him. Hopefully his corpse is not going to be in a bad position. Here we go. A little bit. No, we managed to get through it, but a few dooms, unfortunately. 3 players about to go down into that shadow realm, but the healer LB coming out from our Scholar. It's like nothing happened. As long as we can get a tank second on threat, managing to survive that shockwave pulsar. There we go. Nanari's going to be taking this likely with... Nope, they're going to be using their damage reductions. Very, very potent. Having a paladin, very nice for double tank busters. They're able to place their own Holy Shelter on themselves and intervene on their co-partner. One of the strongest for double tank hits paladins are.
Yeah.
Very rarely being like mandatory, mind you, but nice to have. But heading into Apocalypse. Let's see if they're able to recover from what was otherwise a little bit of a scuffed Ultimate Relativity. Yeah,
I mean, let's see what they have going on here. We have the groups already positioned. They didn't even do any swaps, what is quite nice, right? Not only to identify this is looking good. The one team is already in position. I'm not sure where we're walking, but It's looking good. We have the thing exploding to our right very soon, the Apocalypse. They are squeezing a little bit less, but now they need to jog really fast into the middle. Otherwise you get clipped on the left. That's what happened here, sadly. And then we did lose 3 players, and then the tank is getting... we have damage downs everywhere. We have people on the ground. We have explosions on the left team. Also going to take out the tank here with him.
Let's see how Lucrecia is doing, because I think this is a bit cooked. Oh, okay. Well, it's a difficult phase.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like everyone does well until we switch over to them.
I mean, all of the... if all teams are in the same phase, it's quite difficult. But Lucrecia, I think... I know it's not a new best for them, but they are getting really consistent here, I must say again.
Really
yeah, they have been really a really insane team when it comes to the tactical execution, I think. Just really consistent.
Lucrecia, in terms of the stream teams, being very frequently ahead of the pack. Ottomania coming in today and also doing some incredible work. Currently working and furthest out of any of our pops right now, so we will stick with them. But doing some incredible work on their prog, jumping to the very top of our leaderboard. So let's see how well this team can get away with it. Unfortunately, no limit break available for them, as they're going to be heading into the 3rd phase. So if any major catastrophes occur, it's going to be very difficult to recover.
Yeah, but this team is also more... I think would say Ottomania is definitely currently more the stable team. They've been there the most times throughout the morning, at least, my shift here.
Yeah.
So they have definitely the most practice. So maybe they don't need the limit break, hopefully. But I mean, of course, it's always good to have the backup. But in general, I mean, they have the most practice here. They are definitely the most stable team when it comes to the situation in the last phase. So they're pressing the macro here, I guess, telling people what they need to do. I just saw our POV click the macro, so
good stuff.
A quick reminder in chat what you need to do, I guess. So this POV we have going on, we have the ice and the rewind, which means you will need to put the rewind outside very soon. They need to find the hourglass door that is not occupied.
Yeah, he's going to be helping the short... I think there's a little bit of confusion as to his job. He's actually going to be helping bait one of the sets here.
Yeah, he's going to bait this set. And I think then he's going to need to wall it. Otherwise, they will probably wipe.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, at the very end, he's going to need to wall it because he placed his return in the incorrect position.
Or
but of course, there's a little... Well, no, that belief is...
that is an interesting belief coming up here.
Unfortunately, yeah, a little bit too close. Going to clip them in the middle. Yeah, unfortunate there.
There was also some other stuff happening on the other side. So it was probably over either way. Right?
The Blizzard person obviously has a little bit more of a cook's job. It's like that weird side job that you do need to know. But there is like a good way of knowing what group you're going to be helping. If you've got Blizzard and you have the Shadow Eye, you're going to be doing the first set of traffic markers. If you've got Blizzard and you've got the Dark Eruption at the end, then you're going to be dealing with the second set of traffic lights. So you don't actually need to look as to who's missing anything. The game tells you by what debuff that you are going to be resolving with later, which is kind of cute. So there we go.
And now we have the Echo team here, of course, again with the Ultimate Relativity coming up as well. We have Suki doing the mechanic of getting soaked, placing his rewind, running out, and then going back into the team. And then after all of that, he's going to bait the last set of hourglasses.
Yeah, rewind placed in the middle there for Suki because he has got the Dark Water at the very end, running out with his fire before returning to the middle. Next set of baits are going to be coming in, and he is going to be responsible for the last set. You can see which one he's going to bait already. It's the left-hand side. That's what he needs to do. Going out a little bit too early, but you can see he's been doing everything over on this purple marked traffic light here. So able to do that with no issues whatsoever, looking incredibly clean. Hopefully everyone's facing in the right direction to avoid any dooms. We were able to avoid those dooms, get clumped up in the middle for this big AoE hit that is shared between all players. It's like nothing even happened. Easy peasy for Echo. These are going into the 2-minute burst window. Pots are being poached. Yep, and let's do some big damn.
Wait, is pot on cooldown? I'm not exactly sure. It looks like they don't have potion right here. They have it on Z, not...
I wonder if maybe they used them for the intermission phase for now so they can bring the LB into here. Interesting.
Could be. But
either way, good 2 minutes regardless.
It's good. It's always big damn, right?
Yes. That's
the most important thing. So now we get to see the Dark Water again. They're already pre-positioned to see what's going on as well. So because you don't want to end up with everyone on one side to begin with. So now they need to check if you have any swaps you need to do. So MT is swapping here, and we're getting Alice on our side.
Getting nice and grouped up. You're going to see them splitting up very quickly afterwards for the Spirit Taker cast. Going to be knocking a random player. Want to make sure that you don't hit anyone. And you then want to return back to your light parties and find those safe positions. You're going to see them finding those positions quite confidently. As to, well, how correct they are, we will find out. They've got to now squeeze back into the middle real fast. Hopefully not getting clipped at the end. You're going to see both groups here taking those light party hits. Hopefully the tank finding that safe spot. You can see Narlock rushing out there, taking that hit. Groups getting knocked back into 2 different light parties here. Going to be soaking this. As a melee DPS, I'll be screaming to get back to the boss because you want to slap him as hard as possible. Shockwave Pulsar coming out. Is the mitigation in place? It certainly is. Narlock, the only one with a damage down right now. That LB3 getting popped. The boss getting lower and lower. They're looking for that sub 20% there as Memory's End is coming in. Unfortunately, 22, 21%. Just that little bit too much health on the boss, but a brand new best pull that we've ever seen out of any group right now. And that is in the hands of Echo. Excellent pull.
Excellent. I mean, it was really good. Narlock said it did get the damage down because there was a lot of stuff happening, and he was like, guys, I'm out of here. Like, he just pieced it with the boss, but a very nice pull. I mean, we saw this close to seeing sub 20%. Yeah.
The only mistake in that entire... Well, there's a couple of things that they could improve, but Narlock, of course, getting that jump onto the outside is incredibly... It looks incredibly difficult.
It looks very...
Yeah, so that's something that obviously they need to find a solution to, maybe whether or not they can make his assignment a little easier to get to, or maybe, you know, they change which tank is doing it based on who has what, because tanks can also get the Dark Water, right? So it can be quite a difficult thing. But also at the end there, the melee were just like at range, just like...
The melee were like, guys,
please.
help me.
Bring the boss to me, man. I need to hit them. So yeah, that was an excellent pull from Echo. Brand new best, 21.2%. Just that 1.2% away from knowing if it's sub 20. It looks to be.
It must be right. And most of the things went correct. I mean, as we saw here, right, we get a beautiful instant replay. Coming up here, we have the Dark Water going out. The teams are good. I think Suki was a little bit confused. I think he wants to go to the right, but the other team wants to go there. So he needs to jog forward. And what they have done here is a new way of solving these circuits, right? That they take their time before they spread out because they have more time, right? So it is very interesting how they handle those. And then they walked into the middle. No one got the damage down here. They're soaking it. Narlock running out. I mean, being a little bit in pain here. And now... And now the melees, everyone is out. The boss is AFK in the middle, and no one is hitting it.
Yeah, that was incredible though. And obviously, unfortunately, the damage not able to come out at the end there. You can see how painful that damage down is. Is there by chance that we could potentially have a little bit of a look back to see how Narlock has to bait that charge on the outside? Don't get me wrong. It's going to be a... Narlock wasn't the 1.2% missing, by the way. Like, it will do some damn, but he won't be doing that much. So we're going to watch from Narlock's point of view throughout this entire area. See how they get on. This is actually the other side, but you can see, once again, you're entirely right. One person stays still. They make sure the other side's safe, then they go in. Narlock having to find the safe spot right here. Can see that's either going to be D or 1. Can you see that just... see how small that was?
Okay,
yeah. He could... definitely do it.
Yes, yes. I mean, he knows though where it was. You could clearly see that he saw where it was and he was legging it there, but he clipped it a little bit too much.
Just by pixels that he got clipped there. So, and yeah, incredible play though by the Echo guys. That's the cleanest that I've seen that entire phase done before. Yeah. I'm sure it's one of the cleanest. So excellent to see. Hopefully that you know, inspires and lights the fire. I'm sure everyone is doing everything they possibly can, but it's a good, you know, I'm sure they feel good getting ahead of the pack.
I'm very interested in the potion usage though, because potion does do a decent amount. From last time I played Final Fantasy, potion was actually quite useful.
Oh yeah,
like, quite
it's pretty chunky, yeah.
It's good damage. So, I mean, that would definitely been the 1%, even if Narlock wouldn't have gone, because the damage down at the end, I mean, okay. He would have not done the 1.2%, right? But so the potions, if they truly need to potion the intermission to hold the LB for the last phase, is it even worth it in terms of damage? Because they are getting a LB2. If you LB in the intermission immediately, let's say, you get an LB2 throughout the phase of Dark Oracle, basically.
Interesting. I think... I
mean, maybe you need both, but...
Yeah, it's... I think that comes down to a purely math question, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. That's what I'm asking.
As a vibe, I think that an LB2 plus potions is probably more than an LB3 from a melee and no potions. That would be my guess. So... yeah, that as a vibe, that's my vibe.
That's a good vibe. I like that vibe.
I think regardless, it's going to be relatively close. And I'm sure that if you went to any player there, it's just like, can you do more damn? They're like, hell yeah. Like, of course I can do more.
Can you do more damn?
Yeah,
No.
it's just like I'm still making sure that I was doing. I was maybe being a little bit like careful, moving early, cancelling some of my casts, or moving outside of the boss's melee range just to be extra safe. If you need me to get a little bit more damage out, 100% I can get more damage out. You know.
Yeah.
So right now we don't have to worry too much about that check, assuming that it's going to be at 20%. But yeah, excellent to see. Keeping an eye on all of the other teams right now. Everyone is working their way through Shiva, apart from Kryl, that currently are working their way through that crystal phase. So perhaps we can move over towards the Kryl Pov. There we go. Working our way through here. Having a little bit of a look at Scholar. Sage, vastly underrepresented in this particular tier right now by the top teams. Everyone opting for Scholar, which is kind of understandable. Scholar does just more damn at the moment, by the looks. So,
yeah, the last time I checked, damn is very important.
Damn's largely the main choice.
Damn is quite important in a fight where you need damn.
Yeah, like literally, it's like assuming that your comp is reasonable, as in you're going to have the mitigation necessary to survive the hits and stuff. You're pretty much only deciding with damage. That's it.
Yeah. Here also very interesting to note that they did also pot the intermission here.
And they used LB.
And they used LB, and they were 5% or 7% off or something. So
yeah, I think Kryl is a little bit not behind is the wrong word, but in terms of just because of how their sleep schedule has been, they're quite early in their days still. So because of that, their progression into this phase is still in the more early stages where, look, I don't want to wipe going into phase 3, and at the moment I don't care about the damage. Let's just send everything to make sure that we can actually see it, because that'll be the most heartbreaking thing if you're kind of trolling in the crystal phase, not being able to get there quick enough. Like when we need to do the crystal phase, where we keep the shadow alive and get out of there with all of our LB and of our potions, then we can min-max it. For now, just play the game and we'll see what we can do.
I mean, they probably want to get here consistently and just get the practice. What is going on here?
So this Blizzard has got a... Yeah, he'll be soaking the second one because he has the Dark Eruption later.
Yeah.
So he's working out. So he's not going to help on this, but he will be placing his return.
That is...
He's going to have to jump off the edge later.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think they are, like I said, or like you said, they probably started the day off. They know the theoretical part of the...
Just working it all
but
out.
they need to work it out how to play it. So
especially as a healer during that point. As a DPS, you do have the... what's it called? You have the capacity to just not bother damaging whilst you're learning a mechanic if you don't care about DPS. As a healer, you still need to heal in order to make it so people live, so they have to play the mechanic like they would always be playing the mechanic.
Just press some personal.
Yeah, just personal forehead.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're having a little bit of a look at Unwind here. Oh, they're going for...
They have them.
Well, okay, that wasn't correct, but can you see how they've got a large amount of the group marked?
They have markers up. Yeah.
Interesting. Markers generally... assuming like no auto-marking shenanigans and stuff like that, which I'm obviously not insinuating that Unwind is doing by any means, by the way. Marking is really, really useful in terms of organizing the team, because you can have like one master controller just mark everyone real quick.
Yes.
But that takes mental effort from that guy, and if it is something that you're going to be doing 200 times, it's like they are going to make mistakes. And then you're just gonna, if you start relying on it, then it's gonna be. It's like, of course, like in WoW, if like someone's always calling something and then they call it incorrectly, everyone doesn't even look how that mechanic works. They just rely on the call, right? So it's the exact same way with markers. So you see normally marker tech coming towards the end of the fight, where you'll like just get through it. Here's like, so it happened quite a lot in DSR. You had it for the Wrath Flames, because you were like taking hits together, then you had to spread out in a line where like certain people had to be with certain other people. So marking people there before that mechanic kicked off so you could resolve the line at the end was quite wise, and you only really saw that maybe a total of, well, it depends on how many times it took you to get into the last phase, but you know, you saw that a lot less than if you had to mark in like phase 2 as an example, where you would do that like hundreds and hundreds, maybe even 1,000 times, right, which would just be a lot of effort. So might just be a learning tool for now. But I
mean, it's also interesting to do, like you said, a learning tool, but also for bot review to just see what, like, if you did it correctly, assumed everything goes well, and then you can analyze the situation and then also cut the markers at one point.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So we have the Echo team.
Oh, yeah.
Going back into the... did they play Relativity already?
No, they're just going into Relativity now, I believe, if we're
yes.
able to swap over towards Echo, any of those particular players.
Yeah, we have Misty here.
Misty going with Water in the middle, so they are going to be able to drop off their Water nice and chill. They will be part of the second Soakers, I believe.
No, third.
Third, you're
because
entirely
they
right,
have
yes.
the fire going out. They will drop off here, and they will leg it out. And then they will be taking the unmarked block coming up here.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
No. That's correct. No,
No,
they're supposed to be doing. Yeah, they're supposed to be doing
yes.
this last one here. Yeah,
Yes,
this last one
he's
here.
supposed to go left here
Yes.
because there was also his line
Yeah.
that he was working in.
No, you're entirely right. The water-marked person is always dealing with the last set of markers here. Oh, facing correctly there. It's kind of hard,
good.
yeah. So well done there, making it so that we didn't have any dooms going out onto the team. Perhaps as we're heading into this last phase, might be good to see from Narlock's point of view, mayhaps what we're going to be dealing with in terms of trying to get that tank charge outside of the group. Something that we did successfully do at the cost of the damage down, mind you, to see if that's going to be more easily executed as Echo are heading in towards this last apocalypse right now.
Yeah.
See if they can get through this phase. Boss health is looking decent enough. No damage downs on the group. LB3 still available, but a pretty difficult mechanic ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, here we see again we're doing a quick swap on the team. Alice swapping over, and we're getting emptied in our team. And now we need to identify where we need to go after the soak. Okay, Narlock has
Melee uptime.
Okay, he does have melee uptime, it's all good. But now the team is a little bit in shambles.
no.
This looks very incorrect.
Will
It's
he be
fine, he might be a tank. It is okay.
He's just tanking it, yeah. Hopefully it's going to be fine.
Oh, we lost...
No, we're still good.
It's fine, yeah.
He found the spot to go out. It doesn't matter if it's scuffed, just get away.
I mean, he has
He's already got damage down.
It's okay, it's okay. Okay, so... Yeah, now we need to get into melee though. They're already jogging into melee faster. That is quite good to see.
Shockwave Pulsar is the last damage coming out here. Narlock currently staying alive as they're going to be sending the LB into the boss. The boss's health looking a little bit lower than it was before.
How
The
much
LB
does
going to be
LB
a chunk of
doing?
about
Like
4%, 21.3%. They're going to be able to get into the sub-20s here. And let's see exactly what Memory's End is going to entail as the group survives as we're going to be heading later into this fight. The Oracle of Darkness heading away. Her awakening is complete.
Their memories weaken the link.
Usurper of Frost is back.
On 100% as well.
Such impediment
Materialization.
must be expunged.
It's the crystals. It's the memory crystals. And she's going into a crystal. Oh, she's going into a dragon face. Oh, Fates. And the Oracle of Darkness is here. Oh my word, Darklit Dragon Song? Oh, that is insane. This is a mechanic that's... And the crystal died. Did you see that? The memory crystal
the
died.
memory crystal died.
Wow.
Okay.
We just managed to head into what is maybe safe to call Phase 4, as
it
we're going to be
Phase 4?
fighting the two of them at the exact same time.
I mean, we had a lot of stuff happening. Yeah.
Oh, man. What was that? Yeah, we're going to be getting a replay for you as soon as possible, as Echo has indeed managed to break that 20% barrier.
Even with the damage down. Narlock was farming the damage down.
He was a little bit, yeah, and he was just like, I'm a tank, dude. I'm just going to go for it. That was incredible. So we saw the Oracle of Darkness go away briefly.
Yeah, then the Oracle, then Shiva came back in her light form. She cast Materialize.
Which made a memory.
It made the memory crystal of them, like of Gaia and
Rin together.
Rin. And then she casted an ability that I forgot the name. Oh no, she casted the
brought Racefelger for herself and baited those
baited
Akmon style, like pulsing thing. Yeah.
Exactly. And then the Oracle of Darkness came back. We had soaks, like dark water soaks, and we exploded.
Yeah, so
that,
Icelit Dragon Song, so we can see exactly here, but Icelit Dragon Song was one of the last like big overlaps in on E8. Now they're doing, instead of Icelit, it's Darklit Dragon Song, which is awesome. So Memory's End coming in here. You can see that the group's surviving that with no issues whatsoever.
Her awakening is incomplete.
Just gonna let the voice lines go up.
Such impediments to our resonance must be expunged. Come to me, I shall weave a new dragon song.
So obviously,
Okay.
Suki with a big smile on his face. We didn't want to interrupt so that you guys could hear it as well. Obviously, the music and the voice acting in Final Fantasy being a great part of the storyline. Any chance that we could have that replay again and we'll talk our way through it? I
Yes,
suppose, a
we
little
want
bit
to talk
instead.
about the mechanics.
Yeah, because I did want to give you the opportunity to have a little bit of a listen in there because fantastic. So awesome. So we'll get that set up for you now. So obviously, bit of a scuff phase coming in here, right, Maris, as both Narlock and Deathly on Alice is, eating the damage down. So we could quite comfortably say that the damage check, if both tanks are a bit more comfy, will be a bit happier. But here we can see Oracle going away, saying that, so this whole idea of her awakening incomplete, and that the memories of Gaia is what's problematic. She is now trying to destroy that. She's materializing the memories.
Yeah, because she is currently controlled.
Exactly,
right?
yeah. So she's materializing those memories so that she can get rid of them. You can see them over there, and then she summons Hraesvelga, because of course she does, and all the players take a moment and they go, oh man, I remember this. Run, run.
But everyone dodged it, by the way.
They did.
That is absolutely insane.
You can see that the Fragment of Fate there did do a little pulse of damage onto the group. Not entirely too sure what that's about. But then as we go into a Darklit Dragon song here, you can see on the right-hand side, if we can pause just as it goes out. Yeah. So we've got chains. We have got stacks. We have, so in terms of the light stacks you can see on people.
Yeah.
Everyone on 3 stacks right now, but that's probably because of, people dying, so it's not entirely too working. 2 Dark Waters, which are going to be group soaks later. And then if we let it play out, you can see that the crystal on the right-hand side of your screen right now shatters into ice, successfully severing that link for Gaia.
Oh, and there were soaks spawning.
Yes, there was
the
towers.
The tower soaks. Okay, maybe we can go back a little bit again because I'm pretty sure this crystal exploding was when Misty died.
Because it did like a pulse,
It did like a pulse or something, yes. So
Yeah.
when we go into the next
So we'll
phase
see exactly
again.
what happened to Misty to cause it. I think it was the isolate, the pulsing Hraesvelga stuff that caused the grave.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that most people lived. By the way,
I'm surprised that anyone lived, honestly.
Okay, so basically here she summons the memories.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we know the text now. You can translate it.
Yep.
We know the text, and now we see. Now she summons.
Come to me, Hraesvelga. I wonder if you do need to look. You don't need to look away for this particular one, I don't think.
I guess not. Did they look? I mean, could be. And now someone dies. Look.
It's tank autos. Because the tanks have damage downs.
Oh yeah.
Misty
it
died
was
to autos
true.
because of second on threat. Can we see that when Misty died, maybe from another point of view, maybe going back to the first one that was looking at from, which might have been
was it Suki? I think
Suki's point of view.
Suki
Yeah,
point
just
of
for
view.
the moment in which our at which Misty died. So just let it play out
here.
from about here. It should be fine, I'm
here's
sure.
good, here's good.
So because the crystal did like a little bit of a pulse when at some point. So if we just keep an eye on that crystal, you'll be able to see that shortly after this goes off, it just kind of does like a weird little pulse thing. I'm not entirely too sure why. See, look, Misty's health. It did a pulse first. It just did AoE. It just does an AoE pulse to the
Maybe
group.
it just does AoE. I mean, maybe I've been overcooking the situation a little bit. Okay.
But there we go. So they've got a whole new thing to be contending with. And you can see right now, in terms of the players, if we look at any Echo Pov, they are all on their other screens chatting with one another. So that is incredibly exciting as we have made our way into what I think it's safe to say is phase 4 for now.
Yeah.
It really, really cool stuff to see as we're going to be fighting both Shiva or Reen, as well as Gaia as the Oracle of Darkness.
And potentially protecting the memories.
And protecting that memory, yeah. Because it seemed that when that memory shattered, because the idea, from the story perspective, it seems that obviously Logrif is being held back by Gaia's memories. Yeah. And obviously Mitron wants Logrif because they're like best friends from ages ago and they want to be lovers and whatnot. So that... being able to remove those memories, so manifesting the memories as a physical thing to be able to destroy them will make it so they win. I mean, and we don't want them to win.
Yeah, and I mean, if they get destroyed, we probably lose.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it might be interesting that if we bait a mechanic on them, that they die.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That you have to make it so you're deliberately not hitting them with mechanics. Or maybe you need to hit them with certain mechanics to heal them and all those sorts of things. There's going to be a lot of cooking coming up.
There's endless ideas, right?
But really excellent to see as... I'm speechless almost. I'm waffling at this point.
That's
crazy.
I mean, one thing we saw though is really good that they keep on using whatever they have going right now. They can use the LB3 there. They can pot on the intermission. They can keep everything going, and they can make it there.
Yes.
Right? I think that's an important part for progress, that they can just send it and then get there again with a baseline idea, of course, that they need to now cook up. I mean, we have seen some things, but they can probably, if you pause frame by frame, you probably see a lot more things than we just did in the replay. So
I think overcooking right now would obviously be a little bit of a mistake because the data they have is almost corrupt, but you can at least go in there with a loose plan.
Yeah, you're not gonna all die. I guess.
Exactly. So what do we want to do with all those pulses? Okay, well, let's just stack up in front of the boss. Easy peasy. Okay, that's nice and sorted.
Not today.
Yeah.
Overall spread, everyone is somewhere else.
Exactly, yeah. Or like, what do we want to do? How do we want to do those soaks? Do we want to just make sure it's light party suited that target again? And just having a quick look at the basics rather than spending hours cooking for something that you know nothing about. Going straight back into
it again, yeah.
But as we are heading into a brand new phase with Echo, we are giving a Corsair... Well, we have a Corsair drop for you. The K65 Plus wireless keyboard, an absolutely fantastic bit of kit there. Exclamation mark Gaia in the chat.
Exclamation mark Gaia in the chat.
Just once. Make sure your DMs are open as well. I'm hearing this all from production, so yeah, make sure that you make sure that you only type this in once, exclamation mark Gaia. If you type it more than one time, you could be disqualified, as well as make sure your DMs are open so that we can contact you. So huge shout outs to Corsair for this. The K65 Plus wireless keyboard is absolutely phenomenal. So well made, their bits of kit. It's awesome. So thank you very much to Corsair for that. And thank you all for being here for what a wonderful, wonderful day of prog it's turning out to be.
I mean, it's amazing, right? I'm very happy that towards the end of my shift we did manage to get into phase 4. At least I saw some new stuff, so there will be definitely some interesting stuff coming up for the next times, because I mean now they're confident. You got the confidence boost. There might be a food break.
Production
Sorry,
cursing Unwind.
Yeah, I apologize.
Okay, it's a rule now. We're not allowed to watch Unwind until they're out of Ultimate Relativity, because I'm pretty sure, like, as you switch to their POV, you're like lagging their members or something.
Yeah, it's not good for the POV.
Like through some sort of like occult technology, causing that curse from across the pond. Easy peasy.
But yeah, I mean, maybe the team has dinner break soon. I don't know when dinner is, in like an hour or two. So they probably get some more progress
some lunch relatively soon.
Or lunch rather, yeah. And then they get some nice food buff IRL.
Yep.
And then they can keep on slamming it, right?
How exciting though. The fighting the two of them at once is going to be really, really cool. I think that, this is where we can start seeing things like Shadow's Rampant. Dark Dragon
this is where the combinations come in.
Yeah,
right?
This is where they can really start cooking some, because we had like elements of Isolate Dragon Song, which is the chains, which is the towers, which are the stacks that you have, as well as Relativity with those dark waters, right? So we had those two mechanics kind of. We didn't get to see every element of it, obviously, because boom. But you got to see the shape of what they're going for, where we're looking for a remix of Phase 2 and Phase 3 and kind of jamming them together and see what we can make out of it. So it should be sick.
I mean, one thing though is for certain that I guess it does not matter at what percentage you leave the first bosses off, because they both spawn at 100%.
Yep. Yeah.
So I guess it doesn't matter. So
well, the thing is, if we kill, Shiva in this phase, and then they can't come back. That's
maybe you should pop all cooldowns, big
damage. Full cheese it. You're not going to get LB3 anyway, so you might as well stack 4 Pictomancers.
True.
Yeah, just go for the full down. Just go completely anti the idea of Square Enix, like, doing everything they can to make it so that people are cheesing. But watching here from Orc Raid Time's point of view, hopefully making light work of the Lights Rampant, as they this mechanic when it first came out turned out, initially looked terrifying, but honestly it'd be interesting to talk to the players, because now that it seems to be relatively solved in terms of, and people are getting used to the initial movement, it seems kind of chill. I don't want to say that out loud, but it doesn't seem
they are through it. It seems kind of easy. No, I mean, I kind of agree. It is not, because you have a decent amount of time, and I think in the beginning it just looked like that people were not taking any time to look at the situation that they have going on and just forming the thing was more of a random situation that they were like, okay, let's just sprint left, right, center. And now they're just standing in the middle, they're evaluating the situation. And they're like, okay, the Golden Globe, you go there, I go there, and then everyone just does a nice spread around it, and it seems kind of okay, maybe relaxing is too much.
But it seems become part of the course. It's
Yes,
like, you
exactly.
know, and I think that Lights Rampant, it was such a key, it's you know, such an important mechanic in terms of the sort of community recollection and their memories of that particular encounter, the horrors of Lights Rampant, all the enjoyment of it, that I would be surprised if that's the last we saw of Lights Rampant.
Oh, I agree. I mean, there must be some cook.
Yeah.
I mean, we already had some Light Rampant stacks already, so more or less. I mean,
with an
obviously
Ice Lit Dragon song
so
style
the Ice Lit
thing,
Dragon kind of style. So obviously we will see what happens. But I mean, the mechanic is unique enough that there was even much for it.
Yeah, Dark Lit Dragon song is hilarious. It's not the Shadows Rampant that I was calling out for. But who knows? Maybe that'll come later.
I mean,
but now, like as an example, so we're getting a little bit of Relativity with Ice Lit Dragon Song, and now I can imagine a lot of Relativity with a bit of Shiva's mix. So you can be putting down these returns whilst then also having to deal with some of Shiva's mechanics. Maybe something to do with the dragon heads that were rotating around her platform, having to put returns down to go to where the cleanse spots are going to be, and all those sorts of things. There's lots of different ways of being able to handle it, or you know, the people in the middle having to group up for Akmons that are going to be coming their ways with more Nafars in lots of different. There's you know, having to do a Relativity, but instead of dealing with the Oracle of Darkness abilities, you're more dealing with Shiva's things. You're putting the things in place to deal with the Shiva mechanics as the resolution, rather than the dark sort of mechanics of the Oracle of Darkness. So have to see. Oh, of course, if you are looking right now, you're probably seeing the Party Finder style strat where it's very, very visual. It's a very, very useful strat. That's not me downplaying, by the way. In terms of being able to physically
look how easy
see.
they just shift. It's like a spreadsheet. They shift into the different debuff
columns,
times, basically, and then they go into the jobs. I mean, this is really nice.
It's an incredibly, very quick visual bit of play. You might lose a small bit of efficiency in terms of like you're moving for a reason that isn't demanded by the mechanic, but the visual clarity it gives you in order to tell you what job you need to do is outstanding. Obviously, it went a bit wrong there, but that's not because of the
not
spread.
because of the visual
yeah, I'm pretty sure the person knew exactly what they needed to do, just a slight mispositioning caused it to go in the right place, or maybe just getting a little bit lost as to what step they were on, that kind of thing. But I think you'll see that sort of physical lineup be quite a fundamental way of playing the fight for a lot of groups. To me, if I was doing that fight, it would be something that I'd be very much interested in doing, because it's a very visual bit of learning how to do it.
It looked really good. You just have everyone shifted into different debuffs that they have to deal with, and then
so I think if you're short, you go forward. If you're long, you go back, and if you're mid, you're just chilling. Yeah. And then the ice person, just make sure that they're in the right line so that they can see. Because then, like, the leftmost person is going north, and the rightmost person is going the most like counterclockwise, clockwise from north, sort of thing. So. You know, you can come up with any sort of particular system you want, but those sort of visual lines used quite a lot in DSR for Phase 5. You also used it in Top as you're transitioning into Phase 3 from Phase 2. You did a nice little line in order to assign where you're going. Not mandatory by any means, but it was, you know, you could do it all just by looking at raid frames. But having that physical line made it a lot easier for people just to go where they wanted to go.
Looking at the raid frames is sometimes quite difficult.
Yes, it can be. Yeah, it really can be. Lucrecia, unfortunately, having a bit of a rough time on Ultimate Relativity there. But they will be back stronger than ever, I'm sure, as the day is early for everyone here.
I mean, that's true. We have been warming up since, I think, when did Echo start playing? Like 5 hours ago at this point?
Yeah,
so they still have another 11, 12 hours or something left of the day. Mm-hmm. And I think also the leaderboard did get updated, by the way, with Ether Group 3 going to 23.5%.
Nice. So they're very, very close to getting out of that phase as well. I assume that's just
there's going to be 1 damage down, 1 death.
Or maybe not bringing LB into the phase.
Maybe not bringing LB into the phase. It does a lot of things, right? LB did like 4%.
But as it is right now, it seems that indeed our time has come to an end. Yours for the rest of the day.
Yes.
So it's been an absolute pleasure to be casting with you, dude.
Thank you.
And also watching earlier.
I mean, I had an amazing time. We had the new phase. I mean, what more can we ask for?
100%. And I am going to be back a little bit later, around 7 p.m. with Rook, but we are going to be leaving you in the wonderful hands of, I believe, Rook and Lithy. Could be wrong on that one. So we will be back very, very soon. Do not go anywhere. There's a ton of good stuff coming up. We'll be back with you soon.
Welcome back to Echo's Futures Rewritten Race to World First. Oh my gosh, Lithy. One, it's so good to be on couch with you again. I'm Rook, if we haven't met. This is the wonderful Lithy.
Hi.
And the last time we were together on desk was at FanFest for
London.
CCRC in London, yeah.
Oh my god, it's been a while. Can you believe it's been a year?
No.
Has it actually been a year?
It's been a year, right? Doesn't it all it feels like Dawn Trail was just
dear
about to come
Lord.
out. And here we are literally doing an ultimate. And everybody, it's so good to see all of you. Thank you for tuning in. This is an amazing time considering that this is the first ever Race to World First that we've had live in person in studio with the amazing Echo team and crew. And it's been so much fun so far. And we just saw Phase 4.
What a phase we have ahead of us. My goodness. I mean, we'll be talking about nothing else for like the next 3 hours. So, yeah, no, we were cooking a lot and we had a lot of theories. We were talking about a lot of things, what we might see, and ultimately, quite honestly, more or less as expected, with a little bit of spice, a little bit of twists in there. We got a memory crystal, but a dual boss and Dragon Shiva. That's the biggest surprise for me personally, actually.
I know. I mean, it seemed like we would have Hraesvelgr Shiva, right? It seems like if you're going to do a greatest hits of the Fights of Eden, you want to go through all those phases. You want to get, all the different aspects that were so kind of iconic. And of course, we haven't seen any of the primals, but this is a story that's been focusing more on Reen, Gaia, their connection, as well as the sort of ancient connection between Logrif and Mitron that they're sort of echoing, right? And that in this version, Mitron has found a different way to try to bring to the forefront again this lost love or this lost, connection that those ancients had together. So, yeah.
I still think at some point we'll get Titan in there and both of them get a bike.
Okay, yeah, you think they're going to ride on go-karts and just say, okay, that'll be phase 5 maybe.
Maybe.
But no, I mean, this has been really beautiful. And there's so many questions. Everything from the crystal phase earlier, whether that phase might have something to do with any of the mechanics later, right? We've seen teams now start to not burn down those dark crystals in that sort of intermission. But of course, there's a bit of variable dialogue there. If you burn them, if you don't, if you do all of them. Is that something that in this later phase where we're seeing these crystallized memories, I've seen theories going around about, in this reality, if you destroy the whole ice, then is there no necklace to bring Gaia back? If you do this thing or this thing, right? So there's so many tinfoil hat theories, both lore and mechanically, that I think a lot of us are tossing out right now.
Oh, absolutely. I have a lot of theories myself, and I'm pretty sure you do as well. So why don't we just talk about them? The Echo team currently not pulling Lucrecia, though, on the other hand. They haven't hit P4 yet. They are very heavily working on it. I think we're seeing the tail end of Relativity there, and good job, production. Well done. Great timing. No,
wow,
they're going back to the start.
That's our
where
fault.
Were we?
We shouldn't have checked in. We honestly should have just kept, yapping for a while, as Jordan would say. No, I mean, Lucrecia obviously has been one of the forerunners. We've seen them hit a lot of the phases. We've seen them work through the fight very steadily. They have great consistency. But what's been so exciting for me is the fact that with ultimates, right, somebody might be in the lead for a bit, but then once another team hits their progress point, they go, here we go. So we're actually seeing
P4.
We're seeing P4 again here. This is the second time we've seen it, so these teams are starting to get here. The dialogue here, very interesting, talking about the impediments of resonance, this destruction that has to happen, these memories. So Fragment of Fate has spawned. I'm curious, it seems as though, it might just be where they have the boss positioned, but where this kind of spawns, we've got Ahrai going out, so that leaves a pulsing puddle. They've decided to stack that, so that rather than spread it across the arena. Now we have these two. We're going to have the stack markers, light parties, chat, with the drill. But thus far, this explosion has been something that, at least in the 2 times we've seen it, doesn't seem to have an immediate counter. What are you thinking with it?
I mean, if there's explosions killing off the entire raid, there's usually it's one of 3 or 4 things. It's a tank LB. It's a possible just literally heal through it. Like you need enough pre-shields to even survive the initial ticks and then very quickly heal them back up. Stack mitigation like crazy. Or maybe you're just not playing the mechanics right in some way, shape, or form. We just saw the explosions do hit the memory crystal, the the fate thing, whatever the name was. I can't recall it right now. And it's also the stacks that you get during the light phase of Shiva. Those are very much still a thing, and I'm pretty sure there are a few cases of just too many stacks, which brings us back to the mechanic not played ideally. And as we watch Echo go back through Lights Rampant, we'll work slowly but surely back up to P4. Now there's just a lot to talk about, and I'm pretty sure, especially when you consider the whole lore implications and the crystals of darkness in the intermission that we'll get to in just a second, right? It's about this connection between Gaia and Reen. And my theory is if you do not kill the darkness crystals, obviously the necklace or the memories for Gaia, they still remain. This little spark that brings her back in the original timeline. But at the start of P4, as Reen says, the transformation is incomplete because there are still memories lingering. I kind of have the feeling, the theory that if those memories don't linger because you just cleared out all the crystals, that just doesn't happen. Maybe the phase ends in an instant, or you don't get the fragment of fate, or you have something else completely going wrong.
I mean, I agree. The lore and sort of how it works, I think, is something that we're going to have to really think about in the greater scheme of this fight. But we actually do have more of an analyst look over on the desk. We'll have Jeeth coming in to maybe give us some insights into what we've seen so far.
Yeah, maybe after this poll, because it looks like they're going to be going into Gaia. Or we can do it right now, because we've looked at Gaia.
You know, we can wait
I just
here.
have one thing that I want to... There's a lot going on the screen when that dark-lit dragon song comes out. We have some kind of lights rampant chain, some lights rampant stacks going off, quick explosion, 2 tower spawning. But there's one thing that I think is very, very easy to miss. I wanted to pull up on the screen. So production, I have it up on the analyst desk OBS, if you don't mind. You're going to really enjoy this, Rook. Keeping a close eye on the fragment of fate as they all about to die. The dark lit dragon song going off here. Watch the fragment of fate in the right-hand side.
Okay.
They're stacking near it. That's a health bar.
It does have one.
And then watch what happens to the health bar when the stack goes off on it.
Is it a healer mechanic?
The health bar goes down to 10% health depleted on the fragment of fate. So there is something going on here with perhaps needing to keep this alive, some kind of healer mechanic. It could be a harsh fought reference. We could have some kind of LB situation. Tank LB to protect it. Who knows? But that might be part of what's contributing to everyone dying if this is something that you have to keep alive in order to prevent whatever corruption is occurring as these Asians are doing their Asian thing.
just Asian things, you know,
Indeed.
just...
Anyway, I wanted to highlight that because I think that's really interesting, and I think that that's going to be part of the key of the puzzle of this fight, is that health bar on the fragment of fate that we're going to need to keep an eye on.
No, thank you so
Indeed
much.
so.
I mean, honestly, I do love that. I love a good Shinryu X healer glory moment. You know, I love the possibility that maybe, you know, I can use, if I'm playing white mage, I can use my benediction and just save the entire day there. But, you know, I mean, it's true. We've seen in the past, DSR, for example, right? Interactions, the save Horshaphant moment, which is so exciting. But how you can kind of achieve that, whether it's through something like a limit break, like you were mentioning, Lithi, or it's something, I mean, I wonder if you tank limit break there, is that something that affects the crystal? Or if you heal it, can you manage to do that?
I don't think it largely matters because you're literally just not supposed to have the crystal hit by anything. I feel like it's more of not necessarily a pity mechanic, but a fail-safe. Like you get like 1 or 2 fails before the crystal dies, but ultimately, well, it's an ultimate. Little play on words. So I don't think you're permitted any mistakes, which would mean you need to keep that crystal alive and very healthy to make it through the entire phase and move on later. Maybe there's a certain drain. The memory crystal drains into the bosses and disrupts the link, and you need a certain amount of health to drain into the bosses to disrupt them properly, something along the lines. Maybe there's an angle of you need to bring it down to a certain health amount and keep it at like 10, 20%, 17.5, you know?
I wonder if those stacks, you know, obviously the simplest solution, which is one that is not usually what you actually get in an ultimate, but the simplest idea is just don't put the stacks on top of the crystals so it doesn't take any extra damage.
Yeah.
But do those have some kind of proximity thing with them where they need to move them across the arena? Is there, a moment even where, like Naron Paladin can pop that passage of arms and protect them and literally do damage reduction onto the crystal itself? I think there's a lot of interesting possibilities.
You just cover invul the thing
Yeah, just
and
get
done
invul
with
it.
it.
Easy. All right, so we've solved it. Ultimate, super simple. We've got it. No, I mean, there's definitely something more at play there, but we've only seen it 2 times. It was so exciting when Echo hit it. Literally in the studio, we could hear everybody yelling, the caster room, the team. We were so pumped. I came running. I was in the bathroom touching up my makeup, and I came running out to see everybody. And it's just amazing to see that energy, to feel the energy here too and around the world as we get to share all of these perspectives and see other teams start to hit it.
Yeah.
So we'll take a look. I mean, obviously Echo is going through in here the first phase. This is Fatebreaker, but we have a couple teams. Right now Lucrecia as well is in that crystal phase that we've been sort of talking about. So they're back at it here. They did discover early on, like we've been mentioning, that you can actually leave the dark crystals up, and it does affect a bit of the dialogue that happens between Reen and Gaia. And it doesn't affect the fact that you can burn this main ice. So we see that if you leave them up, there's this kind of effect. Gaia seems to be siphoning it. She kind of helps you break it. They can attack and burn this sort of central ice, kind of like the normal version of the fight, and then Gaia strikes it. And I believe the dialogue here is something about how the ice has been completely destroyed. So again, right now, current running tinfoil hat theories are a little bit about the possibility that maybe that empowers Gaia, maybe that does something else if you leave those up, or there may be some other interplay in those mechanics, just because that phase, that little intermission, seems like it's deceptively straightforward in a sense.
I mean, we went through the entire discussion in the back and forth of do you just healer LB3 it, caster LB3 it just to blow everything to pieces, and that works really well. It makes the fight in the face really easy, but also robs you of that LB3 that, as we can tell currently, is a considerable factor in making that DPS check, bringing Gaia down sub 20%. So maybe with a little bit more optimization you can actually not use that LB3 in P3 and still make the push, but it might be tough, it might be impossible even. But first we gotta play a little bit of relativity, a little bit of bouncing and dropping and baiting and dropping even more explosions. A little bit of water going on here as the last mechanic for our monk, which means that for the moment at the very least it's just standing in the middle, then baiting that very last piece of traffic light, lasering. And last but not least, of course, the water explosion. They've marked themselves down to the middle. Everything resolves quite nicely. And Lucrecia has cleaned this up beautifully, almost perfect, as the Bard gets slapped in the face with a hammer.
Poor Bard, they're just playing a tune. They were jamming out. I mean, we've seen that phase. It was a huge stumbling block for a lot of the teams, right? And rightfully so. We even have here some of our merch, right? Basic relativity with the shirt. But we're going to need to, I think, make another version that's ultimate relativity. It just has like a fully dead party list. But this shirt is honestly so good. And relativity was one of those mechanics that we kept thinking, this has to show up at some point, right? This will be iterated on. So seeing it here with all of this repositioning of the stoplights, with the overlap of the mechanics, with all of the buffs, even without arrow, it still hits so hard.
I'm still low-key disappointed. I'm not getting my ultimate relativity locking you into positions all throughout the different phases.
Well, not yet.
Not yet. Oh, if that still happens, I am off the hook and very happy. But of course, Apocalypse is the follow-up here, and you can see once you know how to play this is actually fairly straightforward. It's all about standing in the right spots and really quickly moving, finding the right timing to dodge those explosions after dropping your AoEs, and it's a very tough timing. It's one of those mechanics where you cannot falter or doubt yourself for a single second. And with a little bit of a HP lag, or rather damage done lag here for Lucrecia, because a lot of people died. We're not making the DPS check. That's the enrage cast, but you can really tell this team has been pushing like crazy and they've been looking really good. That P3 looks almost perfect for them now.
Honestly, it does. And I mean, P3, it's so much mechanical. It's just dense. And all of those parts, like you said, if you falter for a second, you're gone. And of course, we'll get to it as we continue to break things down, as we get to the next poll. But, Relativity just has been iconic in the Oracle of Darkness fight because it is one of those moments where all of the different debuffs, right, and we'll see them as we get in, basically dictate how you are going to orchestrate your movement. And in this iteration of it, they've even taken the traffic lights, so rather than having them at the exterior, they've kind of condensed them in at the middle. So you're working with even more limited space as you just have this small sort of safe zone in the center, and then around it, you're going to have all of these lasers that are baited in different waves as these debuffs resolve. And a simple way to kind of break it down is just to look at each of those timings on those and then figure out, immediately, okay, well, if I have this, it's at this timing, and then it's followed by this, I'm gonna bait first laser, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, right? This is the very vague kind of overview of it to kind of translate. But getting to that point of being able to instinctively respond to it and execute it, as we can see here. So, right, here they come in. We have these stoplights. They create these pulsing line AoEs. We've got the group coming in. You can see that there are different sort of debuffs they've all been hit with. So, of course, second lasers, they're going to go out, they're going to bait, they're coming back in, collapsing in the center as they're going to have more of these explosions resolve. The ice in the middle that leaves a safe donut. They're baiting out again here with the third lasers. Those are going to rotate across the arena, collapsing back in. We still have our fire, which is going to be going off now. We also have that look away sort of mechanic with the shadow eye that resolves here at the end. You can see those debuffs coming up. And of course, they'll also have these sort of point-blank AoEs that are going to be going off here as they've spread out in safety positions behind these stoplights. So again, just even looking at it, you sit there and you're like, yes, okay, yep, got it.
It looks so incredibly clean now that teams know how to solve this and how to play this. And I think Kindred, that was one of the cleanest executions of that phase we've seen so far from, rather that mechanic that we've seen from anyone so far. Now I'm very, very, very curious how well they will do with that Apocalypse, because that would mean they would be our third team on broadcast to make it to that P4. Maybe we can see it. The thing is, though, Kindred did use LB3 in the intermission, so they might not make it with the damage check after this Apocalypse. But first, it's a little bit of dark water getting splashed in their faces, a little of a wake-up call, and now you need to find your safe spots with the exploding stars. It's 6 stars for this Apocalypse mechanic, and for the moment, everyone seems to be fine. A little bit of a stack there, executing each other. That's 2 DPS down, and probably all the hopes and dreams of ever seeing phase 4 in this rotation gone. But the rest of the mechanic will still resolve. Gaia jumps forward, hammering it in, and of course with another knockback into another soak, the mechanic is done and dusted. And with that, well, at least they've played it through, not completely clean, but towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's so funny because while Relativity and other mechanics were difficult, right, in the original fight, for some reason I personally had so much trouble seeing where the light paths on that floor went every time. So when you have to look at it and now there's even more of them and you're positioning for those spreads, it's really difficult. If you overlap there like we just saw, it's all over. Now, I think we have another little insight from Jeeth over here on the analyst desk.
No insight, just fuel for speculation.
Yes, please.
I did go back and dig through since we saw a health bar on I think it was Lucrecia's poll. I forget which team it was. I went back and dug through Echoes. Everyone in Echo went forward to do the double soak. We found one POV that was looking back at the memory. No one was near it in this one, so I went digging through. Zep had a POV that we can see the health bar of the memory. So up here in the top left, you can see the memory underneath all of the health bars. This is the moment right before the cast is going off, and I've got it way slowed down. In fact, the cast is finished, and 2 flood debuffs have already gone out. Now, if we let it play just a little bit, the lights rampant stuff explodes, killing everyone. The health bar appears over here on the Reen and Gaia memory, and then you can see it hasn't taken damage. It's at basically full health over here in the top left. And then after they're all already dying, it's as if it has its own damage event where it explodes with ice shattering and sending out another wave of something like damage, or maybe the memory is dissipated or something like that. So now we do have 2 different POVs where one team put a stack on it, their health depleted and the memory shattered, and another team did not. So it may just be that, I don't know if it's everyone has to be alive, if people die, they die, what's going on there, but it's not just depleting their health by putting a stack on it, because one team did, one team didn't.
Question, does it shatter the moment everyone else dies?
it's unclear to me what is causing it to shatter, because of course with Final Fantasy XIV you have snapshotting and server ticks, and what's causing it to shatter, I don't know.
Okay.
Is it because everyone's dead? Is it because the lights rampanty type debuffs were handled wrong? Is it because they failed to LB3 and save them? Is it what? We don't know. But what I can tell you is that in both situations the ice shattered. One after their health depleted with a stack place on it, and one without the health having depleted first.
Well, at the very least, you're not supposed to lick the ice cream. Well, that's okay.
What?
You know, interesting theory. Wild one over here. I mean, nobody's tried licking the ice yet, have they? Because that might, you know.
I'm just paraphrasing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, but...
No, I mean, there's definitely some kind of interplay happening here, right? We don't know what it is, but Geeth, that was a really, really good look, because I think that at least helps us start to rule things out, you know?
Yeah.
When we can go, okay, it's not about overlapping the AoEs or not. Okay, it's not about this. And the fact that their damage event does seem separate from whatever happens to the team is very interesting, because either that seems to indicate, at least to me, I would think, that there's something else that keeps that from shattering, or that no matter what, it is going to shatter, and there's some other thing that you have to do. Be that, like we've said, the tank limit break just to survive, and then all the memories shatter, and then we have Logriff fully reimagined, re-envisioned.
Maybe it's also a little bit of a timer indicator, right? If it ticks down, let's say it ticks down 10% with every concluded mechanic. That means ultimately at the end of the phase, it's going to end up on a specific health threshold one way or another, and all you need to do is keep the crystal above that. Let's say it ends on 40%. As long as you keep it above 40% overall, above 60% from the start is going to be... Rule number one, as a caster, do not do math on broadcast.
I'm wondering if maybe the memories of them being together is something that the Warrior of Light themselves holds. And maybe individual Warriors of Light dying depletes the integrity of that memory.
Oh.
So it may be that it shatters because everyone else died, and individual deaths are impinging upon its health.
Interesting. Also very interesting. No, Geeth, I love that idea. This is it's a unique reimagining here, right? Because at least in the original story, the person who anchors Gaia is Reen. She's the one who's keeping her anchored in the present, who is, through this relationship that they're forming and the trust and the bond that they're sort of forming, says, like, your present is worth preserving. It's a wonderful thing, and who you are now is what matters, not who you used to be or anything that you could have been, right? And so that moment is so big, but in this version, Reen is corrupted. So in that regard, Geeth thinking that maybe we are the ones that have to play more of that role of reminding both of them of who they are in some way, I think is really intriguing. I really like that.
I still think it's less of a remind them both to pull it back, because it's Futures Rewritten. Our goal is not to get back to Reen and Gaia to their normal state that we find them in the standard Eden storyline at the very end, happy forever after, or at least as long as we can tell. It's more about the storyline between Mitron and Logriff. And my current working theory is you need to delay this reunification as long as you can through keeping the memories alive. Ultimately, it is going to erode and it is going to fail, and ultimately we will have to fight whatever reunion that might be, and I still think there's some winged fusion form
there's
of
gotta
all
be
those
mega
two.
fusion, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I mean, technically, we saw a fusion in the Eden raids. It's just that it was that one that, everybody was like, this is so strange. Where did this design come from with the sort of first phase of that last fight before Oracle of Darkness? But of course, as people dug in, we realized that the design was based off of actually a statue of Artemis, an ancient statue. And of course, that ties into the themes, given the fact that Artemis was the original name of Mitron before Artemis ascended to the seat of Mitron in the Convocation. Now we're getting very close here again with Echo coming through this Gaia phase. I mean, the knockback brutal. Only MT left standing here. And although ninjas are dexterous and can slip away, there is no escaping this. They are gone, and MT is down. So.
Yeah, looked
Tough
a bit
there.
spicy. Looked
Yeah.
a bit spicy. We had a few early deaths there towards the start of the apocalypse, a little bit of the spread markers that I think weren't played as cleanly as they needed to be. But hey, luckily for us, Lucrecia is still underway with some very, very good pulls. So we got a fire drop and medium rewind, which means it's going to be a bait for them right now. Then walk back in to drop your rewind in the middle because you want to be soaking with that rewind later on. And then run out to the edge to drop your fire, which should be happening right now. 2 more seconds and ultimately a Eye of Darkness. So you want to end up in the smack dab middle of this platform so people can look away from you.
That positioning sort of collapsing into the middle is so clever, right? Because again, if those eyes are, centralized, all you have to do as a team is just sort of position around to look out, look away from them.
Yeah.
And of course, the danger zone is that entire ring as the light beams sweep across it. Now, they did make it through that cleanly. We're going to see them getting to the same point that Echo roughly did there. Big damage coming out with the reduction. They're able to handle it. We're going to have this dual tank stack. It hits so hard, those big sweeps, and this is going to take us into our apocalypse phase, which will be coming up shortly. It's a difficult one. The positioning here, they've increased it with everything from the 6, right? So we have the dark waters that go out, but of course these are frozen in time using the time mechanics inspired by Ultimecia, and they are going to hold on to those as they begin positioning for this, keeping an eye on the floor of the arena, as we'll now start to see that the light will begin to circle around it. As they kind of hit, you can see this sort of pattern of these AoEs that will be happening, but the teams have to anticipate how they will rotate and where those safe spots will be. They spread out here because those dark waters are now going to resolve. The time is over, and then they come back into the middle, but they have 1 death there. They can probably recover if they get the heal. They have to stack here in these 2 parties for water there. Excuse me, there was a different attack earlier. The water resolving there, the knockback that happens as they go out to the edges, and another water that they have to soak after that knockback. Now, there are still a few alive here, so... But not for long. Okay. I was like, we have a few people still up. They might be able to, it's very interesting, right? So as they kind of position in those spaces, right, they have the dark detonation that goes off. And then, of course, the 2 water knockback sequence where you have the 2 sort of light parties in the center and then that knockback out. But there's no seconds to breathe, right? If you lose somebody in that as a healer, maybe you have swift res, but you're not going to have what you need to resolve all the rest.
It's also the biggest problem really is that detonation from the stars coming closer and closer and closer to you as you need to drop your AoE. And we just saw the POV player inch out a little bit to the left to get a little bit of extra space towards the player next to them to definitely not overlap any pixel of this AoE. And this is exactly like the pixel they were too far to the left to dodge that explosion afterwards, because that is such a tight spacing you need to accomplish, that you need to play right, and it's so easy to mess that up. The most difficult part about this mechanic, quite honestly, in my opinion, at least at the moment, until teams have figured it out how to really properly position with the most minimal amount of risk. And, well, yeah, that's just what happens. It sends you back to the start of the fight because the DPS check afterwards is still very, very hefty because you need to get Gaia below that 20% mark.
I mean, and yeah, for a phase that's all about movement, positioning, she is targetable for all of it.
Yep.
So while you are doing all of those mechanics, you have to also be outputting as much damage on her as possible, because as we saw initially, folks weren't even sure, does she phase at 30%? Does she phase at 20%? Do you have to burn her entirely? Did we miss something else, right? So a lot of teams making use of that melee limit break to get the most focused damage onto her there, but through the rest of the phase, you have to be sustaining that DPS output. And while we have a quick second here as we take a look at our teams and everybody's kind of getting back to those points, I just wanted to say a huge congratulations to AC Thango, who won our Corsair phase drop there, which is awesome. Congrats. Enjoy. As we've been saying, every time that Echo hits a new phase live on stream, we'll be doing some really cool loot drops. You'll be opening up some chests, getting some loot for yourselves, and we'll be doing some giveaways here in the chat. So make sure that you hang out, you stay tuned in, and to keep an eye on the prog, because I mean, gosh, Echo getting to phase 4 earlier, like genuinely, I still feel the excitement, and it was amazing to see them on stream. So we're happy to celebrate the moment with everybody wherever you are. Now we're getting back into this ice phase over here. So, Lithy, for all that we've been debating the ice phase, I have yet to see any teams think that this, actually act on changing their strategy to think that this might affect something later.
Well, that's kind of the thing, right? Because so far it just hasn't been a topic. We're going now into P4 where we kind of expect this to matter for the first time, but it's the first time we're seeing this, we've barely just gotten there. So maybe there will be some teams that will start to experiment with killing off all the crystals just to see if P4 is starting to look different. But it's just something we need to wait and see. I personally think what the teams are currently doing with keeping the Crystals of Darkness alive is the right thing to do, but it might just be a big old bait.
I think that what's happening here is that they kind of intuited into keeping the crystal alive correctly, because you can see Gaia channeling her power of darkness into the veil, and as those dark crystals are kept alive, they get the similar ring around them. And if they're all alive by the time that you take the ice veil yourself down to 50%, Gaia hits it for the other 50%, which is 12.5% times 4 crystals, right? So each crystal you leave alive is 12.5% off of the ice veil's total health. If you kill them, then it's harder to get through the phase because you don't have them contributing to the damage being done to the ice veil. And I think that's kind of the entirety of that ice mechanic. I think that the cones and baits and stuff are just, stuff being thrown at you, so you can't just target dummy on the crystals. You have to dodge these things. But the puzzle part of it is keeping the dark ether crystals alive to harness and encompass Gaia's power and shoot that beam of dark ether in it to do 50% of its health. And that's what we saw, right? They were using LBs, even single target LBs, to do enough damage to the ice crystal until they realized that if you watch closely, when it reaches 50%, it takes a huge hit of damage that the players aren't doing. That's from those crystals hitting it.
The thing is also, and that might just be my imagination, but I'm fairly confident in saying this, that if you kill one of the darkness crystals, all the light crystal, including the big one in the middle, get a damage taken increase. So you need a lot less damage and just general throughput to kill off the remaining crystals if you nuke those big 4 darkness crystals right at the start, which is why we're seeing teams that pop in the caster LB3 and just one-shot basically the entire platform. They're through the rest of the phase in half the cast bar. And if we're just going for the light crystal, it's barely enough to make it through that big ice crystal at the end with the melee LB that takes a good chunk of 20 to 30% off the health bar.
I mean, it's always so tough because with an ultimate, I'm like, well, clearly the harder option is the one that they should pick. If it makes it harder to burn the crystal, then that has to be correct. But we don't know, right? This is the thing. Sometimes in ultimates, we way overcook.
Oh, yeah.
There's a phase where we're like, did anybody notice anything? Is there additional text? Did a debuff come up? Did this happen? Did that happen? Did you see a slight change of color on one of the boss models? Did this, right? So we get really into it. And I think, honestly, we just haven't seen phase 4 enough to really understand what is at play there, or if there is something yet that
what did we
kind
sign
of like
up
in
for?
T, right? It's interesting. There's a chance here with all of the time relation stuff, with all the other things that, yes, we might see previous phases interplay in a way that we don't expect, but thus far we don't have anything yet to really show that.
No, that's very true. I am very much on board with you. We'll definitely find out, well, as long as we're here, because we just hit before, and it's only going to be a matter of time before we get there again. Of course, Echo, they're working through it slowly but surely, but of course, with a lot of conversation and, of course, a little bit of distraction while you're going through things again. Every now and then, you might just wipe up a P2, wipe up a P3 again. It's just not as easy to get back there as you would hope it is, and ultimately, it's just a matter of time. Just wait a little bit. In the meantime, we're on board with Automania. Things are moving along at pace for them through P1. We're at the quadruple tethers here, and they're more than ready to take care of all of them. Double lightning at the very least here on one side, which is super easy to take care of. You just basically swap one person from the middle to the outside, and it's done.
I love that you say super easy to take care of, and then I'm like having flashbacks to yesterday, like early in the morning when everybody was just getting annihilated by it constantly. I mean, those tethers are definitely, I would say, the big wall of phase one. And since we have a second here to actually look at the whole fight, for those of you who might have missed day one or, you know, time zones affecting things, Fatebreaker is our first phase. Those tethers are difficult. As we come in here, we have these towers. They're random, so they can get different numbers of who needs to be in them to resolve. We see here that the pairs, they're able to get that knockback with the fire. They get into them. They're all right. Everybody is even. The right numbers were done. But, you know, Fatebreaker, just like in the original fight, has a lot of interplay of this lightning versus fire mechanic. Fire usually indicating some kind of variation of a stack. Lightning indicating some kind of a spread. And as we come into the Shiva phase here, this is another one that, I mean, obviously light rampant, all of these sort of key mechanics made a display here, including the powerful and awful tank busters that do just so much damage.
I'm still amazed by the fact that it's literally called double slap.
Quadruple in this version.
Quadruple.
Yeah, it's an ultimate, like they said, it's times two.
It's two double slaps, but yeah, doesn't change my opinion. It's a very interesting name for a tank buster here. But yeah, no, with that, moving into the good old Shiva phase, the Usurper of Frost. The big first mechanic here obviously is the baited waves of light with the starbursts you have to drop, either depending on what Shiva does in the meantime, the axe kick or the close AoE. You either need to walk out very, very far or drop them a little bit closer to the boss to make sure everything is working out. And after that, if you don't like ice skating, well, maybe this ultimate isn't for you, but ultimately you have to get through that as well. And she prepares the forward or backward slash, depending on either if she talks about silence or stillness. And on that note, you need to just dash at the right moment, and the snapshot on that mechanic can be very nasty, so you got to be very on point with your timing and don't press the wrong buttons beforehand. Yeah,
you have to move, you know, like even a smidgen before you think you would need to, because if you are literally sliding into the safe zone as it goes off, you will get hit by it. But the teams are able to handle. We have the iteration of the mirror mechanics here. They spread out because they'll be baiting these light cones out from either side. They have to leave a safe space in the arena for those who are still managing the boss. They come back over here to the other side. They're going to reposition. You can see them kind of lining up there, the three of them, to get those baited, able to get them out. Everybody's all right. They're going to have to get some healing in here to recuperate. They're able to do that. More damage coming out as they soak those together. And then, you know, we're going to be getting into here our next sort of shift into mechanics here in Shiva.
Good old light rampant. Isn't it beautiful?
Glorious.
Yes, and the big thing about this version of Light Rampant is obviously the fact that there are 6 towers to be soaked. 2 of the, well, axe splash, whatever you want to call it, really. The puddles that get dropped by 2 players, and 2 players with large orbs, which are not really anything other than stack markers. So you need to position everyone in a way that ultimately you end up with 2 light party stacks with a single golden orb above them on the other side, or on the opposite sides of the room. And at the very end of it, there is a 4-person tower that needs to be soaked by all the players that only have 2 stacks of the light debuff. So you don't blow up, because if you go up to 5, you're done. And ultimately, the last part of this mechanic is a little bit of a body check, really. It's just another set of protean waves that gives you a last round of stacks, bringing everyone up to 4 if you've played it correctly. And as we can see, Automania are very much on point with this whole thing.
They are. They have gotten this down. They've been able to figure out how to really position. I mean, a lot of the teams in that Light Rampant, just like the original, it's so difficult to find your exact positioning, because if those tethers go too far, too short, they will snap, explode, and everybody will die. So the positioning on that really got teams. And coming into that crystal phase that we were discussing just a little bit earlier, as we continue our recap of the fight for those of you who may not have seen all of it, we're now getting into this phase where the teams have learned that they can actually leave these crystals of darkness up and then sort of bait these cones out. While the Crystal of Light, they have these tethers that then also drop these sort of light explosions underneath them and puddles. So through this, you're basically trying to get all of the light crystals around the exterior down, not kill anybody with any of the stuff that's coming out. Gaia gets empowered by the Crystals of Darkness. You can see her there channeling it, and then we're able to break Reen, or Shiva, out of her ice cage. And the team, again, this is a pretty simple we say in quotation marks, but compared to the others, a fairly simple phase as we get into the sort of transition here, where Mitron, who's possessing Reen, instead channels darkness into her and forces her awakening abruptly here into the Oracle of Darkness phase.
Also, on an interesting note here, Ottermania actually popping that LB3 into this intermission. I think it was the melee LB onto the big crystal, so they don't have that available to meet the damage check for P3. Very possible that they have the damage nonetheless, which would make this very interesting to me, quite honestly. But of course, first we got to get through a bunch of shenanigans here with the Oracle of Darkness, because very much like her Savage counterpart back in the original Eden, she has some relative apocalyptic mechanics in her bag.
She does, and here they are. You know, it's not the apocalypse mechanic quite yet, but we do have that relativity taken to its ultimate level here. Fire's going out, and as we see, they're baiting out these sort of light arcs that are going to shoot out these lasers that rotate around from the edge, coming back in here to consolidate to get that ice mechanic moving back out. And throughout this, they are also having to drop, as you can see there in the center, these rewind or these return sort of points where as time will eventually rewind, it will force them back to those spots, and they need to find a place of safety with them, much like we saw with the iterations of Relativity in the original fight.
Exactly, and there was one Dark Flame that recalled right into the middle of the pack, and yeah, that's how polls end. Unfortunate here for Ottermania, but they gave it a good shot. It looked pretty good until that very point, right? It was working until it didn't.
Yeah. They got to the point where they were able to actually kind of, they have consistency, right? As we can see, they currently have a small lead over Echo, who hit P4 first, but Ottermania has since made it there. So again, all of these teams, and part of the big challenge of Ultimate is a lot of times finding the capacity to just throughput the entire fight perfectly. Because a single mistake in any phase in a fight that lasts, from 10 to 13 minutes is really intense. You think that time span is not that much, but when you're in it and a single thing wrong can destroy it for you, it's really a test of their stamina and their ability to maintain focus. But, we've been talking a little bit about the usage of limit break 3s as the teams go through the fights. And actually all of you have been filling our limit break 3 down below here at the bottom of the screen. Thank you so much. We have raised $7,000, 372 cents and 69 cents.
Nice.
But thank you all so much. Let's see if we can get this full limit break to empower the teams and empower our Echo team here on Facility. And in case any of you didn't know, we are raising money for Games for Love. This is a wonderful organization whose entire mission is to help children that are facing illness or are otherwise hospitalized for a variety of different conditions that makes their life or gives them this point in their life that oftentimes does not have the ability to go out and experience the things that their peers would. So through things like gaming, they're able to open up their worlds, they're able to help with distraction therapy, and they don't just stop there. They continue their support for these children throughout their lives, including additional things like teaching them how to program and learn programming languages if that's something they're interested in, helping them get caught up on schoolwork or providing scholarships when they eventually get to college. And it's something that when you think about it, you might be like, oh, a child recovering from their illness and they're done, they're set. But actually, that time in a hospital, that time away from their peers, away from education, school, all these kinds of things can create a much longer lasting problem than any illness that they face. So Games for Love really does some incredible things, and we are so happy to be raising money for them. If you donate, feel free. Give us your predictions. Give us your thoughts. Tell us if you think the crystals unlock Phase 4, and we'll be reading out some of them. We might actually do some right now. You want to do some?
Yeah. The wonderful thing is, if you look at this donation number already, because one of the great things about Games for Love is the fact that it's literally a single dollar helps a child, which means that over the course of this event, thanks to all of you guys, we've already helped 7,372 children and
Sooner 69%
of another one.
Yeah.
How do you help 69% of a child?
I mean, maybe it's something where you give them a game, right, for a console, or you help them with, ongoing education. Production weighing in, take their Game Boy away from them periodically.
No. We don't do that. We're helping.
Yes.
And no, it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And we do actually have a few donations, and that's a good name, honestly. We got $25 coming in from Boodles Butterkicks. No comment. Thank you so much for that.
Thanks, Boodles.
We got an anonymous. Whoop,
It's slippery.
it's a little sliding. I obviously failed the P2 mechanic there. We got an anonymous $10 donation without a comment. We got an anonymous $25 donation. Congrats on getting P4 Echo. Well, thank you very much. I think the players are incredibly hyped as well. Thank you so much for the generosity, and a few more donations coming in. Ooh, we got Shelly with $25. Thank you so much. Such a great event so far. Keep up the great work, casters, and good luck to Echo and all the teams. Thank you so much for the kind words and the donation. That's 25 children helped.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And last but not least, that's the one I did miss, is another $10 from Anonymous without a comment. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and honestly, everybody, I mean, like Lily was saying, even a single dollar helps. I think a lot of times we assume that if you're going to donate to a cause, you have to be able to put up a bunch of money or something. But if all of us pooled even a single dollar, the amount of good that we could do is really unparalleled. So remember, $1 helps one child, and that's a huge gift. So thank you all so much, and keep sending in the donations, send us messages, whatever you want. Do shout outs for your friends, for your family. And over the course of the race, we'll be doing some little impromptu charity goals as well. So even if you have ideas for that, let us know. If you're going, I want to see the whole caster crew dressed up Gaia style goth, might be something we may have discussed ourselves.
Yeah, maybe we do the full Lithy goth makeover.
I would join you, just so you know.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. What are we talking for that? 10K?
Ooh, 10K?
10K? 9K?
9.
8? Rook.
9K is the full bar right now, we're being told. Okay, let's go for it. Full Limit Break 3. We will go full Gaia goth makeup.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
For one of our shifts, yeah?
Heck yeah.
All right, let's
Heck
do
yeah.
it. So if we can fill this bar up, you will get to see us do a little impromptu cosplay. $9,000 will bring us to that Limit Break 3, so every dollar counts. Thank you so much, everybody. And let's check back in with our teams now. It seems like we got a few people. We've got Kindred that's currently at
got
the sort
Echo
of
in
ice
P3.
phase. Oh, Echo. Yeah. Let's get into, we're seeing Echo here. So let's get into this and see a little bit more of it.
Yeah, we are on board with Missy, resident red mage extraordinaire, looking for a little bit of a traffic light bait angle here. After that explosion, gonna move back in. Positioning the rewind, very important, because you want to be out and about if those last debuffs go off, because he has that big explosion coming in right after. Now baiting the laser, very important that doesn't go through the middle. Repositioning for the soak, then the rewind is going to come in right after, and he will have to make a few more steps to the outside of the arena to not blow the rest of the team to pieces, which for the moment is looking pretty good. Actually, it doesn't even have to make a few more steps, it's just fine. Except for Narlock, he is down on the floor, but hopefully we get the tank gotten back up. The rest is already out. The slam is survived, and Echo should be more than fine. The 2-minute CDs are in, and we're melting that health bar. 65% was the starting point. We need to go sub 20. LB3 is available, but Rook, all throughout the apocalypse, that's a good number of health you have to chew through.
I mean, it's a huge number of health, and while they are able to target her and attack her, as we've been talking about, while you're doing these high movement phases, it's very difficult. So here's that dark water, again, that's going to be locked in time, that's resolved at the end of the mechanic. And it's interesting here because while a lot of our gamers are on widescreens and things like that, one thing that's really cool about the Final Fantasy UI is that you can actually blow up various aspects of it. So in fights like this that have a lot of debuffs that you have to read, sometimes even just increasing the size or scale of your party list allows you to get better sight of them. So here the teams, as these dark eruptions go off, they're positioning out, trying to find the safe spot, letting them detonate, collapsing in the middle, immediately still alive. We have our two groups. This is when the first water is going to resolve these stacks. They're able to soak them. Then they're going to have a knockback. They need to be knocked back into two parties similar to the original so that those then will detonate when the time lock unleashes. They make it through this, but Alice getting killed here right at the end.
That was an intentional wall because there wasn't damage down, and you don't want to have that if you need to go through this burst phase. LB3 is getting popped in. Echo 25%, a few more to go. The Enrage cast going down low to the wire. They make it past that 20% mark. Not with everyone alive, though. It's only the tanks left standing. Something definitely was not quite enough. But we see P4 once again. And maybe we can get some more information out of this with the tanks alive. And biggest thing here, Narlock still has hallowed ground. Fragment of Fate does spawn in the back, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll probably blow up as soon as the Dragon Song and Lights Rampant and whatever else is going on is gonna come in here. But first off, the Arc Bait played out very nicely. There's the Oracle of Darkness, the Dark Water coming through right off the bat, and of course the Dark Lit Dragon Song, which immediately is going to put a bunch of stacks and
Tethers. They have tethers. It's another iteration of the Light Rampant here. They're going to have to soak these meteor towers. So it seems as though perhaps that extra detonation.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
That goes through info.
Okay. So the crystal does seem to take damage from those mechanics that clip it, right? So there we saw a cone that had gone out, that huge light cone, which they've increased in size now that was baited, hit the crystal and it seemed to shatter. But before that, those markers that seemed to be stack markers actually seem as though there's some sort of resolution within that turns it into the Light Rampant tethers.
Yeah.
So when that locks in, part of the explosions we might have been seeing across the arena may have been that those tethers were spawning and breaking like immediately, or that something was happening with that, right? Where the extra pulse of damage was too much.
Maybe we have a replay for that in a second. I'm pretty sure production is already cooking on that. Oh, yeah. They are cooking on that.
Of course they're on it.
So we can break this down basically frame by frame and really take a good look. Quick information for you all, guys. You probably will want to know this. I think Lucrecia is on a little bit of a break, probably late lunch, dinner, breakfast. I don't even know what it is, but we get to look at a little bit of a replay. So this is the transition into P4. Yes, both tanks alive. Narlock doing his best to keep his co-tank alive with a little bit of cleanse healing. Very nice of him. And of course, we do have the Usurper come back. And we're waiting for Gaia to come through. Of course, first the Fragment of Fate is spawning. The Usurper is summoning Rafflegagger.
When I heard that pronunciation, I lost it. It's Rafflegagger.
It's great, right? But first, what's that thing called again?
Akrai.
So, yes.
Akmor and Akrai are two very staple mechanics from dragons within the game, making use of the old draconic language. So yeah, there are those tethers.
There's tethers and towers. It's two-person towers. People are getting stacks of the light debuff, and there is delayed water to be soaked in a bit.
I'm wondering if they got hit with those cones of light because, of course, they were the only two alive. So theoretically, two people would, be able to bait those cones away from the crystal while the two in the towers resolved.
Cones. Where are you seeing cones?
Well, we can take a look at it again.
Yeah,
as we come in. Because it looked to me as though, as those towers resolved, two huge conal slices went out to either side, and one hit the crystal and detonated it. Now, maybe I'm seeing it wrong because there's a lot of light flashes, but I'm also curious as we watch again to see with those stacks if they were on the dead party members or... We'll see here in just a second. So they come in. We have the Achrai that goes on the ground. No, they're here. There is one on one of the dead party members. So they have these. They're going to go ahead and stand here. It's a time mechanic. So that gets locked in time. Then they have these tethers that appear. They have to, again, maintain that distance. So here they are trying to make sure that it doesn't break. You can kind of see how the tether gets strained, or it lets you know.
There they are.
And then you see
on
those
the last
cones.
frame. On the last frame. I was gonna ask, but I'm pretty sure production already knows. Yep, there they are. So we get the Protean waves once again, and I wouldn't be surprised that it's 4 waves. So the resolution is something along the lines of two people in the towers each, including the light tethers. Maybe it's a callback to the Savage light rampant, where you have to kind of kite the orbs around a little bit and avoid the tower detonation and stuff like that. But ultimately, it's going to be 2 in the tower each, 2 on the side to bait the waves, which I think throughout the fight mostly are proximity baited in the first place, which basically leads me to believe it's going to be a little bit of a... Honestly, the solution always is Mario Kart anyway, so a little bit of a rotational thing throughout the platform, end up in the tower spot into the light wave spot, rotate a little bit further, soak the resolving water splash, and maybe that's the start of that's the mechanic already done. I wouldn't be surprised if, as messy as it looks like with basically everyone dead, that this mechanic is actually fairly straightforward to start this phase off.
You know, in the original fight in the first half of Oracle of Darkness, we saw multiple memories. So, will we, over the course of whatever this mechanic has to unfold for us, have multiple memories appearing around the edge of the arena, all of which have to be avoided by any mechanic across the arena? I don't know. It's an interesting idea, but I love that this is like a moment where it's like, you thought you were done with Light Rampant? Nah, like Light Rampant Part 2.
I knew it. There's a live baking session in there. We'll make some biscuits.
Yeah, there's going to be actually a cooking mini game. And if any of the players don't have a culinarian leveled to max, you will instantly wipe. Which would actually be one of the funniest things that had ever happened. And watching a world race where everybody was racing to try to level a culinarian, or like, I mean, I think some raiders are also crafters, but I feel like you either sell your soul to one or the other. And of course,
maybe
raiders craft things like food and pots for the actual raid,
But maybe Square Enix saw the ultimate races and was thinking to themselves, we're kind of robbing the world first crafter teams of their job outside of Savage, so maybe we need to bring them back in for ultimate, But nah, honestly, I'd love some tea cakes in there. Yeah, that would be cool. Would be pretty nice. But ultimately, that's kind of the big question, right? Because the memories were a big thing, both in the Shiva encounter as well as E12. On normal, at the very least, you had this entire intermission going to the different platforms while Eden was trying to destroy the memories.
And, in this retelling, I think this does lead us to a moment that's a bit like in DSR with Thornton, where you have a choice on this. But from what we've seen, destroying the memories seems to pretty much... It's just assured destruction, right? It seems as though it causes an instant wipe. But, as well as we've been talking about, if this is a theoretical future in which we are looking at something like Logriff fully awakened, then do you destroy those memories so that Logriff can once again emerge as the primary entity within Gaia? But how would you do that? How would you pace that? Is there something else that, would dictate that? I have no idea. And at least right now, from what we've seen of the mechanic, it very much looks like, yes, you want to save the crystals. Please don't let Gaia forget herself,
Yeah, as I said, don't lick the ice cream.
Don't lick the ice cream is going to be like one of the strangest out of context sayings to come from this.
Aren't those the best sayings that come out of Ultimate races or world races in general?
I'm just imagining now Reen in the moment where she's like, I might turn into Shiva. And Thancred's just like, don't lick the ice cream. And she's like, oh, I guess that was a bad idea. It's like, I'm just saying. But, I mean, we're taking a look at Thancred here as well. Now, most of our teams, at least as far as we can see in our perspectives, are going through the Fatebreaker phase again right now. We have a few who are on break as well and getting dinner. Wherever you are in the world, everybody has to eat. And please, all of you watching, make sure that you take care of yourselves too. But this kind of brings up an interesting opportunity to be able to talk a little bit about the fact that this is a really cool sort of thing, not only because this is the first ever live in-person race that we've done, and especially with Echo, but also that we have this Mogtalk collaboration where we're not just watching the Echo team, although we are mega cheering them on, and it's been amazing to see their progress through this, but we're also celebrating the community as a whole here and getting to see everybody, just like, when you and I are on Mogtalk and stuff like that, casting past races. It's such a cool collab.
Oh, it's awesome. I'm so glad, because this this is just what makes the world race so exciting. You get to see all these different POVs, all these different teams, and especially now in a, I'm just going to say, day and age where so many of the top teams are actually streaming. There's only a small number of top teams that are not actually streaming at the moment. The biggest example really being, I think, Ether Group 3 that are progging offline. It's just so exciting to watch, and the ability for us to just swap around and check in with everyone and showcase the best teams in the world as much as we possibly can just brings so much more hype to the table.
It does. And I mean, ultimates, as we've kind of talked about, are something that aren't just solved really by any one person. You can just go in and, if you put your mind to it, solve everything. But the fact that, especially in world race situations, it's something where everybody is coming together. You have folks who are never even going to do an ultimate, but who are over here cooking, and they're like, okay, wait, now hold on. But this, and I noticed this debuff, and did you see this? And they're posting it up on Reddit. And of course, here at the facility, we have our team. We have amazing support as well with Roger and Scripe, getting in there and kind of, helping everybody as they all look at it and cook. We've been in our room making spreadsheets, I mean, it's just wild. Alex and I with Mirrors were just cooking last night. I mean, it's fun. It's fun to see.
It's awesome. I just think I've so far just missed the sweet spot of where a new mechanic came in and was visible for the first time, where I could actually sit down and do some cooking of my own. I was always either on the couch to cast, which is also fantastic, or I just missed it in a way where I came in and the cooking was already so far done by a lot of people that it's not really worth to sit down by yourself,
I'm so sorry, Lithy. I've had a few people message me and be like, do you have some kind of magic? Because it seems like every time we've been on the desk so far, we've seen a new phase. And I was just like, maybe I do. But today, I mean, we saw P4 right before I got on desk.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's a magic that we can count on. But, I mean, it's been great to actually get to see a little bit more of P4 as we prog into it and to get to still share that moment. And, we're currently watching Kindred here and taking a peek at how they've been handling a lot of this mechanic. And I mean, we'll see them kind of go through this. They've had good consistency as well, Lithy, as they've come in. I mean, they're one of our strong teams.
They started off very, very strong yesterday. Yes, towards the later evening, towards the night, they've started to slump a little bit. Not as much of a consistency towards the later polls, the later stages of the fight. But today, they're back, and I'm saying that despite the fact that they're still top 5 on the leaderboard, right? They are doing incredibly well, but they've definitely ramped up after a good night's sleep, after revisiting and replanning some of their mechanics. And quite honestly, Kindred's still one of my favorite POVs because I say this every single time. The chat blocker art rotation is just peak.
Yeah, I really love that they have a full-on art reel for us, and all of the characters have been so great. Honestly, I love seeing how everybody brings to life their characters or just embraces them and, gets so connected to them in 14. Even if you meme a little bit with your character, I still feel like a lot of us end up getting just really, I don't know, we love the avatars that we get to inhabit in games, right?
Oh, yeah. Jordan was trying to convince me that I would need to be part of a all the casters go Lalafell for a month initiative, and I'm just sitting there like, no, my aura is not changing, never ever.
Make a Lalafell alt and level it up?
No, I refuse. Lalafells are evil, and I will not adhere to such villainy.
Popoto slander on this couch? Okay, all right.
Slander? I haven't even started to slander the Popotos.
Oh my goodness. Look, Lalafells, I love you. I love you. And you know what? If we make something like that a goal, I could be convinced. So Jordan and I will have to talk
Rook,
later.
This is the perfect example of why you're the better human being than me.
I don't think that's true. You're wonderful. But
no, I'm just memeing.
Honestly, a lot of our teams really right now are just trying to find some consistency.
Yeah.
So, this is a good moment as well. There are a lot of new folks that come in to see things like Final Fantasy XIV content or Race to World Firsts, or, a lot of folks too from Echo's side that watch a lot of the other events that they do that are so amazing and so well done for many games that many of us play. But Ultimates in 14 are something that are kind of unique and interesting in the MMO space. So for anybody who might literally just be tuning in now or is coming in and has no idea, Ultimates are essentially the highest level difficulty of fight in all of Final Fantasy XIV. We usually get 1, 2 in expansion, typically 2 more so now, with the pacing and cadence. And with that, these fights are sort of made to be the absolute peak test of your stamina, your mechanical understanding of the game, and your overall puzzle-solving capabilities. So, as you can see as you watch, it's a multi-phase fight that takes us through many different bosses. Usually in these fights, it's broken up in such a way that we refer to large portions of the fight featuring a certain boss or configuration of boss as a phase, right? So phase 1, phase 2. And then if there are shorter, smaller portions of the fight, like what we just saw here with the crystals, those are oftentimes referred to or labeled by the community as intermissions. So in this particular fight, thus far, we have a phase 1, a phase 2, a phase 2 intermission, phase 3, and phase 4, right? And that's taking us through each of these different iterations of bosses, from Fatebreaker all the way through the Shiva incarnations into Oracle of Darkness, which we are about to see start here. So just a little breakdown for everybody. You know, it's kind of it's a marathon of a fight. It is incredibly punishing, and usually it does take teams at least bare minimum a week to clear many of these.
Yeah, on average, I think a week is a very kind of good point to target it at. Some of the ultimates have been a little bit shorter. Some of them have been a lot longer. I think the first one and still the longest one, UCOP, lasted 2 weeks, something along the lines. But back then, obviously, no one really knew what was ultimate, what do you actually need to do, and how does all this thing work. And from there, the duration kind of balanced out, like somewhere around 5 to 7 days, and then Top came along, the Omega Ultimate, which I think lasted like 11, 13 days, something around that, and was just an absolute megalomaniac of, I don't know even.
It was just a super intense, it was the most mechanically focused ultimate that we've had.
Also, one of the reasons why I have trust issues towards any announcements in regards to encounters that the Final Fantasy team makes. Also, nice cheese here of the very tail end of the Relativity. They just popped healer LB3 to survive it.
You know, I love a good healer LB3, being a healer main myself. It does really feel like your shining glory moment. But as we've talked about in this fight, Oracle of Darkness requires a very harsh DPS check. So if they've missed out on being able to funnel that into the boss as damage, that's going to be something that they have to deal with here, right? But of course, sometimes you might do that literally just to be able to see and practice what's to come, because getting to this point is something that you shouldn't just toss out if you can. So they are getting here into this portion of the fight where we're going to start seeing this sort of apocalypse. We have the water drops, we have the rotating light beams that will kind of show you where these AoE explosions are going to be. So here they are positioning as they're going to have these sort of darkness point blanks that'll go off. They're able to spread. Whoo! They make it in.
It's so tight.
It's close though. They get in. They are able to split those waters. They do lose Calypso, but they get a res out immediately. Now they're going to have a knockback that's going to once again split into these two light parties, and it's going to be brutal with missing a few people. But they get through the healing. The healing came through. They're going to wall it though.
Yeah, we're a solid 27% off of the health mark we want to hit before the Enrage cast finishes. So solid pull until P3 here for Kindred, but then it very quickly fell apart and we're just missing a little bit too much damage. But Echo back in the action as well, as we're getting into P2 Starburst and good old Axe Splash taken care of.
Splash.
I refuse to call it anything else from here on out.
No, honestly, I really like that. It uses one of the visuals of Achmor, but of course it's kind of an iteration here with these light puddles and the multi-hits. They go through those cleaves nicely, being able to see which one she's going to do, whether it's that front is safe or back is safe, and then they're going to push her into this phase. They have this stack up, which we have discovered is not one that takes like a front load, like scaling damage. It seems like it's equally shared across the party, although a lot of times you still see tanks, I think, just stand in the front because they're like, I'm going to be here, I'm your protector. And honestly, I love that, and I feel safe. So we have the mirrors coming in. These are going to reflect the abilities that she casts, so the party are going to maneuver around a position to bait out these cones.
And I think I need production to turn up the music a little bit, because that's a proper jammer.
It's a really good one. They're coming over to the other mirror here, baiting more cones. They're going to go out. The difficulty of this is that you have to spread it such that with these 2 mirrors positioned around the arena, you leave a slice that is safe for the opposing group, right? Otherwise, you're just going to have huge cleaves that overlap across everything. So again, they're able to do that. Huge damage coming out, but they're going to go ahead and get this. We're going into light rampant. For this, they've been creating this sort of star pattern, which does seem to be basically the only pattern that really has solved this. We haven't seen many other iterations. They have to be very careful about how they time and move around these orbs. There's a little bit of an overlap between them that was really getting the teams yesterday. 4 moving into the middle if they have the 3 stacks so that they can bring it up. Everybody here, excuse me, if they have the 2 stacks so they can bring it up. And everybody here with this Protean that's going to go out will get their 4th and final stack. If you have all of your debuffs perfectly balanced, you'll see those perfect 4s all the way down, those golden icons.
Indeed, and it's a body check. In case you're wondering, hey, what the hell is a body check? Well, it's a mechanic usually positioned at the very tail end of a larger kind of puzzle mechanic vomit that basically just checks if you've played the mechanic correctly with everyone alive at the very end. And what a body check does is basically the mechanic executes is very simple. You usually just need to stand in a spot and let it resolve. But if not everyone is alive, then usually the party gets blown up because something goes wrong. In this case, if someone would have been dead, someone would have gotten 2 stacks, would have gone up to 5, and the entire raid would have exploded in an instant. But, well, since Echo played clean, played it exactly the way it was supposed to be, they're alive and through to the intermission. And here it's all about clearing out the crystal, and you can see Suki already painting the ever-loving heck out of those light crystals.
I mean, Pigmancer is so strong right now. I honestly have loved this new edition that came with Dawn Trail. I think it's been so much fun to play.
I still haven't touched it.
Oh, you have to
No.
level it. It's a ton
No,
of
absolutely
fun.
not.
Compromise.
No.
Compromise your standards of classes. No, I love Pigmancer. I think it's really fun.
Excuse me?
I think well, it's because you really love your main, right?
That's the thing. I don't really have a main. I just play too many jobs, but Pictomancer isn't one of them.
Okay, why not Pigmancer?
It's too cartoony for me. I don't like
okay.
the visuals.
Compromise your standards. Play Pigmancer.
No.
I honestly, personally, I love the style of it. I feel like it brings a different kind of playfulness into it that's so present in Final Fantasy XIV, just as much as any high fantasy or anything else. So I've enjoyed it personally.
Hey, I'm happy for all you Picto enjoyers. It's great. I'm gonna stick to my edgy melees.
All right.
I'm gonna play Viper, Reaper, and Samurai, and I'm gonna be very happy with it.
Well, you have been enjoying Viper though, then.
Yes, Viper has been absolutely awesome. A little bit of shuffling and shenanigans at the start. Obviously, they removed the dot and a little bit of the rotational complexity to the job, which honestly hasn't been a bad decision. But overall, just all the way since the start of the expansion has been just a pure joy to play because it's so fast-paced. It's so satisfying. You get this instant feedback to pressing all your buttons really, and nothing feels boring, which is just awesome. Just like it's not boring at all to look at this mechanic, because at most points I honestly have no idea what the hell is going on, but Suki definitely does, because he is baiting like a champion. The rewind is coming through as well, everything positioned nicely, the mechanics are resolving. In the meantime, of course, the biggest thing we barely mentioned during this phase, you gotta DPS the boss like crazy, because you need to make this DPS check at the end of the phase. 65%, 45 to go throughout this next apocalypse, with an LB3 ready to be sent as the Tank Buster is coming through.
Tank Buster coming through. You can see that they really tried to make use there. You got the Dancer buff, everything else. They are pumping out there because in this moment, it's one of the few moments of pseudo downtime that you have in the fight to really lay into her. Now we have those Dark Waters again that are going to be time locked, that resolve at the end of the mechanic. This isn't too different theoretically from the original. It's just that you have some extra sort of detonations that now you are dealing with. But while they will have to resolve these waters, the tank, as you can see there, will be baiting her across the arena for these slams. Nice perspective here, getting to kind of watch this. Here with these 4, again, they're trying to spread out. Oh, got a little bit Okay, all right, okay.
Oh no.
We had a few folks get hit by the light there. You can see the debuffs, and unfortunately, it is going to ultimately lead to a wipe. But the positioning on that is really perhaps one of the greater challenges of this mechanic.
Absolutely. You gotta know where your safe spot is gonna be at the very end. These tunes always ambushing me. First it's the Shiva track, now it's Papaya, and I'm trying to talk about a wipe.
And then
yes,
they all
thank you,
died.
production.
Papaya, papaya, papaya,
It's
papaya.
such a good track. But it's really these stars, because they circle out from Gaia and then move in a circle around the arena in this opposing pattern, and ultimately move closer and closer with every detonation to the spot you are standing at. And if you miscalculate, because you just gotta check what's the timing, where do I need to stand, what is the safe spot in this arena, and if you miscalculate, as we've seen on that poll just now, you just get blown up.
Yeah, and it's part of what I think makes that kind of placement a little bit tricky, right? You have a lot of different AoEs in 14, and some of them, will be clearly marked, some not so much. Some you're having to kind of, as we even see in some of these phases, right? You're having to read certain things that the boss is doing to then figure out, like, oh, okay, we're going to have a lightning cleave across. We're going to have things like that, right? But the unique thing kind of about the sort of movement patterns that happen in Apocalypse is that you have this like continually rotating thing. And while it seems like you should be able to kind of go like, yeah, it moves at about this pace and I can see where the gap is. And so if this is going to go off, then like I can kind of feel it, and I'm going to anticipate and move slightly ahead into what will be the free space. But it just takes practice to get to the point where you are so used to the way that it turns, the way that it moves. You're so used to making the calls about where people need to go that you actually can get there and then position something like a spread within the small portion of the arena that you have.
Yeah, it's super difficult, super clutch, and that's the challenge of Ultimates. In Savage, you would not find a mechanic like this, or rarely find a mechanic like this. It would be kind of the highlight of the fight, more or less. In Ultimates, it's just another Tuesday, basically. And yeah, it's impressive, honestly, to see how much these players are just vibing with it. You can see mechanic fail, okay, well, whatever. Not even a poll timer, we're going again right away. It's really nice to see. Yeah, we're all vibing to this song. Oh, which
I
one?
love a good vibe.
Which one is this?
Oh, hold on, I gotta turn my music up.
Oh, it's
Oh,
still
it is still
Papaya.
Papaya. It's a long track, Papaya.
Yeah, it
it's
is a very long
bop.
track. I can't remember the last time I've heard the intermission of it.
I love the breakdown. It's good. Sometimes you just gotta shake it off and put a little Papaya on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What's your favorite jam?
Don't. That's so hard. How do you pick one song you love from 14?
Not the best, the most heart wrenching, the most jammy.
The most jammy?
Yeah. What's the song where you're just sitting in your chair like?
I mean, it's probably okay. It's not like conventionally jammy, but one of my favorite pieces from 14 is Sophia's theme. I love Sophia's theme.
So
Equilibrium.
good.
It's so good. There's a really good jazz cover of it that I also really love.
Ooh.
Like, I love that one. I mean, chat, also, if you want to let us know what songs are your favorites, please feel free to tag them into your donations. We'll read some out here in just a little bit. But
we'll get a little donation playlist going.
Ooh, could we do that? Could we do a donation playlist?
I mean, production can just read the donations and put all the songs on the playlist, right?
That would be amazing. If it's 14
obviously
soundtrack is what
14
we've been told.
soundtrack.
Okay,
Nothing else.
all right. For a limited time here, we will open it up. If you donate, let us know a 14 track. If we are able to play it, we will put it onto our playlist here that you would like to hear. But yeah, for me, I think
if
it's
I'm
Sophia.
seeing any Good King Mughal in there,
It's just 9 hours straight
I'm
of Good
leaving.
King Mogul. I would lose it. It would be so good.
I will turn off the music.
I will say I also really loved a lot of the Pandemonium songs, though. They were really good.
God, Scream.
Yes. How about you? What were some of your faves?
I mean, Scream is very far up there. If we're talking like good vibes jammers, I think Papaya is almost unbeatable. That's very good. What else is there? I'm more of a fan of the big banger songs, the rocky ones, the epic ones. So yeah, Scream is up there. Honeybee, lovely, obviously.
Yeah.
Give It All, M4, was really good from the Arcadion. Athena, P12.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Oh God, and then we're going to the older ones. I mean, Sephiroth. Sephiroth was absolutely sick. The Fiend is such a good track.
Sephiroth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Slayer.
Alexander.
Oh, I mean, all of the Alex. Honestly, I think the real answer is that all of the Alexander songs are the
Oh, yeah.
biggest bangers, biggest bops
Oh,
of
yeah.
like all of 14.
We had almost the entire Alexander set list on our wedding playlist, and we had so much 14 music at our wedding. It was so good.
That's amazing. I love it. I love it. We are keeping our eyes here on the teams, everybody.
Yep.
And it seems like, right now we do have a few folks on break again, right? We're around that time where everybody is kind of taking staggered breaks, at least here for our perspectives. But a lot of the teams as well working right now through Shiva, continuing through, even as we see Echo doing the same here as they're trying to get back to that current prog point. Let me actually, we'll take a quick look over here. We'll see if we have any songs coming in. But I mean, Lithi, as we've kind of looked at the teams today, how do you feel about the pace of progress since we saw P4?
I'll be very honest, not too good, because we've barely seen it, right? We have one or two teams seen getting back into P4, but nothing else really has happened. People mostly working on P3 and getting back into P4, because P3 is still very much kind of not the major point, but one of the big proc points to be cleaned up, because you need a clean P3 to even make it into P4, because the DPS check is pretty tight. It's pretty tight because it relies on you maybe mostly having that LB3 left over from P2 intermission, getting through those crystals without it, and then moving on and playing both the Relativity and the Apocalypse right. And I can see you've you're laughing already. How much Moogle Mog is in there?
So far, no Moogle Mog.
Oh, thank God.
No Moogle Mog, which is really great. But maybe you'll have better luck than me. It doesn't seem to want to listen to me when I'm trying to click on the donation messages.
Okay. It's consistently updating. Yeah.
We do have donations rolling in, though. Thank you all. I promise we can see them. We're going to be taking some of those requests here. It just seems like our iPad doesn't want to read them out quite right now. Maybe the iPad was just a little bit worried that we were going to just have 9 hours of Muggle, and that was like, it was like, I think probably not.
I had something for a second, and then it disappeared again.
We've got help coming in. We don't
Save
know how
us,
to operate.
Sam. Thank you.
We only know how to push buttons on an MMO. We don't know how to make an iPad work.
Yeah, I don't even know how to do that, so...
Coming in here again as we're sort of watching, though, Echo is making good progress through here. They're coming into Oracle of Darkness, and of course now we're going to see that Relativity as everybody's getting into position, baiting out these light lasers. You can see that folks are dropping a lot of times their sort of rewinds behind these so that when they get pulled back to them, they'll be in a safe spot. We had the ice that went off there, everybody consolidating into the center where they'll be safe. Moving out now as those lasers continue, they're going to go ahead and drop those explosions, the fires, and in the middle of those lookaways also resolve that have that bit of a stack. And then finally here they'll have those dark eruptions that they will spread out towards the very end, as we also have the water debuff that will be resolving there. So all of that kind of pops off at the same moment.
It is beautiful. The last slam is coming through, a big damage that the healers are taking care of. And of course we're moving on right away into the Apocalypse. One of the big kind of cleanup points currently, because it's just such a tight spot that you have to maneuver with all the star explosions. We've talked about them a couple of times already. So we'll be waiting for the Dark Waters to go out. Those are delayed group soaks. As you can see, lots of stack markers, but don't panic, you don't need to send in them right now. They will be delayed because that's what Gaia does. She does mess with time a little bit here and there. As you can see, the first ones are going to go off right now. Then it's another set in 20 seconds and the last set in 30 seconds. And the stars are coming out. You need to watch those. Look for the safe spot where they will ultimately be when you need to drop these debuffs, the Dark Eruption coming through, and immediately move back in towards the middle, dodge the next set of explosions, stack up for the Dark Water Soaks, And it should be fine for the moment. Quicker run to the edge from the tank here as Gaia is going in with the big slam, really hammering it home here. And the last stack of water splashes coming through. This super, super clean apocalypse here from Echo. 25%, only 5% left to go. And we have an LB3 going into P4, most likely here.
This is incredible. Definitely the cleanest run I think we've seen. They were so confident about those placements. Did they make it? Did they make it? Okay, they've made it through. They were able to get her sub 20. So we will be pushing once again into phase 4 here. Of course, we're seeing the transformation as the realization that her memories are blocking her and they can't be together while they last. So we'll start seeing these memory crystals appearing at the edge. Here is this first one, as we kind of got to see last time. This is the first time we've been in it with the full party here ready and up. We'll see if they survive initially. We have the stacks that'll come out. There's the Akrai that places down. They've been stacking that so it doesn't go all the way across the arena. Now the stacks, they'll need to figure out how they move, but we will also have light chains appearing as well as we witness. So here go the light chains. Everyone has to maintain their distance here or they will detonate. They need to get 2 people into either of these, but there's that explosion as the tethers break. Oh, brutal.
Oh, that is interesting. Oh, that is so interesting to see. Because it feels like the chains broke because they were too close to each other.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
that's part of the difficulty of that mechanic, right? Oftentimes, if you have chains or tethers in 14, there's a variety of things it could do, having to pull them apart and break them, stuff like that. But the light rampant tethers are a bit different, and that usually it means you can't be too far or you can't be too close, depending. And
be
once
just
they
right.
lock, they have to stay. You have to pretty much stay equidistant. So any shapes you're making, any movements that you're making have to be orchestrated in almost perfect tandem.
Exactly. So it's going to be very interesting to look at this replay because Suki's POV is just always so good to look at for this entire thing because you see so much of the arena because the Pictomancer obviously standing on range has a good overview over everything, but also looking at everything from afar gives you just that extra bit of spice that you need. So the Akrai is gonna go out. That's something the healers need to deal with. It's just a little bit of a healing check at the start of the fight. AoE damage, if you haven't healed the Akrai, you're gonna die here. The chains are gonna come through with one person on that water, without water debuff, that's expiring in 5 seconds now. So if we go back by like 5-6 seconds towards the chains coming out, and I think we'll do some cooking here.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
we'll do some
I'm
cooking,
ready.
because
I've got the ingredients.
we already talked about what this most likely is going to look like. You have 2 people soaking each tower, and you will have 2 people baiting the light waves afterwards. The question is really going to be here, who does what? And based on what we just saw, I have the very distinct feeling that there is something you need to do with the chains that involves the chained people to move very far out, because it really looks like these chains need to be relatively far apart. So slow down here as much as possible, please. Because you can see Ara is very close to Mount Lol, and I think that's the first chain that detonates because they're just too close to each other. And the tower soak... Rewind that, please, to the spawn of the chain. Because I do think the tower soak go off like 1 or 2 seconds before the light wave, which would mean to me that you soak the tower, you run out as far as you can, while the chains stay on like the middle ring of the platform, and get the light wave.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I think there could be another side of this where, depending on who gets which tethers, you could theoretically make a shape where the long tethers were out baiting the cones and the short tethers were on these 2 soaks. But interestingly enough, you will notice that these teams already coming into this, like when they have the 2 towers here, they're already at 3 stacks of the light debuff. So theoretically, they can only get hit by a single mechanic of these mechanics, or they'll push to 5 and then they'll detonate. So you can kind of see them trying to figure out here, like, who's going to go where? How do we create this pattern? But we do have a few who aren't chained. We do have...
It's 4 people that are chained.
Yes. So, and then of course we have this delayed stack that's also going to be happening again.
What is this? No, okay, that's reversed. We're going forward again. Okay, perfect. So, it's going to be the AoE light flash, which is going to be the refulgent chain and the stacks of light steeped that everyone is getting. And the towers coming out. So you have one light party soak on a chained player and 1 light party soak on a not chained player. One on a tank, one on a DPS, so it seems to be somewhat role agnostic. And from here, you can see the first detonation literally happening there because 2 of the chains are too close together. And you have the light wave coming right after here, I think, both from the Oracle of Light and the Oracle of Darkness. Yes, both of them send out 2 waves each, or is it all 4 from the Oracle of Light?
Interesting.
Yes, please, one more time.
Interesting. I mean, this is the closest, this is the farthest we've seen in this, right? So of course we're breaking it down in chat. I hope you are too. Hope everybody is. But it's interesting to see because it definitely looks like it's a almost bite-sized, compressed light rampant, and how those tethers are going to affect the shapes they have to make. A little fun-sized light rampant. The way that they're going to have to deal with that is going to be, I think we need a little more data, right, to actually kind of see. But we can see going straight into it here that the delayed stacks go out. So Akhrai, delayed stacks. There's a pulse of damage. Healers recuperate that. Tethers come immediately after. The 2 towers appear, which need to be soaked by 2 players. Here, I think we're seeing a little bit of debate. You know, if I have the delayed water, am I the one that's going to take one of these towers? I don't know, right? So they don't really have a full game plan, it seems like, quite yet about how they want to deal with these. And then, as Lithy was pointing out, after, theoretically, the towers would resolve and that positioning would happen, you would then have these light cleaves.
The towers resolve about 1 or 2 seconds before the light waves, which would in theory give you enough time to rush back. So the proximity, if the waves of light are proximity baited, which I would assume they are because they are the entire fight, right? Give you enough time to run in. Here is a little bit of an extra cook. What if you need to soak stacks into the crystal? Because otherwise you can't fulfill all the mechanics because someone's going to 5 stacks too soon.
Soak stack. Oh, as in like you have to decide where hits will happen on the fragment of fate, what it can sustain, because that will eat a stack. You know, that's interesting. I like that thought, Lithy. I like that thought. I mean, we have to see if it seems like in the past it getting clipped by things killed it. And shattered it. But there's a possibility that perhaps some of the mechanics would just bring its health down low. We also haven't seen teams yet trying to interact with it in a way like healing it, etc., at least as far as I've seen from point of views. Because again, we've only seen this a couple times, right? So it's interesting that Lithy!
I've had an eye on it for a bit because we got ourselves into some trouble with that playlist.
Wait. Okay, you got to start reading out some of the, if we've been able to get the iPad fixed.
Oh, it's a lot.
We'll continue cooking. All of you have smashed our $9,000 goal. We have raised $9,100.98. 4 games for love. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And with that 3 limit break, we said Gaia. We said Gaia goth makeup at 9,000, didn't we, Lithy?
We did, yeah. I guess that's happening.
So that's happening, and also we will start reading out some of the song racks you'd like played from the Final Fantasy soundtrack.
Production has the notepad ready. Okay. I think this is the placeholder reset donation, so, because, that's from 7 hours ago. Okay. We got. Are you ready? I think we'll swap halfway because
Okay.
this is a lot.
Yes.
We got Maria Puddingway, great name by the way. Love seeing the races like these also be used for good charitable causes. Let's hit LB3. Good luck to all of the wonderful teams. You have indeed hit LB3. Also thanks to you, Maria. Thank you so much for the $25. We got. I'm gonna not click red because that seems to reset things. $1 anonymous donation. Thank you so much with the comment, let's go! We love that. Zoran Ark. Thanks to Echo for a great event. The casters are fantastic. You are
Aw,
fantastic,
you're
Zoran. Thank you
fantastic.
so much for the $25 donation. We got Sydney J coming in. Shout out on the Eden shirt, Rook. Oh yeah.
Sydney! Oh, yes. Some of you, I got so excited. I'm so sorry. Some of you might have seen in the Mogtalk portions every night, Sydney and Sly are doing cocktail hours. Part
I
of the
was dead
Mogtail.
asleep for it, sadly.
I
I need
know.
to catch up on it.
But it's amazing. So it's themed cocktails around 14. Sydney does incredible art. And Sydney also did this Eden shirt that I'm wearing, which you can't quite see, but it says Gate, Promise, Eternity, and then it has the quote, I won't give up, not on my future, our future. I
It's
want
so
to see
cool.
what tomorrow will bring. And the back of it
Oh.
that has this gorgeous artwork. So if you haven't, tune into that Mob
know-
Talk section. And Sydney, thank you for the beautiful, beautiful shirts that you
You
made.
know, maybe we can cook a little collaboration. What do you think?
Oh, I mean, we'll have to see.
the Echo Sydney crossover
Echo Sydney
for a ultimate shirt.
It could be cool in the future. We'll have to see.
Wouldn't that
but
be
let's
something?
see if
But-
we've got any other donation reads.
Oh, we absolutely do, Sydney. Thank you so much for the $1 donation. We got Charlie Boy 808 with $25. Happy to help the charity while this event is helping me to remember the better times when we went to the mall and shopped at Sanrio and Hot Topic. Well, it is all relative. True, it is indeed. We got a couple anonymous donations without a comment. We got $25 and $5 each. Thank you so much. We got Devil Bird with $10. Thank you so much. And we got Gloomy Latte for the kids and the lesbians. Oh, yes, please. Thank you. $10 for that donation. Thank you so much. We got Mrs. Gothic. Good luck to all the raiders. May the hexagram summon Satan and help the kids. Goth make up song eyes. Well, maybe. $66.60.
Brilliant.
Thank you so much for that. And we do have Fandor Del Piero. Shout out to everybody who is pretty much on their own. Keep your head up, indeed.
Yes,
You're never
please.
all alone out there. There's always someone with you. And we got Elila with $10. I love the casters this Race to World First, especially loving the addition of Rook, Liffy, and Maris. Awesome proc by all the players during a meal break. Could we please get some Emmet touchdown? Oh. Well, there you go. That's one for the playlist. It's not quite the Final Fantasy song list, but I think we can make an exception there. Thank you so much for the $10.
Yes, and thank you so Can I read this one? Thank you so much, Big Mommy Pilkers, for the $25.
That was by accident that I
donation.
gave you it on that one.
Thank
I'm
you so much,
sorry.
Lithy, for that perfect handoff. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. No message. Also, Flair Gremory, thank you. Says we talked about Limit Break 3. Oh, cooking. Okay. We talked about Limit Break 3 tank and healer on the crystal. Yeah. But no one has talked about the possibility of LB3 melee, giving it a unique animation of grabbing the crystal and slamming it down on Gaia, knocking her memories back into her head. All right. Well, you know what, Grummer? You got me. I really thought you were going to cook, but maybe, possibly. We have one here as well from, let me make sure I get to this. Oshette Fern, thank you. It says, great coverage and hoping to see the world first on stream. This is $25. So are we. Honestly, we'll be super excited if Echo takes it. And Quipster says, It is relative. A few dollars may not be a lot to you, but it may tether a child to a happier life, even a world of light. It might not stop an apocalypse, but let's stack the donations and spread the love. The Boss Cast Spell in Waiting donation. Thank you for that $25 donation and that excellent message. And as well, we have one from Fane Strike here saying, oh, song requests. All right, production, here you go. Shadowbringer's main theme, Scream, Football, or Give It All are awesome. I think it's supposed to be Footfalls, actually.
Oh.
I think I was like, footballs? I don't know that one. I think it's supposed to be Footfalls. Typos get us all. Don't worry about it. And thank you for the $10 donation. We have another one from Anonymous that says, play Be My Honey. So Be My Honey. Because, yes, we do need that jam. It's very good.
Absolutely.
We have one from Yams who suggests, in the theme of Ultimate, Twice Stricken from E5 is a classic banger. Okay, now we're getting to the song racks. We have another one from Sumia. Thank you so much, $10 from The Dragon's Wake. We have one from Dropsy, $10 that says one of the best jammy songs, Dreamwalker. So Dreamwalker is another one there. We've got as well from Limp, 007, I should say, $5. It says, I would love to hear Wayward Daughter. Wayward Daughter. And Raven Morn, hello Raven, saying, I have to jump in immediately and suggest Burning Souls, M3, a risky bet, M4S, P2, Seeking Purpose, and the X2 theme. So Burning Souls, a risky bet, Seeking Purpose. And I think X2 theme might be the second extreme from this expansion, do you think?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. We've got another one, $10 Anonymous, Blinding Indigo, Please. That's another song.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one. That is a good one. We've got a lot of song requests, everybody. We have one at $69.
Nice.
That's Conquering Will from Kraken, Dynamis with Love. Oh, sorry, from Kraken on Dynamis with Love, requesting The Queen Awakens from Delabrum Regine. Nice one. Love it. Love the rep. And we'll do this last one here, $1.69. Nice. For the Pulse Final Fantasy XIV Remix album version of Thunder Rolls. Thunder Rolls
Oh, yeah.
is the best piece of music they ever did for the game, I swear. Does it count? /pray. We'll have to see, but Eden.
I think it does.
Yeah, thank you so much for that donation. We will check in with everybody else as well here in just a little bit. But, you know, we've got some big stuff that we've seen. We have cracked $9,000 for charity. You are all amazing. Thank you so, so much. And we have, of course, this little snippet that we've seen of the next phase 4, that we've been breaking down a little bit.
Absolutely, and there is a man in this caster squad that loves breaking things down even further than we do that here on the couch. Mr. Jeeth is back. Hi, sir.
Hello, how are you guys doing? Very exciting times.
The soothing voice in my ears is such a blessing.
I did want to bring a little bit of lore to your attention, since we are all such lore nerds, and I know they've been enjoying, along with chat, all the cooking about what's going on with dark crystals, the ice fragment necklace, the fragment that's available, the voice lines, and there was one new snippet in that new pull we got with some new voice lines.
Oh, yes, please.
So I have gotten a good POV of it. We have Rimey's POV here on the productions analyst OBS, where right after they say, I shall reave a new dragon song, and they go into all of the stuff you guys are breaking down with this relativity rampant going on, the fragments are talking. Reen and Gaia say about the necklace. Give it a second.
My eyes are glued.
I told you it would make a great necklace. So they're talking about that in their fragment of memory. And then Reen says, well, it looks really good on you. It's going to come up here in a second. So not a huge, cook or anything, but a couple new clues highlighting the importance of this necklace that's been reoccurring with the fragment appearing in the previous phase, and now they're talking about it in the memory fragment itself, suggesting the importance of that necklace to whatever's going on here to create this cohesive memory-based story where we're having this alternate history, this alternate future in which Reen fails, they don't end up as friends. We have the Ascian trying to destroy this memory. That's what's happening here, right? He started the phase by saying, these memories are interfering with our assimilation and our love. It's time to destroy this memory. So he's summoned this fragment of memory to destroy, and the one he's fixated on is that necklace once again.
Very good. Yes, I love it. I mean, It's very rare that things like this don't play some kind of role in an ultimate. It's part of what makes the fight so amazing, right? That it's not just about we pump out big deeps, we do the mechanics. There's also this lore component and story component,
Yeah.
and I love having that highlighted because a lot of us and a lot of you chat have also been thinking about that necklace, right? So for the lore context of that in the original, as far as my recollections are serving me, my own memories, hopefully not being altered by an Asian, is that sort of crystal that we see Reen as Shiva encased in, right? The ice crystal. In the original, when that gets broken, there's a piece of it that Reen saves, and then as a sort of like, thank you for saving me, and, you know, I care about you kind of gesture, she gives it as a necklace to Gaia.
Yeah.
And that necklace eventually, at the end of the whole raid series, in a sequence of cutscenes that actually almost perfectly parallel the ending of Final Fantasy VIII, in which Gaia is playing the role of Squall.
Don't listen, Jordan.
So sorry, yeah, Jordan, don't listen. You haven't finished 8 yet. In which, you know, we have Squall. He's lost in this in-between time. He's been transported through space and time and all kinds of stuff, and he's lost in this kind of void. And he has lost himself, and he kind of passes out on the ground. And we see similarly with Gaia that she's lost in this void. And it's the necklace that creates this bond and this resonance between her and Reen, where Reen kind of operating, you know, in the role of our romantic protagonist here in this kind of reaches through, as Reno says, I am here for you, and, you know, you have to come back to me. And so it's a beautiful moment. So this necklace does play a large part in both their story and some of the greater lore. And it's a really good way, I think, to kind of draw our attention to, is there something with that? Is that crystal alterable? Is there something about it that can be done that changes the nature of the necklace? Is there... I mean, we don't know. We have no idea. It seems like the necklace in this timeline does exist.
It does exist because we make it happen by not destroying the darkness crystals in the P2 intermission. That's how this comes about, because we need Gaia to actually smash the ice crystal with her hammer, which she doesn't do if you kill the darkness crystals. Question is this the biggest red herring we've seen in Ultimates yet? Are we actually going through the entire thing with the crystal phase and all this beautiful and tragic romance storyline, which I love it, by the way, only to end up with a result of well, you found the lore, now go back and play the actual fight, please.
I mean, listen, here's the thing though, Lithy. Oh, I'm so glad. We have a few folks who are on our caster squad who are going to be progging T sight unseen. So if you're listening, don't listen. And if any of you are planning, don't listen. But T, you and I can talk about it. So one of the big fake out mechanics of T was the fact that there was a kind of obscure mechanic, right? So the pure heart mechanic. And it was kind of a fake out of expectations that, based in the lore and the greater story context, made sense, because you needed to have a buff that this heart applied to you to be able to access the Enigma Codex, which was the book that Alexander supposedly made to be able to perceive a perfect future and all the things that would need to happen, the small little ripple effects through time that would need to happen to create this perfect world. But it could only be accessed by somebody who was pure of heart. And so in T, there's a whole mechanical phase that was like way before the phase that even resolved this, that had a heart add in it. And everybody thought for 8, you have to kill the heart, you've got to burn it down, there are these crystals around, all this kind of stuff. And then finally somebody noticed that if you ran the heart through a crystal, it got a stack of a buff. And if you ran it through all, I believe, 4 of the crystals, it became a pure heart. And then that pure heart would give you the buff, right? So it's very interesting because these kinds of interactions and these obscure lore things have shown up before in Ultimate Fight. And even with Save Horsefant, realizing that you could save him, etc., etc., there's a good chance that in this one as well, given how mechanically dense top was, that we see a little more story focus.
Yeah, I would love that. Would be fantastic. And quite honestly, I think that was one of the larger points of criticism that was leveraged against Top, that the story involvement of the Ultimate was not as amazing as it was in the past. And I mean, to be fair, DSR set an incredibly tough precedent to live up to. And, well, I think so far this Eden one does a pretty good job. I'm very, very curious to see what this is going to bring us down the road, because I mean, we're literally just scratching the surface of the actual storytelling and the lore of this. We went through the premise, through the intro of the play.
And now we're actually getting to the main act, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, we've been over here theorizing that what we will probably see, given the patch artwork as well as the weapon cosmetics, which you can now see in-game, obviously, as a reward for completing the ultimate, where you have these kind of light and dark wings, some sort of mega merge, perhaps. We know that Ascians and or the Ancients were able to kind of combine, but what does it look like if it's not, you know, what the iteration that we saw in the original, but rather Reen Mitron and Logriff Gaia in some kind of fusion? And the fact that we see them both still involved in this fourth phase and all the other things that have come with that does make me wonder, you know, if that's what we're heading towards, or what's going to be beyond this crystal phase. And are there going to be more than one crystal? Are there going to be multiple memories? I don't know.
Yeah, because the memory crystal kind of mirrors the intermission phase from E12. On the normal version, you have the different platforms that you go up, and Eden tries to smash every single one of them. And ultimately, you defeat Eden and basically save Gaia. And of course, on Savage, you also get into the Oracle of Darkness phase, kind of have to get her back. Could be very similar this time around as well, that ultimately we have to pull the final strings and make something happen, and we still don't know. Is this going the way of, are we facilitating the romance, the apocalyptic romance between Mitron and Logriff, or is this a different timeline for Gaia and Reen? What exactly is going to happen? I have no idea, I'll be very honest with you, but I'm super, super excited for it.
Me too. Me too. And you know, while Echo is currently on their dinner break, which is good, eating food is important, everybody, and we've been very lucky to even have some Final Fantasy XIV meals. If any of you have been following Echo on social media, it's been so fun to see those from the 14 cookbook as well. But the team's getting powered up for their second part of the day, and a lot of the other teams we kind of look are doing the same as I'm glancing over at the screens. A lot of people taking a break. Some teams now going back in for some new runs and getting ready for that. Over on their side, you know, we have a few Shivas as well. But, I mean, Phase 4. We've barely touched it.
Okay, yes.
Today took Phase 3, most of the entire day so far, right?
Yeah.
So if we have been going, about 5 hours, 6 hours? How long has it started at 11? Hi, everybody. I'm a Final Fantasy player, and math is not my strong suit. What are
it's been like 7 hours.
7 hours.
Yeah.
7 hours. That's about what it took, I think, to really iron out the kinks in P3, right? So how long do we think it is for these teams to get through P4?
Since we're considering they haven't even actually ironed out all the kinks in P3, it's just on the tail end of doing that. I would say another 10 hours.
You think 10?
Because we're seeing the intro mechanic of P4. I think P4... I think P3 was the warm-up. Warm-up to, okay, now you're ready. Now you've seen everything. You've seen basically everything we want to throw at you in some way, shape, or form, which basically just means to me, we've had lights rampant with 6 towers. Now we have like fun-sized lights rampant with 2 towers, which just means the light is dimming. So, the next one is going to be darkness rampant.
Oh, interesting. You think we're going to reach a turning point?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Because there is so much darkness energy. I mean, they're both ancients. Ascians? Were they Ascians?
Yes, they were both. They were
Ascians.
They were brought back as Ascians. Yes.
Yeah. So
it's complicated.
There's definitely an influx of a lot of dark ether in there, and I am expecting darkness rampant. Not because I have a legit reason to believe it's happening, but because I want it to happen. So I think that's my prediction for this phase. It's going to be absolutely buck wild. I have no idea how long it's going to take, but I think it's going to be the better part of the rest of this day and half of tomorrow to at least tomorrow once again iron out the last few kinks. If we end the day maybe on another enrage pull for Echo going out of P4, that might be interesting. Why not? I mean, I'm here for it.
Yeah, I am too, honestly. I'm super pumped about it, and I can't wait to see how it's all going to play out. But of course, while we have our dinner break, we also have a segment here that we are super excited to be doing, a sit down over here that we'll be doing with our secret lab chairs and one of our players, MT, who you've all seen. Alex is going to be interviewing him, and we're going to get a little bit more of a look into their prog today from their perspective. So we'll send it on over to Alex.
Kill the boss. It's your fault, Roger. Boss isn't dead yet. It's your fault.
Alex isn't aware.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Sit Down with Secret Lab. I am Alex, and joining me is the one and only MT. Dude, what a day of prog. How's it going?
I know. Yeah, I mean, first of all, just it's been very fun, but man, am I exhausted. There's been just so much going on. Man, it must have been in the morning, saw the new phase for the first time, and just been cooking, and I guess we've seen some other groups get to that phase as well. And so I think the cooks are coming. The cooks they're in the kitchen right now. I'm about to go to the kitchen and get some food, and then we're gonna get some in-game food.
Well, the phase 4 looks nuts.
Oh yeah.
As soon as because we was all rumors were all about like shadowy versions of Shiva's abilities, and now seeing dark lit shadows.
Yes.
Dragon Song even. Absolutely fantastic to see from our end. Is it something that you guys are expecting as well?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, in Ultimates, we're often expecting sort of the themed bosses kind of coming at you at the same time is like a really common component. And so we were definitely expecting a Rhine Gaia phase and them kind of throwing both of their signature abilities at you and just really interesting combinations, and then just how to deal with those.
Has there been any sort of lore speculation going on? Because of course we've got that little intermission phase at the end of phase 2 where you can get the crystal destroyed and like save a little bit of a necklace, or you can just destroy everything and you don't get the necklace.
Exactly.
What's your vibe about that? Which way are we going?
Yeah, well, I think everyone's probably noticed there's a little tea gathering going on in the room at the same time as everything else is going on, and I don't think we want to disrupt their tea time. I think would be the nice way to put it. We would like them to enjoy their tea time over there, and then, I'm expecting once groups start getting to the end of that phase, there might be a difference in how that phase ends, depending on whether or not you were successful in keeping them, happily fed and caffeinated over there.
It's mostly like the players as well, then. As long as they're happily fed and caffeinated, good things happen.
Yeah, just treat us the same way.
No, 100%. Because so far this fight, at least from a spectator point of view, has been definitely a lot quicker. What Yoshi said about this, it certainly wasn't lying. How are you feeling in terms of course, you've kind of slayed through these first 3 phases with quite a good speed. Now that I'm kind of looking back at them now, they're a bit more of a distant pass, I suppose. What's your vibe?
Yeah, no, definitely. There's always a lot of movement happening. And that's been really fun. I, for one, am thankful. I think we've gotten a lot more sort of calmer intermissions where you're not attacking the boss. I think in like phase 1 and 2 where Fatebreaker kind of disappears and you're just kind of doing mechanics. Shiva kind of disappears and you're just doing mechanics. And I'm very thankful for my wrists that I'm not constantly pressing my buttons at the beginning. But man, this phase 3 and phase 4 look like they are full uptime, full damage. So I think, I think it's good that we have a little bit of a rest beforehand, and then we're gonna start slamming phase 3, phase 4, phase 5.
I was gonna say that like for phase 4 right now, we've seen it a couple of times for you guys, but not like incredibly cleanly just yet. Has there been? Of course, we've seen some other teams get there as well. From that information, have you got like a pretty solid plan as to how you want to conquer that mechanic, or is it still in the early stages?
I think so. We're working through the things we've seen, and now there's a few like 10-15 seconds extra information out there.
Gotcha.
And so that'll be also cooked up, and we'll have a plan going in there. And then, the only thing is to execute and see if we can see even further.
Well, we're really, really excited to be joining you along with that journey. So I am going to let you go get some food so you can rush back to the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Throwing back to the casters, this was a sit down with Secret Lab.
Doing better. Wow. Okay, I need a break, but I don't need a break. I hit the stage and go until I hyperventilate. Shanice said you think you're sick, well,
probably do it better, do it better. I can probably do it better.
Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity app will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Choose NordVPN and get the exclusive Echo deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Everything's going, all is flying, thinking about how and why. And now it's time, I hear the chime, and all I wanna do is see your face. And whoa, it's going so smooth, making all the right moves, saving that time, and looking so fine while I do it. And looking so fine while I do it. So smooth. I know that I can count on you, whatever the weather. We're having a good day. It's easier to do things when we're doing these things together. We're having a good day.
Look, new metal posters from Displate are at your fingertips. Now you can catch new art with textured finish that looks and feels sensational, or simply textra. But look, it's all about how you feel and how quickly you get bored. Mix your metal posters, get in touch with what you love, and make it textra. Make your whole space textra with no tools at all. Easy. See it, feel it, textra.
Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Young, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Young, like I'm touchdown. If you would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for you time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the moves, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the moves, yeah. Baby, I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you, baby, I got you, I got you, I got you. Ocean in between us, still I feel your heartbeat. There's something about you, baby, that makes me feel complete. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance. falling, I'll be there to prove. Yeah, that baby I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops. Yeah, baby I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Baby I got you. 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 Get it right. Get it right. Can you ever get it right? Get it right. 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 Get it right.
Hanging. Yeah, I've been sitting here for like
I didn't
10 seconds already. And just like that, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. My heart is broken, but my stomach is full. Rook, how was the dinner?
Oh, dinner was so good. We had like little mole loaf and a potato, mashed potatoes, and some really good mushrooms.
It
so
was
again,
so good,
14
yeah.
cookbook coming in clutch, and our chef Julia as well. Oh my gosh, everything she cooks is so good.
She's been killing it. Yeah, I was able to tell you were still dreaming about mole loaf. It was really that delicious. Well, welcome back to the Echo Ultimate Futures Rewritten. Race to World First. It is a pleasure to be here. We're having a lot of fun. We've seen some incredible progress here. But of course, also, we gotta do a big, quick shout out to all the sponsors that are helping us put on this incredible show. We gotta talk about NordVPN, Elgato, Starforge Systems. We gotta talk about Secret Lab and of course Corsair. And of course, very important, we're going to talk a little bit about displays, because these things have been sitting around here. You know, I actually should probably grab this one that doesn't look very similar to yours. So we
Yeah, a
get
little
some
contrast.
nice representation of
Look at the
styles
amount
here.
of different. Honestly, it's so cool. So these are a lot of the top styles of disc plates. And if any of you haven't seen disc plates before, these things are literal lifesavers. The amount of times that I've had some poster or something that I
God,
love,
yeah.
and I like roll it up and I take it between like a ton of different apartments, a ton of different places. It gets smashed, it gets ruined. I'm trying to buy a frame for it that fits. It doesn't ever. It's wild, but Displate takes all of that out of the mix in making these beautiful metal posters that you can hang on your wall. They have them in sort of flat designs, but they also have them in these really cool, can you all tell on stream? These like raised designs. They're called textra. They're textured.
I'm trying to get the light reflection right. You can see that a little bit. It's really damn cool. They feel really good and they look super nice. And some of them, you can really see the reflection of the different. You have some like stained glass look, and you have some of the mirror polish effects, 3D effects.
Yours looks like straight up 3D right
Yeah.
now. That's so cool.
It's really cool. I love these. It's a big problem because I have so many artworks on my art wall and I need less on that art wall. I need to clean it up, and then I'm seeing all these displays and I'm like, oh god, I need to buy more.
Yeah,
Well,
take your old stuff down and put a displate up.
yeah, I could because it's so easy as well
Yeah.
with the magnet mount, right? But of course, there's a massive discount on the displays. If you want to grab them for yourself, go to the Echo link and you can get up to 44% off. But also, for the first time ever, the Textra displays, these textured displays, are on sale. It's not quite the same 44%, but you can definitely get a really solid deal on them. And hey, if you want some artwork for yourself, that's the right place to go. You can also get some custom stuff, like our custom basic Relativity or the light ramp, and
Which are also shirts you can get with Echo merch. I mean, the designs look so good on the displays, honestly. I love seeing them up there. And I think it's also really cool. Displate has offered to create and is going to be making for our winning teams these gorgeous Race to World First Futures Rewritten honorary sort of titles where they have all their names listed. So for the top 3 streaming teams, they're going to create these with beautiful sort of gilded, kind of lettering on it. And they will be the only versions of those that are made. So even if you pick up something that's like the Race to World First, it will not be these specific ones that the teams will be taking home as prizes too. So we're so happy to work with Displate, and we are really, really grateful that not only are they running these big sales for everybody, but that they create such wonderful products that are so easy to use, honestly.
absolutely. So, if you want to grab some for yourself, displate.com/echo, if I'm remembering the link correctly. Latest point or exclamation mark Displate in chat. You can find that for yourself. And there we go. Lots of talk, and long story short, Echo's back from dinner. We are back from dinner. We're going back into some polls. We're going to
so
have
excited.
some fun.
Honestly, so where we left off last is that we have seen some teams, and I think Kindred, as we can see on the leaderboard, actually has even pushed a bit further, right? You all were smashing goals left and right with our charity goals. We have cracked over $9,000, which is just amazing. And while that was happening in the background, Kindred did get pushing further into phase 4. So thus far, they have seen the farthest, but before that, over here on Echo, we had kind of had the lead, right, for a while coming into that phase 4 and seeing, but most of the teams now are starting to get there. Those top teams are starting to figure it out, and we have seen more. And apparently, Liffy, we have even more stoplights ahead from what I'm hearing.
Oh my god, yeah. We've heard Kindred kind of made it a little bit further, and there is a more Relativity to be fought with. I am scared. I am very scared to see what is up ahead. It's gonna be wild.
I'm not scared, I'm excited.
What is also wild, and something we do need to catch up on, because I would feel bad if we don't. If I can unlock this iPad, it's always getting in trouble. It's funnily enough, I've never used an iPad before for this.
Oh,
So-
a new challenge, much like
New
our
mechanics
teams
to
are
learn.
picking up like new mechanics, new jobs, you get new iPad, new iPad skills. We'll keep an eye here as we're taking a look at everything. I'm scanning. I do see that we have Kryl currently at stoplights. So with that, we'll see a little bit more from them. But Echo, of course, are getting back into their polls, and they were making some really good progress. Here we go, coming in on Kryl. Oh, as literally
Good
as
job,
I
Rook.
so sorry. I'm so sorry I cursed them. Oh no. All right.
That's how
well,
you know that Rook is a high-level wizard, just casting Power Word Kill.
I don't want anybody to have to suffer, right? But I want everybody to have to work for it with
Quick
Ultimate.
and painless. Well. Speaking of donations.
Yes.
I know, horrible segue, but We already talked about some of the wonderful, wonderful people that sent in some money for this incredible, incredible charity. We had some major, major ones come in, and first and foremost, we gotta talk about the donor limit break donation that came in just before we went into break. $1,024 from Anonymous. I don't know who it was, but we are so incredibly grateful. Thank you so much for this donation. That is going to help so many kids just have a better life, and it's going to be amazing. Thank you so much for this massive donation. We also have, and so sorry for any name that I'm butchering in the process of reading all of this. We got Absalar Tali with Song for the Playlist, Emerald Weapon, the Black Wolf stalks again, and thank you for the streams. Thank you so much for the donation, $5.
Thank
and I'm
you.
pretty sure that is landing somewhere on the playlist. I hope you did enjoy the jams during the dinner break. We do have
Really quickly between these, we can maybe go over to Team One Ace, who I think is currently, there we go.
Oh, we haven't seen them in a while.
We haven't, and it does look like they're still struggling a bit. Now, they made it through. Well, you know what? Maybe I cursed them again. I did not mean to. But they are getting through. They're getting some reses out. We can see here that the monk is still down, and of course, this is a really punishing damage phase, so if they lose out on this damage, it's not really ideal. The tank takes the tank buster there, and they're going to get into position for what we've been seeing here with Apocalypse. Now, we know that this is not the last time we're going to be seeing a lot of Gaia's mechanics, considering that we've seen a bit further into phase 4 now, but this is going to set some of the precedent for us. So, you know, these teams are going to get these kind of water knockbacks, as we've been sort of explaining, but as a refresher for anybody who doesn't know, these will kind of have that time delay on them. So those stacks will resolve. We'll have one that goes off first. Oh, and then an immediate punt into the wall. This is going to be difficult for them, but as these rotating light stars go off, the team has to position and try to find those safe spots. And it still looks like One Ace is figuring out how they're going to find comfort with that. But we can get back to the donations as well.
Oh yeah, there is a few more to go to. We got Kurisu coming in with $25. Thank you so much. Brute Justice mode is objectively peak, and it's not even a contest. I can't argue against that, I think. Yeah, and here's a bit for the kids. Thank you so much for those $25. We got Dividus, we got Let's Go, Hype Fight, Hypecasters, and Hype Charity, and a Hype $10 donation. Thank you so much for that one. We got Anonymous with $10. What the Banana?
What the banana?
That sounds like a song name.
Is it? I don't remember. Oh no, chat's gonna get me if I don't remember. Is it from one of the dungeons that has the monkeys, the gorillas that throw bananas?
Oh.
Is it just a general song? It might just be like a general song.
I have no idea. I don't even know if this is a song. if this is a song donation or just someone asking about bananas. Exactly. Well, $10 Anonymous. Thank you so much for that. We got Kawaii Cupcake, awesome stream, really enjoying this Ultimate. Shiva and Trace Velgar have always been a favorite duo of mine. Side note, the overuse of Cook is pretty cringe, and not gonna lie. Keep up the good work. I'm not gonna lie to you either. For real, it is pretty bad. But what can I do? This is how these people talk here. And
I might be cringe, but at least I'm free.
Let it be known, there is only truth spoken on this broadcast. We got also another $5 from Abalu. I love your shirt so much, Lithy. Where did you get it? It's so gorgeous. Thank you so much.
I love it too.
Amazon.
Really?
Yeah. This is like that's. What was it? I don't even remember.
It's so pretty. I love the lace.
I ordered a bunch of tops that I'm getting desperate. There's so much stuff that just literally doesn't fit me, so I don't exactly remember. I think I just got this off Amazon, just randomly found it somewhere. Great. But yeah, I'm pretty happy. I was very happy it actually fit me. So yeah, no, I was lucky, I guess. I would love to tell you. I will be looking it up once I get back home, because then I can actually tell you where I got this from. But yeah, thank you so much for the $5 donation. We got 2 more to go. We got Kare with $3. Thank you so much. Fan Theory. Oh. Minfilia and Reen are shards of Metron. When Minfilia rejoins with Reen in Shadowbringers, she becomes 8 times rejoined like us. What if Metron rejoins with her shard, so now Reen is 9 times rejoined? Just the thought. Neath Dark Waters is my favorite. Neath Dark Waters is so good.
Neath Dark Waters, incredible suggestion. I'm honestly surprised, chat, that nobody else got this one first in there because beautiful, amazing song. That is a wild theory. That's the kind of wild theory that I love and I live for. So yeah, that could be a thing because as we know, Metron was one of the Sundered, which means that it's one of the ancients and or one of the Ascians, as we call them, who were essentially just those who were followers of Zodiark and who helped sort of facilitate his existence and his summoning. And who were kind of corrupted to his will in the process, right? So there were Sundered and Unsundered. And with that, Metron did fall into the category, as far as I'm remembering, of Sundered. And that would mean that there would be other shards of Metron present. So
yeah,
it could be. It would be absolutely wild, but I love wild theories. So you know what? I'm in it. All right.
Please don't damn me for this next one. I'm gonna do my very, very best for this one. Because this is $10 coming at you from the Rogamaniac himself, really Orsian made. And let me tell you something, brother. Rook and Lithy, you guys look amazing as always. Glad to see the community shatter the donation goal, dude. Seeing all of them running wild brings me joy. Good luck to all and the Raiders going for world first, brother. Thank you so much for the $10 donation, brother.
I think you nailed it. I think you nailed Rugamaniac's entire spirit. And Ru, thank you so much. Always good to see you, and we really appreciate that donation.
An absolute legend of the community. Thank you so much. And of course, last but not least, Holly coming in with $25. It's time for fun, See, I can't even read anymore. It's horrible. It's time for a fun one just for the pleasure of chat because everyone enjoyed this one. It's papaya.
Yes, more papaya.
Sorry, no. Smile all for the kids, right? Indeed, we smile for the kids always. Thank you so much for that $25, Holly. And with that, we are all caught up. Thank you, everyone, so incredibly much for all your generous donations. $9,168.98 already. And, I mean, we did promise the Goth duo to be back at some point this week, and I'm excited for it.
We'll do a Gaia Gothla because you all cracked 9,000. We'll do it. We'll see who else we can get roped into it. But we are also, maybe for the rest of our shift, if any of you donate, while we'll be sort of doing impromptu things along the way, if you donate, feel free to toss in a request for a song. It does have to be Final Fantasy XIV because that's what we have on our playlists, but we'll try to put it in here into the playlist lineup that we've got, and we appreciate everybody donating so far. But let's turn our attention now back to the action. So a lot of our teams were on dinner break, including us and Echo, but also we've got, Otter taking a break. We have Constant Pressure taking a break, and we have a few who are still either getting back into it or working on it. So Echo here, we are getting back into the fight. We're currently at the Usurper of Frost phase, and we have these mirrors that are coming out. We have seen at this point now, between the different phases that have been revealed, all of the Shiva iterations and or the Reen sort of incarnations with Hydaelyn, Shiva, and then of course Shiva plus Hraesvelgr. So we've had all of them thus far, which has been really cool to see. No side to the primals, but for anybody that just might be hopping in, phase 1 is Fatebreaker. Phase 2 takes us into the Shiva aspect. We then go through the iterations, right? Regular Shiva. We come in here, you're seeing right now the light rampant, the Hydaelyn sort of portion here, because she actually summons a reflection of herself as Hydaelyn here in the phase where you have to navigate both of them and their mechanics. Then we'll have a brief intermission after this, and we'll get into P3, Oracle of Darkness, and P4, which is a combination of Oracle of Light and Darkness.
I would have gone immediately into the Team Rocket intro slogan of Jesse and James, but I do not know it in English.
What, for their dynamic duo, Oracle of Light and Darkness?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, yeah. I can see. No, I mean, they definitely have that feeling, right? And of course, they are parallels in their own way to the greater primal aspects that we know that eventually were summoned to represent both of those elements, so Hydaelyn and Zodiark. But we didn't actually end up seeing Gaia take on an aspect that was Zodiark per se, which is interesting. Like, it could be something cool later in the fight if we get to a point there.
Actually, that's a really interesting point, because when we see Gaia transform, isn't the icon that is hovering above her body, we'll see it after this intermission for Echo in just a moment, isn't that Metron's sign?
It is. So that is Metron's mask. So those who were either part of the Convocation or very powerful ancient sorcerers of Eld had these sort of abilities to create these things that were like limiters, right? That almost limited their power to some extent. In the ancient society, wearing masks was something that was very common. You kind of didn't want to stand out as an individual. You wanted to be representative of the whole, at least in the portions of the ancient world that we've seen. But the Convocation themselves and those who made it up had special masks and special limiters that kind of indicated what their seat was and the power that they wielded.
So kind of like base Goku.
You were throwing out so many. How many anime references within a 5-minute window can we toss out? Because I am ready to play this game. No,
I wouldn't go overboard because we don't want to hit all the 7 deadly sins, you know.
Oh my gosh! So there is that sigil that we see. That actually, when it comes up on Oracle of Darkness, that's actually Logriff's.
Is that
mask.
Logriff's mask? Did I confuse them?
No, you're good. We see both in the fight. So Shiva, aka Reen, is corrupted and possessed by Metron, who wears Metron's mask as a result, right? Summons it. And when Gaia awakens to her past life as Logriff, one of the other of the Convocation, we see her specific sigil. So this is actually going into one of the ones that we were sure was going to show up, and yes, it did, and it is showing up with a vengeance. We have our relativity mechanic here. So this time around, the sort of stoplights that we have around the interior, you'll see people moving out to bait them in phases, bringing that ice into the middle, collapsing in as well. Basically, there's a sequence of patterns here where, depending on the debuffs that you have, you move in or out and bait the lasers. They'll drop the returns, the sort of rewind time mechanics as well throughout, but you'll see them going in and out and then baiting different things that they can within the center of the arena, be that the donut or, as we see right now, the look away that has just happened that has been sort of collapsed here in the center.
So I just double-checked the masks because I didn't remember what both of them looked like, because I apparently just confused them. So where I got confused was Logriff's has the horns on the side, Metron's has the horns up top.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
What if we get a 4-horned beast?
Oh my gosh. Well, look, if they wombo combo in their full aspects, we might see something really cool, right? Let alone the fact that if they decide to bring in even more Ultimecia sort of theming, which we saw here in the Oracle of Darkness fight from Final Fantasy VIII, we may see multiple forms of the sorceress, kind of. I'm still holding out for them to drop some line that's like the sorceress of Eld or a sorceress of Eld.
Oh, that's Ultimecia.
Yes, there you go. Now you can see. Yes.
I'm just double checking everything right now because I don't want to be unsure.
There's a lot of theories as well that Reen's sort of outfit in her kind of Hydaelyn form is meant to mimic the neckline of Ultimecia's outfit.
Neckline? Yes.
Yeah, we're going to call it a neckline. So we're getting into now the part here with Apocalypse. Oh, the leap right back in, but it wasn't enough to save. The moment you touch the exterior of the arena, it is instant death. You can see Narnar's just like, please, I just ate so many mashed potatoes. Why did this happen?
And they were so good.
I mean, it's really tough. That phase doesn't have as much going on simultaneously as we saw, in the mechanic right before that with Relativity. But it still has enough just perfect precision, sort of positioning, movement, and quick decisions that a lot of the teams are still wiping there and are not able to really push beyond that.
Which is fair enough. I mean, yes, teams have been very good with cleaning up P3 and getting into P4 over the course of this day, but we always got to keep in mind we are only on day 2, and this ultimate is gonna last, I want to say, 3-4 days longer. And we can check in with Lucrecia real quick because they are just hitting that apocalypse in a moment. Let's see if they make it into P4. But that also means we're not supposed to be like 80% through the fight, and we are not. I think we're like slowly but surely approaching halfway point with this intermission into P4, maybe. And that just means the hardest half of this fight is still ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of discussion has been how much of just a kind of warm-up have all of the phases thus far been. I definitely think Oracle of Darkness, at least to me, has felt meatier than the other 2 phases. You know what I mean? Not meatier as in like the ability that destroys you, but just it has more meat on its bones, perhaps. I mean, they're able to get through here. They had the positioning. Okay.
Yep.
I see only 1 debuff, so it looks like only 1 person got clipped by it, but they are in the center. The tank is going to bait that. She leaps forward, she spins out, knocks them back. Light parties on either side as the water resolves, finally released from time. Melee jumping straight in to try and maintain that uptime. A lot of classes got a lot of gap closers this expansion. And there goes the big hit. They're recovering health, and they're coming now into this transition if they can just get the damage.
So close, 23, 22, and it is too little, too late. Lucrecia not getting that LB3 onto Gaia. I'm not sure if they maybe used it on the intermission beforehand to make that push, because they were maybe low on DPS over there. As we were talking about, still, this P3, it's looking pretty solid for most of these top teams, but it is something you really need to clean up completely. It's a normal process. We've seen the same with P2 yesterday evening, kind of this dinner evening timeline. Going into the later parts of the night, this is where the phase really got polished out and we started seeing the first push as well. A little bit late for Echo yesterday, the push all the way through P3, but I think that's a timeline we can expect today as well. Maybe a late stage P4, maybe even Enrage P4 is something that is on the table for today.
I genuinely could not believe that last night, last pull of the night while you were on desk, they finally broke through. It was so good though. I mean, incredible moments. I mean, seeing that push through into the new phase from Echo right there at the end of the day. I mean, these teams are just going so hard. 16-hour days. Final Fantasy Raiders, they don't mess around. They are incredible, honestly. But, you know, it looks like right now Lucrecia is probably sort of discussing what's been going on, what went wrong, what they need to solidify, perhaps kind of discussing those kind of aspects, right? You know, we're kind of at the point now where a lot of the teams may have ideas, obviously, of how they have solved the mechanics, how they need to execute them. But then, of course, trying to figure out and how you hone in on getting that precision, how you make sure that you're getting that consistency, making sure that if a call needs to be tailored, adjusted, etc., or anything else, that people are really all on board. And we'll switch over. We'll see here. It looks like perhaps...
oh, no.
Oh, no?
Don't do it, Don't do it to them.
Oh, yeah. Who am I going to curse? Who's going to die the moment I say it? Let's go to awkward raid time. Let's check in with Haps and co. So we're over here now. They are still alive. Let it be known. But they are starting this very difficult mechanic of light rampant. Most of the teams have figured out where to go, where they need to position to have these tethers solidify in this star pattern, and then be able to maintain that using that outer ring to figure out exactly where their placement and distance is. And they step over here. They're going to sidestep back in just a second. But of course, they have to move all together in tandem or those tethers will break and kill them. And as you can see over on the side, it looks like we are good with our debuffs. They can't get more than 4. They're going to have to come in here for these slices, or these sort of proteans, as sometimes they're referred to, based off of Alexander and its precedent with the mechanics. But they all have 4. They are all good. Nobody popped 5, so they are not going to die here and now. I did not curse that.
Yeah. Well, we'll give you that one for now. But of course, with Lights Rampant wrapped up and the boss under 17.5, we are solid on the way into the intermission. Very curious to see what Arc Raid Time is doing in terms of the intermission. We've seen a lot of teams yesterday still use that caster LB. I would assume that these guys have kind of fixed things up and transitioned over to literally just burning things, have done the damage optimization necessary to make things happen. That was not intentional. But
well, you're looking
anyway.
at Mr. Happy.
I know, right?
happy, Mr. Happy.
There's an H in there somewhere, so I think I'm on the right path. One way or another, though, those light crystals, they are also on the right path into Nirvana. Taken down 1, taken down 2. We got 1 more left to go, and that's it. Onwards to the icy veil, and that one needs to be taken down to 50 left to go.
Yeah, I mean, they have figured out, most of the teams, again, are leaving these Crystals of Darkness up because it seems as though their interaction with Gaia is beneficial to empower her and then allow her to be able to, you know, fully kind of become what she needs to be with this vessel of darkness right in this next phase. It doesn't seem as though, because we have seen into P4, it doesn't seem as though fully destroying that ice eradicates the necklace from the timeline or anything. We have seen in the memory crystals that necklace is referenced, as Jeeth pointed out to us when we were here before break. So there, you know, it seems like that is the right thing, but of course there is some variability in that phase, so just something to keep in mind. But now we're coming into Oracle of Darkness here with Auk raid time. We'll see how they handle this, because I don't think we've really seen them go through this phase all that much today.
No, we've not really been on board with Auk raid time too much, because there was just so much happening with teams like Echo and Lucrecia. But we are at Relativity, and it seems like they have a generally good idea of what to do. The first rounds of detonations are in. Happy dropping down his rewind point because he needs to be outside the raid for that last detonation that he has on himself. Next up will be his laser bait, which is on the left side, as we can see here, beautifully done, back into the middle for a soak and positioning so that no one else gets clipped. There's a doom mark. I'm not sure if that is ideal, but there will be the rewind coming through. He should be in the right position. With 1 dead just getting rezzed up, they should be okay, but they might be not. 1 more dead, everything falling apart ever so slightly, but they will at least get hammered on this evening.
That was good. That was good. That was fun. No, I mean, it's not a great hammering, to be honest. This one was a little bit of a bummer. They're trying to recover here. I think they're just trying to see how far they can go. Tank taking that tank buster, which is a huge hit, especially the poor Scholar. I'm just like trying to get reses out, trying to heal the tank through this.
Ooh.
Sorry, what was that, Liffy?
No, do you think the Oracle of Darkness should have like a boss track with a pounding bassline?
No, Oracle of Darkness has Ultimecia's music, and it's amazing.
Okay, I'm sorry.
How very dare you, Liffy?
I'm sorry, please forgive me.
Dare you?
I shall no longer make jokes on good music.
No, it's okay. I think they could do a really cool like remix of the Extreme.
Oh yeah.
And have like a rock version. I mean, Soken is so good at that.
Oh, this is not good.
Ooh. Okay.
That's 5 on one side. That's not what you want to have.
Okay, they do. Well, they're going to lose a few more. So you can see that this is still something that's a little. It's not fully clean for them. Obviously, they're going to be going down here. But Echo, it does look like, is getting back to roughly the same point. So we can take another look here at Relativity as our Echo team. Oh, as they die.
Floor.
As they die.
Floor.
Do I have to go on the floor? Is that my punishment?
That's what you get for cheating.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, we do have to make some space for you with the disc plates.
I mean, yeah, the disc plates are gorgeous, but you know, maybe I put them here intentionally just so that I don't have to floor it when I floor other people, you know.
So this is your second day on the Echo couch, and you're already this advanced with the strats. That is impressive. I am amazed for a second here.
Oh, thank you so much.
Hats off to you.
Yes, I'm very good at just like. Very, very good at just like planking on the floor, you know. The play dead emote, if you will, is one of my top skills. But, you know, we are actually here going to be saying goodbye to you, Liffy, at least for now.
Okay, I see. I overstepped with the floor.
Yeah,
I admit I am very sorry. No, I'm just joking, of course. Alex will be coming in for me, and you guys have some fun and chat about some meal prep.
Yeah,
some P4.
Yeah, right, because we're not going to be cringe. Some creating of a buffet of ideas where we put together ingredients and ideas, in one beautiful thing, like a meal, as though we were culinarians creating a custom delivery.
I am always amazed by your ability to just pull a little eloquent speech out of thin air. I'm going to miss that for the rest of the day. I will be back later with Jordan, I think, and we're going to have a lot of fun.
Yes, but for now, we will be taking a short break, and very soon Alex will be joining me here on the couch. Thanks so much, Lizzie, and thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Race World First. I am Alex from Fatboss TV, and I'm joining Rook because I've stolen Lithy's spot.
Yes, you are just like one being. You're shifting the many faces of the ultimate other couch.
Yeah, it's Ultimate Caster Edition. And
I'm
it's
the raider.
Oh my, we've been doing some cooking.
Yes,
off stream.
we have.
We saw a little bit. Kindred managed to scoot on ahead, managing to see quite far into Phase 4. Oh my word, there's some really good stuff coming up. So super excited to see that on cast for in person, so to speak.
Yeah.
And go through that because my word, this upcoming phase is no joke. It looks really, really tough.
Alex, I know while you were off desk, right, you were really kind of looking into what we sort of saw, some of the mechanics, some of the things on that. So, I mean, I'm pumped too because since we haven't seen it here for a little bit, that P4, nor have we seen as far quite yet, right? Kindred hit it, but nobody else has made it there. So,
for sure.
From what you've gleaned, what does this P4 have in store?
Hell. Pain, sadness, and desolation. Aside from that, quite a lot of fun. It's
a great time.
Yeah, it's a little bit of, of course, Isolate Dragonstone with a shadowy twist to it. But no, it looks really, really quite interesting. It's such a shame that Echo had a problem with getting the tethers in the right place because otherwise it looks quite sight-readable, funnily enough. We have to just squidge over to one side as a wing attack comes across. And then Gaia does 2 giant jumps that absolutely annihilated the crystal for Kindred as well. So, and then there is another Relativity phase after that.
Great. Love it.
Guess
More
what about
relativity.
that relativity phase? There's dragons you need to soak at the same time.
Oh my gosh.
And there's even more on top of that, but we'll worry about it when we see it. It's so good. It's beautiful, and it's exactly what we want, and it's so, so exciting to see. There's even a puzzle still ongoing as to whether or not we want to keep these memories alive, or do we want to be killing them off? There's so many unknowns, and that's exactly what we want to see in an Ultimate. So I think there's a lot of really good play to be coming up over the next few hours, and I'm really glad to be here with you to experience it. It's going to be sick. Really,
so
really good
excited.
stuff.
No, it's going to be great. And I mean, honestly, like you said, this phase has so much in store. We've been talking a little bit about how a lot of the other phases thus far have kind of been not textbook, but fairly similar to what
For
we
sure.
saw in the originals. There's some iterations, there's some spin-offs, and as we've kind of gone on, it's deviated, I think, a bit more and a bit more, where we've seen, some other riffs. But this one really seems like P4 is where, like you said, things are going wild.
Yeah.
And those crystals. Now, did you see in that particular run? Were there more than one of those memory crystals that started spawning around?
Only one seemed to appear at the very beginning. It seems to also have a random spawn either in the north or the south, which is why. But there we go. Assuming that you have to interact with it in some way and keep it seems very easy to kill. And in an ultimate, you don't want to do the easy thing, right? You want to make it so it's the difficult thing. Now, in all fairness, the way that we killed it was by having a tank buster hit 4 people on top of it, which killed everybody, so it wasn't the cleanest. But having the tank run out there as an example doesn't necessarily sound like the hardest thing in the world. So I think that there's a certain amount of keeping that crystal alive is going to be very, very important. The idea of keeping the Gaia tethered to us, rather than losing her and heading on off with Logrif. Right? That's Logrif, I think. Oh, God. Names.
You
Help.
got this. You're doing great. You know what? You have just a ridiculous amount of mechanical knowledge. And you also have been, just going through the lore, learning the lore since you got into 14. So, you know what? It's good. Yeah, we got Logrif. We got Metron.
I'm terrible with names. Barely
me
remember
too.
my own.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing.
I'm so sorry. Who are you again? What was your one more time?
No one knows.
Do you All right. I'm so happy to be here with Paul.
Yeah.
And
I think we can pull it off. Oh, dearie me. Well, either way, it does look like we do have Unwind working their way through the phase right now, so maybe we can jump over to their point of view, because we're going to try and stick with as many Gaia povs as we possibly can, because any of them could, in theory, get further ahead. Now, Unwind have yet to get into this last, phase 4. Certainly not going to be the last phase by any means, but yet to see them get into phase 4 just yet, but it's good to see them get quite consistently into phase 3, where there is a lot of difficulty, and you can tell that difficulty is proceeding, as unfortunately some of those returns are going off in pretty scary spaces, so a little bit left to learn for this, and I don't know, man, the fight seems to be super ramping up. I actually had a look about, in terms of fight duration right now, where Echo died just as that Isolate Dragon song, it's Shadow Lit Dragon
Shadow
song?
Lit, yes.
Yeah,
well, because they've inverted it because of the corruption,
that is around 11 minutes into the encounter. Just to refer to where that is in comparison to the most recent Ultimate, which is top, that means that we're on the second trio of Phase 5 in terms of how far into the encounter we are. So we're getting through this fight at quite a quick pace in terms of its duration. Obviously, we're starting to come into some of the really, really heavy things now, where we're going to have to do quite a lot of cooking and a lot of working out exactly the immense amount of variations. It's already difficult enough to get into that phase, so getting any data that we can right now, a lot of it's also tainted because there's people dead and all those sorts of things, so it's very, very difficult to actually get something going. But I think that we're starting, now that we're getting that deep into the fight, I think every single set of mechanics that we're going to see going forward are going to be really, really deep puzzles, just because of the duration that we're at. We're kind of at that point where you're going to start seeing, the later stages of DSR, where you're going to be doing double dragons, or maybe the second time of Thordan, where those really nasty overlaps are starting to occur. Like the training wheels are off, basically, and apparently this is training wheels.
They should have kept the training wheels on. This was dangerous. I mean, yeah, I think you're completely right, though, right? We're starting to see these mechanics grow in sort of complexity, and it was interesting, even over dinner, we were talking a little bit about puzzles in Ultimates, right?
For sure.
So puzzles meaning kind of two things almost, right? We have puzzles in which mechanics and solving the mechanics themselves are essentially a puzzle, right?
Yep.
You have to figure out, okay, these are the pieces they've given us.
For sure.
How do they fit together? I mean, literally, when you and I and Mirs came in and we were all breaking down stuff,
that was so much fun.
it was so good breaking down stuff there with Relativity, having to literally be like, okay, what do we have? We have debuffs at 11, 16, 31. How do these then fit into the timeline? What else is going off? What are the pieces? We have the lasers. We have, right?
Yeah.
So that's a puzzle where you're taking the pieces and you're trying to figure out what the sort of solution or solutions are that Square Enix wants you to do. And then we have puzzles in Ultimate that are big things, right?
Yes.
Like fake outs, mysterious mechanics, things you have to solve in a unique way, something that was introduced at the start of the fight that you don't learn something else key about until the end. So how they're starting to now bring these together as we see the kind of mechanical puzzles continue to amp up, get more difficult, more complex, and then whether or not they're going to bring in something as well like those more mind gamey kind of, thematic puzzle. It'll be so interesting because honestly, I think you're right. This one almost feels deceptive in how swift the amp up has been, and I'm just waiting for Gaia's hammer to drop on all of us, not just the teams participating,
Yeah, you've got it spot on for sure. It's so far it's been kind of going at the pace that we'd somewhat expect, but each of the phases have just been a little long. So it's been eating into our overall sort of time, and there has been these sort of choice points is probably a little bit generous, but in terms of like how you want to be dealing with that intermission, are we going to be destroying those crystals, the shadow crystals, in order to empower Gaia? Is that even a positive thing? Probably. I don't know. We get that necklace that we've been talking about, and Jesse brought forward with the review that we had, where in phase 4 they're talking once again about the crystal, about the necklace. So it's my vibe is that just because normally the correct thing to do is the most difficult thing to do in terms of making sure there's a challenge, I can totally see that we may very well have to keep the Gaia's crystals alive during that phase, because that's more difficult, because otherwise you're just LB and you don't have to do all the cones. Awesome. And you're going to have to keep those memories alive as well in phase 4. So doing that whilst dealing with all of the mechanics, I can imagine being very difficult. Right now, they should completely ignore it. Let's just get as far as we can, get really comfortable with it, and then if we need to recook, we'll recook. That's all it will be.
Now, Lithy had an interesting idea. Oh, now hold on.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe we can have a little bit closer look at that, and we'll go to Lithy's POV, as indeed we are heading into phase 4 for Lucrecia here. This is their first time entering this phase. You can see the crystal at the back spawning with Gaia and Reen having a nice little time over the crystal. They're baiting those. It's not it's not Akafars, is it? It's what do you call them?
Achrai.
Achrai, that's it. So it's where they're the baited ones, right? So you're not soaking them; they're just a multi-hit where you're baiting them.
Exactly, and they're dropped underneath. Yep.
So now we're going to see the chains come out. You're going to be wanting to make these chains are going to be responsible for soaking the towers. Currently, they're heading over towards there. Want to be making sure they keep these bow ties going on. Otherwise, you want to be baiting the cones away. Unfortunately, one of those cones baited towards the players in the towers. So that particular mechanic isn't too scary. It looks terrifying, and it's very easy to say from here. But very much you want to be making the chain soak the towers in a lovely little bow tie formation where, you're crisscrossing with your partners across. And then the people that aren't a part of the chains are just going to be pointing the cones away from the towers and away from our good friends Reen and Gaia in their crystal.
Yes, their sweet memory. It's, the bow tie strat is just bringing back memories of Ilya strat and everything else, But seeing how that kind of positioning, right? One of the things that has always been interesting to me about Light Rampant is the fact that it is that geometry almost, right?
Sure.
Where you're literally trying to figure out what's an optimal shape that these lines can be put in that then we can maintain. So we have the star in the earlier phase, and fun to see the bow tie make a return in this later phase as well. But yeah, baiting out those cones, those kinds of things, it does seem like once these teams are there enough and they just have the chance to get that positioning ingrained, right?
Yes.
Where it's not something you're thinking about, you're not stumbling over stuff, you're not chaotic. I think it's going to be much simpler for them now that they've kind of figured out what that is to kind of continue. And the thing that Lithy was mentioning that I want to run by you too, because I'm very curious, because I thought it was interesting, is the idea of what if during that phase, either there are certain abilities or attacks, because we haven't seen the whole phase in its fullness, but what if there are certain abilities or attacks that you do have to bait toward the crystal so that it takes light stacks as opposed to you, because it'll tip you too far, or it won't kill the crystal but it'll just do enough? Or if there are multiple crystals, I've even been thinking, what if some memories are like darkness corrupted, or maybe some memories are like, if more appear, maybe some are low glyphs, and then you have to choose which memories do you destroy or save. Now
it's really cool.
It is interesting, right? I don't know.
It's I think the possibilities are so why I love the pause, as everyone's just like, what are we doing with Ice Rampant again? You're entirely right. The amount of variations and ideas that you can come up with is almost endless, and I think they're wonderful, wonderful ideas. Like, currently, from what we've seen, in order for us to interact with the crystal, just mechanically speaking, it would require for things to go through the towers, which is kind of impossible right now, unless you do some really pinpoint precision, to the point where it's kind of like unreasonable, maybe.
Yes.
I love the idea, though. I think it could be something that maybe towards the later stages of the fight, you'll have to have certain things go on there maybe to try and heal it. We haven't seen anyone try to heal it yet either. It could be very much a save our boy sort of, you need to make sure you throw some healing out. I've also heard the idea of maybe having to use LB on it, tank LB, in order to keep it alive. So I think that there's opportunities. We have gotten into Phase 4 with a LB active. We have had that. We've had LB3 in Phase 4 available to us. I think it was actually Echo that did that from memory, from my point of view.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they managed to do that on their second time through because they met the damage check. So it's the possibilities are endless until we hit a hard wall. I'm gonna keep my tinfoil hat securely off because I've been known to overcook before, big time. And it certainly has ruined the broth. It's no good. Yeah, it's a wonderful interaction with the story, though, and I hope that there's stuff to explore. I look forward to being tricked by the fight.
Yes, right? I think we're all always looking for that in Ultimate, where we're just kind of, even if you're just putting on way too many tinfoil hats, right? You're kind of just, it's because we want something like that, where a fight does something that normally no designer would choose to do,
For
right?
sure.
Where they would be like, oh, well, this has to be something that, you know, probably this amount of people need to clear, or it needs to be at just this balance of difficulty. And of course, they tune these raids. But in Ultimate, it's so cool because I think you get to see something like endgame fight design refined to such a point that they can do things that buck all expectations, that are really different, that are really interesting.
For sure.
Because that's why people play Ultimates, you know?
Yeah, we're looking for the weird stuff, and the thing is that finding those weird things are more for the you know, if you're not particularly interested in that, chances are you're not raiding 24 hours a day as these guys are, and that information will be known to the community. So you can seek it out if you wish. So such as, you know, how to save our boy, or how to get through certain things in Uru, which I don't want to necessarily say exactly the puzzles just in case people want to play them. So no too much spoilers, but you know, those sorts of things. Working out the weird little intricacies of these Ultimate fights is almost part of its charm. So, so far, obviously, that particular piece of tech seems to be related to... Oh, Zep, unfortunately, going down there. Although we might be able to continue. They may have very well already done their job. We'll find out. But oh, no, we certainly haven't done their job. Finding out those little intricacies, I think, is part of its charm. And although we've got those parts of the fight so far, such as the crystal phase, such as now in Phase 4 dealing with the new crystal memory, I think that there's certainly room for those sorts of interactions. We just don't know what the payoffs are yet. We haven't got to that phase where the boss just goes, you've got to go down a different route. You've all died and the world is over. It's like, oh, okay, we got to really look into this. So, but we're starting to run out of time. That's my thing, because I think that we've only got about 7 minutes left of the fight. And that'll make it an 18-minute long encounter, which is already pretty chunky, you know. That's a big encounter. So, you know, time is ticking. And unless there's a big thing that at the end it says, by the way, don't kill Thancred, XD, and you're like, oh crap, and you go down an entirely different route throughout the entire fight, and they've like put 2 ultimates in one. You know, I think that's, you know, as fun as that as an idea would be, I think that bit of design might be a little bit too far away, because that's a huge swath of this content here that the majority of player base who actually end up doing this ultimate later will just never see, because you'll immediately go down the right route, right? So I think there's some fun stuff that they can do, and I'm all here for it to see what plays out, because my word. It's nutty. It's a shame that the particular phase went a little bit sideways. Hopefully it isn't for Kindred, though, who are making their way through. Kindred's currently the front runners, so maybe we can switch over to their point of view, as currently they are on the resolution of Ultimate Relativity, which they've been able to do no issues whatsoever, making it look easy, as they're going to be slamming their damage into the Oracle of Darkness right now, doing as much as they possibly can, managing to survive that AoE as they're going to be going into the Apocalypse, which I think teams are getting more comfortable with. We're seeing less and less just entire raid teams dying, more just occasionally people getting clipped for the more experienced teams out there right now. So it feels like that is a bit more of a easier part of the phase in comparison to Ultimate Relativity, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's simpler sort of mechanics that they're not constantly firing off all at the exact same time, right? The main thing is just getting a sense of the positioning, the area that you're covering, and where you're kind of moving. So, of course, you know, seeing them here with those waters, they're going to go ahead and soak those. Then they're going to be, they're not going to soak them successfully.
Oh.
So you have these kind of delayed water stacks that you sort of do in these light parties. They detonate over the course of the mechanics. So you have one at the start, then you have, you know, your kind of positioning that you're doing around these explosions that everybody can see here at the edges. There's more of them in this version than there were in the original 6 this time instead of the 4. So of course, just amping it up. And with that, I think a lot of the difficulty of this phase has mostly just been getting a sense of the movement of the pieces and where you fit into it, right? Which is something that also takes, you have to get that point where you intuit it, right? Like you can tell, you're like, okay, it moves roughly this speed, here's the space, I can move into it here. And honestly, while some like phases of fights may not be as mechanically dense, just getting that sense, getting it consistent, and being able to
100%.
guess that sort of space is definitely a challenge in and of itself.
Yeah, no, I 100%. You're so right. You want to get to the position where you're doing that phase whilst joking around with your friends. You know what I mean? You don't want to have people calling, or maybe just like 1 or 2 minimal calls, and you're taking it as sort of a relaxed phase. The Apocalypse Funny, I think, is one of those mechanics that on Ultimate has, like on non-Ultimate difficulties with, on Savage, when we're seeing those light, there was quite actually a lot of room for different strategies available to you. It feels that on the Ultimate difficulty, just due to the sheer amount of the zones on the ground, with 6 of them going around, it very much just says, you're doing it this way. There's no other real way. I think you, at the end, have the choice of what side you want the tank to jump to, maybe. But even still, it's always jumping to the edge because you've got the knockback coming in. We unfortunately saw Narlock just charging that moment too late. Although the cast had completed, the boss's damage snapshot and the boss's movement snapshot, unfortunately, are different things. It's one of those weird little intricacies of Final Fantasy where boss movement can be a little bit of a sort of learned skill, I think, and even the most seasoned of players can occasionally make the mistakes of not moving the boss around correctly. But, it's quite prescribed to you, but it doesn't take away from the difficulty of the execution. Although they might have got the solution quickly, it's still pretty tough. So right now, though, it seems that the majority of the groups, having a look at all of the different points of view that we have available, the furthest we've got right now is in Shiva. So we're going to be vibing here for a little while as we're going to be making our way, as the teams are spending a little bit more time cooking. Rightfully so. They definitely do need to.
They do. I see One Ace
actually,
is reviewing Echo's
No.
footage.
Oh, we should have gone to One Ace. We were just moments away from seeing ourselves. We could have had like a recursive thing going on.
Inception. But yeah, One Ace has been diving in, doing a bit of that video recap. But I mean, this is really how the teams do it, right? They're just trying to get their eyes on these phases as much as they can, so that when they get the opportunity to get there themselves, they're able to then do it and execute it in this kind of race environment.
Because I know that over dinner, as an example, I was speaking to Scripe and Roger about Kindred's best pool and how far they've got, and they saw another Relativity, and Scripe just kind of looked at me with like a look like, oh no. may the Lord have mercy.
Stared and walked out of the room.
Didn't want to talk to me after that.
Oh, no.
So it's important that, like, especially if you're not actively doing the raid leading aspect of it in terms of doing the prep, because a lot of these guys have a lot of like outside people helping out, especially with Echo. Echo have a lot of people outside doing a lot of research. Being ready to help the players or walk the players through your cook and explain the strategy to them is going to be paramount. So a lot of research going on between the teams. So One Ace, of course, having a little look at the Echo stream at the moment, but I'm sure everyone is looking between everyone else's streams all the time.
Oh, absolutely. And we can just directly look at Echo as well, as they're here both in the studio and also on our screens.
Very true.
But being able to see them here get through this, they're trying to get back to that that point again. So we've seen them get through these phases pretty efficiently. Shiva, we've done a few recaps over the day on, but a lot of the mechanics here in this portion with the sort of Heidelin aspect, as she has summoned sort of both of her two forms, initial forms, to simultaneously fire off mechanics. We'll get into Light Rampant, which we've kind of covered a bit, but of course you'll see this happen here again. This time around, you have even more tethers, even more places. So everybody has sort of determined that this star-like pattern is the correct one to lock into so that they can pivot around the arena. They can collapse here into these stacks. They have these golden orbs. You need one over either player's head on either side of the arena to determine those stacks. They are able to soak it and move back in. Those who have only 2 stacks of this debuff will go in to resolve that stack in the 4 that we just saw there in the middle, so they bring themselves to 3. And then we're going to be getting into the Protean here as we have the House of Light going off, which just creates essentially these sort of targeted cleaves that go out, which then stacks everybody to 4 of that light debuff, which is the safe zone. You've done it right if you bring it to 4. So, they have this pretty well locked down Echo. It feels like this phase, stuff like this, even at the start of the day, these were things they were still kind of ironing out, but now they really have their sights set ahead.
Well, you can tell how comfortable they are. You can see Suki here on the Pictomancer. Instead of slamming damage into the boss, they're just preparing some of the paintings ready for the next phase. It's not the end of the world. They know that they're fine within the damage check, no issues whatsoever. And you're entirely right with the stacks there. Getting those stacks up to 4 is absolutely fine, but any mistake up to that point that's given you 1 extra stack is going to lead to an entire wipe, as it is. Although they're making it look easy, it's very easy that as soon as one thing goes wrong, that's pretty much all that you can do. It's over. But yeah, so we're going to be making our way, continuing through this fight, hopefully getting to see more of Phase 4, because Phase 4 really seems to be the equivalent of, Phase 5 of the top fight. A bit more close to Phase 5 and Phase 6 of DSR, for those who are aware of those encounters, where it really does ramp up in difficulty. You're going to start seeing some incredibly convoluted and difficult puzzles in order to solve mechanically. So we'll have to see what the vibe is, because we're getting far into this fight so soon as well. The raid's only been out for 32.5 hours at this point, and we're already, getting very deep in. Yeah.
I can't help but wonder, Alex, you were saying earlier that the timeline of this fight so far, right? Like, at least where we have it, we're roughly 11 minutes in, right?
Sure.
And of course, as teams continue to hone in, as they continue to refine strats, things like that, sometimes we see a bit of that time compress in certain areas. Although a lot of these previous phases have been, I think, pretty well streamlined at this point. But it's really interesting because when I compare this to other Ultimates, at least those opening couple phases, they've had their difficulty points, but like you said, we've gotten through them pretty fast.
Yeah.
And yet, we are 11 minutes into the fight. So it creates this interesting dynamic where immediately I'm going, okay, well, is this an ultimate that's difficult because the individual phases might be faster, but the overall thing is a lengthier epic? Or is this something where, yes, everything is backloaded onto like the final phase where it's just incredibly difficult and incredibly punishing? And that's what we see with the sort of extension of the amount of days that it takes to clear it. I'm not sure, but thus far, I almost feel like it has kind of lulled us into a sense of just like, oh yeah, and here's Oracle of Darkness, awesome. Oh, and we've got, Hraesvelgr Shiva, cool. And, and I'm like, I'm waiting for that moment where we're all kind of going like, oh. Like
yeah, I think it's there hasn't been like the oh no, but I think we have reached it when we're both fighting Gaia and Rena at the same time. It has to be both the Oracle of Darkness and the Usurper of Frost. Such a cool name. So those two together, I think it has to be the point where you're looking at those. This new sort of vibrant sort of encounter that's come together, and trust me that I really want to speak about it. It's almost I don't want to spoil it, because the first time that you see it is just like, oh no, what have you done? It's so fantastic. So we will be seeing that hopefully within this pool, as Echo so far have gotten through the entirety of the fight without too much issues. They're going to be spreading out for this particular jump. One person getting knocked off the side of the room as they're going to be forming into their new positions. surely nothing can go wrong from here on out, as we're going to be slowly making our way back in towards the middle. Missy has been resurrected, but unfortunately a few players going down might be the end of this. Really shouldn't have been talking over the fight. That is my fault. Happy to take this one. I'm not going on the floor, though.
Oh, yeah, you refuse?
I can't move the table very much. They've wired the table, chat. They've wired the table into the floor.
There's lots of floor space right up there,
I
you know?
would do, but the headset doesn't
right. Yeah,
you know.
you're right. It would be just a big hassle.
Yeah,
no,
sorry,
you're right.
You know.
You know, now, I am curious because there's a lot of iconic lines from these fights, and I'm sure chat will get this. I don't know if I remember, "Oh, chaotic dark, descend and quench light." I definitely remember infinite possibilities. That line, yes. I assume "Oh, chaotic dark, descend and quench light" is from the original fight, but maybe at the point, maybe when I was running it, I was just always so like I just didn't even pay attention to it.
It could have been like the quietest spam at the end of the fight, or the very like final relativity cast that one taps you, or whatever it happens to be called. Maybe they said there. So you might have seen it like a little bit on prog, and then never seen it again. So it's escaped you. I must admit, I can't remember at this point at all. It's it feels. I'm just surprised we're as far as we are as soon as we are. So obviously the players are incredibly skilled, and they did say they didn't want it to make it as hard as top. But like in terms of, if we've only got 7 minutes left, is that like, this might be a question to you? It's been of course much more within chasing the and covering the ultimate races with Mogtalk. Is being this far in the fight at this point in the race kind of a bit usual, or maybe are we here a bit early, like in the grand schedule of things?
You know, it's hard to tell when we, again with ultimates, right? Like we've been talking about, you never exactly know what in the world they're planning on doing with it, right?
Sure.
You know, when we had DSR and you have that first phase with the Knights, everybody there was like, is this unusual that you have a checkpoint in an ultimate? Is this unusual that you have? And it's tough because I would say that just based off of, you know, what I've experienced, what I've seen, it does feel much more expedient through to this point. It does feel like we haven't seen quite as much time in each of the phases thus far. You know, we're on the second day. It started yesterday, right? So the fact that we would be, you know, past the halfway point in the fight, it isn't that it's that we haven't had, you know, other fights where things kind of pick up, or there's different phases that people get through much more quickly, or that once it's solved, everybody is able to kind of push through it. But it does feel like to me that this one has really kind of pushed us forward very quickly in such a way that, I mean, like we've been saying, it makes me go, well, how long is this actual fight going to be? Or how wild are the last 7 minutes going to be? Or did they just decide that they wanted to do something here with this one that would focus more on them, that would kind of hone in on classic abilities that we'd seen, and then sort of amplify them, as opposed to, you know, doing some whole big wild thing, huge puzzles, all kind, you know, Top was very notoriously punishing as far as the mechanical aspect went. So maybe this was them kind of going, we want to counter that, we want to have a different feel, right? We want something that's fun, a different pace, but that, you know, is its own kind of thing. And
it's, of course, not worth discounting as to not only the skill of the teams conquering this stuff so quickly. It's easy enough to say, oh, lol, this seems a bit easy. Well, we've got like the best players in the world working on it, yeah? But also, it's not over until you get the achievement and that last cutscene plays. So, you know, I think that there's still a lot more for this fight to give. There's a lot more for us to discover within this fight as well, in terms of some of the secrets, so to speak. Well, secrets might be the wrong word, but puzzles are going on. Yeah, I'm really interested in the resolution as to how it works, because I can expect us getting to a point, the boss killing us off, we're like, okay, we'll go down the other route, we're going to destroy the crystals. The boss kills us off again, and we're like, okay, maybe we kill the crystals but keep the other crystal in phase 4. Like there's going to be all these different versions, people trying to work out exactly what's going on. I think there's a lot of room for that kind of stuff, so it's all to play for still, as we are heading into the later stages of Thancred. Mastered very quickly, and I don't know about you, the fact that Thancred seems to be, and Fatebreaker that is easy enough to kind of get through consistently, as long as, you know, you're not making mistakes, which easily enough can happen. That brings me a little bit of joy after top. Phase 1 of top, fighting Omega and the Beetle form, was a bit much.
You know, I've seen a lot of people since Top World Race be like, phase 1 top is nothing. Why does everybody always, complain about it? And I'm just like, oh, look, maybe. Listen, maybe once, everything has been solved and all, everything has been kind of laid out and all this other stuff, it now seems as though, but watching the teams or any teams that go in sight unseen without guide, stuff like that, watching them tackle phase 1 and then remembering how long we were even just on phase 1, it's just like, no, it was, yeah, it was something.
I think it really goes down to talking about top a little bit. That phase was, I think mechanically what you're doing, moving around, blah, 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 not too difficult. It's just that because it's at the beginning and if you wipe and you have so much variations, I think we were speaking about this before. So it's so easy just to not clear the mental cache and go into the next phase, and it's just like, what are you on about? I was 2 last time, man. I was 3 this time. I'm so sorry. Go again. And then you go again and the other guy's like, what about? I was 3 last time, and just then you just spiral and just do the same. But once if you're on a roll, that phase can be chewed up pretty quickly. It's not like, oh man, it's impossible to do. But it's just it's a very easy, it's like a death spiral.
Yes,
except it eclipses many pools.
Well, I remember even when we were watching the world first, right, or the world race with Mogtalk, that there would be teams, these amazing teams, these incredible top teams, where they would reset, and then you'd see a wipe in phase 1, and people would be like, "They're still wiping in phase 1," and you're like, "Yes." If they let their guard down for a second, one thing goes wrong, and there we are. It's a reset. We're going back into it, And of course, it becomes more comfortable. You figure things out. But you're right. I think the mental fatigue aspect of Ultimates, particularly in a world race setting, is so grueling because like we've been saying, the teams do 16-hour days. Now, of course, they take breaks, they eat meals. That's very important. But it's a long haul where if you're not careful, all of this just could turn to mush. It could just turn to mush. You could just get used to just go kind of numb to it in a sense, right?
100%. Something that's caught my eye. So, of course, this is wonderful to see lights rampant, but can we have a look at Lucrecia real quick? Where are they?
Oh, Lucrecia is actually doing something right now that a lot of teams do. This is fun. So in Final Fantasy XIV, if teams want to sort out movement, right? Oftentimes they will go into Binding Coil. So there's a fight in Binding Coil that's on this circular elevator that you can see, one of the original raid series that came to Final Fantasy XIV. And it generally has good open positioning for being able to just kind of work out where you're at. So people will go in there as a group and they'll basically just practice movement patterns. So you can put down all of your markers and then they might say, okay, well, we're going to call first lasers, then fire baits.
Right, okay.
And so you can kind of go in there and just practice that without having to worry about, pulling a boss, without having to worry about, So
I've done that similar thing in DSR when we went and did the extreme trial, the Nidhogg trial, so we could have the same room. Because it actually has the exact same room. You could see all the tiles and cracks on the ground, because you had to use that a little bit in the Double Dragon phase to really know where you were in DSR. So that's very, very cool to see. I wasn't expecting to. I was just like, that doesn't look like Futures Rewritten.
I got really excited for a second.
They're in phase 8.
Yeah, I know. I was looking, and I just see the one monitor that, with the little small preview image, it's all darkness, and I was like, oh my gosh, darkness rampant.
But the really hard part about the ultimate is when it sets you to level 50. That's real.
Can you imagine what if?
That's so
Alex,
jokes.
how wild would it be if we had an ultimate that took you through, reset you through time and took you through different level caps of your class? That would be
rough as hell.
So terrible.
Yeah, that would be if you're junctioning the different ultimates. So if it'll take you your junction, Uwu, and it sets you to the level of Uwu, which is 70, I think? Question mark.
Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at remembering what. I
because
think
Heavensward was 60.
Heavensward was 60.
So then
Stormblood was 70.
And Stormblood is where the ultimates come. Yeah, so it'll take you to level 70 and all those sorts of things. That would be terrifying in every way, shape, or form. So maybe best not. I see the Mario Odyssey phase from production there. You're entirely right. Electrope full stolen from Nintendo. No one tell them. They're going to get power worded. Shh. Don't say nothing.
Now, Alex, we cracked $9,000, right?
Oh, wonderful.
I
Excellent. Well done, everybody. Well done, well done.
right?
Big clap, big clap.
And we even, I think, since we started our shift, got another like 200 on there, 9,338.
Let's have a little look.
Yes, let's have a little look. Let's see. I know some of you were sending in song requests to add to our playlist.
I can't actually hear the music at the moment. Can you hear music?
Oh, well, you have to turn music on.
Oh, it's because my music is on. Production,
Oh.
can I have music piped to me, please?
If Alex is particularly good, can he have music, please?
No. You're not
Absolutely
allowed.
not.
Let me faff with this, because it
Sure.
will be faff.
And while we're kind of pulling that up, I do see Echo is back here into Ultimate Relativity. So we can head over to Echo again in a moment. We'll keep an eye on it here. There we go. But we are seeing in here, well, it looks like they've had at least one death coming into. They just came out of Ultimate Relativity. They can get that res. Suki's going to get back up again. This is a good time for it if there ever was one. That Tank Buster going out, which they're able to soak heal through, trying to get everybody back up because they're going to begin this apocalypse. And with the apocalypse here, we have, again, these waters going out. These are going to be time locked and they'll be delayed. So they'll go out in different phases here. We'll have one at the start. They're separating out to make those light parties so that they can soak it together. They'll kind of bait these. Did they get it?
Nope, two on one side.
Oh.
I think a little bit of confusion as to where to go, unfortunately, leading to doom and destruction on Echo's side, as the apocalypse certainly has come and it has consumed the entire raid team. Unfortunate. Maybe better luck next time. Well, it's one of those things with Ultimate that, of course, you get very, very deep into a fight. You know, it was up to maybe the 8-9 minute mark there, and all it takes is one small mistake, and then right back to the beginning you have to go. Looks like MT's getting up, so they might be going for a small break there, but the action is not stopping as we have Kindred and Unwind working on the Ultimate Relativity. Maybe Kindred would be the best one to go to, as seeing as they are our leaders right now. So if we could jump over to their POV production when it suits, thank you, Belov. And you can see here, managing to get through to the later stages of Relativity, everyone surviving. A couple of players going a little low, but you can just see the incredible amount of mitigation being used for that group slam there. Of course, Kindred being an exceptionally good team, doing so well, not only in previous content, but this Ultimate as well. Let's see how well they can deal with the apocalypse. So far, I can't actually see... Oh, no, they do have their limit break, which is above their party frames there. That is active and available for them. I'm not sure if they'd sent it yet. But the boss's health is looking incredibly low. If they're able to keep everyone alive, damage down free, we may very well be able to get out of this phase with Kindred with their... what's it called? Limit break available.
Yeah.
Never mind, just got sent. So ignore that, but hey... If Gaia don't die now or get below 20%, then something's up. So let's have a look here. Let's see how well they're able to spread after these soaks. A quick move to the side so the jump can come in. Then players are going to quickly rush over to their correct positions. You can see that the light party's actually getting shifted up to make it so that the range players don't have to move as much. A very, very clever optimization coming in from Kindred right now. Unfortunately, we've got two waters on the same side. One of them quickly adjusting last minute. Incredibly quick play on their feet. The tank going to be jumping out, using that immunity to survive. The knockback coming in. Two light parties here, making sure they're going to survive, moving in towards melee to keep that damage up. That's what we want to see. As the Oracle of Darkness died like a week ago. My word, Kindred doing so much work, bringing their potions into this phase, the limit break here as well. Looking excellent, no?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was incredibly well done from them. We saw those movements so clean. We were talking about how precise they are, and they absolutely nailed it coming in, weaving into those narrow little passageways between the detonations with the stars and coming right in the middle. Now, of course, this is going to be where we actually see Phase 4 again.
Yeah.
We have this impediment to resonance, having to destroy the crystals, or at least that's what Metron's goal is. So we have it summoned up here. We will see, again, this can spawn either north or south, it seems like we've seen at the very least. We have the Hraesvelgr Shiva form coming out as well. And we have our first Achrai going down in the middle here. It's going to pulse out that damage. When it clears, they're going to have to figure out where they're going to position. While these stacks are there, this will sort of determine one of the mechanics. We will have these light tethers that are going to come out as well. Oh, but it seems like they got hit by the AoE, and then it looks like perhaps a tether broke as well, which caused an additional wave of damage. Was that what you think?
Yeah, you're entirely right. In terms of, like, one person died who had a tether, which caused the tether to then shatter and cause problems. I don't know if they just didn't mitigate heavily enough for the AoE. If that's the case, that's a sad way for that pull to go down. I like the chat. I told you it would make a great necklace.
I told you it would make a great necklace.
But the tethers shouldn't have activated at that point. When the tethers are like unsolidified, in theory you can do whatever you want with them.
Yeah.
They're not fully functional yet. But of course, because one of those players died, it did cause it to shatter early, which caused obviously just a cascading effect. A damn shame considering how good that pull was. But just goes to show that Kindred are making, when they're on and they've got that phase locked down, the Oracle of Darkness has nothing that she can throw at them that will cause them an issue. But you can see right now, last pull, no mulligans, making their way through the crystal phase, opting not to use that LB. Seems to be a ongoing thing now for teams, that they're starting to ignore using the LB. What's it called? Caster LB3,
Yes,
excuse
yes,
me.
yes.
Keeping the crystals alive at the edge.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because at least the current theory now, which does seem to be the mechanic solved. They didn't quite
missing
make
a
that
tiny bit of
DPS
dam.
check there, yeah. But at least the way that it's been solved currently with the Limit Break 3, it did destroy those crystals, and it seemed as though when the dark crystals were destroyed, it does apply a debuff to the light crystals. But we've also seen that if you leave the dark crystals up, they empower Gaia, right?
Yeah.
And that you don't need them. So if you just get rid of the light crystals, that removes the sort of defenses on the ice that's encasing Shiva Reen. So it's something where, like you said, I liked this sort of choice point or an option point,
Yes.
right? Where you have choices that you can make in that phase, which is really interesting. And it seems like right now, leaving the dark crystals up, giving the extra power to Gaia being able to then leap in and break that, it seems as though, according to everything, that would be the mechanic solved. I mean, of course, we'll see, we will witness, but even later in that memory phase, there is still a reference to this necklace that's been given and other things. So it doesn't seem like that has changed something in the timeline in such a way that the memory pops up and Gaia's like, if only you'd given me a necklace, then everybody dies,
Lamau, you shouldn't have destroyed the crystals. Okay, I think
it's
I know
our
what we need to do.
anniversary, you didn't get me anything, and then everybody dies.
Yep, I like that. That's new canon, 100%. Oh dear. Well, it looks like we do have Cryo popping into phase 3, so maybe we can have that on in the background as they're working their way through Ultimate Relativity, and as we get further into the phase, we'll definitely look to jump back to them. But we do indeed have some donations, of course,
Yes.
all going towards Games for Love.
Yes.
An absolutely amazing charity helping children all around the world with receiving distraction therapy in hospitals. Obviously, being in hospital can be a really, really nasty time, even for the best of us. It's not a nice thing to do, let alone when you're a small kid. You're spending long, sweet periods of time in there. It's you can only imagine how rough that can be. So they provide training as well as things like video games and whatnot for children in hospitals, as well as helping them out if they've been in hospital for a long period of time with training and things like that, so they can grow into adult life after losing so much time at not going to school and whatnot. So really, really fantastic charity, and you guys have been so generous thus far as well. Did I hear that there's some cosplay going on?
There is. I mean, you're welcome to get in on it too if you'd like. When we hit 9,000, Liffy and I agreed to do a Gaia goth look for one of our shifts. So we'll be doing some Gaia makeup.
I'll consider it.
All right, you could go goth. You could do it to whatever degree suits you.
The thing is, most of the time I have to de-goth in order to come on the show.
Oh yeah, every morning you have to de-goth yourself.
It's a well-kept secret that I'm actually goth most of the time.
I had no idea, and we've been on premise with you.
Yeah, no, I hide it well. Yeah, this is all makeup. I'm naturally goth. People think it's eyeliner. It's just
you
me.
were born goth.
Yeah.
You can be your true self with us, Alex. It's all right.
Yeah, it's not just a face.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Thank you.
We've got some donations that came in, so let's go ahead and we'll take a quick read through. And as you were so wonderfully saying, though, really, Games for Love is an incredible charity. So a huge thank you over here to Don Stylo, $10, who said as well, we need a Final Fantasy XIV and Yu-Gi-Oh! Crossover.
Oh, snap.
Where we fight the Egyptian gods. And if we hit Enrage, Exodia obliterates everyone.
That can work. I've never been that into Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid growing up, but recently I've been getting YouTube recommendations and in some sort of haze, just been like, yeah, all right, I'll watch a Yu-Gi-Oh! bit. It's kind of interesting, man. It's a weird thing going on there. I think it's a rabbit hole I'm not sure if I should descend into, if I'm honest. But yeah, very cool. I like the idea. Send it.
I dig it. Yeah, let's do it. We've got one from Gino, $10. His first time tuning in for an Ultimate World race.
Welcome,
Thanks
welcome.
so much. Having a blast watching everyone Prague. Best of luck to all participating. That's awesome.
That's really, really cool.
We love first-time viewers, really, truly, honestly. And everybody, you don't have to be an endgame raider to enjoy the race.
For
you
sure.
can just get in, have a good time, see this cool content, celebrate with everybody, experience these moments. And that's one of the things that I love about the race, honestly.
No, 100%. Especially with all of these different teams working together all at once. It's so nice to have all the different points of view. So really, really nice to see. Uh-oh.
Oh, Molko. Molko sent a little one for you here, Alex.
Oh, it's a Molko. Oh,
yeah,
God.
Molko said, Alex told me it's £10 for him to do a Gaia cosplay.
I would refute that, but I might have sent that to him in a Discord message as a joke.
Well, apparently it was not taken as a joke
no.
because Molkor has donated $25 here and says, well, here's the money, now where's the cosplay?
Yeah, thank you for production. Production, with their wise words of telling me to I'm not even going to repeat the foulness. Oh, God. We'll have to have a think about it.
Yeah, sure. We'll have a think about it.
We can have a set goal of some sort.
Yeah.
Sorry, Molk, it's not happening. On stream.
Okay. All right, maybe we can get pictures, Molkor. We'll let you know.
If someone
donates
enough
yeah.
to induce Alex to dress up as Gaia,
yes,
then I'll dress up as his Reen.
No!
I'll do it for free.
How much? How much are we talking here?
Oh, snap. Well, hold on. When does the LB when does the LB reach? Is it 12 grand? Oh, snap. Well, tell you what, I'm only on for a little while longer, and this is a big ask, but it's a big deal for me, okay?
Yeah.
I'll goth it up.
Yeah.
I probably won't be able to get a dress. I don't think I can get a dress in time, especially one that'll fit me. But I can at least goth it up, and Jesse can pretty himself, as if that's even possible, because he's already so pretty anyway.
Yeah.
Indeed.
We can do that for, yeah, I'll do it if we reach LB3 during my shift, and only during my shift.
Okay.
So you've got until, you've got like about 2.5 hours or so, 2 hours.
Great.
Then we'll go for it.
You heard it here. We're going to have a little Reen Gaia dynamic duo if you hit $12,000. So, Molkor, I'm sorry, that is a little bit more than the £10.
Yeah, you know. I just forgot to add the zeros on the end of it, as well as one of the twos.
Yeah. We also have one from Raffle Dragon Hay Fusion, who says, always a wonderful time when I can watch some of my favorite casters doing an event for one of my favorite games. Thank you so much for the $50. We have, oh my goodness, Metron has donated.
Hi, Metron.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey,
Can't believe it.
They're like famous.
Oh my God. Hi, Metron.
And also world ending.
Oh my God, it's the apocalypse.
It's the apocalypse
so
right now. Thank you so much for the $50 donation and the comment, bring Gaia back to me. Well, it looks like you might have her back, at least in this one. We'll see though.
May the Lord have mercy on us all.
We have one from Anonymous for $25. No message, but thank you so much. And one as well from Zehernorto that says, hey, y'all, this is my first ever world first. Another one.
Oh.
As I'm only a little over a year into being a member of this amazing game and community.
It's a wonderful, wonderful community. It is.
Yes, seriously. If possible, okay, we got a playlist request. If possible, can we get Ultima in quotation or in parentheses, Scions and Sinners, on the playlist? To the Raiders, may your heart be your guiding key. Aw, thank you so much
Very
for the
sweet.
donation.
Thank you so much. Very, very
Yes.
generous. It really is helping kids out as well, to kind of bring us back to that. They say the $1 is one child reached and helped. So really do appreciate you guys are doing. Of course, we're doing all these fun events and things like that as well, but it really is helping out a lot of folks. And don't worry, you're not missing out on any of the action. We are keeping a very close eye on it as Lucrecia are making their way into the next phase. So we'll be keeping an eye. It's not next phase, sorry. They're working their way into phase 3 right now. So we'll be bringing you that if they get further. But we do have the one, the only, Myrene in the future, Jesse. How's it going, Bubba?
I get a shiver at my spine when you say Myrene.
You got something to show us, mate?
Yeah, so as chat knows, as everyone knows, Kindred had a really good poll. You and I were talking about it in the caster room, and I thought maybe it would be good for us to go over that for everyone in the chat,
Snap,
so that we can to kind of have a preview as we get closer to that with other groups of what's going on, because it is hectic, as you know. So I've pulled that up on the analyst desk, OBS over here. We can kind of pause whatever we want in here. They've given us permission, of course, to use this clip. So this is right before we're about to do the spell in waitings and then the towers that they are the only team thus far to have streamed successfully having completed. So this is fairly straightforward. They do the classic little hourglass configuration for their, or bow tie, whatever your preference, for doing their bonds. And then the boss raises one wing, forcing them onto one side as those resolve. No problem. That goes just fine. The side cleave goes out. Now, something I want you to watch out for. They do a tank cleave here. This is very important, especially for you, Rook. That tank cleave is landing on the memory. The memory fragment gets hit here. You can see it right at the top of the screen, and it shatters. You see the ice go flying out. It's gone. The pull isn't over just because the memory fragment has been destroyed, but presumably there will be consequences in the future.
Yes.
Alex was saying maybe that's a failure condition at the end of the phase, a la, failing to spare Thordan or something. We don't know. But the memory fragment got hit by the tank cleave and is gonzo. But you can still practice all of the mechanics. It's just keep that in mind for the future. You probably have to not do that.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
unless you want her to lose her sense of self and ascend to Logriff.
Well, I don't want that. I want her with
I know.
green.
Me too.
But yeah, so
sweet.
That's an important note. The Fragment of Fate is dead if you land the Tank Buster on top of it, much like any player would be. So that can be killed. We don't know if it can be healed or otherwise taken care of, but that's going to be something that matters, some kind of solution there. So they had a lot of deaths here as they deal with this, but they managed to get reses out and see the next entire wave of mechanics, which I don't even know what we call this. Dragon Song Rampant Relative Dragon Song Rampant.
Love that.
Or something. It's wild. So we're going to pause here. We're going to have everyone alive except for one person when those debuffs come out. And we're going to try to see and break down exactly what they're going to be dealing with as they disintegrate at that juncture. So we get a nice little voice line here. Indeed.
As I wish it, so shall the river of time flow.
Here comes the cast. And here come all of our debuffs. We're missing one person, so we can't draw any really strong conclusions, but we can identify most of these debuffs, which are a combination of stuff we've seen either previously in the Ultimate or previously in Savage. Of course, with this yellow debuff, that's going to be a soak. This second round of debuffs everyone has, the red ones are on timers. This is from the Shiva Savage fight. Everyone remembers you get a red debuff. The timer says when you have to go soak the rotating dragon head.
Yep.
And then the blue ones, although they don't have a timer, then soak the bomb left behind by the dragon head. That lack of timer means you're going to have to figure out who does it based on the other mechanics. We then have 3 of the donut ice bombs that probably need to be stacked up together, and 2 of a kind of wind debuff that's going to knock everyone around. And then everyone has a rewind in 23 seconds. And then there's one more debuff. Maybe chat, if you know what this is, send in a $5 donation. Let us know. This 4th debuff is some kind of a purple.
Yeah, we can recognize
We don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I don't recognize it. Maybe someone in chat knows. So let us know. But there's 3 of those. Potentially, I wouldn't be surprised if there would have been a 4th one potentially on this paladin. Maybe there's a 3rd of the wind debuffs over here. Alex had a little bit of a cook, where since these first debuffs resolving include one person stacking with 3 donuts, those could be a light party.
Yes.
Stacking inside of the donuts. And then you have another soak here with this water a couple seconds after the wind debuff. So you could have the other group be the wind debuff spread and then collapsing on that final soak. So it could be a light party situation. I think that's a nice cook. We can press play now and kind of watch how it resolves, because it all goes pear-shaped quickly, because that's not all that's going on. We have traffic lights at the same time.
These ones aren't so bad, I would
Correct.
say. Yeah.
These aren't beams that are being baited. These traffic lights are going to put circles out. And there are 3 sets, just like before. You have a fast set, a regular set, and a slow set. And they're going to explode on schedule. So these purple ones are exploding first. You want to be opposed to those, because those are going to put out those circles first. And then you can rotate around the room to continue in your safe zone. And while that's happening, there you can see the dragon spawning. But there's not just one.
There's 2.
There's 2.
And they go off in different directions whilst the explosions go off. When you soak them, they do leave the puddles behind. Oh, so good.
And then right as they all fall apart there, we get another round of mechanics, which who the heck knows? We got some kind of exaflary wave coming across.
Oh my
from
gosh.
both one
It's a flood
direction.
of light.
That's
It's the flood
from
of light.
the Heidelin. That's
Yep.
from
Yeah.
the Heidelin fight.
Yeah. And there was another one spawning on the other side going opposite of that direction.
They're heading from the south to the north rather from the east to the west.
So a lot to break down there, but you can see pieces of the puzzle coming together already just by seeing the debuffs, right? You're going to have 2 stacks probably, and in between you're going to soak the dragon, and then you're going to have to go out and soak the puddles left by the dragon while rotating around to dodge the stoplights and then dealing with this flood of light somehow.
Wow. That's an ultimate. Now that's an ultimate.
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
That's it. Let's
It's
just do it
fantastic.
all.
It's so
Dragons,
cool.
stoplights, time relativity, arrow knockbacks. Let's put some dragon heads in there.
Like, the
Let's
thing is
do-
that Kindred, it didn't feel like luck is the wrong word. They did do very well to kind of zombie their way through as well. Having that red mage survive at the end and just get everyone alive to see as much as we did is a real treat. And I can imagine us, it could take quite a while for a group to see that again, and we can see other variations. It's not going to be as simple as just one sort of version of that. That's going to be a heavy, heavy mechanic to deal with. So you can really see this sort of late-stage puzzle elements coming in, these Phase 5, these Thord and 2s, these Double Dragon-style mechanics coming our way as, the Ultimate has really kicked into gear into Phase 4. It's not mucking around in any way, shape, or form. But yes, talking of the Ultimate kind of kicking off, never mind, I was just about to say we can look at Echo's point of view, but they just died to Ultimate Relativity.
Well, that's us. You know what? We hadn't called for them yet, so that's not on us, I don't think. I don't.
Yep, I did look in their direction, though.
Well,
so.
that was okay. A little bit your fault, just a small amount,
Just
but you're good.
smidge.
You're good. No, I mean, honestly, I am so excited. This is so silly. I feel silly for not thinking of this. We've been over here hypothesizing. What about this? What about this? What if they put in? Earlier, I talked about my wild theory was, wouldn't it be ridiculous if there was some love letter moment with like Metron where they bring out all the forms of love with the light wardens that like have come in. But for all of that, it never dawned on me that they would bring in literal Heidelin extreme mechanics. How did I overlook that? Of course, with the Oracle of Light, with Reen's connection as being a reincarnation, like Reen has a lot going on, but Reen is kind of a reincarnated vessel of Minfilia, meant to serve as her conduit to continue fighting back the flood of light. But because of that, Minfilia, who was kind of absorbed into Heidelin's heart and was unable to live her life again to its fullest because of how she had been incorporated, has this deep connection to Heidelin because she is a part of her.
Yeah, return to this Waking Sands Ultimate Edition. You heard it here first, folks. It's gonna be a rough one. It's really interesting to see that wave of light going across, especially with the ties of the actual Eden itself being the reason that the first flood kind of kicked off in the first place with that giant flood that went over the first. So cool to see indeed. I can't believe they've actually added the charity goal at the bottom just to remind people.
They have. Yes, and we have actually gotten a couple donations just specifically to this cause. Here I was going to just give you a few minutes, but we do have one here from Jagage, who says, nice, here's some fun for Reen Gaia. Oh, and the children, heart.
I guess the kids as well.
No, I added the O in. It was and the children. Then we have one here from Say Yes to the Reen Dress, which is really good.
I'm 6'3", guys, and I'm a bit of a big.
You can absolutely pull off a dress.
No, I'm pretty sure I couldn't put on a dress. That's the problem.
You're going to be taller because Gaia's wearing the big heels. And I can't wait to see you walking around in those.
Strutting my stuff.
Indeed.
I was a spider last time. Is that not enough?
I'm a little bit worried because Reen wears a really short white dress. And I got a lot of leg.
I mean, show it off proudly.
I think there's going to be a lot of use of the
I thought you were just saying a lot of you.
I was going to see a lot of you, Jesse.
That too. But yeah, no, I think there's going to be a lot of blankets if we reach that. You've only got a limited time chat, though, so if you're after it, then you can go for it, but my word.
Yes. And Say Yes to the Reen Dress did say, I'm doing my part for $25 donation.
Really
so thank you so much. But everybody, yes, if we manage to somehow smash $12,000 raised here in the rest of this shift, we will have a Reen Gaia cosplay. You already unlocked a little step towards it earlier when Lithy and I agreed to do some goth makeup for a cast, but this time you will have these two resplendent human beings, Alex and Jeeth, dressed as Reen and Gaia. So
it's going to be so scuffed. Yeah, don't expect it. I'm just thinking, how are we going to pull this off? I legitimately, what?
I mean, well, someone has to know where there's a dress store somewhere in Cologne, and we can just go buy some kind of $50 dress, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Does anybody know how to sew that we know in Cologne? Who could, like, you know, if you need to resize.
We need your tallest, largest dresses.
I think it's going to be probably a bit more close to something a bit more cute and gothy rather than necessarily dress. I just don't know where we're going to. We'll figure something out. Okay.
We'll figure it out. We'll make all these dreams come true. If you help make kids' dreams come true and help provide this wonderful charity, Games for Love, all your donations really do make a huge difference. So thank you all so much. Now, looking back at our team, well, nobody's back there quite yet.
One
Not
ace
quite there.
at the
One
moment
ace.
working on the ultimate relativity, the later stages of it, dealing with that second stack up there, going into the second baits. Oh, one of those baits was how I would describe as slightly scuffed, but I think they were lucky enough for it not to be rotating towards the group, so they managed to deal with it okay. Last set of baits going off now, and here comes the rewind. Hopefully people facing the correct directions as to not be staring into the shadow. Couple of people unfortunately getting clipped by that shadow. Should be able to res them up in time as they do share the tank buster and then fall to the doom. Not the end of the world. Ace yet to get through phase 3 just yet. So this is still going to be very, very useful in terms of learning the apocalypse and all the rest of it.
Yeah, you know, you have to get your reps in. You just have to keep going at it. You have to keep trying to finesse it. You have to keep figuring it out as you go. And I think just, you know, really building up your experience with every part of this is so important. Now, they are able to get that res here before we actually see Apocalypse starting. And with that, they're going to have everybody up as they look to resolve this. These, again, aren't going to go out right away because of this time delay mechanic that we've seen both in the original Oracle of Darkness fight and also her earlier iteration when she appeared carried by a void scent. They are able to get those water stacks down pretty easily. Now they're looking for where these moving light sort of AoEs are going to be. They're going to anticipate where that is. They're going to spread within this. They need to get just the right amount. They aren't able to completely cleanly get it. They try to collapse into the narrow space that's left in the wake, but unfortunately we are going to see some of those debuffs go out for getting clipped. We're going to see another death go down as somebody other than the tank gets clobbered, and unfortunately one ace will have to reset and try to get some more experience again.
Yeah, well, it's still an amazing pull for them to do, getting through that ultimate relativity with only 2 people dying, and even then dying right at the very end. That's fine, just res them up. Obviously, if you're going for a push out of this phase, that obviously might be a little bit of an issue. You know, you want to avoid that, but there's still so much to learn. That we've been talking about the relative simplicity of the Apocalypse cast, but where it's kind of the puzzle element of it is relatively set. There isn't a whole lot more that you can do with it. There's not a lot of room for strategic expression, so to speak. Maybe a little bit of a sorting algorithm, as an example. And we did actually see with Kindred, which was really cute, where when there was a big adjust needed, instead the range just stayed on their sides and the melees did the adjusting instead, which I thought was really nice, limiting the movement to increase their damage, which they had a whole abundance of. But generally speaking, it's just about execution, making sure you're getting those reps in on that Apocalypse is key, as pointed out before. So certainly right, but so far so good, as all of the teams right now, we have got several teams working on Shiva, no one just on Gaia just yet in terms of any specific pulls. Echo themselves seem to be taking a short break as they are going to be working hard and tirelessly for many, many hours to come. There is a whole lot for them to be dealing with. It's well, they're playing until like 2 or 3 in the morning at the moment.
Yes, yeah.
You know, they've got most of their day still to come ahead of them. So, you know, and hopefully, I think like a really good place for us to be by the end of this, and I don't know how you feel, by the end of today, I think getting through the shadow lit dragon song, that element of it completely fine, and starting to see the next relativity mechanics where you're dealing with the dragon heads, seeing that with everyone alive a few times, I think that would be a good baseline for us to reach by the end of the day, whether or not Echo are the ones that are doing that, or it's Kindred or Automania or Lucrecia that have now certainly picked up and gone jumping straight back into the action after a start where they weren't necessarily super high on the leaderboards, but I'm not entirely sure when their day began, in all fairness, so they might be a little bit more of a new starter. As I'm not sure if that's a timer for. Is that a timer of their local? Oh, it's their local time.
Of the teams that we were watching yesterday, they were the last one to start today.
okay.
So they just started much later and are now playing a little bit of catch up. But they spent most of yesterday on the lead, right? So
Yeah.
No, Lucrecia were doing so much work yesterday. Really, really good. So it's 4 a.m. for them, 10 past 4 in the morning. So that's gamer hours, dude.
Yeah, that's gamer hours, all right. I mean,
well, I mean, if you want to play on launch, right, depending on where you are in the world, you can have some very strange hours. A lot of American teams starting at something like 2 in the morning.
yeah, 2 a.m.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, even Frosty, when he was on for the opening, you know, he's over here like, it's 1 in the morning.
Bless. It's so nice to have him, though.
No, it was. It was great when we got to open. And I mean, it's something that I think is really, really cool about 14 in that it is global release, right?
Yes.
So we do have global release. And because of that, although it means that, yes, many people, their times are shifting or they're having to kind of, you know, raid unconventional hours. I mean, I came from the U.S. here to Cologne, and I'm still kind of going like, what time is it? Where am I?
Oh, you're breaking my heart, though.
Oh.
With the amount we want global release in.
I know.
Oh, well,
I know.
But, you know, you're entirely right. It is nice that all the community comes out in one big chunk and everyone gets to fight it at the exact same time. Yes, it does scuff some hours, but I'm pretty sure everyone would prefer that over, you know, it being in a way where you're just kind of looking at them doing the ultimate, like, oh, man, come on, let me in.
Yeah, let me do it, right? And it also, I think, just makes you have this great sense of it being an international endeavor, right? 14 has players all over the world. We have incredible regions in the game also inspired by so many places in the real world, right? Including this gorgeous recent expansion with Dawnbreaker that featured so many different influences from, you know, what we would refer to as like Latin America or South America, as well as North America. So the Americas, plural. But seeing how they incorporated that, seeing how they acknowledge the fact that there is this huge international base that plays the game, it's just so, it's amazing to me, right? Because it's not just us playing in some little pocket, it's us playing together around the world.
For sure.
And Ultimates and other content bring us together in these moments where no matter who we are, you know, whether it's 4 a.m. or it's 6 p.m. or whatever language we speak or whatever thing got us into the game, it's something that brings us all together.
100%. You can just see that even in the Mogtalk leaderboard there, where we've got 3 teams from NA, 1 from EU, and 1 from JP just within the top 5 alone, and that is constantly shifting and changing with a whole myriad of different amazing teams from all across the world playing. So absolutely fantastic to see. Wonderful thing and an honor to be a part of, honestly. I'm so happy that this event has gone forward the way it has. It's so much fun to see and participate in. Hope you're enjoying it at home as well. You guys have done so much as well with your donations. We're nearly reaching 10,000.
Yeah, that's right. Look at how close we are to $10,000. And then we're only 2,000 away from Reen Gaia cosplay.
I can't help but notice that Jesse has now left the analyst desk.
Jesse like slowly slinks from the room. It's like what?
We're never seeing him again, guys. Oh man, that is awesome. Absolutely awesome. So right now you can see Lucrecia on the warpath doing a whole lot of work on this ultimate relativity. Really pushing for it, and it seems that those last 2 baits have gone well. We're just got to see if the resolution goes well. Everyone teleporting to their positions. No dooms going out. Exactly what we want to see is Gaia's going to jump on us. Not doing a whole lot of damage that cast. You can see that there's definitely room for us to even further improve our damage on Gaia if we wanted to. Just from a healing perspective, how healthy the raid was, there was some GCD shields on the group as well. Not giving their healers grief at all. I would be doing the exact same thing. We're not struggling with damage right now because of the way that we're bringing in either limit breaks or our potions, but you can totally see that there's so much more room for optimization in this phase that you can maybe see when we want to remove potions from this phase and remove limit breaks from this phase, further bringing it further and further into the encounter. So we'll see what the final resolution of that is, but we got to see whether or not Lucrecia are able to get back into phase 4 as they're going to be dealing with the first waters here, spreading out for the jump onto someone. Safely done, heading over towards the safe spot, getting nice and spread out, ready for the apocalypse.
Apocalypse is here, and the detonations are going off. They are getting ready, though. They have positioned, they've spread, they're looking good, coming into the middle. They have to collapse in as fast as possible so they can avoid getting hit by any of those explosions. 2 waters resolving there. In the light parties, we have this jump. They need to position up for the knockback. She sweeps back, knocks them back. They'll move up to try usually to get into range so that they can... I know, the monk is like, please, I have to do damage. They'll usually move up pretty quickly there with the light party staying together so that they can optimize that damage and also soak the water. And here they are burning down. We are sub.
Fine, yeah.
Yeah, we're good. We're sub 20%, which is what you need to push the phase. And we're going into phase 4 again.
Yeah, we certainly are. This phase is going to be pretty spicy, but it starts off nice and chill, so we're going to be able to take some time. We're also having a quick look. We don't need to switch POV, of course, but there are also Kindred working into this phase, so we might be able to get back-to-back phase 4s, which is excellent. So exciting to see. You can see, of course, Heidelin, or Reen in her Shiva form about to summon Rafflegaga, as we call it here on the Echo Cast, as Reisfelger does apparate, as well as the memory crystals down in the south. Let's see how successful they are as the Oracle of Darkness does appear, and we are going into Shadowlit Dragon
It makes
Song.
me laugh so much.
We didn't instantly die. Hopefully the chains can get into their bow ties. Everyone else is just going to go and get ready to bait those cones. It looks like we got the bow tie in place. Everyone going to get those cones in place. You're going to now see a half-room swipe go across the room that we're going to have to shimmy towards. We're going to be shimmying over towards the right-hand side from this perspective. Now we're going to be seeing our good friend Gaia doing a big jump on the tank who's over by the B marker, keeping that crystal nice and safe. That's exactly what we want to see. Tank getting double slapped though, unfortunate, but we do have a resurrection available. The group taking another pulse of damage from that. And here we can see a Morna Farcast going off onto the tanks. Bam, bam. Just taking turns at absolutely slapping everyone one by one. And you can see that little tether?
The tether. That usually denotes that you need to drag them apart. So typically in a phase like this or something, you would have both of your tanks take them and then haul them apart, lest they do something, right?
Yes.
And I mean, we're seeing, here this big cast. It could be that perhaps that's just an indicator of something else to come, but typically you would want to separate them. So I'm not entirely sure they're in this quick sequence of events, right?
Yep.
Like, that tether appears, you would think you'd pull them apart and then burn them on opposite sides so that the tether wouldn't be a damage reduction or it wouldn't lead to some other kind of thing.
For sure.
But does that mean that then you have to burn them both during that phase that we just saw? Or does it just mean that that's just a momentary thing, it doesn't really matter here, and then...
The tether is a bit interesting. It could denote that the health pools need to certainly be close together as well, similar to the Double Dragon phase. And of course, the Oracle of Darkness, they're much, much higher than how Reen was. Reen appears first, so it feels like a hard swap over to the Oracle of Darkness just during these early stages in progression, and then getting them the same health pool and then just hands off keyboard a little bit might be the wisest idea, just to make sure you're not struggling. I don't think it was the Mornafar that killed everyone there because I don't read, of course, Japanese text. I just remember seeing the Mornafar
I really thought you were
cast
just
before.
going to stop it because I don't read, period.
That too. But no, it's, I believe that it was, I think the Mornafar was the very last cast while they have that tether together.
Yes.
So beforehand, it looked maybe similar to like an Akmor maybe or something. It was doing so much damage that it looked like it was going to be, you need to reduce that somehow, probably through split damage mechanics, so you go into light parties and shield for it whilst you're equaling out their health pools. Very similar to Double Dragons, actually.
Yeah. I mean, when you think about it, right? So the first brood, all of these dragons, the
It's not me.
I know, it just makes me laugh so hard. Oh, man.
Imagine being the person who's in the group when you're progging and he's saying, yeah, go on to Rafflegaga, and I'm like, oh man, no, come on. We can't be doing this.
I just imagine every time, like, actually going up to Zenith where Reisvelger is, and he's this grumpy, sad, just devastated, like, ages-old dragon, and every time you go up there, you're like, hey, Rafflegagger. And he's just like, you have got to be kidding. Like, I've told you my name like 100 times, Warrior of Light.
Come on
what
now.
do you want?
Just go. Go.
But, the dragons, right, they were all part of the same clutch of eggs. So they all have these kind of similar things, these similar powers, abilities, and oftentimes, I mean, again, you see it used as kind of like a trademark of the dragons. So Nidhogg, who obviously features very heavily in Dragon Song. And of course, I mean, Rafflegagger does as well. So but like the relations between all of them, oftentimes there are like different things that they do, but then there are common things that they kind of share, or abilities that you see, even with Vitra that we've had more recently and stuff like that. So
100%. Oh man, that's. Maybe we could jump over to Kryle's point of view as they are towards the... Oh, no, never mind. They're dying. Don't go to them. Don't go to them. No, it's not us. It's not us. It's awful. They won't. Unfortunately, dying to the Apocalypse. Apocalypse, obviously, doing a lot of work there. But, Roger's calls sometimes are excellent. Have you heard of some of the terminology like pineapple and...
No.
Yeah, so in World of Warcraft, I think it's pineapple. Jesse would know more. It might be melon or instead, but I think it is pineapple. When they need to refer to a spot in the room that is the direct opposite of the entrance, that's called pineapple.
Why?
You just use it as the code word because everyone knows where instead of saying go to the opposite side of the room of where the entrance is, you just say go pineapple, and everyone's like, well, that's where pineapple lives. It's as simple as that. They come up with some very, very strange terminology. Having an occasional listening with Wave during the races, you come out of it feeling like, well, worse off, honestly. It's just, I didn't think I could lose more brain cells, but I found a way.
There's always a way if you try.
Oh, yes. There's always a way.
No, I love that. Roger is so sweet. And I think all of these groups have like their own, everybody, right, has their own weird call. I know that, even in the Omega raids, we had one call during the painting that was become the Little Mermaid.
What? I've yet to do the Omega series. I'm so sad.
Oh, no. And it was just when a tank has to like go off to like do a little moment by themselves where they have to like take some damage. But we made some dumb joke about it at some point about like, it's like you on the rock, your aerial moment, So ever since then, it was always go become the Little Mermaid. And I think like everybody, I mean, chat too, if you donate or you put in donations, you can feel free to also tell us some of your hilarious out of context calls or names for calls. But I always love hearing how group
Shiva is freezing us IRL.
Oh, no.
It was quite warm in there when I went in there last time.
I guess Roger is wearing a full-on coat right now.
Yeah.
Did the AC come on?
I guess so. The AC is finally activated, kicking in, holding back Echo. Freezing the player's fingers.
Maybe this is actually what they need to really get in the zone.
Yeah,
like immersion gaming.
Exactly.
Right? Where you're kind of like putting yourself into the fight literally and figuratively. I think this could be really good for them. So
for sure.
New strat for Echo coming out.
Yeah, they're doing that sort of 4D gaming, you get like, theme parks and whatnot, where you go in and they got like the air jets under the seats and all those sort of perfect.
I just realized we cracked 10,000.
Oh, snap.
10,162. We are getting ever closer to the 12,000 to fill our limit break bar.
Chat, big claps in the chat right now. Much love, all going towards an absolutely fantastic cause. Of course, you don't need to donate anymore for the next hour and 40 minutes. That's absolutely fine. But as soon as that hour and 40 minute mark's gone off, then feel free to donate as much as possible.
You need to donate as much as possible within the hour 40 mark.
But no, legitimately.
Don't listen to Alex.
Yeah, legitimately, that is absolutely fantastic. Really, really do appreciate you guys just coming out in force and just showing how amazing it is. Because, if we reach 12K, production has prompted me to say that I'll dress up. And so will Jesse.
What are you going to dress up as?
I'm going to dress up as Gaia.
I'm sorry. Oh, I couldn't hear you.
I'm going to dress up as Gaia.
So you're going to be Gaia?
Yeah.
And then Jesse's going to be?
Myrene.
You two are going to be so cute. I love it. It's going to be really nice. You can have coffee biscuits together on stream.
Okay, legit coffee biscuits. And if he gets me a necklace.
We can have a really cute little dato, a little nice moment here. But you all have to take us to $12,000. So we have a few more that we can read out here. We have a $10 donation from Anonymous. Thank you so much. We have one here from Dan Alexander. Hot take. Okay, we got some thoughts. Later phase will have primals summoned to hit you with their signature mechanics, and then a little silly face, and then a keep rocking, guys.
Well, junctions were a thing, and junctions is a big thing in Final Fantasy VIII. And your junction, primals or summons in previous games, aeons, whatever you want to call them, they keep changing their name.
Right, store, stock, we saw all of that. So it's something that they could absolutely toss in there to kind of like do a nod to them without having to dedicate entire phases to them 100%. We do.
Oh no.
We do have one from Marty K. We love Reen and Gaia. Whatever you believe about their canon, we love them. I personally think that they are girlfriends, but this one does say for the brave lesbian dudes to get dressed up for their tea party at $100.
That's so very generous of you.
It's really kind.
Thank you.
We've got one for
I'm so regretting this.
Okay. Rena and Gaia is the best representation we're going to get. I cherish them. I love them.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. That's wonderful.
No,
but,
and I love you two as them as well. So I think all of this is really good, and everything happening here is wonderful. So we have another one. No. Okay, that's the one that we got. So let me go ahead and check that off. We have one by Koi here that says $25
Thank you very
for
much.
the excellent drag.
Wow. Yeah. Well,
Yes.
excellent is...
Well, the drag.
Even then, classifying even as that, I think you guys are getting your expectations really high, as you should, because it will be perfect.
It's going to be flawless.
It's going to be full. A new term to describe how horrific it's going to be.
Flawful.
Oh, that's even better. Right, okay. My word.
We have a $10 anonymous donation that says, got to make Alex pretty for the stream. Let's go.
Thanks.
We have one here for Lepsy Lentil that says, they will both be beautiful. Hearts. I think
like
you two
that.
can pull it off. I feel it.
Yeah, I feel that I'm going to rock it too hard, you know what I mean? That's
I mean,
my
that's
problem.
actually a concern, yeah.
Yeah.
What if it's
might
like
change me
too
forever.
amazing?
I might be, you know...
Is this your future rewritten?
I'm not happy about that at all. Oh, man.
Okay, we've got one here from Firestar, $50. No message, but thank you so much. We really appreciate that. We have one from Anonymous, $10. Love the production and casters. Keep up the amazing work.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much. Also, a music request. Here you go, production. In Fulgur and Fire, the absolute incredible piece that is In the Balance, which is also a really good one. That's a really good one. So thank you so much for that as well. We have one from Kima who says, here's to the roommates. Cheers. $25.
Oh, man.
Love it. We'll do one more here. We have one from Honeybee Lovely that says, we better get that hype train going for charity and for the cosplays.
There we go.
Love it. Love it. Thank you all so much for the donation. Seriously, again, this goes to Games for Love, which is a wonderful organization that helps sick children or children who are in hospitals, not just in the time of their health crisis and at one of the most difficult times in their life, but also supports them moving forward, even into adulthood, so that they can have education, skills, and other resources that perhaps that time of illness, just didn't really set them up to have a good success or, a good head start in life. So really wonderful. They do a lot of great things.
Yeah, no, they're an absolutely fantastic charity, and you guys have been so awesome. So do go and check them out. Even if you're unable to donate, of course, that's absolutely fine. If you're able to donate even $1, that'll be fantastic. Kindred?
What is happening on Kindred? Breaking news.
Oh, the brown. Okay.
Back at 8 a.m.
That was a Kindred.
We just saw a newsreel playing on Kindred
I got
Stream.
baited. I bet they did that on purpose.
Amazing. All right. Well, Kindred's going to be taking a break, but we can take a look at some of our other perspectives. MT getting a little eepy. They've been going all day, honestly.
They have, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. Well, they just came back from a little bit of a break, so they should be nice and refreshed. But of course, it is long days of playing at the moment, so of course they're going to keep slapping on through, though. That's what they need to do in order to get back into that leading position. Of course, with Kindred, a good chunk ahead in terms of sight and vision. But of course, that information quite easily copied and found out and discovered. One of the things, of course, about streaming in especially Final Fantasy, but in any competitive game where a good deal of the difficulty is to do with the strategy that you employ, it's, you could watch how a team swaps lanes in League of Legends and how they move around the map, or how they throw their smokes in Counter-Strike and attack certain bomb sites or whatever. But I feel that sort of information in comparison to how does the boss function and what strategy are they using, especially in Final Fantasy, way more so than World of Warcraft, where I think it's a lesser percentage. It's a big bit of information to have. Of course, you still need to execute these incredibly difficult mechanics, and you need to do it within a swift time. But I'm so glad that the community is embracing the opportunity to get all these points of view out from the very, very high-end players, even though if you're really, really particular about it, might be best off if you keep your thing secret whilst looking at everyone else's, just in case you get ahead and you're like, no, you can't catch up, because that's more likely to get you world first. But I think it's a much more enjoyable show, especially for the community. So huge shout outs to all of these teams that are competing in world first, because you do know that it's a little bit of a concern. I know that I would be a little concerned, but hey, embrace it, give it a go, and let's see how it pans out, because it's panned out excellently so far. if you ask me.
It absolutely is, and I agree with you. I think it's so nice to actually see more teams opening up to this, because, you know, maybe you win it in your room, maybe Yoshi P puts out a tweet that's like, good job, but then, like, that's it, you know? But if you're here with the community, if you're sharing this moment, if we turn these ultimates into something where we are all working together in some way, shape, or form, we are sharing knowledge, we're iterating off of knowledge, we're going through it, right? You want to still take the lead, and we see that, you know, even as the teams have been kind of battling up and down and keeping their strats secret until they're shown on stream, right? But it's something where we all get to share in this moment if people stream it, if people are in it. And so to see so many of these teams here in recent years to start sharing their experiences, and also, honestly, to share themselves in some capacity with 100%. All of us. You know, it was even amazing just being on site and meeting the players and just being like, this is so amazing. Like, I've known a lot of the teams you've been on. It's so cool to actually see you here and to be like, hey, these are the people, you know, who we are behind the computers. We are the people that love these games and play them. And I think that's a really special thing. And like you were saying in 14, that sight unseen, because these fights release without anything compared to, well, like a dungeon guide or anything like that, right? It is something where everybody is figuring it out all together in the moment. But that is what I think just makes it so exciting to watch, because think about how many times we've already sat here, all of us, or those of you who sent in donations, being like, okay, well, I think next phase, this, or what about Yu-Gi-Oh! Crossover, or what about...
I love hearing those cooks. Like, so many of the cooks I've heard, especially like Junction in previous Ultimates, all from the community, so really, really fun to hear about that. This is a pretty decent pull so far, just to kind of bring us a little towards the action without hopefully cursing it. They just need the tank to jump out, which we were able to do there. No damage downs just yet. The knockback's coming in. We're going to be having... when you put the last water on a melee DPS, it seems that they drag the group towards melee. Who would have guessed? They just survived this last AoE, and the boss is getting brought down lower and lower, but they cannot rest right now. We need that sub 20%, still 0.5% off, but it looks like they're easily going to be able to do this. So this is going to be another phase 4 for Echo. One of their first phase 4s in quite a while, hopefully going in with multiple resources, a good amount of focus, and hopefully we're going to do pretty well. I'm not sure if we're able to switch to the game sounds of this particular pull, if at all possible. If not, we're still going to be pushing on through here as we're going to be sending it into phase 4.
Oh, it's so epic.
So good. Baiting those pulses as they're moving away from them, as they start slamming down. 2-minute cooldowns being popped. Hopefully a hard swap over towards Gaia for that split damage later, as they are going to be spreading out now for the... Oh my god, Shadow Lit Dragon Song.
There it is.
They're managing to survive the initial hit. Hopefully they're going to be making their particular pattern. They have managed to do it. The players are going to be baiting soon, as you're going to see MT moving in a good position in order to bait these cones. Wonderful. Now we're going to have to go left or right. Oh, they dragged it too far.
Tether break. Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate. You know, good call on the game sound there. Hearing the swell of the music, the character dialogue, it's such a huge moment.
It's wonderful, yeah.
Oh, but you know, this is something where I'm just glad to see them back in P4. And you could tell that they already have some of these strats implemented. So that positioning with the bow tie, baiting out those cones, these are things that we've seen be worked out. We have an idea that they function here, but you know, Echo now actually being able to kind of put it into play as they get a little bit further in. No doubt they're kind of reviewing sort of what went wrong there. But in, you know, the previous run that we saw even with Kindred, the movement of that bow tie, right? They really have to just stay almost perfectly on the rails together when they decide to move from one side to the other. It can't be something where you're like spreading out, you know, like you're distorting the shape, if that makes sense.
So they pulled themselves back towards the wall. Once that chain's locked in when you're in the tower, you can only... think if you're facing directly south, you can only move left or right, and like your person on the other side also has to do the same thing. So standing entirely still there and waiting to see if you need to go towards the right or the left is the key thing that they need to do. Unfortunately, it didn't really go to plan right there, as it seemed that there was a little bit of confusion as to what to do with the chain. But it's excellent to see Echo get back there. It's excellent to see any team get back there, if I'm honest, because it is phase 3 is definitely farming up a good KD ratio for itself. Let's have a little look at a replay here. This is... Okay, so this is going into phase 3 phase 3 here, moving on through into phase 4. You can see that they're incredibly healthy. The damage that they're dealing here as well, I wonder if their potions are available. Are you able to see that within his UI? Yes, it is not. Can you see? It's in the bottom right there of his bars. So the potions have already been used at a earlier point. It looks like a completely earlier phase. And the limit break has indeed been used up as well. So you can see the nice little swap here. And if we're going to go to Narlock's point of view, that actually might be quite a good one to see, as he is responsible for quite a lot here, throwing a lot of shields out at the boss in order to make sure there's enough space for everybody. But as they are getting their spread out here, you can see, once again, giving... Okay, I know that red mages need melee spots, but come on, over a tank? That is rough.
I mean, you know, at least with Paladin, you do have that, you know, kind of burst that you can do with your spells. It allows you a little bit more range. So we saw a little bit of that woven in there. It is interesting, though, that they didn't decide to position him closer, but, you know, maybe because of that gap closer, maybe because of other things, maybe because they wanted to keep somebody a little bit closer and to be able to get those reses within range. Could have all been kind of considerations.
Yeah, no, I'm more poking fun. Playing as a Paladin main myself, I'm like, if you're going to see me all the way back there, that's going to be real bad, yeah? But you can see that absolutely fine in terms of getting the damage out. The boss is going down eventually to 17.8%. So they're well within bounds. Just for anyone unaware, you need to get 20% or lower in order to make the damage survivable, and they instantly swap to the Usurper of Frost.
You know, I'm very curious because, again, this debate, do we keep the crystals, do we destroy the crystals, the memory crystals? Yeah. Because at least... for us, the people who love Reen and Gaia, of course, we're like, no, we want her to keep her memories. We want this to be a thing. But the fact that Usurper of Frost has that dialogue line there, her, you know, transformation is incomplete. The memories get in the way. I wonder if that's meant to be like a dialogue line that's supposed to indicate to us that if we want to push this into an alternate future, we can't do what we did in the original, right? We can't just save the memories. And we have seen that the tank hit can be baited and it can destroy that crystal without destroying everybody. But again, is that what you want to do? I think teams just have to regularly get through this phase a bit more and what comes beyond to actually get a sense. But that dialogue line feels a little interesting.
I know exactly what you mean. Just to kind of look, so this pullback here was the whoops. So by pulling back, that's going to break the chain. They can't really afford... the thing is, though, is that the Oracle of Darkness does jump on a random person. Maybe they're trying to pull away from each other a little bit in order for them not to be hit. But maybe it just doesn't target people with chains. Ooh. It's all up in the air. I'm not entirely too sure. Does put Echo at the top of the leaderboards in terms of overall damage done right now, 65.5% in that phase. Obviously, damage not necessarily indicative of overall progress, so do take that with a pinch of salt, as Kindred have been doing the Lord's work in that phase, getting a whole lot of information for all the teams to have a little bit of a sneak peek at. So we'll have to see if they can get back there consistently. Once again, we've spoken about consistency a fair amount, but it's so important. If you can make it routine that you're getting into your prog point, then it takes away those sort of nerves and, oh god, we've got to play really well. We haven't seen this in an hour. If you see it every other pull, or even more frequently than that, then it's like, awesome. Okay, this is just prog. And of course, it's stereotypical of every raid team. I'm sure we've all done it. Your very best pull followed up by wiping in phase 1.
Yep.
That's the way it is.
I mean, but it's so interesting because I think a lot of times people are just like, be good at game, push buttons, win game.
Yes.
And yes, fair.
Kind of.
But, one of my good friends who has done all kinds of stuff and works in the game industry himself oftentimes describes it as what separates a high skill player versus somebody that might still be learning and working is the amount of consistency in which they are able to avoid a mistake. Now, it's not, you're still being good at the game in a way, right? But it's just that you have less of a likelihood if you do 10 runs of making a mistake. Now, that doesn't mean, though, that even the most skilled players won't make mistakes, because everybody will, and our brains just work in such a way that as we process new information, as we deal with fatigue, as we've been raiding for X amount of hours, right, there will be times where the most basic thing that you learned, it's like your brain is kind of going, oh, we don't need this. That was 10 hours ago. We're only doing this right now, and then you make a mistake, something happens, right? So it's really just about, for a lot of these teams in these sprints, how they work on mitigating and doing as few of those kinds of mistakes as possible, and where they also know to pace themselves, right? Where you take that break, where you shake it out, where you get some water, where you have a little reset, and then you kind of go, okay, now our brains are a little bit more in this to be able to do it.
Yeah, I really don't feel that the best players in the world are the ones that can do their rotation perfectly. You know, that's not really that matters, or the ones that can pop off every now and then. It's purely the ones. You just want that person who's consistent, you know, that does it. You'd rather have someone that plays at the, 90th percentile, that does that 90% of the time, than someone that plays at 100th percentile, like ranking 1 all the time, but they don't do it half the time. You know, it's going to take forever. You don't need to play perfectly, you just need to play consistently. And if you're able to do that, then most of the time that's going to get you through. Although some of these fights are asking for close to perfection in order for you to survive, but there is a small variant, a sort of space in which you can thrive, but hey, it's pretty tough. Talking of tough, though, we do have a couple of people, only one team at the moment, working in the Gaia phase. So maybe we can head over to Lucrecia as they are working on the Apocalypse mechanic right now on the Lucrecia POV, if at all possible, production.
I mean, I do love just looking at Fatebreaker, it's good, but yeah.
We will get you Lucrecia as soon as possible. I think we are. There we go, shenaniganing. Okay, cool. So they've managed to get through the first charge and the first soak. You can see them nice and spread out for these upcoming explosions coming their way, quickly ducking on the inside in their light parties, making sure they're going to be doing the group soaks of the water. One of their healers a little bit low right now, but able to deal with it as the tank's going to run out, avoiding that damage down, getting knocked back into their little groups and getting dragged forward by the melee as desperately trying to get back to the boss. Lucrecia doing incredibly well, but the boss is quite high. LB3 is available, and if I was them, I'd send it.
They're mashing it. They're mashing it. That moment when you see the click, 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 click. And then
they may have been able to make it without, but why run the risk? At the moment, we know that we don't need LB3 just yet in order to see any more, but wonderful to see Lucrecia getting back into this phase. They managed to do so at least twice in the last half an hour or so, which is incredible, because it takes around 10 minutes or so to get to this point. That's really, really good going. So here we are, phase 4.
Phase 4 coming into it. So, of course, we have this transformation. We have this empowerment of the two, and they're going to be stepping in here after a little bit of a moment here as this redress occurs. Trace Felger, and the wings come out, and they're going to immediately be baiting that Ahrai there. In the middle, you'll see that pulsing kind of damage. The crystal now has been summoned. We see it over there at A. So they're going to maneuver around. They're going to try not to hit that. Here they are positioning. They have these stack ups. They've got them neatly placed. But, of course, these tethers are also going to go out immediately. So they stayed just close enough that they're within range of these particular little stacks that they need to take here. So they have the meteors coming down. They've got 2 in each. The bow tie is formed. They've baited out those 4 cones to either side. That side over there on the arena is not safe because of the ice cleave with the glowing wing. So they move to the side. Very neat, very tight. We can see how closely you have to keep that bow tie. They've baited her away from the crystal. So they are now, oh, this is looking pretty good, Alex.
Are they going to stack up in order to deal with this mechanic? I believe that's what is required because it does so much damage. Light parties, is it? But it's only one team that's getting hit and it's getting absolutely annihilated. Can you see how it seemed to swap as well? Like holy shadow in terms of the hits coming your way. So it seems like the group didn't entirely deal with that correctly. That Mornafar doing 1.4 million Lamau onto the tanks. Well, our current tank, which is a monk. Incredibly strong showing. Unfortunately, the Bard not going to be able to survive into this next phase unless that tiny shield is enough, but I imagine it is not. Yeah, not enough just yet, but incredible pull from Lucrecia there, showing that you are able to spread apart with the chains in order to make sure the bait doesn't go on them. We still haven't seen a jump go onto a chain person.
No.
But the fact that you are able to spread out gives me the indication that the players certainly think it's a viable thing. Yeah, possibility. So you really want to make it, if the 2 chains are on top of each other, that jump, just for people who are unaware, it does a big hit on one person and an AoE around them, which is survivable. It doesn't do a crazy amount of damage. However, it will knock back anyone nearby. And by knock back, I mean fling off the platform. So that's why they're being nice and spread for it, in order to make sure that they're able to survive. And the chain people who are actually quite close to their partner after soaking that tower want to make sure they generate enough distance so that they don't hit one another. And it makes sense. It adds a certain level of difficulty to moving correctly with chains, which they have been able to achieve. So maybe that's what you need to do. We'll find out.
Maybe it is. I would be shocked, not in a bad way, but I would be shocked if Square Enix was like, they've got chains. Mr. Square Enix was like, they've got chains. I will also put the jump knockback on one of them. But that's an ultimate, right? That's what an ultimate is for. So it's very possible. And of course, it's always like, we've been kind of mentioning even here this hour, it's always something where you want to optimize the amount of time that you have in a phase that takes you 10 minutes to get to or more, right?
Yep.
You want to try to just be as safe as you can so that you're not sorry, right? So that you actually are able to see as much of it as possible. So as of yet, from what we've seen, I don't believe we've seen one of the Tether people take that hit. It would make sense for it to be baited elsewhere by someone. But it would be definitely an added level of complexity, as you were pointing out, if that was a consideration, because if you get knocked back from that position, you're going to skew everything, and the people around would all break and shatter the chain. So it could be a thing.
Otherwise, the difficulty is get into the bow tie formation, soak your tower, then go left-right. To dodge the swipe. That doesn't sound that difficult, you know what I mean? That sounds like, that's a kind of vibey. That's what you'd expect to see in the Savage version of Shiva. It's just that movement with the chains is a bit scary, but doable, whilst everyone else is mucking around with the holy tethers and stuff. I feel that without it being a possibility, it certainly makes that mechanic a lot more easily conquered, which I don't think is the intention. But they seem to, once again, it is a doable thing. They have managed to spread out, as Echo are indeed heading back into Gaia Phase 3 here. Heading into the ultimate relativity, a pretty complicated mechanic, but largely what you're going to be seeing here is that everyone is going to be assigning themselves one of these hourglasses. And what we're going to be doing is that we're exploding, and then we're going to go and bait some, whilst also placing some returns on the ground. So some returns going out whilst those hourglasses are getting baited onto the closest person. Now we've done that, we're going to go out and explode again. And then people are going to go out and bait again, whilst also placing their returns. It's kind of that sort of cycle-based thing. Yes, we can go into what every single debuff does. I did yesterday, and I confused myself. But largely, that's what you see, that sort of cycle. Once again, people going out there whilst the group is soaking in the middle, and then once again, these last baits coming in. And now, if everyone has placed their returns in the correct location, a little bit of a zip and a zap around.
Oh, no. So they did have a bit of a whoopsie there. They had a little bit of an overlap there. Unfortunately, that did take out some folks. I mean, those returns just add that extra level of thought into that process,
they do,
right?
Indeed.
Where you're kind of going, okay, we can see which of the stoplights or the hourglasses are active. We know they're going to detonate in certain sequences, right?
Sure.
So we can, if we have these fires, we can bait them out beyond the ones that aren't active. If we have these returns, we can put them right behind. You've got the danger side of the hourglass and then the safe back side of it, right? So we can place them there so that when we all resolve and then we have our sort of point blank AoEs detonate, we have space. And of course, at that time as well, I believe you have the shadow eyes going off there
yes,
too at the very end, right? So those in the middle want to be, dealing with the shadow eye that will absorb those 3, the lookaways. Those that have positioned themselves there on the safe side of the glasses want to be positioned where their explosions aren't going to overlap anybody. And if you just haven't placed that thinking ahead to the future in that sequence just quite right, then we see what happens there, where at the very end, even if you've made it through all of the other really difficult stuff, you get pulled back to a position and then things do not go your way.
No, you're entirely right. It's funny because the mechanic, when first seen, and it goes for things like Hello World as well during top as well. Like sometimes you just get to a mechanic and you go, I'm not sure if I want to play this game anymore. It's just like, this is far too complicated. But as soon as you can break it down into its little component parts and try to isolate what's important to me, because if you're trying to help everyone else, it can seem so overwhelming if you're like, right, what do I need to interact with other people for, and what else is just my job and I can focus entirely on it. Unfortunately, the only thing you really need to do in that phase is go, what one of my traffic lights or hourglasses, however you want to call it, is mine, and then what did my debuffs require me to do. So there's only that one sort of point where you're actually referring to anyone else. And sometimes, depending on the job that you get, you don't need to refer to anyone else at all because you have got a set position. So it's something that they've been able to break down really, really quite well. So very, very good to see. An excellent mechanic. I'll be interested to see what the players think of it once all is said and done. After doing it hundreds of times. Hopefully it's something that eventually it becomes a surprise when we are wiping to it. Where you have like an 80% success rate or higher. Because of course right now that currently isn't the case. It's like maybe 50-50 chance, and that will be excellent. I think the majority of people are having a lot of trouble with it. Hopefully we're not going to have too much trouble here with Unwind. Quite a few players with damage downs. But both of the... Oh, yeah, we got 2 DPS with a damage down, a healer with a damage down, same with a tank. Tank LB being used in order to keep people alive to see the enrage here. Oracle of Darkness very, very high. However, it's incredibly good to see them get this far into it. It might be a new best for Unwind, currently not at the top of the leaderboard, so hard to tell, but that's certainly an incredible pull for them as they are making their way through Phase 4 progression.
They are, they're getting through it there. It's interesting. So we just there watching the Enraged memories end, right? Going through this, you pointed out earlier that in that phase later, so we have our first Relativity.
We do.
Then we have the return of Relativity, Dragon Song, Rampant, Explosion, Dragon Heads. We have, so we have later that we've seen in P4. And there was the comment about the fact that both of them, their health pools, they're not reset, they're not right. So there is a bit of a discrepancy between Gaia and Reen's health, depending. Many of the teams have been able to push Reen fairly low as they kind of go through the phase. You can, continue to damage her through that crystal and everything else, right? So I wonder if there's going to be something with either even earlier in the fight trying to keep their health pools fairly comparable.
Yeah.
We know that Gaia phases at 20%. So if you're taking that as like a benchmark, perhaps that's something where with Reen, you don't want there to be a huge gap between them. We don't know. Again, we don't know yet. We have no idea.
As a vibe, normally if there's 2 bosses with separate health pools, normally a difficult thing to do, like going back to that, what would be the hardest thing for you to achieve is to keep them at similar health pools throughout, And once again, we had that on Double Dragons where at several points, normally during more Nafar style mechanics where the tether has appeared again there, they required you to have the bosses within, 2 or 3%, something like that. So I can imagine that being a very, very similar sort of vibe. Hopefully it's not as fiddly, because that was one of the complaints about Double Dragons, is trying to balance out your damage. Sometimes had you tap between the 2 of them constantly, because of course looking at the enmity list, it hasn't got percentages or anything on it. It's just a physical bar, so unless you're pixel counting like crazy, it's a very difficult thing to tell. So it's I think that hopefully there's a maybe 5% or 10%, they need to be within that sort of range, so it isn't too annoying. But yeah, it's I can imagine them it being that sort of keep them close, keep them happy. One thing, by the way, I did see, when the crystal pulses, the memory crystal, when it pulses and deals damage to you, it's called Edge of Oblivion is the name of that damage. I've heard Edge of Oblivion before.
Yes.
I don't know where, but I've heard of it.
Well,
Is that a tank?
Oblivion
Is that a tank?
Somebody might have to give us more info. Oblivion itself is a song that is affiliated with Shiva. So Oblivion is the name of her main theme, right? Her musical theme from the original fight. So Edge of Oblivion, I believe is a reference to that we've seen in some of her fights or things like that, or an iteration of. But I'm not entirely positive if there's something.
Google, actually.
Google.
I don't normally like to be on my phone, but have a quick look. Treat myself.
Everybody, Alex is just having a little Google as a treat to look up Edge of Oblivion.
Because I've been good. It's apparently it's a Perkins Skyrim Pog.
Ooh, Skyrim crossover. I mean, they both do have a lot of cool stuff going on. Don't see anything specific.
Nothing.
Yeah, I think it's mostly a
reference. Return to Oblivion, which is the Refulgent Shiva theme. There is Oblivion Edge. Is this a free company? It's a free company on Midgard Soma.
Oh, I wonder if the free company had a hand in designing this ultimate fight.
Yeah. We should ask them. So feel free. No, don't. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Okay, so no.
Nothing specific as far as I can think of, or Google can tell us. So.
It was like an ability name from maybe like Shadowkeeper or something, but evidently not. I'm talking nonsense. Who knows? Who knows indeed? But we're going to keep on pushing through. I think most groups right now are either cooking or they are working on Shiva. So any time that we do get late into a Gaia phase, we will endeavor to give you that action. We do not want to be missing any of it. And of course, bringing you this action, I think it is, of course, a good moment to indeed thank our sponsors. A huge, huge shout out to Elgato providing all of the stream decks that the production have been using, as well as us using here in order to push to talk to or mute our microphones if we need to sneeze. All the players using Elgato microphones as well. Absolutely fantastic. NordVPN as well. Awesome internet VPN. And security, so very, very useful for that. Starforge systems, one of them wonderfully behind us here, as well as all of the player PCs, as well as production PCs are powered by Starforge. Wonderful, wonderful company, and they from speaking, Sam came and spoke yesterday, seem to not be able to do enough for us, so they really do help out and bring these events to life, so wonderful people, as well as Displate, which we do have some very, very fancy textured displates, as you can see here. Oh, I'm not sure if we're able to full screen ourselves. Oh, you can see how it sheens off of it. As they're lovely in textures. I think they're called Textra.
Textra, yeah, I love that.
And
honestly.
I think for the first time ever, if you do want to get Textras, right now, the sale that they have on, first time, it actually applies to the Textras as well. So if you do want to be getting some of these, use our link. You can find it below. It is display.com/echo, I believe. But if not, you'll be able to find that also below the stream, as well as hopefully spammed in the chat. These are wonderful. They have got one of the biggest discounts as well going on because of Black Friday.
Yes.
So do get them. You don't just have to get Final Fantasy related ones, although there's a ton of really cool Final Fantasy related ones. But you can also get lovely designs from all sorts of games, as well as just lovely art.
They're gorgeous. And I mean, honestly, the deals right now are super good. Like, they're super good. It's up to 44% off. And of course, like we said, for the first time ever, these ones that have this nice texture also are discounted. So I think
great
these
gift
are
for the
so
holidays
nice.
and stuff as well, right?
Yeah. Really durable, really nice, easy to hang as well, because they have a sort of magnet hanging system, so you don't have to worry about ruining your walls or like putting a bunch of holes in them.
Yeah, especially if you're like renting a place or anything and you don't want to muck up your security deposit, you're going to be absolutely fine with displates. You can absolutely hang a bunch of them or swap them around depending on your mood if you happen to have tons. Most people that I know that start getting displates, they get one or two and it's just like, I'll try them out. About a year later, it's just like, my house is mostly displates now.
I sit on displates. They're that strong.
As well as a huge shout out, of course, to Corsair, providing all peripherals for all of the players in there, as well as Secret Lab. Very comfy chairs, keeping our players comfy during our incredibly long gaming sessions. And the gaming sessions are continuing as they are indeed working on late stage Gaia. So let's head over back to the POV. Don't worry, we'll never miss out. Always make sure you get you guys there. We're not missing out on anything huge right now, as we are doing a little bit of Gaia shenanigans. We've already got through the first ultimate.
Yes.
What's it
yes.
called?
Ultimate Relativity.
There we go.
I've got you.
Smart.
Yes, we have. And now we're getting into that apocalypse. So, like we've been saying, the actual kind of breakdown of this mechanic is not, in quotation marks, all that bad. It's just something where the actual components of it, you know, see there they drop their initial first water, they stack. It's the movement itself that has to be so precise, but the actual sort of thing that's happening, not too bad. So they wait for these to sort of swivel around. They find a safe spot where it's going to be clear. They have to immediately compress in so they don't get clipped. They come in here looking pretty good. Don't see any debuffs. They have these 2 water stacks that resolve in light parties, and the tank, as you saw there, moves out preemptively to bait that knockback. They get knocked back into those same light parties. They come in to keep that melee uptime possible, and they soak them, which they have gotten through and executed cleanly here. They are finding more and more consistency.
They certainly are, and as Gaia's casting memories end, we shan't let those memories fade, as she is brought low enough for us to survive, and we'll be heading into phase 4. So perhaps a full look at the big L shape if we can, to get this full screen for you as we're going to be heading in, hopefully with a little bit of game sounds as well, if available production. That would be awesome. With some, so we're going to be having a little bit of a look here from our scholar's point of view. Here we go. So we're going to be starting off with just a little bit of RP. Nothing too much to worry about. You can see the Usurper of Frost getting absolutely hammered here. Echo actually deciding to continue doing damage, where we actually saw Lucrecia do no damage, fully AFK. They didn't want to have to try and balance the HPs later. So Echo are going to have to actively try and do that. There's that Edge of Oblivion damage coming in, 34k damage on the entire team. And here comes Dark Lit Shadow, Dragon Song. So you see the players spreading out, a ton of damage going out into the group, followed up by these chains. You're going to be making these wonderful little bow tie shapes, whilst the rest of the group is going to be baiting these cones coming out from the boss. Quick spread from all players in order to make it so they're not going to be hit by the jump. That jump going out, everyone needs to go to the far side of the boss. Hopefully you're going to be able to make it in time. Whoa! Unfortunately, some of the movement a little bit late there. Difficult to identify which side of the room was the swipe, causing some bit of a dodgy...
a bit of a literally dodgy situation.
Damn. Damn.
You know what? I'm proud of it.
I'm only saying damn because I'm envious.
But honestly, I mean, getting further there, right?
Yes.
So once they get the sort of space, once they really understand what's happening there with the space, how they need to move, the coordination, they already did it earlier with Light Rampant, right? With the star shape, with doing it to the extreme. Where we saw them across the arena having to maintain this distance as they rotated. Now in this configuration, it's a little bit different. You're a little bit closer. You have these other things that you're trying to move to avoid. So we're going in for a replay here. And we can see, it's so good. I love the name.
But you can see them very quickly swapping. It does seem to be on 2... Yeah, it's a tank, a healer, and 2 DPS. So the 2 DPS are responsible for adjusting here. Slowly spreading out in order to make sure the jump's okay. The jump was okay. But as they moved across, what? Oh!
That's a little too...
Suki was pulling backwards. Oh, I know why they was pulling backwards, because he had the water on him. Can we go back a tiny bit there? Just towards the later stages as we're going to be getting ourselves... as we come out of these soaks, look who it's on. So both Misty and Suki are going to be having these water debuffs. They're going to be going off in 13 seconds. We can play at full speed for a little while, just towards the end here. So after we're soaking these puddles, we're then going to be shifting over. But can you see where Misty is? Misty is going to be joining this group over on... So you've been jumped on. Now Misty is going to come and join us. Suki's like, no, Misty, leave me alone. I need to run away. So he starts to pull away. Unfortunately, breaks the chain, causing us to all die. So you can see Suki there, at least with a bit of a smile on his face, understanding what went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you... It's always frustrating when you get to that point, things go wrong, and you're like, oh, okay, well, maybe I caused the wipe or whatever, right? But at the same time, if you know exactly what happened, you know that you can fix it. And so clearly, as they kind of have gotten through, they know what they're doing, they know what they need to fix, and they're working on it. And I cannot wait to see what's going to be happening. But I am going to be heading out here very shortly. I know.
Leave me by my lonesome.
I'm so sorry. I think somebody else will probably be here, you know? It's,
really?
Yeah, it's like we've been doing these in duos or
wow,
something.
That's crazy. I've never heard of such a thing. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. Chat, I imagine many, many loves, many, many hearts. It's been great to work with you, Rook. Thank you so, so much for leading us through this with your excellent lore knowledge. I'll be joining you in an hour, actually, but for now, I do believe that it's going to be Miss OK Mage Jordan herself that will be joining us. So,
coming in. So it'll be exciting. It'll be a great shift, and it's been so much fun to be with you, too. And everybody, as we turn things over, you will also be getting a Starforge flashback. Ooh,
these are my favorite parts. I absolutely love this. So we're going to throw over to that now. Thanks again, Rook. Much love, and we will be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Happy Patch Day and a happy Futures Rewritten Ultimate, everybody. This is a massive occasion. The first time ever that we've had a live in-person broadcast here of the Race to World First. This is going to be amazing. Oh,
so excited.
Gosh.
But here we go. We're going to be jumping straight into Futures Rewritten. Let's see if we can have a little listen in to hear the game as we listen to the first cutscene for the first time. Oh,
You mean you skipped the cutscene? You're killing me. You're killing me. We did. They were able to get those reses out. Now they're stabilizing through another lightning here. We have the tethers coming out. Everybody's just spreading out in advance to kind of see how they're going to navigate this. Fall of Faith is going to go out.
What the?
Whoa. Okay, so we have the prison. So that, okay, all right. Fatebreaker here, though, at 2%, even with the damage done, even with the death, they're able to phase it, and we are going into Shiva.
Oh, wow. Here we go. The Usurper of Frost. Fools, you would stoke the fires of conflict. Let's see what's going on. We're going to get the quadruple slap. Double slap is nothing. Let's go. They're doing an incredible job at dealing with it. Just like you guys are doing an incredible job, as we have indeed reached Limit Break 3, as we have raised $1,000 for Games for Love. So really, really do appreciate that. Thank you so, so much. You guys have done so incredibly well. It's all going towards an absolutely amazing cause.
Lights Rampant once again, everyone alive. You see this team, okay, it's doing kind of two conga lines. One on that side, one on this side. Because you have two people get an orb, they need to end up on opposite sides, and then everyone else needs to adjust to them to create the lines they're doing. This looks so good.
Wow, look how quickly they got into position to soak those towers with the priority system.
We're collapsing on the orbs and rotating around to maintain distance into these safe spots. Oh, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go.
Yeah, they need to make sure that those...
Managed. And now 4 people need to soak.
And it's the 4 with the 3.
Managed? No! Oh my goodness. Leaderboard jumping by over $2,000 because a $2,000 donation just came in from Anonymous with no message. Walks in, drops $2,000, does not elaborate, leaves. Here, the previous best was 22%. This is the Enrage cast. How low can they go? Halfway through at 16%. So not going to see a kill here. Here it comes. Untargetable. Executing everybody. No.
What?
They got far enough.
They did it.
They don't have to kill her. They just
it.
have to get her low enough. This is new progress for the first time ever seen. She's going into the ice. This is similar to the normal mode where Gaia comes down.
Normally, Gaia comes
There
in.
she
So
is.
here she is. She's smashing through it. But we know, of course, that Reen is corrupted in this version. It doesn't look like it's
She's
affecting.
moving.
There are some dark mechanics coming out from Gaia, but this is
Look
a
at
phase
all
we
of the
haven't
enemy
seen.
lists.
This looks like they have condensed the add platform phase
Yes.
into a phase
Oh,
here.
goodness.
2 left. They're getting them so low here. This one falls 1, but they are going to have to get it in before this cast, or they're going to be wiped. They
killed-
get it in here. They did it.
They killed
did it.
all of the crystals.
Okay.
This
so-
is new. Oh no, so you have to kill the ice as well, and the crystals are preventing that. So I think you have to beat this before the cast bar as well. It's going down fast, but not fast enough. Wave comes out and kills him. That was huge progress though.
Infinite possibilities. All right, here's every single debuff for now. Go deal with it.
Oh boy. Lots of traffic lights, multiple different colors.
You got 1 ice debuff, and
Yep.
you had 2 of those, 3 of the darkness debuffs exploding immediately. Saw those players getting out. All right, new players going out to bait. Do lose Misty.
It's chaos and mayhem all over the place. No LB3, and there's the last person down. So whatever Echo was cooking, it kind of fell apart immediately.
Alright, no problem.
Then it's into Apocalypse. What is this, 6? This is 6 stars floating around the arena, lots of debuffs, big explosion, and this is where the most of the people are gonna die. They've popped 2 minutes, they were trying to send DPS, but this is a heck of a mess. Last pull magic in the house here for Echo in the final minutes of the evening. Alice still alive, still kicking to really show us how deep we can go. That Shockwave Pulsar should not be able to take the tank down, it's just the AoE damage. And we're going into Memory's End. Is this Enrage? Are we hitting Enrage on P3? On the last pull of the night? This
looks
is
like it.
Echo clearing P3 all the way through. Look at the smiles on their faces. Get some applause in here. That was some real magic.
Hello, and welcome back to the Final Fantasy XIV, the first in-person event for the Ultimate Through race. We are live in Germany, and I'm OK Mage, joined by the wonderful Fat Boss TV Alex.
Sup? I'm excited to be here too. Hey, Jordan. It's our first shift together.
I know.
It's been days.
It's been 9 years.
It's been day. Imagine. So excited. You've missed out on a lot today. It's been so much. I know you've been watching in the other room, but in terms of being sat here on the couch, it's so wonderful. So much good stuff's been going on.
I know. What an incredible day too. What an incredible event in general. Yesterday was full hype. Today we just have moment after moment. It's just every single mechanic is so convoluted and so complicated. It lasts about 40 seconds and then you're on to the next one.
Yeah,
so it's
no
just
time to chill.
total spectacle,
Yeah,
isn't
no,
it?
you're not. You know, we're not just dodging swirlies. So we've got things to do here.
You're
We've got
dodging-
crazy, complicated priority systems to be contending with, and all the rest of it. It's wonderful. It's what I'm here for. I love it. Absolutely love it.
It is absolutely fantastic. This is my first Ultimate race that I'm seeing live, so this has just been an absolute spectacle. And we're only on day 2. We have had such significant prog today as
We
well.
really have, reaching that 11-minute mark, slightly beyond it actually, which is about midway through Phase 5 if you're going to be comparing it to top, which is very deep into the fight. So obviously we're starting to reach some mechanics that are testing the limits of the groups. So far, the first mechanic of Phase 4 has yet to be fully mastered. Fully scouted, though, and largely done correctly. Just that those last pulses of AoE that were going on, people wasn't sure if that was light parties or if it seems not to be now. It seems to be a group soak, followed up by some sort of Mornifar cast that has some sort of health comparison test to it, or at least the Tether seems to indicate that, where the Oracle of Darkness, which we're fighting at the same time as Reen in her Shiva form, enhanced by Rafflegaga.
The legendary name from Roger.
It's very much an incredible phase, and so much going on, and it just gets crazier and crazier as we go through. Jesse very kindly walking us through Kindred's best pull, where we got to see quite far through that Relativity cast, but right now Lucrecia with an amazing pull going into the Apocalypse.
Absolutely. I feel like this Ultimate is massively ramping up. We went through Phase 1, and while it's chucking so much at the players, they got through it relatively quickly. By no means easy. These players are the best in the world, so they make it look so fluid, but it is testing them to their absolute limits. But Phase 3 or Phase 4 kind of showing some real tension, especially with the first Ultimate Relativity, and then we also have the shenanigans that is the second Relativity as well. But following Lucrecia on this pull, seems like they successfully got away with the DPS push. On 18%, so they have a successful transition. They still have their limit break 3.
Yeah, that's incredible. The boss going down to 17.5%. Anything below 20%, I think it does scale the damage that she deals. So as an example, say she does 100k damage at 20%, she might be doing something closer to 80k damage at 19%. So it is worth getting a little bit more damage out just to maybe save some mits and make your healers' lives a little tidier. But you're entirely right, jumping straight into Phase 4 here. That crystal manifesting the memories of Gaia that Metron is so desperate to purge in order to get RWF back. So let's see whether or not they are successful. Chances are they will be successful this time, leading to our doom. But we'll find out as the bosses are going to go towards the middle as we go into the Dark Lit Dragon song. A horrible twist of Shiva's mechanics with Gaia's mechanics. Let's see how well they're able to adjust, making this bow tie shape, which they're able to do, baiting the Shiva cones in the middle of the room. So far, so good. There we go. The player's going to be spreading out for that jump, which can go onto a chain player. It's good to have that confirmed. Players going into these water groups now. The tank jumping nice and far away to take the jump from the Oracle of Darkness, followed up by the other jump from the Oracle of Darkness, going on the furthest player, followed by the closest player. Those doing very well for that. Surviving the Edge of Oblivion damage, taking out from that crystal. And let's see what they do with this. Light parties or group soaks?
Oh?
It's on each of the tanks. One tank got the Holy.
And there was the Darkness as well.
And one tank with the Darkness, depending on which boss they are tanking.
Oh!
that must be how that mechanic's working. And they were trying to like rotate around in order to like cover everyone in both. I'm not really sure that was all about.
Assassinate the whole group.
Yeah, maybe so. As we're now going to be going into a pretty gnarly phase here. A bunch of debuffs are coming out. The return of the hourglasses. You're going to see these golden hourglasses erupting in an AoE very shortly. So let's see if the players are going to be making space around. Here comes the first eruption, followed up by the second eruption. Lots of crystals exploding all at once, soaking several of the heads at the same time, trying to dodge this incoming wave of light.
The Extra
doing
wave!
Everything that they need to do to survive here. Unfortunately, death is impending as that dragon head comes closer and closer, as does their timer in which they need to soak. In fact, actually, they're able to get away with it. This is the furthest that we're going to be able to see as they place down their return. What have they got in store? Do we need to get behind her right now? I believe so. Does that look like a frontal hit? Maybe. That's the best that we've ever seen. Lucrecia really popping off.
They have been playing absolutely incredible so far. So that is the furthest that we have seen into that phase. What a phenomenal pull there. There is so much happening at that point.
Yep.
You have the traffic lights that are exploding in various ways. You have some of them sped up, some of them slowed down. So you have to make sure you're moving around the room to avoid the ones that are exploding. You also have the 2 dragons that are floating around the room. You'll have every player marked with either red or blue. The red players having to run in and soak the dragon. The blue players having to cleanse their debuff by going into the puddle left behind by the red soakers while they're going around the room. You also have the other debuffs. You have some players marked with wind, which means that they'll be dropping a big AoE circle on the platforms and they'll have to leave and go away. You've got the ice, which is a icicle donut that they'll have to soak in the middle. There is so much happening in that phase.
And it's an absolute pleasure to be here showing all of you at home it as well. So absolutely fantastic. Well done, Lucrecia, to arguably getting the best pull that we've had thus far. Maybe in terms of percentage, they haven't been entirely updated yet. Of course, our leaderboard being manually updated by the fine folks over at Mogtalk. So thank you very much, Mogtalk.
Absolutely.
But you know, I'm not sure in terms of percentage where it was at, but the in terms of duration, that is the furthest that we've seen on stream thus far.
One could say the light is ramping. Speaking of which, look at these awesome t-shirts.
Indeed, that was a segue. As we've also got
we have some incredible merch that you can get your hands on this race. We have the lights ramp ant.
Yeah.
Basic relativity.
He's got a tiny little ant on the skateboard as well. As well as this basic relativity, which also comes in the form of wonderful displays so you're able to get hold of, as well as the Race to the World First Futures Rewritten. You can get it with the players' names or without, if you wish as well. So all of these things are also limited time. So do make sure you get your orders in whilst you can, because as soon as the event is over, that's kind of it.
I have news for you as well.
Oh, pray tell.
There is a very special, limited time 10% sale happening on merch right now. So if you was already tempted by the extra cute, awesome merch we have available, now's your chance.
I think as well, can you pass me the mouse map? Because we
yes.
do indeed have mouse mats. I don't know, for those who already have Echo mouse mats, you know exactly how wonderful the quality is of them. So I'm going to quickly peel this back. You can see this one fresh out the wrapper. And if I can ask you to take the corner there, ma'am, and I'm going to unravel this. Oh my
wow, look
word.
at this.
Look at that design. It's the first time I've actually unraveled this thing.
That looks beautiful.
So nobody buy these
Very
actually,
elegant.
so I can buy them all out personally. These are fantastic. I imagine, production, if you don't mind confirming, if we have a variety of sizes of these as well. We do indeed.
Variety of sizes.
So we normally have absolutely huge ones if you happen to be playing in some sort of a large mansion style desk, or just smaller mouse mat size ones as well with the same sort of design. Absolutely fantastic. Incredibly high quality as well, so do go and get them. 10% off.
Beautiful, yes.
That's crazy.
So make sure that if you were very tempted, be extra tempted, go get your awesome limited time race merch with the special discount that we have running at the moment.
Yep, and it's
off.
only going to be running whilst the race is ongoing. Once the race is done, that's largely going to be it. So especially with that 10% discount, now is the best time to order it, especially with these wonderful, wonderful designs. So thank you so much. Also, huge thank you to everyone who has raised over $10,000 for the charity. Dollars for the charity.
I heard that there is a very special incentive happening once we fill up that third limit break bar.
Well,
I have to tell you, Alex,
we've only got 40
heard-
minutes actually, so it's fine.
All right, so if we
No
manage
issues.
to reach the third limit gauge field, which I think was that 12,000?
It is at 12,000.
Jesse and Alex are going to cosplay Reen and Gaia. And I have to tell you, I've been cooking. I have found some dresses.
Oh no!
I have found some wigs. And I'm just saying you're all in trouble.
Oh, actually, do I need a wig? Could
Yes.
you not just style the hair?
I could style the hair, but we have
Damn.
options.
'Cause I've got quite long hair.
We bought
now.
you a
We
wig
can
anyway.
make this happen.
Jesse sneaking on the analysis desk, not for analysis, just to rub it in.
I've got that too.
Oh,
but,
okay.
But we have kind of assumed the chat will be able to achieve this, and we've already ordered dresses and wigs, which are arriving on Friday.
Well, we're gonna have
so
to
don't make me a liar.
We're going to have to return
We
them.
need to
That's a
reach that
shame.
$12,000 goal.
Yeah.
There's no way we're going to have to return these dresses.
Yeah, well, it's a shame. We just have to return.
We-
Just tell the man, no, thank you. It's not going to happen.
And the more that we raise, the more dread I see in Alex's eyes, and it's going to be glorious.
And they're normally full of dread as it is. Can you imagine how bad it's gotten? Yeah, the production very rightfully pointing out that I am haunted by the ghost of a ship captain.
Oh, well,
A story
there
for
you
another
go.
time.
Was it back during the Hellfire
No.
Citadel days?
Oh, talking of Hellfire. Oh man, that was. They're expecting that.
So if you want some analysis,
We'd love some analysis, as I think each group right now is not working. Don't worry, we're not missing out on any Gaia gameplay right now, so we are good to throw over to Jesse over on the analysis desk. Jesse, what have you gotten us?
So I've been trying to keep track of what all went going on that poll. Do you want to look at them limping through the Ice-lit dragon relative rampant, or do you want to look at what came after?
Or both.
Can we do both?
We can do both.
I'd
we can,
love
we can
both.
do everything. All right, so I've got
It's like
this
ordering two mains. Why am I so
pulled
greedy?
Up on
We can
the analysis desk OBS.
Let's have a little look, see them.
All right. Okay, hold on. Let's go back, shall we? This is where things were clean. They did the hourglass. They got everything soaked.
Yep.
They did the jump. They did the other jump. Everything was fine here. For those keeping track, by the way, you can see that the fragment has depleted some health. Around a fifth of its health is gone.
Yep.
Over here in the top left. Whether that's because of deaths or incidental damage or what's happening there, we still don't know. But we know it can be killed because someone landed a tank buster on it and broke it.
For sure.
We know that doesn't wipe you. We know its health can be depleted. A lot of mystery there.
Who knows?
Get your chef's hats on, everybody. So they did deal with the jumps here just fine. It pulsed damage like Alex called out during the fight. And then we got this cast, which, as you said, did alternating beams of dark and yellow light on the tanks.
For sure.
Which, when they landed, also applied debuffs on everyone that got hit. 3-second, what looked like shadow explosions and light explosions.
Okay.
On everyone that gets hit. And then it lands twice, or 3 times. Each beam lands 3 times. And people started dying when they had extra hits with the debuff.
I wonder if you have to swap.
So you may need to do some swapping.
So if you, well, of course we have 6 members, so you can make 3 pairs, and then the tanks can each take
each
turn
one.
hitting each
Yeah.
people. Okay, no,
So you can apply 1 debuff with each set.
that's very quick though.
It's very
that,
quick.
That seems like a non-Final Fantasy mechanic due to the way that the server tick works, right?
Yeah,
so
and you can see how fast this goes as we just let it play. Boom,
boom.
boom, about 1 second apart.
Man, you got to be real fast.
Real fast. And the
Wow.
first hit everyone lives through, getting those light and dark debuffs. It's the subsequent hits that start killing people off.
Right.
That's why I was wondering if you have to swap. Maybe you have to either
Well, can you see that
change the tanks.
Funnily enough, though, can you see that the shadow players here, the monk, did actually take 2 shadow hits, and the second shadow hit didn't kill him.
Oh, okay.
For me, although they are doing this wonderful rotation strategy, I can't help the vibe, and it is a vibe, that you want 1 light party, which are just taking the holies,
Not
and
overcook
1
this.
yeah,
Yeah.
1 light party taking the shadow.
And
Only
then spread.
because of how Final Fantasy works with the quickness of those hits. Seems like quite a lot to ask for
Yeah.
the server to recognize you're in different groups
I
each
do
time.
agree that would be very quick trying to alternate with snapshotting going on, and it may just be that you take the hits and then you spread to have these explosions and go off afterwards. Because the explosions are going off 4 seconds after the tank buster is going out, so presumably that's going to have to happen. We came through this with 4 people alive, and our Dark Knight popped a quick LB3, which was a full, 80% DR on everyone. And did we see those
We
last
saw-
4 exploding go off?
I don't think they're explosion. I think they are a it's like an opposite vuln. So if you have a holy
You're
debuff,
right, it's
it makes it
just a
so
vuln.
you can't take shadow.
That makes it even easier.
Yeah.
You're just splitting into light parties.
And could you see here with the tank LB3, Mornifar is being cast right now. I can't speak Japanese, but that was the name of it in an English one at least. And can you see that our tank here, the Paladin, gets slammed so hard
through the LB3.
And that's Mornifar, which is normally split damage, but historically has been cheated with an immunity.
Yep.
So that
Yep.
seems to be what's going on there, at least.
I
Interesting.
think you're right. I think those are shadow and light vulns. That must be true. And then we came up to, I believe it was wings, covering both sides of the arena was next, right?
Yeah, so if we
So we
go,
just let it send.
we have a little bit of a limp through this particular phase as it was incredible that we survived for so long. So shout out to Lucrecia again.
So we got another set of stoplights.
Yep.
And then you can see all the debuffs on everyone as well. You can see some
Another
wind
set of
debuffs.
dragons.
Yeah.
Hold
Okay.
on. Did we just go back in time somehow? Is this a replay of a replay? I feel like I'm being tricked. But maybe not. Maybe they just got everyone res.
Sure. They did manage to get pretty much everyone res.
Yeah, I think. Okay. Yeah, they're just gaming. Okay.
Just
It just
playing
looked
the
like
game,
it looked like
Alex, as you
deja
always
vu
ask.
because we're back again with
Yeah.
these dragons and light bulbs.
Okay, let's have a little look-see here. Right, so a lot of debuffs going out. We're just going to largely be limping through this as each of the hourglasses are exploding. A ton of ice and arrows going off. Soaks needing to be done. This going
Oh my
across
goodness.
with
This is absolutely crazy.
the wall of light
This
there
is wild.
engulfing the platform.
And then it looked like you think you're trying to dodge this like an exit flare, like he's trying to walk into it, but he did take a lot of damage there.
Oh, Jesse, go back. Look, the debuffs are about to time out, and the raid damage comes in. Is this Quietus?
It is Quietus, by the way. Yes. Those purple debuffs that we didn't know what were are Quietus from the very end of the enraged sequence of
knew I
E12S
recognized them.
P2.
Yeah, I
so it
knew
is
I
just
recognized
raid
them.
damage. You're absolutely right. Can we see, by the way, did they have everyone alive on the debuffs, or
No,
were they
they
missing
certainly
one?
didn't. Their bard was unfortunately still floor-bound.
Yeah, it's the only
Yes.
problem. If you have one dead, it can really offset the mechanics. You can't really
Although-
tell exactly what you're going to be getting at that point.
He did pick up a couple, including a Quietus.
It seems that they don't
An
pick up
explosion and
any
rewind.
dragon-related.
Didn't get the dragon-related
Yeah,
debuff.
so each dragon takes 2 soaks, and each of the dead players didn't get any dragon-related stuff. So you can assume one of them had a red, and one of them was going to have a
blue.
Blue.
Yeah.
As to how that would be assigned, obviously, is up to interpretation.
But
at the moment.
unlike in the previous poll, with the Kindred poll, where the dead people didn't have debuffs at all, this time the dead people do. And I think that means we can say how many of those first explosion debuffs are going off. We do have everyone with a
doing
13-second
something.
debuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
But-
2 arrows and 1 dark eruption, which is a smaller AoE around them.
And that's the one that was missing last time. We hypothesized that would be a third arrow, but it's not. It's a dark eruption.
So those 3 people would then have to go and soak the water person that's exploding slightly
Correct.
later. Okay.
Which means you're fitting 4 people over on one side with 2 arrows, the delayed water explosion, and the dark eruption. And then you're fitting 4 people on the other side, just stacking in the donuts.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, and then you're going to have to rotate around the room as well. Not only are you soaking the dragons, but you also have to dodge the traffic lights because you're not baiting beams anymore. They're just exploding. You'll see the telegraph of the huge circle that appears as soon as one of the traffic lights goes off. Right
Yep,
here, you
there
can
they
see.
are.
So they'll have to move around the room to avoid those as well.
So it's kind of easy.
Just
It's pretty easy.
Excellent exploration, though, and thank you ever so much for showing this to
Well,
us.
this isn't so much analysis, it's just showing you the replay and letting us all figure it out together
Yeah.
because we're all learning together, chat as well.
I can't wait to see everyone get in there with everyone alive just so we can get a snapshot of all of the debuffs, what we're doing. And once we see that for the first time, I really feel that a cook can begin. So I feel that we've got some hypothesis now, Elise, so thank you very much from the analysis desk there, Mr. Jesse. Really do appreciate it. But right now, we do actually have a couple of groups working on Gaia. I think Cryo might be the ones that are furthest ahead.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Kindred are also working on it, but I think they are just entering the phase. Yeah, they're just entering their advanced relativity. Unfortunately, it seems that for Cryo, it has gone all a little bit pear-shaped, so maybe Kindred would be the better one to have a look at for now as they rush through this ultimate relativity. Bunch of debuffs, but generally, it's think of it as like taking deep breaths. Occasionally, you take you have some people go out and then you all stack back in and then you go out again, stack in, and you're just having people run in and out along their line. Either they're going to be going out with fires or they're going to be going and baiting their nearby hourglass or they're going to be placing their return or they're staying in the middle to share some damage. It's a lot going on. Not going to overwhelm chat by trying to explain it all. But yes, it's a pretty heavy mechanic, but Kindred fortunately making short work of it.
Yeah, you're kind of rotating, right? So you're dealing with the first set of debuffs that go out, aka the first fires that explode, and then you're baiting the first traffic lights, and you're kind of rotating around. And then the second set of traffic lights, you're also placing your position so that when everything resolves at the end, you're in the correct position to avoid the final eyes that go off and not be looking at those players as well. You
can see the tanks are actually using their mitigation to take a tank hit for what feels like the first time this fight. It does do a reasonable amount of damage, but they're able to survive it. It allows them to bring their immunities into the later stages. Although we do have a Dark Knight that has a pretty low cooldown on their Living Dead, which is 5 minutes. 5 minutes from now will be too late to be able to use it later on. And having those things like Mourner Far, being able to use their immunity on that, or when we have the Oracle of Darkness jumping later, it's going to be a very useful thing to have immunities for that particular mechanic. Let's see how well they deal with this, though, as we head into a little bit of an apocalypse.
Yeah, you know what's really cool to see kind of how the pools are going today in comparison to yesterday when we saw the teams getting to this point. It just looked so messy, it was crazy, and then you see how they're playing it today, just getting through it just now. It looks so smooth. They get such a feel for exactly where they're going at each point. They're used to making those in the second decisions of where the safe spots are, where they're standing, which side of the room they're going to, because that was what was throwing people a little bit yesterday. But this is a very, very nice pull from Kindred.
It really is. The boss is going very low,
Melting.
16%.
Ooh, 15%. 15.7, 15.5.
I don't know if Kareth there had a damage reduction. The damage down I didn't actually see, but it was a particularly strange thing to see a tank die at that point of the fight, but hey-ho. We're going to continue on through. As you can see, the Usurper of Frost being pretty upset that Gaia hasn't become, completely released herself.
Understandable.
So, yeah, is instead going to try and destroy her memories, severing that tether. We'll see how that goes.
I'm really interested to see how all of the different kind of RP elements are going to come into the ultimate, because you still have a lot of mystery around the crystals at the end of phase 2, and then you now have this fragment that it seems on the surface that you're just not hitting it with any of the mechanics. There are a lot of mechanics going off here, as they will need to make sure they're forming the hourglass and squidging.
That felt like a very generous... Oh, wow. They're moving a lot with these chains, and it seems to be fine.
Yes.
So, chains have always been a bit of a confusing thing, but the tank taking one hit, and then the other tank should be taking the other. Beautiful. Unfortunately, Kareth going off the side of the platform, they're going to cause a whole lot of grief for these upcoming hits. I think they're going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Not sure how they're going to intend to survive, as you're going to see players dropping one by one, as unfortunately both teams getting absolutely annihilated. Feels like they're not entirely too sure, still exploring the idea of how to survive this hit. That Mourner Far damage coming in, dealing lethal damage. Kareth with Living Dead up. Not enough, but may be able to see a little bit more. Being a tank, should hopefully be able to survive this upcoming hit.
Yeah, it's really spooky, because even when the Oracle of Darkness, Gaia launches towards a player and smashes into them, that is doing so much damage. It's extremely healing intensive. So it could just be that they need to find their feet, they need to plan the mitigations in that phase a little bit better. And that's why they're dying, let's say, to the light and the dark beams that are going on them. Yep. Or if they're not quite dealing with them correctly, it's that little bit where every time they get to these points in the ultimates of, are we doing it correctly, or is it a case of, oh, we just need to provide a little bit of mitigation at that point?
Yeah, like right there especially is that the first tank buster, which is always, the way that works at least, is that you have the Oracle of Darkness jumping to the furthest player. It's what we see at the end of Apocalypse, where the tank runs out and she jumps to the edge of the room before knocking us back. So that's how that aspect worked, but she follows it up this time around by hitting the closest player afterwards. Both of these effects do a nasty knockback if you're nearby. Unfortunately, our Kareth there on the Dark Knight unable to get far enough away that when Nanari was directly under the boss, caused that knockback to throw him off the edge of the room. Threat wasn't re-established. Everyone was hit by everything, causing us to unfortunately perish. But we will continue to push on through. My word. Well, I'm glad there's 25 minutes left, because that charity bar's going to be mental.
I was going to say, so we have raised almost $11,000 for Games for Love, providing distraction therapy for children in hospitals, around $1, enriching one child's life. It is an amazing cause. You have donated so much money so far. Thank you so much to everybody contributing. And at $12,000, Alex and Jeeth are going goth and glam Gaia and Reen cosplays. I have cooked up some very nice things for them. Don't worry.
no.
Let's make it happen. What donations
We've got a
have we
lot of donations. I'm going to try and run through
the
these.
dread in Alex's voice. Do it. You
We
know
have
what to
got
do,
a
chat.
$10 donation in from Araz. So thank you very much for that. No donation message. We've got a $50 donation in from Anonymous who says, here's to the 10,000 raised. Indeed, that's so kind of you. $100 from Anonymous who said, I heard cosplay was on the line. That's nonsense. That's not happening.
Oh, yes,
no,
it is.
You don't have to worry about that one whatsoever. I don't know. I'm scared that I'm just going to look good in a dress. And that's the main thing.
I think you can pull it off. I think you're both going to look fabulous.
Oh, dear. We got a $10 donation. Another one from Anonymous who says, my favorite call out of a mechanic was during P4S when it was Cape. The call was Edna mode hit anti. Welcome back, Edna mode. You don't want to capes.
Edna.
Edna from the Incredibles. Go full
No
cape
capes.
mode. No capes. We got a $25 donation in from Frenchie, who says, for M3S Octo Quadra, we had so many missed calls by our raid lead that eventually he started saying things like Octoboom dive, real, to confirm stuff for himself. We lost it and started confirming mechanics as real. I've done that before. Some of my calls have become so cursed over time. It's incredible. We got a $25 donation in from Katie, who says, yes, dress up. Also, thank you so much for the commentary and lore cooking. It's absolutely our pleasure. It's someone who I've been playing FF for a long time, but obviously haven't been like part of the streaming community or like in terms of things like that. It's been absolutely wonderful to be part of this space and be here for one of the most important bits of content that is going to be released for the high-end raid scene in quite a while. So it's really fantastic.
Yeah, it's really wonderful how much passion and love everybody has for the game, and this is another way that we can experience and share in that. Even cooking up a lore or strats or just being here watching them progress more is just so exciting to be part of.
Oh man, we got a $10 donation in from Corey who says this collab between Echo and Mogtalk has been break, and ultimate races are some of my favorite things. Can't agree with you more on that one. Best of luck to the Raiders with the rest of their prog, and may everyone stay hydrated.
Going up, Alex.
Do stay hydrated. Also, posture check, chat. I'm going to do it myself, actually. All right, there we go. Sit nicely. As well for you, production. Posture check.
Postures.
Apparently the posture of production is reclining, which they can do in their super
Mine's
lab chairs.
declining.
We've got a $25 donation from Jalford, who says Alex and Jeeth rampant.
Oh,
Pog.
yes. You can both turn into the oracles.
We've got a $25 donation for a song request, which feel free to send in as long as it's Final Fantasy music, especially FF14 music. A song request, Scream, which is from the Pandemonium raid series.
Squiggly lines.
Yeah.
Please, someone redeem M2. Thank you.
Please no. We got a $5 donation from Bran Bronzebeard. Those webs will summon Nerubians. Don't stand in them. Thank you, Bran. I was unaware of that until now. Thank you so much.
Delves despair.
We got a $25 donation. Remember casting Delves? We got a $25 donation in from Anonymous. Please, thank you so much. No message included. We got a $25 donation in from Chloe.
Oh.
Turkey is worse, drier, blander version of chicken. Do you think as a take?
Ooh.
I think that 9 times out of 10 you're right. Because I think it's hard to cook turkey in comparison to chicken.
Yeah, but if you do have somebody who can cook turkey, I think it can be better.
There we go. Thank you very much for that, Chloe. A $10 donation in from Pom Pom. Just wanted to say the name. Doesn't actually have any message with it. Pom Pom is a great name. A $10 donation in from Ignia, who says, for the Gaia and Reen. Unfortunately, not. No, guys, we only got 20 minutes left. It's not happening.
I love that we are rapidly approaching the goal. I put these awesome dresses that I have ordered.
We got a $25 donation from Anonymous, who says, Jeeth Reen Bell.
Jeeth Reedy Bell.
There we go. We got a $500 donation in from Anonymous 14 minutes ago. It says, for the roommates.
Yes. They're just girls who are friends.
So generous of you. That's really, you've honestly helped so many kids. Everyone who's donated, you've done so much. Don't worry, we're not missing out on any of the action. Me and Jordan are keeping an eagle eye on any of the prog, so hopefully we haven't missed out on anything. I've been keeping a close eye. Everyone's struggling with the woes of our icy friend. But it looks like we are going to be heading into a Gaia here. But whilst we're waiting for that relativity to start, I am going to slam through some... There's so many donations. I do want to make sure I get through them because you guys have been so amazing. Got a $10 donation in from Aki, I think is the best way of saying it, or maybe Ake, who says, giving to an awesome charity and seeing some beautiful robes later? Count me in. We got a $25 donation in from Rain Ackerman, who says, this is not my first time paying to see two men in dresses. There we go. Got a $50 donation in from Muffin, who says, I approve of this ship. You can't ship me and Jesse. That's where I draw the line. You got a $25 donation and a $10 donation in from Anonymous. No messages with either, but thank you so much for your generosity. We will continue to go through these, but we will focus on this particular pool because it does seem to be a bit of a rarity getting in towards Phase 3 today, as maybe you want to have a little bit of a look at... oh, never mind, Zep died.
Yeah, well, it's funny how we're rapidly approaching that goal, Alex, and you're worried about it. Yeah, we do have, unfortunately...
We haven't rapidly approached the goal.
Oh my, we have smashed that goal out of the park. We are on 12,272,000. Oh my goodness. We have made it. We made the $12,000 donation goal to see Alex and Jeeth cosplay as Reen and Gaia. We did it, and I've ordered some very cursed outfits for them.
You have to let the hair down.
I've got wigs. We got makeup.
I've got really thick hair. Can you straighten that to make it all gothy? I don't know.
Thank you so much to everybody who is donating.
That's
it's all
incredible.
going to a wonderful cause, Games for Love, providing distraction therapy to children in hospitals. They also have scholarship and internship programs to help them later on in life, to help with the time that they lost being in hospital. It is a wonderful, beautiful cause that we are raising money for. So thank you for everybody who is contributing. And we get to see Alex and Jesse both be Reen and Gaia.
Well, we'll get that sorted out for you. You guys are absolutely fantastic. I did put it as a bit of a goal, thinking it might be a bit of a stretch, but you guys absolutely knocked it out of the park. So thank you so much. And also, screw you guys. So one hand,
Good job,
thanks.
everyone.
Other hand, how could you do this to me? Oh, man. This is unbelievable.
This is wonderful. I am so excited. I think it arrives on Friday, so... We got a couple of days.
Word. There's a couple of days of dread. Okay, I'm going to keep going through these donations until we maybe get a little bit further in, but don't worry, once again, we're not missing anything. Thank you so much, everybody. We got a $10 donation in from Corey, who says, OK Mage has the secret to how we save the fragment of memory.
Yes, eat it.
We just need to lick the crystal.
Yes. Has anyone tried this? Roger.
We got $100 from Passy.
Oh, Passy.
Love you, Passy. Both me and Jordan have rated with Passy before. Who says, we need to push it to the limit break 3 bar for the cosplay and for charity. Also, hi, and Jordan, hope you two are having an amazing time. We really are. Miss you, man. Really miss you.
Passy.
We need to continue our Darkwood playthrough. $100 coming in from Anonymous as well, who says, infinite possibilities condensed into a pair of cosplays. Well, hopefully one of these possibilities lead to Unwind getting through the Apocalypse cast right now, and let's focus on that until going back to the donations in a little bit. You guys have been awesome. Let's see what we can get done here.
Yes, as they will be... Ooh, unfortunately, do lose one. But they have the res.
Shouldn't be the end of the
Should
world.
be fine.
Yeah, they are able to continue on through. Of course, this group with the best astrologian name known to man.
What is it?
Oh, you'll see.
Oh.
As you can
How have I not seen?
Unwind best chat cover, as unfortunately their DPS throughout this phase is something that they're still figuring out, losing a few too many players here and there, but it's excellent to see them consistently or frequently getting towards the end of this phase. So their consistency in the earlier 2 phases is really, really admirable.
I feel like that particular spot of the ultimate is one of those things where it can look really fluid, and this is something I keep emphasizing, but there is so much happening there, and there's a lot of memory as well. Knowing exactly where is safe without any of the visual indicators, and going off of, you know, squeezing that little bit, especially the players that are baiting left and right, for example. It's a very, very, very precise movement, and it's also very rapid movement. They have to move into the center really quickly, and that's when you start seeing people snapshotted. It's like the ice skating mechanic. That comes in so quick, and if you delay even by a millisecond, you can get clipped, and it's the same with this as well. Look how quickly they're coming in.
Taki just a tiny bit too far forward there. Was actually in the right spot, like rotationally, but unfortunately just slightly within that inner ring and getting slapped down. You can see how wrong it can go so fast.
Yeah, I feel like they were demonstrating just how pixel perfect it has to be by memory as well.
You're entirely right.
Because you don't get to see, you know, a big swirly indicating this is not safe. You have to know the radius of which they're exploding and where you're going to be standing while not clipping anyone else. But yeah, that was a perfect showcase. And when it goes right, it looks really fluid. It looks really, you know, swift.
It really, really does.
But there's a lot going into it behind the scenes.
Certainly is. And whilst we are waiting, currently no team further than Shiva right now. I guess we can have Kindred as our background footage as they're working through that mechanic you were just talking about, the ice skating. And that snapshot once again taking someone down. Caster cursing from the future.
My bad.
My bad. We got a $25 donation in from Anonymous with no message. Same for a $10 donation in from Vita with no message. Thank you so much for your generous donations. $10 in from Anonymous who says, cosplay incentive? You got me to donate with that. Oh, well, I'm glad. We got $100 in from Anonymous as well, who says, say yes to the dress. We have.
I love that.
Oh, man. $10 coming in from Anonymous, who says, TY for the lore cooking. So exciting to see the story play out. I can't agree with them more.
That is something that I really love about Ultimates. And when I was watching, you know, footage from DSR and I was catching up on that Ultimate, that was the running theme and how thematic it was something that really blew me away. And it is pure cinema.
We got, It's so cool. I'm looking forward to any of the twists and turns that we're going to be encountering, because there's certainly some ways to interact with it.
There are so many clues, and you don't know what's a red herring. You don't know what's just a bait, or yeah, it could be relevant. It could not be.
It's going to be great to see. We have got a $10 donation in from Cosplay Enjoyer. No message, but I think the name was enough of a message. We got a $25 donation in from Ling, who says ultimate cosplays and helping children. Yay! I can't agree with you more, apart from the cosplay thing, which was more of a joke than anything else, and now I'm in for it.
You're
we got
in trouble.
$10 donation in from Felix, who says representing FC Heck. Super casual, will likely never play this. I haven't watched since 10 p.m. last night. Can you catch me up, please? And thank you. Well, giving you a brief overview from yesterday. Yesterday was working on the
Ultimate Relativity, I believe.
Yeah, a bit more of an Ultimate Relativity. I would say that the consistency of Phase 2, although it's still causing lethal problems, same with Phase 1 occasionally, catching people out, it's become more of a surprise to wipe in those phases. You're getting like a bit more of maybe a 70% pass rate through into Phase 3, maybe 60%, which is only going to go up with time. We've managed to get through Ultimate Relativity. That's been fully cooked out, and it's generally, for the guilds that have the statics that have had a lot of experience on it, I would say that they have managed to get it down to a fine art. It's still very, very tough to do correctly.
As well as Lights Rampant. You
Yes.
can see them, you know, really struggling to get to their towers, understandably so. It's so convoluted, this whole mechanic.
But, we have managed to pass through, though, and get into Phase 4 by bringing Gaia down to 20% or lower. Doing so will then get us into Phase 4, which is having us fight the Oracle of Darkness as well as the Usurper of Frost. So both Shiva as well as E12S Part 2. At the same time, with like things like Dark Lit Dragon Song and some crazy relativity shenanigans with the dragon heads going around and waves of light going across the room. It's insane. So
Chaos
as a TLDR,
relativity.
we've got a bit further and it hasn't got any better.
We've got to the next mechanic.
Yes, and it's gone crazy.
And it's worse. It gets worse.
We had $100 coming in from Drag, who says, become what you must. There we go. It certainly will. It's so generous, as is the $100 donation in from Anonymous, who says, let's go lesbians, let's go. There we go. $10 donation in from Muffin, who says, be my honey, please.
Yes!
You're like an M2 background BGM 100 enjoyer, aren't you?
Yes.
You turn that right up.
Yep. I actually really enjoyed that fight as well.
It's a cool fight.
I thought it was a great fight.
And the music is...
It's so...
It's a taste, an
different.
acquired taste.
To what?
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, if every song was like that, I think that the game's music would certainly go down. And but as the occasional one-off, all right.
It was
all
very
right.
fun.
Got a 25.
I actually like M4 the most, I think.
M4 music. I like the second phase of M4, where you're like going into the intermission bit with the music really ramps up. It makes you feel like you're doing something crazy. It's really, really cool. They've done an excellent job. This has got a $25 donation in from Boris Pavlov. He says, I can't not donate to see Molkor's friend in a dress. Also, I'd like to request some Honey Be Lovely.
Yeah.
If we had Mike here, well, then we could drag him into it, because he's got that dress on hold.
He could perform it.
Like, Mike wore that for the Savage Race, if you remember, as did Jesse.
We had Geethy Be Lovely. We had Preachy Be Lovely.
Yep, and
Josh Strife Hayes.
Josh Strife
wore
Hayes did it at
PreachCon.
Yeah, I think that's his Twitter profile as well.
I think
Yeah, it's that dress has been around the block. I think it's barely held together anymore. Too many muscular men in it. We got a $10 donation in from Ali, who says, "She ultimate on my relativity till I put on the dress." There we go. $25 in from Anonymous. Without any message, thank you so much. And I think I can squeeze a few more in. A $10 donation in from Kazora, who says, love the world's first race and wanted to take a moment to appreciate you guys for hosting and casting this. Also, song request, and they have sent a link. The link, if it's not a Final Fantasy song, probably can't be used, but I don't know if you can maybe have a little bit of a look at that production. Cool. Yep, production's going to have a little look at that message from Kazora from about 10 minutes ago, apparently. So we'll check, and if we can use it, we will. And thank you ever so much for the kind words. That's so kind of you. Going into... Okay, it's going to go pear-shaped, as Libby is unfortunately floor-bound.
Yeah.
Maybe a quick res might be able to get us out of this. We'll find out.
Could salvage it. All right, just need to make sure they're getting into
snap,
the middle.
Actually, kind of, yeah.
All right, saved.
Hold.
Okay.
Tank jump. Unfortunately, it's not OSC, so we're unable to send it out this time around. Apologies indeed, Kazora there. But it looks like we have got an incredibly good pull from Kindred, one of our front runners. Well, the front runner, if you're looking at percentage. I think in terms of overall combat time, Lucrecia is a little bit further ahead, but still very, very admirable. Unfortunately, the boss is held far too high, as the group is unfortunately deciding to see what the wall does. Instead of taking that memory's end damage to the face.
I remember the first time I ever stepped into a raid, I had no idea what a death wall was and just went straight into it. Just straight into it.
You need to explore. You're just testing.
Yeah.
They're just
It
testing.
just looked shiny.
Yoshi P did that when he was showing off the ultimate. He was showing off how it works.
Wall it.
Yeah, the wall works. You can't jump off.
I remember that. Just demonstrating, you know.
We got a $10 donation in from Tiny Worm, who says, chat is looking cute today. Apparently you're cute, chat. There we go. Also, a song request. If it's available, Be My Honey, a.k.a. M2. There we go. Thank you very much,
We're
Tiny
winning.
Worm. We will see if we can get that on for you. $10 donation from Shelly, who says, the only thing that would make me happy about this cosplay would be a cameo by Preachy Be Lovely. Love you guys. Mike is a busy man. Of course, we miss him dearly.
He's a busy bee.
He is a busy bee. No, of course, we miss him dearly, of course.
do.
But I know that he's a busy man and looking forward to doing work with him in other things in the future instead.
Yes.
Hopefully we can have him for other races coming up. It'll be excellent to have a $500 donation. I think this was the one that pushed it over the edge. From Dress Up, who just says GG. At GG indeed.
You will be dressing up.
Yeah, we certainly were. $10 donation in from Aurora.
Oh.
This is going to be
we will.
glorious with a heart. Much love to you all. Thank you so much. $50 donation in from Sad Doctor, who says, come on, chat, let's go. You were just going to spend it on DoorDash anyway. There we go. I suppose so. It's all going towards an amazing cause.
Yes.
It's just me in a dress.
Yep.
Well, that's already been reached now. Now it's just going to help the children.
Yes.
Which is probably more of an important cause, let's be real.
Helping the children and making Alex mad.
$25
Win-win.
donation in from Leaf, who says, this one for all of the lovely drones. Play Be My Honey. We're getting multiple requests, production. I don't know if that's on the list coming up. The Honey Be Lovely song. Oh, okay. We're just checking to make sure that it is all good to play on stream. To make sure that we don't run afoul of any issues, of course, because we don't want to be stepping on any legal toes. Just making sure it's all Gucci. So
we'll have a
100%
little
just
look.
checking that. Unfortunately, Cryo having a little bit of an issue in this particular Ultimate Relativity. Very quickly cleansing the this fight. We saw earlier, and Andrew pointed it out. I wasn't able to comment it at the time. Who's running the production with Sam is that the we had 4 back-to-back wipe povs. Just in Ultimate Relativity. It was like one Ultimate Relativity, they all died. Next Ultimate Relativity, they all died. Just one by one, just guys
Getting
setting up those pins
annihilated.
and knocking them down. I had a $10 donation in from Steve who says, can I redeem for 10 hours of papaya?
Yes, absolutely.
No. $25 donation in from Katza who says, this sounds like such a good cause. And hey, seeing some Gaia fits is just perks. 100%. A $10 donation in from Doman. I think the music isn't distressing enough for the prog point. Can we get Demi Osma's theme